To start the story, I wanted to ask you, have you ever woken up from a nightmare and discovered yourself in another nightmare? In my dream, the image of the city being engulfed by demons. And the male lead is bravely facing the fierce monster. The male lead's face did not show any fear, he used sharp eyes. I almost accepted my fate. Of course I couldn't let myself suffer a loss in front of this huge monster. I slowly walked up to stand in front of it as a challenge. Right after that, I looked at it with murderous intent in my eyes, then used all my energy to fight the monster. While the monster was caught off guard, I used all my energy to fight the monster. Of course, with just one gentle attack, he defeated the giant monster. He landed in the future world, ignited the fire of today, inherited the quintessence of martial arts for thousands of years, transformed, solved the end of the world. Luke Don had just woken up. He was staring at his hand in confusion, then he exclaimed, "It's hard to believe, it's so easy to receive someone else's lifetime experience, isn't that so? Must it be against heaven?" He stopped for a moment, then stroked his chest, sighed and said, "If everything wasn't a dream, that would be great." Not intending to sit in one place for too long, Luke Ton's clothes were disheveled and he walked barefoot in the rain of bullets. He walked and said, "But saying this place is a dream feels very magical, this place is too real." While absent-mindedly observing the surroundings, suddenly in front of Luke Ton there was a body emitting murderous aura. He opened his eyes wide and looked at it. Luke Ton's eyes lit up with a bright light, his head made a crackling sound. He thought to himself, these memories. A series of letters and numbers appeared in his head. Luke Ton hugged his throbbing head. He spoke out the memories in his head. Base number 1359. In previous memories this base also appeared. It seems I need to find base number 1359. Maybe there I can find out the truth related to this dream. After a while of absorbing a bunch of memories into his head, Luke Ton lifted up his sleeves and made a gesture to show off his muscles. He said, "This time I absorbed the memories but didn't have such a strong feeling anymore. It seemed like I had inherited the strength. You need to find fighting zombies, their memories will be more useful to you." Suddenly Luke Ton seemed to discover something. He opened his eyes wide and looked straight ahead. The context around Luke Ton began to change. He used his hand to cover his face from being hit by the wind. He shouted in panic, "Here, what is this?" Luke Ton felt like he was falling from a high place. His hands and feet were drenched with water from nowhere. Now he was lying down in front of an apartment door. Luke Ton raised his hand to support his exhausted body. He said tiredly, "I'm awake." At the same time, Luke Keen-ho shouted loudly, "Luke Ton, come out to eat. How long are you planning to stay in the room?" Hearing the call, Luke Ton, his whole body disheveled, walked with heavy steps to open the door. Seeing the person outside, he exclaimed, disdainfully. Seeing his brother, Luke Keen-ho shook his long hair and arrogantly said, "Probably not training, but just sleeping in that room." Suddenly, Luke Keen-ho fell silent. She stared at Luke Ton without saying another word. Luke Ton scratched his head. He naturally laughed a few times, making Luke Keen-ho startled. Luke Ton, who was drenched in sweat, said that he accidentally fell asleep. Looking at her brother's body, Luke Keen-ho couldn't help but feel shy. She then angrily turned away and said, "When you wake up, leave quickly, don't keep your parents waiting anymore." At this moment, she thought to herself, when did his body become so strong? It seemed like he was still working very hard to train. Hearing the nagging words from his sister, Luke Ton quickly replied, "Come here right away." In his mind, he remembered the scene where the two brothers used to happily play on the green grass. He thought to himself and sighed, when he was young, he was very attached to him. Since entering the academy, her first test results came out. Her attitude towards me has also changed, which is no wonder. After all, her vitality has surpassed 1 and her combat power has surpassed 100. If this continues, she will soon be able to qualify. Direct admission of key martial arts universities. Using one sentence to summarize, perhaps Luke Keen-ho is a genius, a genuine genius. Luke Ton shook his head and took off his wet shirt. He thought to himself, as for me, I am truly a pair of useless older brother and genius younger sister. Suddenly, Luke Ton looked at his body in the mirror and couldn't help but be surprised. He exclaimed, "When did my body become so muscular?" He tried a few movements with his hands. This made him extremely surprised and thought, moreover, he clearly just woke up but did not feel tired. Not tired, on the contrary, he was full of spirit. So, taking this opportunity, Luke Ton tried to enter the beautiful roundabout. He said, "Not only that, I remember all the memories from those tragedies, There are also all kinds of fighting techniques. Seeing that he had become so strong after just one dream, Luke Tan stood still in the middle of the room and exclaimed in surprise, "Unbelievable, it seems that even my strength has become greater. Could it be said that I really have represents the realization of power in dreams?" Then Luke Tan randomly took a quote and thought, "Dreaming can also be stronger, it's magical." Then, Luke Tan walked to the dining table. His father happily said, "Here, sit down quickly, good mother." The queen replied, "Come here, serve it on the table." At the dinner table, Luke Tan ate a lot. He kept praising her. "Her mother's skills are better. Today's rice is so delicious, it's so amazing that she can't stop." Luke Tan ate like a hungry tiger. As soon as he finished this bowl, he reached out his hand and said, "Give me another bowl." Soon, the table of food was eaten by Luke Tan, surprising all family members. Luke Tan smiled shyly and said, "Let's go, I'm full." He silently wondered, "What's going on? Since when did I eat so much?" The angry father quickly took Luke Tan's rice bowl and complained, "What, is this family still letting their children starve?" The donor turned to look at his wife and said, "Go cook another bowl of rice and a few more dishes for him." The helpless mother could only obey, "Okay." The father patted him hard on the shoulder and said, "That's how boys go through puberty. No matter how much they eat, they won't feel full, and suddenly they'll grow taller. Tomorrow I'll go buy more supplements. Puberty is an opportunity, good for increasing blood energy, don't waste it." Luke Keen Ho still slowly brought the spoon of rice to her mouth. She calmly said, "If you're a monk, you can go anywhere." He's already 18 years old. "I remember the last time you checked your blood pressure, you didn't get an 8, it's not like that. Where's the weight? If you say it's increased, it's increased." As soon as he finished speaking, the father shouted angrily, "This girl, don't kick your brother all the time, you can increase as much as you can. The martial arts are regular, and with high martial arts, they will all become heroes in the future, top of heaven and earth." These words made Luke Tan ponder, perhaps blood can really increase in a dream. Is it an illusion? I have to go to the martial arts hall to check. Luke Tan sat and talked with his parents for a bit and then asked permission to go out. The place that Luke Tan chose to answer his questions was the martial arts hall. He raised his eyes and exclaimed, "The Hong Shuyan Martial Arts Hall." The owner of the Hong Shuyan Martial Arts Hall had a knack for traditional martial arts, had been in the top 10 of the 23rd Martial Arts Exchange in Baka City, a martial artist level 4. The standard of the World Martial Artist level 1 is 1.5, the standard combat power index is 150, the standard level 2 martial artist is 15, the standard combat power index is 1,500, level 1 to level 2, 10 times the standard. For a level 3 martial artist, the standard of vitality and blood is 100, and the standard for higher combat power is 10,000. The peak of blood and energy exceeds 200 and the combat power reaches 100,000, only then can one become a level 4 martial artist with more than one level of blood and vitality. It's been 200, the blood energy has exceeded 200. Luke Tan opened his eyes wide and thought in surprise, equivalent to 300 times his level. The difference in level of martial artist is the difference in level of life. High-level martial artist is the real Superman. He glanced at the enrollment form again, with a bit of sadness in his voice and said, "The price of this supplementary class is that only children from rich families are eligible to enroll." He put his hands in his pockets and walked into the martial arts hall. As he walked, he thought about the price of this supplementary class. Only children from rich families are eligible to register to participate. If he had this way of thinking, maybe the family would help him with this money, and I would leave. And on the way to absorb the sadness in my dreams, I wouldn't need to supplement like that. A hard-haired girl to when he saw you, he spoke up and said hello. The receptionist bowed standardly, flashed a bright smile and said, "Welcome to Hong Shuyan Martial Arts School. Is this classmate here to register for a martial arts advanced class?" Luke Tan shyly raised his hand to scratch his neck and replied, "No, I just came to check my blood and fighting strength." Looking at his appearance, the dark-haired girl thought to herself, there was no family education around him, he didn't seem to be a descendant of a rich family. After that, she politely gave directions. He followed the hallway into room number 8, inside there was a machine to check. "Do you need my help?" Luke Tan replied, "I know how to use it." "No need, thank you." After that, Luke Tan went to the practice room. He warmed up his limbs a while ago. Then he said, "First start checking blood pressure." Luke Tan tensed up and prepared to put his hand on the ability test ball. A large source of electricity ran from his hand to his body. Not long after, the results appeared in the newspaper. The vitality score was no more than 9 or 6-3, the martial artist level was apprentice level. Seeing the number he had always wished for, Luke Tan happily jumped up and down. No more than 9 or 6, it really increased. In just an hour it increased by 0.2, this is real practice, right? It's been a long time since Luke Tan smiled like that. He thought he could even catch up to his sister. She's a genius. If so, he could go further on the path of martial arts. He looked at the combat power meter and said, "So, what about the combat power index?" This time he was calmer. He slowly placed his hand on the strength meter. He kept admiring that. No problem, all the fighting skills and experience of Dambai. Luke Tan recalled the memories he had in the dream. He said, they were all engraved in his brain. He stomped down hard. Then, Luke Tan Van internal Qigong, struck a palm forward. This punch caused the face of the power meter to shake for a while and then light up. Luke Tan took a few steps back. The number that was only measured later was 113. He gasped in surprise, 113, such a monk even surpassed the limits of blood and energy. This is the truth, I can really become a true martial artist. For the first time, he was so happy. He thought to himself, just sleeping for an hour has increased his blood and fighting power so much. What if it's 8 o'clock, then 9, then another 10 hours, one morning, tonight, I was able to completely change myself. After that evening, Luke Tan nervously lay on the bed. He got up angrily, punched the blanket and screamed. Now even if he wanted to sleep, he couldn't sleep anymore. It's true that he sleeps better in class, the biology class of a game addict. Then he sullenly went to turn on the light. He scratched his head and said, "It's only 9 o'clock, it's really a bit early to sleep now, forget it, you should still exercise a little, when you're tired you can naturally sleep." Luke Tan stood in the middle of the room, moving his internal energy and said, "Oh, my blood is rising, tighten my neck a bit." The 13th exercise commercial begins. The first formula was released by Luke Tan. Suddenly his eyes showed surprise. Luke Tan shouted loudly, "What action is this? Why did I do this action?" In his subconscious, all the moves he had just made were related to a certain mysterious person. He thought inexplicably, I have memorized the 24 moves since I was a child, why did I play them wrong? The absorbed memories of the dream zombies appeared again. He said, "This is..." 6 months' eyes lit up. He thought to himself, it was the physical jutsu practice in that Dambai's memories. When the family members turned off the lights and went to sleep, in the middle of the night, Luke Tan diligently practiced non-stop. Every move he used contained great power. Luke Tan said, there were 200 more movements compared to the previous practice. Moreover, every time, I can feel the strength flowing through my body. Luke Tan suddenly realized something. He thought to himself, that's not right, it's not just the reason for practicing physical magic. There is also a way to breathe, there is a way to breathe, how to breathe and practice posture techniques to teach you. Eating, sleeping and resting must be practiced all the time. When the saint sat down and closed his eyes to practice, he thought, this is so wonderful, just a few movements that are better than I practiced for a year, just a few movements that are better than I practiced for a year, no, even more than the results of a few years, then dreams are the real museum. While he was concentrating hard while practicing, his stomach suddenly growled because he was hungry. Luke Tan lay down on the ground and trembled and said, I'm so hungry, what's going on? I'm so hungry that I can't stand this kind of hunger. He remembered that when he had dinner, he ate a lot. He wondered, could it be because after the blood pressure increased, the body's energy was not enough? Luke Tan noticed the power flowing through his body and said, normal food simply doesn't provide the nutrients I need supplements. Luke Tan hesitated again. He remembered his family's situation and thought, but our family's income simply cannot bear the high price of supplements. If this continues, it will definitely affect the speed of progress. He crawled out to find food and thought, so, I must earn money to buy supplements. Every semester there are rewards for students with good academic performance. As he was hungry, his head jumped up very quickly. He said, I remember the A scholarship from Baka Academy is 10,000 yuan, and I want to get this amount of money. Luke Tan's face showed absolute determination. He silently told himself, he must show his strength and talent to match. Early the next morning, at the gym. In the school locker room, Luke Tan is changing clothes. I heard someone laughing and saying, it's rare, the class president didn't take up class today to lecture, but I haven't learned actual combat in a long time. When Luke Tan was preparing to put on his shirt, he exclaimed in surprise, you're old Luke, When did he develop such amazing muscles? We haven't seen each other for a few days, why are they so big? I don't recognize them. These chest muscles. Luke Tan looked disgusted and waved his hand away and replied, recently I've been working hard to train. Luke Tan avoided saying, don't touch me, Das. Then he touched his hair and said, well, my hair has grown longer, so let's get it cut. Koimin replied sullenly, I see that because you have a practical combat class today, you want to show off and attract the attention of the girls. I have already seen through your vulgar intentions. Luke Tan laughed and replied, the most vulgar person is you. The exam is coming up, you should try your best. In Luke Tan's mind, he secretly thought, but how to show it? Perhaps this is indeed an opportunity. In the training ground of the dojo, all the students were standing around the teacher. The teacher of the field combat class said solemnly, okay, today's practical combat class will still reinforce the basic combat techniques taught to you before. Koimin whispered into Luke Tan's ear and said, I heard that Master Chung is an official level 2 martial artist, has been on the battlefield and fought with strange beasts, you should look at the scar on his right arm. Teacher Chung Chan Kwok was engrossed in teaching without paying attention to his surroundings. Hearing these words, Luke Tan thought to himself, a level 2-star martial artist, in my opinion, his fighting skills are too simple and crude, what I learned from my dreams is more intelligent than other things, this is a lot. In the center of the ring, Chung Chan Kwok is confidently showing off his talent. After that, he sat down and panted and ordered, okay, the main focus is these things. Duong Tu Phi, come practice with me and teach the teachings to your friends. As soon as she finished speaking, Duong Tu Phi immediately stood up and replied, yes, teacher. When he walked, admiring eyes rang out, he's so cool, and his strength is still strong, that's right, he's the best student in our class. Koimin looked disgusted and replied, it's this guy again. Every time the opportunity to show off is his friends sit to the side and tease him, you practice, I'm afraid he has other intentions. The classmate next to you quickly gave a few light slaps and replied, I'm not talking nonsense. Handsome and rich, with the natural talent, the blood and chi tonic is the best at each stage, the last time I checked my chi and blood it was 1.2. The teachers at school still give biased instructions, how can we ordinary people live here? Luke Tan secretly thought, yes, if it was the old me, I could only complain about the unfair fate. Luke Tan's eyes lit up, he thought to himself, but now it's different, I have to go and take it all back myself. Up there, Chung Chan Kwok and Duong Tu Phi are still busy teaching. Chung Chan Kwok constantly praised, good, not bad, movements are not bad, moving the center of gravity has a little problem, I will fix it for you later, practice well, the future is limitless. Just finished speaking, Yang Tu Phi replied, yes, thank you for your instructions. Then Chung Chan Kwok added. Chung Chan Kwok continued, next is the actual battle, I call some friends to fight with me. At this moment, in his mind, concubine Duong said arrogantly, correct me, a small second-level martial artist, even my family teacher is not comparable, compared to the target on the battlefield of his family, of course I have immeasurable potential. After that, Chung Chan Kwok turned his head down to look around and asked if any of his classmates wanted to come up and fight with Duong Tu Phi. Chung Chan Kwok said again, does anyone want to come up? Luke Tan looked around in confusion and saw that everyone was avoiding him. Koimin sighed and complained, who could beat him, wasn't he supposed to be a stepping stone up there, who would do such a stupid thing? Chung Chan Kwok silently exclaimed, every time it comes to actual combat, these students are so timid, like ostriches. So why are you asking me to teach you? The whole class looked at Duong Tu Phi's back, which was emitting a layer of light, and immediately fell. Chung Chan Kwok thought to himself, although the school instructs students to cultivate vitality, practice martial arts, but after graduating, entering the army, stepping onto the path of martial arts, there are only elites in it. Everyone below says that they favor good students, but these kids don't even think about it, except for Duong Tu Phi like that. How many people dare to stand up and accept them? At this time, Luke Tan used his sharp eyes to stare at the shocking nation. This made him pause for a moment to observe and see who was so bold. In the entire class, only Luke Tan was currently staring at the town with sharp eyes. Chung Chan Kwok was confused and asked, this kid, what kind of look is this? It's like the aura has really killed someone before. After that, he suggested, okay, then this classmate come up here to practice with his friend Duong Thomas Phi. Without hesitation, Luke Tan immediately stood up and replied, yes, Looking at his aura, everyone was shocked. Of course, I silently exclaimed, there are still such good seeds in the class. Koiman worriedly said, Lao Luke, it's okay to admit defeat directly, the exam is about to take place, now the injury will have a big impact, don't try to force your face, you know. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan confidently replied, rest assured and go ahead, didn't I tell you, I've been working hard on it recently. Then, he stepped up and announced loudly, so the limit is 10 minutes, the rules of confrontation, safety is number 1, remember the important points I said when teaching. Then, Luke Tan approached and faced Duong Thu Phi. Chung Chan Kwok stood to one side and advised him to practice his craft and remember to know when to stop. Duong Phi Do's eyes at this time were both disdainful and leisurely, just treat this as if it was nothing. Chung Chan Kwok was secretly happy, he was not afraid to play, quiet and calm, with such qualities, how could he not have discovered it before? He asked, how much was his blood count last time? Luke Tan replied, before, 0.0802. These words made Chungkin silently think, not an 8 point, so low, it doesn't look like it, could it be that I'm dizzy? He said, that's it, pay attention to the strength of the fight, the important thing is communication skills, art, you know, prepare, start. Duong Thu Phi confidently asked, are you ready, Luke? Did you listen carefully to the lecture just now? When you fall, remember not to use your hands to support yourself, you will break a bone, you must protect your weak mind, especially your head. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan calmly replied, thank you for reminding me, I remember, I'm ready, please advise. Having finished speaking, Duong Thu Phi immediately rushed forward to attack, then said more words. He scornfully whispered, Luke Tan, do you know what is most important in real combat? Controlling the distance from the opponent, observing the opponent's movements, predicting the opponent's moves, choosing a fighting strategy with resistance, balancing defense and attack, grasping the rhythm of combat, quick and short attacks to probe, and then using strong blows to decide victory or defeat. The group of classmates sitting below couldn't help but widen their eyes and open their mouths in surprise. Duong Phi said like a fierce tiger, it's not, it's the gap between blood, speed and strength. Like a madman, he unleashed his strength and rushed towards Luke Tan, saying, defeat was already clear, the stronger person would win, but as useless as you are, there should be such a funny ending. And then his punch hit the air again, making him unable to react. Suddenly, Luke Tan counterattacked the attack, causing Duong Thu Phi to be stunned. He stood there stunned, watching him make his move. Just like that, Luke Tan hit him hard in the face, causing the dog to fly several dozen meters away. Everyone around gasped for a moment. Chung Chan Kwok panicked and quickly ran to help him. Chung Chan Kwok saw that the situation was not good, he rushed to Duong Phi Thu and lifted his head up. Everyone's eyes widened, they turned their eyes to Luke Tan in surprise. The whole class was stunned for a while but no one said anything, the atmosphere was filled with dead silence. With cheers, Luke Tan used only one punch, only one group, to defeat Duong Thu Phi. Even Luke Tan couldn't help but be shocked by his own strength. Duong Thu Phi here is unconscious. Everyone was confused and asked, what is this situation? Luke Tan's one move defeated Duong Thu Phi. Chung Chan Kwok quickly shouted loudly, why was he still standing there? Quickly called the teacher in the medical room. The startled students quickly replied, yes, yes sir. After that, the medical team bandaged Duong Thomas Phi's wound. Be careful, it's fixed, let's go. Luke Tan was confused and called out loudly, General Teacher. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, Teacher Chung, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, I couldn't control my strength. Before he could finish speaking, he was frightened by the sharp eyes of the general. He said sternly, getting injured in real combat is unavoidable, don't worry, he's not seriously injured, come with me to the office, I have something to tell you. Luke Tan replied, yes. Then he told me to come to the teacher's office for a moment, then tell me about it for me. Koiman stopped, thousands of questions, oh my god, did Luke Tan take medicine, why is he so strong? One move sent Duong Thomas Phi flying, that guy is Luke Tan. Is that Luke Tan that we know? Duong Thomas Phi's 1.22 blood energy cannot support Luke Tan. What is Luke Tan's blood energy value? Koiman was confused and called out, old Luke, but Luke Tan did not turn around to look back. Go to the front door of the teacher's room. Stepping inside, he was extremely confused and looked around. Looking at the potted tree in front of him, Luke Tan exclaimed, Bonsai is wrong. I didn't know Mr. Chung had such a hobby. As soon as the words ended, Chung Chan Kwok burst out laughing and replied, it's just a matter of personal preference, besides, everyone has their own little secret. Speaking of this, Chung Tran Kwok suddenly looked at Luke Tan and said, you say it's right, Luke Tan's classmate and blood pressure treatment are not 8 points. When Luke Tan entered this room, he knew he would be questioned. Luke Tan calmly replied, Teacher Chung also said, that was the result of the previous test. Chung Chan Kwok sternly said, you, do not use drugs that stimulate blood flow, you should know, they forbid the use of such drugs. Not only is it very dangerous, it is very dangerous to your health. If it is investigated, not only it's not such a simple reminder. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan exclaimed in surprise, what medicine? Of course, I don't have any, I can guarantee absolutely no use of banned drugs. Chung Chan Kwok asked more fiercely, okay, since that's the case, then now I will check your chi and blood values again. If you use medicine, your chi and blood will be hot, the values will appear, fluctuating violently. Then check your combat strength index. If your combat strength is compatible with your vitality and blood, it can also prove your strength. Without hesitation, Luke Tan immediately raised his hand. The blood gas measuring device starts to start up. Soon the results came out. Chung Chan Kwok exclaimed in surprise, what, 1.5? 1.5 official martial artist, 18-year-old official martial artist, not only at school, but also in the whole city of Baihei are called geniuses. After that, Luke Tan began checking his combat power index. The general's eyes showed surprise. He shouted loudly, what's wrong? Something happened. It turned out that Luke Tan had violently destroyed the device. He was so moved that he burst into tears. Damn cheeks, proud pine tree, mine, how could you leave me? Luke Tan quickly said in fear, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, Master Chung. At this moment, he secretly thought to himself, this kid, although he is just a student, when facing the attack power of a real martial artist, he can barely withstand it. Looking at Luke Tan senselessly pulling out the head of the combat power measuring device, Chung Tri Kwok thought helplessly, this kid, his combat power is not only at level 1. After that, the two of them stabilized their minds and sat facing each other. Chung Chan Kwok said, what you said just now. Chung Tran Kwok placed the broken pot of his beloved plant on the table. He said solemnly, the result of your last blood test was 0, so how long ago was the result of the last test? Luke Tan hesitatingly replied, yes, last time. He took a long time to say, it was half a month ago. These words made him scream loudly in surprise, half a month ago. Chung Chan Kwok fell silent and said, you mean, in just half a month, the blood chi treatment has improved to the point of surpassing the chi and blood treatment of an official martial artist. You are the heir of which great family is that, or which great master is practicing? Luke Tan laughed and replied, my family is normal, not a big family, and there are no experts to guide us. As for why my strength has improved so quickly, this is my secret. Chung Chan Kwok said bitterly, in a month's time, his vitality and blood almost doubled, his combat power far exceeded the standards of a first-level martial artist. When he was in school, his relics were already considered quite good, practiced for many years, broke through to become a second-level martial artist, and entered the army. Thinking back to when I was young, when I tried my best to get into the army, Chung Tran Kwok thought, after entering the battlefield, I understood one principle, which is. He remembered the terrible monster saying, humans cannot defeat monsters. He remembered the times he lost when fighting monsters. He said, when confronting strong people without talking about morality, humans are small and helpless. Chung Tri Kwok's eyes at that time were both uncertain and scared. At that moment, a strange woman appeared. Without saying a word she jumped towards the monster. That woman and her teammates came together. He concluded that, those who defeat monsters, are only those who do not speak the same morality, another group of monsters, that humans cannot understand. But now, on Luke Tan Chung Tan Kwok's body, he felt a kind of aura. After that, he sat on the chair and sighed and replied, I understand. With your achievements, you can definitely enter the school's specialized class. Let the best teacher teach you properly. I will contact the teaching department immediately. Luke Tan heard these words. He thought for a while and replied, thank you for your good intentions, but there is no need. I feel like the class is very good now. He thought to himself, just teaching and studying is not enough, as fast as cultivating in dreams. Chung Chan Kwok was confused and asked, no need, But for talented students like you, the school will definitely make every effort to train you. Is there any difficulty in cultivating? Is there anything that needs the school to help you solve? No, feel free to say it. Luke Tan hesitated for a moment and then replied, if that's the case, then I won't be polite anymore. I have two requests. I want to apply for a martial arts scholarship. At the same time, I hope the school will give me more free time to study. Hearing this, Chung Kwok silently exclaimed, so that's it, lack of economy and freedom. He replied, okay, then I will apply for a special scholarship from the school for you, about 30,000 yuan. No, when I go to school, I will tell the staff room. Chung Tran Kwok put his hand in his pocket to find something and said, the scholarship money may take a few days to be approved, but my cultivation cannot be delayed. He generously gave his powerful black card to Luke Tan and said, teacher, I will give you an advance payment. When I have enough time, I will return it to you. Faced with this situation, Luke Tan exclaimed in surprise, this is a black card, martial arts, there is at least 10,000 yuan in it, which is much higher than the scholarship money. Holding the black card in his hand, Luke Tan happily said, thank you teacher Chung. Chung Chan Kwok advised, don't be lazy in cultivating, hope you make the school proud. Okay, go back to study quickly. Luke Tan went out and opened the door, not forgetting to say, yes, thank you teacher Chung. Having finished speaking, he immediately returned to the classroom. Chung Chan Kwok here said with interest, good, Luke Tan. We have a Luke Tan at Bakha Academy, who is not yet 18 years old and has the strength of a level 2 martial artist. Before the unification exam, we had to hide him, carefully, treated it like a secret weapon, and then brutally threatened the people of the other academy. That's right, we must quickly report this news to the top, not just for the unification exam. Remembering a very important place in this life, and remembering the Luke Saint with extraordinary strength, Chung Trin Kwok happily thought, many years have passed, we finally have someone who can reach that place. There. A box containing a medicine bottle was placed on the table, the staff's voice rang out, you know how to choose something, this is a new oxygen called Lantam, a new type from Nyan Tam Tuong. When the blood reaches 8 points, it is most effective, moreover, this medicine is specifically used for female martial artists. Now it only takes 30,000 to participate in activities. Opposite, the mother nodded. Review, not bad, wrap it up. Thank you for visiting. The staff said goodbye to mother and daughter, went out of the store. The mother said to her daughter, okay, after using it, you must pay attention to practice. The daughter smiled brightly like a flower. Confirm, Mom, don't worry, in this test, I will definitely win the #1 position again. Looking at the mother and daughter coming out of the store, Luke Tan thought thoughtfully, 30,000 a bottle, Mom and Dad worked hard day and night just to be able to buy only 3,000 breathalyzers. A powerful martial artist can earn a lot more money. The more money you have, the more martial artists you can train. From that we can see how difficult it is for a child from a poor family to become talented. He is a true genius. Having talent can change his destiny, but he is implicated. Resources are divided among pitifully few. Luke Tan looked back at himself, but what about him? He looked at the flow of people walking on the street and thought to himself, not willing to accept the fact that I am mediocre, and have no effort to change my destiny, I can only live a mediocre life, living in ignorance. At this time, Luke Tan saw two students talking to each other. Today, I will drag you to the golden stage and try to practice the sword. I will take you to kill in all directions. Hurry up and hug your big leg. The person next to him teasingly said, ha, how are you? If you had learned how to hang up, we would have improved our scores a long time ago. Look at yourself clearly. Luke Tan listened to this conversation and realized that, yes, he wished to expand his knowledge about the world of martial arts, but instead he hid in the game, regretting the relationship of his previous life. It's like a fish trapped in a basin of water, wanting to go out to the vast and limitless sea, but greedy for the comfort and tranquility of this basin. However, everything has changed. The frozen water surface was gradually cracked by Luke Tan's strength and determination. I reached out of the water, saw the world out there, and once again had the opportunity to change my destiny. What do I want? What should I do? This time, I won't make the wrong choice again. Suddenly, Luke Tan's eyes widened and his whole body shook. Feeling the flow of energy surrounding my body, this is, the memories of fighting absorbed in a short time, and understanding everything in the last moment. I have broken through the bottleneck of boxing. Now, the first punch. It's crazy that this method has become mine. Clear heart and sword star, is this the enlightenment you preached about? I took another step down this path. Luke Tan picked up his things and headed home. Peaceful, parents, I will constantly become stronger and win everything I want. The monster's eyes were as red as blood. Its mouth let out a terrible scream. It jumped up and attacked Luke Tan. When he was extremely calm, he just stood there as if nothing happened. Luke Tan raised his hand to block the attack, then his whole body rushed forward, throwing his fist at the monster. He punched the monster hard. After the punch, the monster collapsed to the ground. Luke Tan gasped. This Rambai was a martial arts practitioner when he was alive. He became a Rambai but can still use grappling techniques. According to Rambai's memory, base number 1359 was right in front of us, but the base should have been a place full of black smoke and countless strange beasts, but now there was not a single one to be seen. What a strange beast, that's really strange. At this moment, a series of monsters rushed towards Luke Tan. Looking at the monster rushing in, Luke Tan waved his hand and slashed the two monsters to pieces. Suddenly, Luke Tan's eyes flashed with surprise. Huh? Finally found it, base number 1359. Luke Tan slid down from the mountain to the base. Looking up again, the city wall is so majestic. This place is probably a second city. There is no place like a base. Luke Tan smiled and thought, feeling that now two giant beasts have sprouted, I am not surprised at all. Luke Tan stepped on the rock. He looked like a tiny ant standing there. He tried to climb inside step by step. Climbing for a while, Luke Tan was panting and unable to breathe. He looked everywhere, then used his hand to touch the citadel wall to evaluate. The citadel wall was so thick, it must be thick. It was hard to imagine, with a scale of this size, what kind of battle would be needed to destroy the base. Here, regardless of martial arts or civilization level, this world is far superior to our world, but even such a powerful civilization is engulfed by the claws of strange beast, so what will our future be like? Looking down from above at the citadel below, that structure is different from other structures. It must be a military base or a command center of some kind. Luke Tan looked at the building in the distance and saw something. Seeing someone there, he exclaimed, "What is that?" That person opened his blue-light eyes. Luke Tan said, looks like a child." A sound wave continued to shoot out, hitting straight towards Luke Tan. Looking at the scene before him, Luke Tan was extremely frightened and the whole person stepped back. Luke Tan gasped for breath and fell to the ground. That person's spiritual consciousness appeared behind Luke Tan. Luke Tan panted and wiped his sweat and said, "What is that? The attack force, the mental force, how can it have such great power?" Then he withdrew his intention to go to that building. He said, "Ho, that's not a place I can get close to. I haven't thought about it for now." Luke Tan leaned down, looked at the zombies walking back and forth. He said, "Just observe the surrounding area, the zombies below aren't too scary." Below the road, mechanical rollers go back and forth. At this moment, a beam of light hit the Rambai's face straight. A wind blew past, rushing quickly through the air. That wind was Luke Tan. He gently flew through the clouds and entered the base. Luke Tan walked in, opened the door and looked around. Well, there was no chrome. It seemed like a normal house. Assessing the things inside, Luke Tan judged, it seemed that this family was eating when the end of the world came. The eating utensils had not been cleaned up yet. The windows showed no signs of being damaged. Could it be that the seeker normally, wouldn't you have the right to be turned into a tragedy by that scary black smoke? This St. Luke noticed something round on the table. Luke Tan was surprised. What is this? It can still move. As soon as I pressed it, a beam of light came out, a mechanical sound rang out, ending the waiting mode, starting again. From the light, a girl came out, greeting him, welcoming him to use eternal science and technology. Luke Tan looked at the girl in front, his mouth opened in surprise. What is this? The image of three dykes, simulating reality. Luke Tan seemed to realize something, his eyes widened. Wait, is that the same language as me? Luke Tan thought, the language used here is the same as the language in my world, not that kind of high-tech automatic translation. The girl in front of her introduced herself. I am a product of eternal science and technology, artificial intelligence supported by the integration of the 16th generation of optical intelligence, Wormwood, responsible for controlling the manage the server network of the facility 1359. Luke Tan was surprised. Optical brain, artificial intelligence, it was indeed future technology. Looked at the Wormwood doctor in front of him and asked, So, Wormwood Doctor, can you show me the latest news of recent weeks? I received the order to perform the operation. Yes, it is my pleasure to serve you. Connecting to the network. Connecting to the network failed. Connecting to base 1359. Civilian database. Connected successfully. A series of result tables appeared in front of Lukton. On the 21st day of June, the year 11,024, the second main base successfully launched the 5th and 8th Life Discovery spacecraft, which is aiming for the celestial system. On the 12th day of the lunar calendar, 7, the base number 100 souls were fought. Martial calendar day September 24th of the year 11,024, Lieutenant General Sun Kang He Tan Kong promoted to the 10th star level, becoming a strongman level the 472nd 10-star realms in the history of the world of ignorance. In front of ignorance there are a total of 2 or 3 powerful men who went to the star realm. Martial calendar day September 3rd of the year 11,024, bases number 114 and number 893 and number 1022 fell one after another. The 8th Division sent people to search and rescue survivors. Martial calendar date November 19th, year 10-1002. The world of martial arts will hold the 24th Master Conference at the number 1 main base to discuss short-term strategic directions. The Luke Saint's eyes widened, the martial artist of the 10 realms, if the hierarchy of this world and his world were the same. Lukton fell into deep thought, unable to imagine how far their martial arts development had reached. In front of Lukton opened a virtual book and a large screen. On the big screen, a monster tearing through the sky appeared. Accordingly, a bunch of monsters also flew out from there, covering the whole city. Lukton observed every detail on the projection screen. Luke Saint's pupils widened in surprise. The martial arts and technology of that world had developed at such a speed that it was hard to imagine. However, regardless of the 10-level path, or high and solid city walls, under the shadow and claws of strange beasts, cannot protect anything. They even eventually decided to abandon their home planet, sending a search party on an interstellar voyage, looking for a second habitable planet. However, on the day that human civilization completely collapsed, it did not leave behind any information that could differentiate people's hearts. Indeed, still cannot escape the fate of destruction. Such a powerful and splendid civilization is truly a pity. Lukton sat down on the chair and asked the Wormwood Doctor, "So, Wormwood Doctor, can you show me the history of the world?" Dr. I received the order and replied, yes, he was taking information, world history. Waiting for the doctor to open the history, Lukton sat and watched attentively little by little. Lukton's face was sad. This world is so strong, but it cannot escape the end of destruction. Maybe we can learn something from their experience, so that our world can avoid some such fate. Lukton's finger moved on the screen. In the first year of the martial calendar, huge cracks appeared all over the world, from which countless alien creatures were born. 34 years of martial arts, ancient water dragon gave birth to the world's first internal martial artist, and in the same year, established the martial arts world. At this moment, Lukton's eyes widened, sweat poured out. This is not right, this is not it. It took a long time for Lukton to utter a sentence. What is the history of our world? Lukton lowered his head, finally understanding. So it was like that, same language, same level of martial artist. I just saw, not the destruction of another world, but the future of my world 10,000 years from now of the world I live in. Not accepting this truth, Lukton thought with some hope, wait, not sure, not necessarily the same world, it could also be a coincidence, or a parallel world. Lukton immediately asked the Wormwood Doctor, Wormwood Doctor, can I find information about a human being? Ungai immediately performed the search operation, revealed the saint. The search was completed, a total of 36 results. Looking at the results, Lukton clicked on his personal information to check. Martial calendar June 2019, there really is me, what's going on? Can I only live to 28 years old, am I still human? Often. On the information board that the doctor provided, Lukton himself is an ordinary person, nothing more, nothing less. Lukton continued to give orders, continued to search, and when he received the results he nodded. Well, in March of the year 299, a person named Lokeen Hoa. Yi shook his head and replied, insufficient permissions, visitors cannot query martial artist information, please provide genetic blood samples to create users. Lukton looked at his hand, registered a user who needed to provide a blood sample. He asked the doctor, what kind of supply is this, is there a syringe or something inside this machine? Without explaining much, The wormwood doctor approached Luke Tan and bit the tip of his finger. Looking at the series of actions of the worm doctor, Luke Tan felt a bit shy. This is. Doctor, I let go of Luke Tan's arm, taking away his blood. I covered his mouth and said, the blood sample was completed, testing was in progress. Luke Tan gasped and clenched his fists thinking, phew, the future person is really playing big, even if he's just a fictional character, structure. At that moment, the wormwood robe's body suddenly blurred. Luke Tan was confused. Huh, what's wrong? The wormwood's body suddenly burst into flames, a red notification appeared, ding. The announcement rang out, the human genetic blood sample was discovered, the fire plan was launched. Connecting to fire library resource number 1359, connection successful, powers unlocked. Looking at a series of notifications, Luke Tan was confused. What is that fire? Is it a plan to leave Earth to find a new world? Accordingly, on the screen appears the information of the saint, basic information, full name of a saint, male gender, life expectancy, martial arts in June of the year 297, martial arts in the month of August, the year 330, private, martial arts ability, level 4 martial artist, level 2 usable powers, life experience, graduated from Baihei Academy of Baihei City, with a school's number 1 ranking achievement, second place 33 of Baihei City, was admitted to Wuhan Baihei University, after graduating from Wuhan Baihei, joined the military region, then served in Tiananmen military region, August 334 died on the battlefield in the Southern War Zone, age 37 years, marital status, unmarried, highest ranking military officer, lieutenant, military achievements, first class military achievements 3 times, second class military achievements 5 times 12 times in third place, without any outstanding contributions, with a 2-star historical rating. Luke Tan exclaimed in surprise, oh, why did my introduction to my identity change? The future has changed, looking at the details, with the first place in school that year. At that time, Luke Tan was honored as an excellent graduate. Admission to Wuhan Baihei University. 3 years later joined the military region, then served in the Southern military region, 3 years later joined the military region, then served in the Southern military region, died in the Southern War Zone. Died at the age of 37, unmarried, lieutenant rank, no outstanding contributions. Could it be that after I become stronger, the future will change? In the data, even the trajectory of my life before the age of 18 was identical, even the increase in strength before the college entrance exam was recorded. But in the face of heavy history, that small shock is not even a small ripple. In humanity's huge database, there are no geniuses at all. Luke Tan sighed. After all, in history for more than 10,000 years, there are too many geniuses to count. The so-called people who left their names in history are just a few people. He was sure, however, that there were errors in the data. He just gave me a vitality score of 2012 in the college entrance exam, a combat ability index of 257 was recorded. If you remove the space, based on the current speed only practicing physical training, poetic methods and the maintenance of existing resources, more than 200 days to achieve this result is normal. However, if I practice more and gain more in the dream space, then my achievements will have to go further. How could he reveal himself as a saint? He was only ranked 23rd in the city, so he was included in the national list. Everyone knew of his existence. Luke Tan frowned and assured himself that it was his future. Fire library resources, definitely cannot be just that. He raised his hand to look and expressed his determination and said, if you continue to become stronger, you can change the future. Luke Tan clenched his fists, fiercely determined. In the future human civilization will come to an end, so I, Lotan, will change history and reverse the situation. He remembered his genius sister Green Light, his parents, and the series of zombies always waiting to rampage. Luke Tan's whole body burst into flames. He determinedly said, I will be the kindling that will spread the grassland. Early morning, at Luke Tan's residence. Luke Tan woke up and went to the dining table. He saw Luke Keen-hoa sitting at the table and Luke's mother brought a pot of soup from the kitchen. Seeing Luke Tan, Luke's mother asked with concern, Little Saint, why haven't you changed your clothes yet? Don't you need to go to school today? Luke Tan picked up the dumplings and replied to his mother, yes, the teacher said that in the future, he could choose to study at home and no longer need to go to class. Luke's mother still felt that something was wrong. Was there such a thing? Luke's mother drank water and thought, schools also have the option of self-studying at home. Why haven't I heard of that? At this moment, Luke Tan finished breakfast, pulled up his chair and stood up, saying, I'm full. So please go back to your room to practice first. It's hard for me and I have to clean up the dishes. Mother Luke smiled and waved her hand. Go ahead, you have to maintain this enthusiasm. Luke Keen-ho stared at his brother, his eyebrows couldn't help but frown. This kid, I feel like he's changed more and more these days. He no longer has the naive look of the past. Looking at Luke Tan's cold back, she thought to herself, even more so, calm and mysterious. Returning to his room, Luke Tan closed the door. He reached out to start his muscles, but the phone on the table suddenly rang. Pick up the phone and answer, hello, teacher. On the other end of the line, Chung Tran Kwok spoke up, Tran Tan, you already have your scholarship, come to school to get it in the afternoon. Luke Tan nodded and replied, yes, you've worked hard. As if remembering something, Chung Chan Kwok asked, yes, why didn't you come to school today? Isn't it necessary to discuss the matter of your school time? I'm still thinking. Luke Tan's voice became serious, Teacher Chung, I don't have much time left, so I can't continue wasting it anymore. For the time being, it's not convenient for me to explain clearly to you. I'll contact you later, teacher. Hey, before Chung Chan Kwok could say a word, Luke Sheen directly hung up the phone. Analyzing in my heart, there is no time left to think about the problem of being too excellent and being envied by others. I have to show my talent, must surprise everyone. Only by showing more talents can we get more resources. Must use the fastest speed to reach the top of the mountain, then find a way to change the future. Luke Tan went to the Wormwood doctor. Luke Tan operated the command screen, bothered to call out my authority, looked up all the methods of cultivating, enlightenment and recording related to martial arts, search for you. A moment later, a series of results appeared, the screen spread out, the search was successful, a total of 465,751 results. Luke Tan was a bit stunned, there were too many of these, selecting the most suitable techniques for first-level cultivators, and at the same time filtering out the most valuable content. Receive the command, the system responds, yes, it is selecting for you. Limited scope, first-level cultivators, filter 34,521 results, sort them, and select the highest corresponding result, completing the selection. There were 3 results in total, 3 screens appeared in front of Luke Tan. Luke Tan looked up, this was the best technique in the past 10,000 years. One is the eternally refined physical technique, an introductory level, created by the strongest person in the 11th level of the martial arts world, and placed in the fire-type plan, naturally breathing method. The introductory version was created by Duong Niet Dan, the strongest person in the 11th level of martial arts, and placed into the fire seed plan. The crystal visualization method, the introductory version, was created by the strongest person in the 11th level of the martial alliance and placed in the fire plan. Looking at the 3 techniques in front of him, Luke Tan was surprised, level 11, level 11, level 11, the strongest person in front of him had not yet passed level 9, the things here were all at level 11, this was too much, it's absurd. Although it is still just an introductory version, the value is so valuable that it is difficult to express. These techniques have all been put into a plan to harmonize the race. It seems that the strong people in the martial arts world have already predicted this fate. Because they are incompetent, they can only pass on all the love they have learned in their lives, hoping that in the next generation there will be someone to help them continue this plan to harmonize the race. Unfortunately, they absolutely cannot. Unexpectedly, the person who picked up this fire seed was not their next generation, but me. Luke Tan closed his eyes tightly, punched with his hands, constantly refining his physical techniques. His body ocean became a miniature universe, his mind was clear, his spirit was not released. Refine blood, strengthen body and soul, temper spirit, enter into every cell, so that every cell turns into a crystal with invincible power. Let the blood flowing in the body turn into galaxies, from internalizations in the body into stars. The body density of martial artists is extremely high, their strength and defense have reached unimaginable levels, their acupuncture points are as strong as stars, as thin as galaxies. Suddenly, Luke Tan's eyes widened. It's not enough. If it is said that the physical technique practice before was 1, then the effectiveness of physical technique practice is 1,000, even higher, when first starting. At first, it's just like any other exercise, nothing else. Then next, natural breathing method. Luke Tan raised his hand to press the second technique, the natural breathing technique. The first time, the breath of fire. A fire burned, surrounding Luke Tan's body. Ho! Luke Tan exhaled a breath, a fire also spewed out from his mouth. He hugged his hot chest. Luke Tan widened his eyes. This is the breath of peace. His body seemed to have countless flames burning, even the blood in his body began to heat up. Okay, this is just the first method of breathing, there are still many properties of the breathing technique behind it. This is so powerful. After trying the first two exercises, Luke Tan moved to the last technique. Next, the crystal visualization method. Luke Tan sat down and said, taming the mind, strengthening the will, related to the most mysterious energy in martial arts practice. Luke Tan sits cross-legged to practice, this means the spiritual power of practice, let me try it out. Opening his eyes, in front of Luke Tan is an endless space. Luke Tan said in surprise, here is the spiritual world. Luke Tan flew to his spirit. He thought to himself, the spirit of will is extremely important in martial arts. A martial artist has a steadfast will without any distracting thoughts, whether in combat power or cultivation speed, far surpasses martial artists in willpower, greedy and lustful. Luke Tan ran around his best friend's spirit, he ran and said, but how is this practice, it's really ineffective. After a while of observation, Luke Tan let out a frustrated sigh and shouted, it seems like we can only slowly practice later. Luke Tan's eyes slowly opened, his face was drenched in sweat. Sitting up, Luke Tan's whole body was tired and panting, this feeling of fatigue was too strong, it didn't feel like he was dreaming at all. It was so stinky, Luke Tan now realized the mucus on his body, was this sweat coming from his body? Looking at the dirt on his body, Luke Tan gently raised the corner of his mouth, indeed, the effect of cultivating in the dream will also affect the body in reality, so powerful. Let's go take a shower. The effectiveness of the physical refining technique and the natural breathing method can actually force out the impurities in the body, it's unbelievable. My cultivation is now increasing very quickly, after I get the scholarship money back tomorrow, I can start practicing medicine. 10,000 years from now, this rare pill method will not only help my food increase, it will even change the pharmaceutical composition of the whole world. The next morning, at Baka Academy, a group of excited students ran quickly forward. Chung Chan Kwok brought the card forward, his voice helplessly admonishing him, next time you should at least tell the teacher first before coming. Opposite, Luke Tan obediently accepted the card and replied, I know, I'm bothering you, Teacher Chung. Chung Chan Kwok waved his hand and said, if you have something to do then go, at least you have to come to school to take attendance once a week. Luke Tan nodded and replied, yes. Looking at Luke Tan's silhouette walking away, Chung Chan Kwok thought, this kid, I haven't seen him for 2 days. Why do I feel like I can't understand it anymore? Going out of the building, Luke Tan stared at the card in his hand. Finally, I have money in hand, I have to quickly solve this problem of insufficient blood, I have the medicine of the future world, adjusting the supplements myself is the best way. The prescription I checked last time was in the Hoishuan source warehouse, in this era, this stage, the most suitable for me, that is, Ling Company coated blood tang, and Duang Tu Dan. No matter how simple the medicine is, it still requires professional equipment, just a little difference in burning intensity and dosage will create a completely different effect, you need a professional medicine preparation room. Building a room on your own is impossible, the money on hand is simply not enough, let's see, you can rent equipment from the pharmacy. Luke Tan glanced at the pharmacy in front of him. A man spoke up, huh, rented a room to prepare medicine. He stood with his arms crossed in front of the door and said, what a joke. The medicine preparation room is an important part of the pharmacy, do you want to see the secret medicine of my pharmacy? I'm not stupid, let him in. There is no door, go quickly. After finishing speaking, don't let Luke Tan say a word, directly slam the door. Looking at the tightly closed door, Luke Tan sighed, this is already the 7th pharmacy, it's really not good. Looking at the medicinal herbs in his hand again, Luke Tan thought, he had already bought enough of the ingredients to make the blood tangerine, and even bought extra. Looking at the bank card in his hand again, the money in the card that the teacher gave him was not 30,000, but 10,000, it was probably his own money. Luke Tan carried a pile of things to the deserted house, he thought, if it really doesn't work, he can only go online and buy some old tools to try. Luke Tan walked forward, passing through the street, Luke Tan's eyes suddenly lit up. Is there still a pharmacy here, in this remote, deserted place, or? Opening the door and going inside, Luke Tan said, hello. But inside the store at this time, There was a person holding the phone, making a sound, 3 years of strange peeing, please return to the throne. Seeing people coming, the horse galloped a bit then and there. Luke Tan walked over to say hello, me, but before he could finish his sentence, the concubine directly interrupted, saying if you want to buy something, see for yourself, once you've got it, come to me to pay. Luke Tan continued to say, I didn't come to buy medicine. The concubine stared at the phone, not bothering to speak, don't dream of buying and then running away, in the store I'm only talking about me, the video is very clear. Luke Tan squinted his eyes and thought, no matter how bad the previous pharmacy's attitude was, they would still politely come and ask what they needed. This guy is good, showing off this secret that he doesn't want to do business with at all. The horse was now staring at the phone, inside was a girl dancing. Luke Tan was angry, directly hit the table, his hand pressed the person's phone down. Phi Ma, with a distorted face, shouted, fuck it, do you want to die? Luke Tan was not weak. His face was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the horse was scared and died. Ma Fai stepped back in fear, cautiously asking, you, what do you want? Luke Tan said directly, I came to ask you something, does your pharmacy have a medicine preparation room? Concubine Ma didn't understand and asked, what if it is, what if it isn't, aren't you here to buy medicine? Luke Tan smiled friendly, knocked on the table and said, if so, I would like to discuss a business deal with you. After a while of struggling, the two finally came to the front of a room. Just as Luke Tan went to open the door, he was stopped by a concubine. Let's make it clear, 1 hour is 500, if you don't use 1 hour, you have to count it the same, at most you can only use 3 hours, and there's more. Luke Tan took out his bank card, confidently said, oh, I know, pay in advance. Hearing this, the concubine excitedly opened the door, okay, feel free. Hearing that, he immediately replied, okay. Luke Tan put on his robe. Then go to the lab table, let's start, the first time making medicine. Holding the lizard in hand, then first, start with processing the ingredients first. The green-scaled lizard catabolizes, separates the scales, leaves it alive, adds a neutralizing agent, prepares the medicine at a concentration of 3 to 5%, and leaves it at a stable temperature. Next, condense the moonstone, use a laser, adjust the visible light radiation, divide the material into 2 forms, liquid and liquid, collect, cool, and finally, cut. 30 grams of catabolized persimmon root. The catabolized root is extremely hard. It is necessary to control the dosage and raw materials after processing. After the conditioning process, adjust the medicinal properties, based on the ratio and the reaction order is mixed. Finally got it, the bloodthirsty spiritual body. Looking at the liquid in his hand, Luke Tan exclaimed, it was successful. I didn't expect it to be successful just once, this is a tonic from 1,000 years later. But in the end, whether it is successful or not, we still have to wait until after using it to know. Luke Tan picked up the test tube and poured the liquid directly into his mouth. After drinking, Luke Tan nodded, I don't feel anything, I don't have any taste, could it be that I failed? Suddenly, Luke Tan's body shook and a feeling of pain came. Luke Tan clutched his chest in pain, the test tube also fell to the ground and broke into pieces. He screamed in pain, his whole body covered in blue veins. Lying on the ground, Luke Tan gasped for breath and groaned in pain. After a while, the pain subsided. This medicinal power is so strong, just now it has filled the lack of energy and blood due to leveling up too quickly for a long time, there is even left over. The effect is so good, and it doesn't cause any damage to the body, it's unimaginable. Not only that, the blood-removing medicine has such strong effects, it also has beautifying effects, skin as it increases skin elasticity, shrinks pores. This is 10,000 years, the crystallization of the wisdom of martial arts. At this moment, the door made a sound. Luke Tan opened the door to look outside. What's wrong? It's already time, didn't you say not to bother me? Ma Fai didn't explain, she said enthusiastically, there was no time to explain, quickly go from the back door, quickly, you're home, our mistress is home. Outside, a pair of white feet wearing luxurious high heels stepped out of the car. A beautiful short-haired woman was waving her car keys as she entered the pharmacy. She went straight, carrying the box into the laboratory. Place the box on the table, inside are test tubes filled with colorful solutions. She picked up a test tube and drank the solution. Seeing that there was still no effect, the girl continuously drank all the test tubes. After a while, she angrily banged on the table. No, no, still no. The reaction efficiency of the medicinal herbs was low, it did not promote its medicinal properties at all. No, something like that, at all, considered a tonic. A sound rang out on the computer screen. How can a martial artist say that he can't get up, let the past things blow away with the wind? Don't add yesterday's wounds to today's cup. Only by appreciating now can we harvest tomorrow. Long tiger erectile dysfunction pill, you deserve to have it. She stared intently at the screen, her whole body stiffening. Her eyes were red. Under the rapid development of martial arts, and the medical support industry was changing day by day, every day new and better medicine was being researched, the old medicine was being discontinued, break down and remove. On her desk is a family photo, but the mother's face has been erased. She suddenly brought her finger to her mouth and bit it. She bit her nails and thought, now on the shelves of Han Yunwang are still the same herbal remedies from 100 years ago, the market is completely uncompetitive. If I can't find a new medicine, the inheritance that my father personally entrusted to me will all be hateful. Forget it, I don't have the strength to do research, I can only cooperate with the old pharmacist. Mr. Trung in the neighboring city has just researched a medicinal recipe, this time I must go there and get it. Hajia can do it, whether or not she will change her life depends on this time. Then she turned and left the laboratory directly. At this moment, the concubine hurriedly opened the door. Miss, aren't you going to the next city today? The concubine lifted up the curtain for the young lady. He thought, are you back so soon? The horse's whole face turned red, the air around him bloomed. He silently exclaimed, in his heart the horse exclaimed, Miss Ha, still so beautiful, this cold temperament, beautiful face. Hey, you are my goddess forever. Thinking about the day when Miss Ha will belong to him, he happily thought, the family gradually deteriorated, only he was the one who steadfastly protected the goddess by her side. Finally, having a lover becomes family, both love careers are going well, going to the top, that's exactly how it's written in novels, isn't it? While thinking idly, a scream rang out, Ma Fai still couldn't get out of her dream and replied, I'm here, what's wrong with Miss Ha? Ha Lengdu asked with an angry face and asked, this is it, what's the matter, did you secretly bring someone into my drug administration room, you see the clothes are dirty. Concubine Ma exclaimed with an infatuated face, her angry appearance was so beautiful, but she quickly shouted in surprise, no, Ha lady, how could I do that? Ha Lengdu covered her face, this guy, leave, you don't need to come tomorrow anymore. Ma Fai panicked, quickly spoke up, Ha miss, please listen to my explanation. The shirt was thrown straight into the trash can. Ha Leng Factor's angry voice rang out, damn it, I'm so angry. Ha Leng Factor's angry voice rang out, damn it, so angry. All tools must be wiped and washed once again. Ha Lengthu closed his eyes and hands and still diligently wiped the clothes. After that, he had to decontaminate, which was also necessary. This guy also used an activator and a ray control device. Suddenly, the Ha Leng element's eyes noticed the bottle on the table. This was a catabolic green scale, using an activator to activate the green scale lizard, but removing the most valuable scale. Still having not heard of the treatment method, Ha Lengthu smiled mockingly and thought, it seems that he is also a guy with unrealistic ideas, if he wants to research the medicinal recipe himself. Researching the medicinal recipe requires intelligence, a strong pharmacological reserve still requires huge investments and countless combinations of tests. A person doesn't even have his own medicine lab, and still has the illusion of getting rich overnight. But well, putting hope into this myth, isn't what I want to do right now. Ha Leng's eyes fell on the broken test tube on the ground. Okay. Just casually sneaking into someone else's medicine room, using the materials without mentioning it, and even breaking a few things for fun. Right, really good. How many more surprises did today give me? She laughed and said, okay, casually sneaking into someone else's medicine room, using materials without saying anything, and even breaking a few things to have fun. Right, it's really good. Today, how many more surprises are there for me? Picking up the test tube, Ha Lengthu sighed once, twice, but at this moment she discovered something was wrong. This quality, this taste, the primordial stone, the spring lava tree branch, what combination is this, still producing such a reaction? This medicine, I have never heard of it, can it be said? Thinking so, Ha Leng Factor directly raised his hand to the edge of the test tube. She took a small drop of liquid and slowly raised her hand to taste it. Then she put the solution in her mouth. Ha Lengtu's eyes lit up, This is. And the concubine was carrying her luggage right now, sadly walking on the road. That rotten boy had killed her. If she had known earlier, she wouldn't have made any more money outside. Ma Fai raised her head to look back at the medicine counter, unable to bear it. My goddess, I don't believe our fate will end here. God, please let me see my goddess again for a little while. At this moment, the horse turned around and saw the howling element chasing him, even if it was just a little bit. Haha. I only saw howling too running and calling out, horse concubine, don't go, stop quickly. Ma Fai said with indifferent eyes, full of emotion, Miss, no, do. Ma Fai jumped up happily. I knew she had me in her heart. I wouldn't go anywhere, that's all. Being by your side is where I belong forever. But before I could finish my sentence, a hand grabbed my collar. Howling to questioned, just now, who exactly came to my medicine room? I want to see him right now, immediately. Seeing that the concubine didn't speak, Howling too became anxious. Are you deaf? Tell me, I want to see him. If I can find him, he can continue to work and increase his salary. Double, understand? Ma Fai picked up the phone and stammered, I have a way to contact him. Howling Thu grabbed the phone, threw it straight to the ground, and quickly gave it to me. Howling Factor stared at the phone. The medicine just now has a chi and blood tonic effect that is 10 times more effective than other blood tonic medicines currently on the market that cost less than 100,000 yuan, and also has all kinds of whitening effects, available beauty, muscle gain. The main ingredients are common medicinal herbs. The price does not exceed 5,000 yuan. This is a new world-class medicine. Howling to dialed Luke Tan's number. She thought to herself, finally, let me meet. This is Hajia's fate. On this side, Luke Tan is immersed in the spiritual world, cultivating his own martial arts. His eyes slowly opened, feeling his body. Constantly refining physical techniques, it is truly worthy of being an 11th level technique after 10,000 years, so great compared to the human body's potential. It is truly hard to believe. If this continues, perhaps in my body there will give birth to a true star. Natural breathing is also miraculous enough. It has a very strong ability. If this breathing method were not coordinated, the effect of physical training would not be so good. Qi and blood have been greatly enhanced, and the spiritual body's blood circulation is indeed very good. He looked at the medicine bag and thought, just now he made 12 bottles of liquid medicine. With his current physical condition, absorbing 2 bottles a day is enough. After 6 days he has to figure out how to add a little more. At this moment, Luke Tan's phone rang. I called and you didn't answer. What's the use of calling? Picking up the phone to look at it, Luke Tan was a bit stunned. After that, he also picked up the phone. Hello. On the other side, Howling Thu spoke excitedly for a while. Big deal. Hello, I'm so embarrassed. I'm bothering you. We're the people I'm in charge of. Tian Wang Howling Factor. I see the medicine you left behind. It is a product that opens a new era. We can cooperate. Tian Wang will do our best to introduce this type of product. On the other side, Luke Tan spoke up. Okay, we'll meet in a week. Howling to quickly said in a panic. A week, if possible now. Hello master. But the phone was immediately disconnected. Disconnect. After a week, it didn't work. Howling Thu grabbed Ma Fai's collar and gave orders. From now on, you are in charge of helping me find this master, as quickly as possible. For 6 days, I will give you 10,000 yuan every day. Do you understand? Hearing the mention of money, the concubine's eyes immediately lit up. Really? The lady said she had to keep her word. Oh, but, is the landlady mistaken? The concubine asked a little confused. The person who asked me to rent a medicine room is only a dozen years old, looks like a student. Is he really the medicine master you said? Ma Fai recalls Luke Tan's hard-working and serious appearance at that time. Hearing this truth, Howling Thu completely shivered. What, student? Just how divine is he? There was no one on the street outside, but the sounds of fighting could be heard. The monster received a painful punch. After this punch, another punch was thrown, sending the monster flying. The monster's hand held something that radiated energy. Luke Tan looked towards that monster. With sharp eyes, Luke Tan spoke up, gasp, come here, today's target is you. The black thing it held was its heart. Hearing Luke Tan's words, the monster personally put the heart back in its place. Luke Saint quickly run over, let me test whether a level 1 martial artist like me can fight a level 4 martial artist like you. Blood fell from the heart, and the monster immediately threw it to the ground. How could the monster be left alone? rushing towards Luke Tan. The powerful fist punched directly into Luke Tan's body. Luke Tan reached out his hand to block, his whole body trembled, it was really heavy, his strength was at least twice his own, he couldn't fight frontally. The monster bared its sharp teeth and clenched its fists in its hands. Not stopping there, the monster rushed forward like crazy. The fist that the monster threw hit the air. Luke Tan did not know when he quickly circled behind it. The monster bewilderedly looked forward to see where Luke Tan had gone. From behind, Luke Tan quickly kicked its back. The monster was beaten, his whole body fell to the ground. Taking this opportunity, Luke Tan threw himself up. He put his foot straight on the monster's body. After this punch, the monster was defeated, lying on the ground, and Luke Tan was tired and panting and couldn't breathe. Holding his chest, Luke Tan said, "Fighting to the death on the front lines, hunting animals protecting the city. They are not monsters that level up to gain experience, but rather, humans die." He looked at the monster's slowly disappearing body and said, "The immortal heroic spirit." Before he was alive, he was a level 5 powerhouse, no wonder his fists were so strong. It's not like it lost an arm or has no intelligence, it can only fight based on the instinct of its remaining muscles. I can't defeat it. I have been practicing constantly refining physical techniques, and natural breathing and crystal visualization methods for nearly a week. Through the rapid growth of chi and blood from the spiritual body, I also have the ability to perceive and absorb notes from the fist method, brisket 1. If I use the secret technique and the breathing valve in constant refining of physical techniques, I can explode several times 10 times, even 100 times my normal state. At this moment, a bunch of monsters rushed out, surrounding Luke Tan in the middle. Luke Tan's whole body suddenly radiated energy. The new trick he came up with is this fusion trick, which I named, Constant Star Power Generation. Return to the hotel. Luke Tan walked up to the little spirit and said hello. I want to borrow the camera to check if there are still rooms available. The little spirit propped up his hands and smiled teasingly, "Little brother, why are you here again? It's not like the exam is coming soon, the blood value can't increase that quickly." Luke Tan smiled shyly and scratched his head and said, "Yes, thinking about seeing if I could try it out a bit." In my head I thought, that's right, this is the second time I've come this month. For a normal person, in other words, it takes at least a few months, even half a year, to check once. Even if the school cares about students' achievements, it also checks every month. The little spirit laughed loudly and said, "Room 2 or 6, there's still space left, go in yourself, come on." Luke Tan nodded and said, "Yes, thank you." Going into the hotel room, Luke Tan put his hand into the monitor. If his strength hadn't increased so quickly, who would want to check in regularly and see that his appearance had not improved at all? First check the blood gas value. Then, the test results came out. The results appeared on the screen. The blood energy value was 15,623, martial artist level 2. Luke Tan exclaimed, 10.5.6, again having increased so much, it far exceeds the standards of a second-level martial artist. Luke Tan smiled, thinking happily, if you think about it carefully, it's true, the highest martial arts of 10,000 years, plus the most advanced tonic in the future. If there was no such exaggerated growth, then that's just strange. Luke Tan rolled up his sleeves and walked to the testing machine. Well, tested his combat power again. Then Luke Tan threw a move forward. A white smoke emitted. The screen displayed the message, 3137. When Luke Tan saw the results, he couldn't help but feel surprised. 3137, is that so? Twice the standard value. Luke Tan analyzed in his heart, perhaps it was because of his boxing technique. Not only that, if so, the limit of his fighting power would be even more unpredictable. Tried again. Then Luke Tan threw a second strike towards the meter. He tried the power-generating trick he created. A moment later, the little spirit saw Luke Tan coming out of the room. Yu Ling smiled and asked, "Little brother, are you done checking? You look satisfied." Luke Tan smiled and nodded, "Yes, very satisfied." Yu Ling watched Luke Tan leave, cheered and said, "Wishing you a smooth exam, keep up the good work." Looking at Luke Tan's leaving back, the little spirit still smiled and waved. The little spirit's face turned red and he exclaimed, "The kid who pretends to be cool, but when he smiles, he's actually handsome." At this moment, a voice rang out, "Who are you talking about?" Yu Ling raised her head and saw Tianj and Lam He appear. She was a bit surprised and shouted, "Senior sister." There was also junior brother, Suong. the daughter of the headmaster of the Hongshuyan Martial Arts Club. Tian teased the little spirit next to her. I had just brought my little junior brother back from soaking the medicinal cup. I saw that she was still in love with a guy. Did the person just come to check on me? The little spirit shyly waved his hand and said, "Hey, I don't like guys, just a normal high school student, but he's really handsome." Lam He crossed his arms and snorted, "What's the use of being handsome? He can't make a living. The level of martial arts in this society is everything. Looking at the way he dresses, he looks like he belongs to a normal family. Too much investigation is useless." Tian narrowed his eyes as he thought, being good at martial arts training resources can be said to be the most important factor. Lam He has been eating various supplements since childhood to grow up, but has not yet begun to practice. Then the value of blood energy is one level higher than that of others. She looked at Lam He and thought to herself, now practicing all kinds of martial arts, the distance from people of the same age before is constantly widening. It is difficult to avoid arrogance. Tian rushed in and gave Lam He a punch to warn her, "There you are, don't compare yourself to a child from a normal family. If you have good resources, you have to work hard to cultivate, don't be proud of your achievements all day long." Lam He held her swollen head and cried, "I'll know later." Suddenly, blue eyes lit up. He excitedly hugged Suong and said, "Sister Suong, let's discuss something with you. I want to see the test results of this person." Suong asked suspiciously, "Huh? Why?" Lam He confided, looking at his appearance, "He was also a few years older than me, probably a student. I just wanted to see if I tried to practice like that, would it be effective or not. If not, in my heart, I also feel uncomfortable and begged." Tian sighed, helplessly said, "Too, I can't deal with you, but you have to remember, that's just a normal person, don't be too complacent." Lam He said with a big laugh, "Of course." The staff gave the test results to Tian. Today he was the only one who came here to check. "In my place, I can see the results and receive the test results." Suong said, "Luke Don, what a result, what a student." But when looking at the results, Tian panicked. "This is it." Lam He fell to the ground in fright, exclaiming, This machine is probably broken, isn't it?" Yuling then replied, "No, this machine just finished a routine check yesterday." Hearing this, Suong said in surprise, "That means?" Suong was extremely surprised and said, "Is this achievement real?" "Chuling, do you have his address or phone number?" Chuling quickly replied, "He is not a member, he is not registered, he often comes to our Hongshuyan dojo, definitely it's just nearby." Tian quickly ordered, "Contact the staff who are free, collect information about the students here, we will definitely find him." Quickly, hearing the order, the little spirit immediately went to investigate. Tian stared at the result in her hand. She silently thought to herself, "Luke Don." The iPad screen reflected Tian's serious face. She seemed determined to say, "I will definitely find you." At this time, Luke Don sat in a taxi going to a high-rise building in the city. The driver laughed loudly and praised, "Young man, it was fun talking to you. Next time I have a chance to meet you, I will introduce my daughter to you." Luke Don happily replied, "Definitely, definitely." Uncle is really enthusiastic. If he had known earlier, he would have gone to the Martial Arts Association to take the second-level martial artist identification exam. So he will definitely think that I have a problem with my mind, and it's not smart for me to talk on the way. Then, he walked to the front door of the building. Suddenly, a young man ran out in panic and shouted loudly, "It can't be, I'm in the house and the combat power has clearly exceeded 150, why is this happening, why is it like this?" He rushed out and knelt on the street, pleading, "My strength is fading." Hearing these words, the people standing next to him sighed and said, "There's no way, the Martial Arts Association's machinery is specially manufactured by the government, compared to the machines sold outside, they are more accurate, it seems that the normal performance must be a little better than before to be able to pass the test here." Hearing these words, Luke Tan confidently said to himself, "More precisely, that's great, I can finally know my true strength." After that, he calmly walked inside the conference. Luke Tan went to the front desk and asked, "Hello, how to participate in the martial artist identification exam?" The girl gave him a piece of paper and said, "Please fill out this table for a moment, then go to room 203 to conduct an inspection." Holding the piece of paper in his hand, Luke Tan opened the door and stepped inside. He was surprised and said blankly, "Here, this team is really long." Luke Tan stood dumbfounded outside the door and thought, "Clearly there is no time to waste, what should we do now?" The people nearby were constantly talking. I saw it. That girl is really beautiful. Did she come to check it out? The other guy replied, I saw it. Such a young lady, dare to come check. I'm afraid the ability is not ordinary. She looks very beautiful, has strong strength. God opens the door and opens the window. Looking at the people around here, Luke Tan silently said, most of the people in line were around 25 years old. I was also considered the youngest, she was even younger than me. Suddenly, a tall, muscular man walked in. He interrupted the crowd and said, I'm so embarrassed, I'll let it go. At the same time, a young man proudly said, okay, Nguyen, today is the moment you step onto the path of a martial artist, from here begins a new phase of your life. Nguyen happily replied, keep it up, dear, I believe you will definitely succeed. Suddenly, the leader of the village lightly touched his shoulder and said, it's so embarrassing. After being bothered, he raised his eyes to look at the tall Zhao chief and couldn't help but be surprised. Everyone gasped, this body, it's so strong, it feels bigger than the two of us combined, it's so strong. In front of this huge body, the man cautiously smiled and said, if you were in such a hurry then, before you could finish speaking, Nguyen angrily walked up and shouted loudly, hey, who are you, do you understand the order? No, line up, do you have the qualities? Don't think that just because you have a big head, you can arbitrarily destroy the rules. As soon as he finished speaking, the security guard replied, he can, because I just saw his application now, the chief of staff is probably the first person to check. He examined the third-level martial artist. Hearing these words, Nguyen opened her mouth and asked, level 3 martial artist. Checking for level 3 martial artists, oh my god, it's really rare, there are more than 10 level 3 martial artists in the entire Baihe city. Luke Tan secretly thought, the high strength of the martial arts world, the strong probably enjoy all kinds of privileges. After that, the security guard shouted loudly, summoned the room chief, and started checking, the first item, checking the blood gas value. Seeing this, Nguyen looked sulky and said, it's just a test for a level 3 martial artist, it's not like I'm participating in a level 3 martial artist, what's so bossy? The man next to him quickly coaxed, Nguyen okay, don't. Soon, Cheu Trong Fan had the results of the blood test. The result was 107, making everyone gasp, even surpassing the prescribed standard. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen with my own eyes a blood value of more than 100, it's really strong. The guard happily continued, Item 2, testing combat power. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Feng gave a strong blow to the device. Making everyone fall back before this power, Duong Din was confused and asked what the situation was. Don't touch me, only Luke Tan calmly observed the situation. This attracted the attention of the security guard. On the device displaying the message, it was 10,831. Witnessing this scene, the old man smiled and praised, great, congratulations to Mr. Fan, from now on, you are a level 3 martial artist recognized by our Baihe City Martial Artist Association. From now on every year, every month you can enjoy a martial arts allowance of 30,000 yuan. Hearing these words, Zhao Feng proudly glanced down. I only saw Luke Tan and one girl still standing firm in place while the others had all collapsed. Duong Din said angrily, more than 100 blood chi, more than 10,000 fighting power, this is a level 3 martial arts prize. The wind pressure produced by the fist makes it difficult for a level 1 martial arts prize to stand, it is truly a martial arts prize. Destructive gas. Luke Tan continued, this is the level of a level 3 martial artist. These words made Duong Din secretly say, what, this is the level of a level 3 martial artist, it's just standing firm under someone else's punch, what are you pretending to be, this guy? After that, Luke Tan gave the paper to the security guard and said, can I check next? After all, there was no one in line, he firmly told the security guard. Seeing his calm attitude, the security guard silently said in surprise, after opening his eyes with that punch, he could still be so calm, his temper was not bad. Then, he quickly replied, okay, next, Luke Tan started checking. Before starting the test, he smiled and advised, don't be nervous, make sure your heart rate is normal, just like normal. Before he could finish speaking, the result was out, the blood value was 15.7. Causing Duong Din to exclaim, what? This guy is only 17 or 18 years old, what the hell is that, is there a tonic in his veins? Cheu Trong Fan secretly exclaimed in surprise, a level 2 martial artist, only 18 years old, so young. This young man has such valuable blood and vitality. Next, when Luke Tan started to check the combat power, the security guard further advised, relax, don't be affected by the leader's power, check the combat power index as much as you want, just attack, once you're satisfied, that's all. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan replied, thank you, but there's no need. Once is enough. After saying that, Luke Tan used the momentum to hit a powerful blow. Chief Zhao stood aside and observed the situation. Duang Din gasped at the power of Luke Tan. Luke Tan's power shocked the entire hall. The surrounding glasses were all cracked in everyone's surprise. Even the village chief is no exception. Duang Din calmly observed the situation. The security guard shouted loudly in surprise, the combat power index was 15,709. Finished, Luke Tan sighed and said, after breaking through the barrier of boxing, add constant force, plus natural breathing. Combat power is directly upgraded to 10 times the standard of blood energy. Is this the appeal of martial arts techniques? The security guard trembled and said, classmate Luke, congratulations on passing the level 1 martial artist test. That's not right, your strength can completely surpass a level 2 martial artist, even a level 3 martial artist. Sorry, I can't give you an assessment right now, but please rest assured, I will now report to the higher levels of the association. The Martial Artist Association will not bury any talent, no, genius, especially a genius like you. I will go report and submit it. After all my career, I must give you a satisfactory answer, you can rest assured. Luke Tan stood frozen in place and said, huh. Faced with his actions, Luke Tan was confused and asked, so can I go home yet? Then, suddenly, the village chief came up behind him. Luke Tan calmly asked, are you looking for me for anything? Zhao Feng's face looked fierce and he quickly reached out his hand. His large hand pointed towards Luke Tan, making him confused and not knowing what to do. He coldly introduced himself and summoned the head of the room. Luke Tan was bewildered and pondered for a moment. Then he reached out to shake hands and replied, Luke Tan. Che Fan flashed his white teeth and smiled. Seeing this scene, the people below cheered and shouted, hello Mr. Luke, I am a mighty king, shake hands with me. Mr. Luke, I'm Ho Trong Min, can I bother you for a few minutes, Mr. Luke, look here. Luke, please stop, damn, that leader of the group robbed first, the mind of a level 3 martial artist really changes quickly. Outside the building, Luke Keen Hoa lamented, Sister Duang Hak hasn't come out yet. I don't know if it will go well or not, Fan Fan optimistically replied, you can rest assured, isn't it simple to certify a level 1 martial artist for a genius like her? At the same time, Luke Tan walked out from inside, surprising Luke Keen Hoa. She called out loudly, Luke Tan. Hearing her call, he was startled and looked after her. Then Luke Tan came closer to Keen Hoa and asked, why are you here? Luke Keen Hoa shouted angrily, I have to ask you this, I don't go to school, I just stay at home and sleep every day, what's the point of running to the association now? Hearing these words, Luke Tan silently said, here, if you don't go to school then stop it. Why even she knows that most of the time I'm in the bedroom, he shyly replied, I'm here to do some important things, seriously, what about you guys, is there anything wrong with you coming to the Martial Artist Association? Pham Fan walked up and calmly replied, hello Mr. Luke, I am Keen Hoa's classmate, my name is Feng Feng Feng, my friends often call me Fan Fan, this is a weak word, today we came with Duang asked the senior sister to participate in the test. Mr. Luke is really handsome. Not at all like what lied he always said, seeing the handsome faces of his two friends, Mr. Luke angrily shouted, hey, you two, Luke Tan replied with an amused smile, thank you. Keen Hoa said, you guys are doing very well, have you forgotten that someone at school has helped you little by little? Pham Pham quickly replied, of course it's you, our old mother. Seeing his sister's frown, Luke Tan gently patted her head and said, I swear I'll go home first, goodbye. Phantasm continues, goodbye Luke. Fan Fan kept exclaiming that the relationship between you two brothers was not bad, he lightly angrily replied, not good at all, have you two traitors gone blind? At the same time, Tutuak quickly shouted, big, Duang Din learns sister is out. Hearing that, Lighty ran closer and called out, Sister Duang Hak, how are you doing? Duang Din sighed sadly and replied, don't mention it anymore, something happened, so the entire inspection had to stop. maybe have to wait until the afternoon. Sanskrit was surprised and asked, what was the problem? The problem could cause the inspection to stop. Duangdin said that a monster, no, a demon, that boy was obviously the same age as me, but had a vitality value of 15.7, and his combat power even exceeded that of a martial artist, level 3, reaching more than 15,000. In vain, I always thought that my qualifications were not bad, but this time I met that guy, I realized that my qualifications were ridiculous. Keen Hoa said in surprise. Sister Duang Hak. Pham quickly asked more. That's right, Sister Hak, what is that person's name, do you know? Duangdin thought for a moment then replied, his name is Luktan. Hearing this familiar name, Lu Keen Hoa stood still and couldn't believe his eyes. She exclaimed, my brother, over here, Luktan is leisurely eating dumplings on the street. Then there was a group of people dressed in black shouting ferociously, asking if the other side was okay. Let's go now. The people present on the street were whispering, who is it, causing such a big commotion? It was said that it was martial arts. The Hongshuyan Kung Fu is looking for someone. Who is it that messed with the Hongshuyan martial arts kiosk? It's really unlucky. Those martial arts practitioners are very ferocious. If they were found they would probably have their legs broken. Luke Tan stood next to him and thought to himself, Hongshuyan Martial Arts Club. It seemed like they were looking for someone to check on them last time. The people there were just as fierce. He looked at the phone for a while and thought, leave it, it has nothing to do with me anyway, I don't answer the phone call, what's the use of hitting him? At the same time, the charity hall called again. We have to be a little indifferent to them. After all, every medicine in the future can easily be exchanged for a large amount of wealth, but whether they have this qualification remains to be investigated once before being able to decide. Returning to his home, Luke Tan struggled to do something. He took out his optical brain and started it up. He ordered to investigate the background of my life. As soon as he finished speaking, Quang Brain replied, yes, I still got it for you. There has been a huge change on the information board that Quang Brain released compared to last time. Reading this information made Luke Tan thoughtful. Basic information, name Luke Tan, life expectancy Junior 297, martial arts, until July 383 martial arts strength. Level 6 martial artist, powers can be used middle school, experience life, became a second-level martial artist at the age of 18, causing a stir in Baihei City, and then under the recommendation of the Baihei City Martial Artist Association, he participated in the Heavenly Training Camp, Dongnin Province, entered the top 20 of the training. That same year, he ranked first in the entire city, ranked 32 in the entire province, and ranked 145th in the entire country on the university entrance exam. He entered Dongnin Martial Arts University and graduated 3 years later, Dongnin Martial Artist, serving as a servant. 5 years later, his status changed to lieutenant officer, establishing the martial arts school of Baka City. At the age of 45, he was promoted to a 6th-level martial artist. At the age of 50, his attack on the 7th-level Grandmaster failed. In July of the year 338, he died in an attack by strange beasts in the city of Baiha, 87 years old, married, has 2 daughters and 1 son, highest military rank is lieutenant with no outstanding contributions, historical rating is 2 stars. Indeed it is like that, the future can be changed, at least my future can be changed. A week ago I was still a level 4 martial artist enjoying 37 years old, now I have become a 6th level martial artist lived to be over 80 years old, and eventually even had the hope of having a 7th level master realm. However, it is still very far away. This little change to the world or the future does not have any meaning. To change the destiny of the human race and develop the future trajectory of the entire world in 10,000 years, great strength is needed. A level 6 quasi-master is insignificant, even a level 7 Grandmaster, level 8 Grandmaster, or even a level 9 Martial Saint, will be very strong in the future. If you shake fate like that, change the outcome like that, only by reaching the peak of martial arts, breaking through level 10, or even level 11, will there be a glimmer of hope. Even though my hope is very small, I choose to go on this path and will not turn back. On the other side, Chunak Ha, the president of the Baka Martial Arts Association, the 6th level peak, listened attentively. Pure light, Dong Tak Phi Dang, Chi Tang form freely moved than company, then Tianch Chi form, depending on the atmosphere. The words are beautiful, one can see that the spiritual strength of the President Yu is strong, entering the 7th stage of the master level, perhaps it is only a matter of time. If President Chu could put that effort into teaching, it would be better. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Nok-ha replied, "Old leader, stop laughing at me. Why don't I want more martial arts geniuses to appear in our White River? But you also know that Beha has not had a martial arts family inheritance for many years, and does not have enough powerful resources to provide. Seeds with some talent will find a way to get out. I'm really powerless." The other end of the line warned in a low voice. The president said, "It's almost time to open the training camp." Hearing that, Chu Nok-ha was stunned. "We haven't sent anyone to participate for many years. In such a big city, it cannot be said that we have no achievements. Not being able to send anyone is the biggest humiliation. No matter what happens this time, you also have to keep your face for our mint, understand?" After speaking, he immediately hung up. Chu Nok-ha angrily slammed the table and cursed, "Hateful, why don't I want to develop my talent and make better achievements? If you could sit in a superior position and possess those resources, who would sit down and write these magic words to get promoted?" Suddenly, a girl hurriedly ran in shouting, "President, martial artist inspection side, something happened over there." Chu Nok-ha said in disgust, "Why are you in such a hurry? You don't even know what's going on when you knock on the door." The girl quickly replied, "Sorry, this is really too urgent. The judge just brought very important news." When he appeared, an 18-year-old second-level martial artist appeared whose fighting power had reached 15,000. Hearing this news, Chu Nok-ha quickly grabbed it. Quickly, give me the umbrella so I can take a look." He attentively watched every detail of the inspection. Inside is the process of Luktan testing his abilities. Looking at it, Chu Nok-ha said, "This is the perfect scene of martial arts." The girl standing to the side was confused and asked, "What does it mean?" Chu Nok-ha explained that this is the terminology of our martial arts world. She is not a martial artist, she only knows one thing, a person like him who practices martial arts to reach a perfect level. There are no more than 10 people in the world. That's not right. Even if the boxing technique is perfect, it is impossible to reach the above blood value of 15.7, the combat power of 15,000 strikes. Even if it is a fist, the beauty method only increases combat power by at most 2 times. At the age of 18, the value of vitality and blood is 10 times higher than the standard fighting power, for a child of a normal family. It must be like that, it must be like that, otherwise it's impossible to explain. The girl bewilderedly called out, "President." Suddenly, Chu Nok-ha hugged the girl and lifted her up. He smiled happily and said, "This is a rare genius martial artist, and one can appear in our White Galaxy City." At this time, the girl replied with a frown, "President, what is martial arts talent?" Chu Nok-ha replied that people who practice martial arts have a kind of talent that is favored by heaven. Their awakening is an ability that is stronger than the imagination of ordinary people. After awakening, their vitality and blood will increase greatly, and they also possess unique talents and amazing explosive power. Their speed is as fast as electricity. They are known as talented martial artists. Hurry up, I want to personally go to Luktan's house, visit his parents, thank them for giving birth to such a good son. The girl quickly replied, "Yes, I will inform the driver to prepare the car immediately." At the same time, Lam He hurriedly ran over and said, I got it, I found it." Senior sister Suong asked, "How is it?" Lam He replied out of breath, "His name is Luktan. He is a student at Bakha Academy. His father is a transportation worker in the body, his mother is an employee, cashier at Jiagyai supermarket. There is also a first-year girl, whose family lives in the 15-year-old subdivision." Lam He asked curiously, "Why are you looking for this person? Did he provoke you?" I said, "Sister, he is just a poor child from an ordinary family, there is no need to do that." As soon as he finished speaking, Tianch frowned and replied, "Shut up, it's not what you think." After that, she called and said, I knew it would be very fast. I didn't expect them to move so fast." Lam He asked in bewilderment, "It wasn't what I thought." "What was it? Why are you so picky?" After that, Tianch spoke loudly. Now he immediately went to buy some precious gifts suitable for his parents, elders and a girl. Hearing the order, he could only nod and answer, "Ah yes." Suong secretly exclaimed, "Finally found him, Luktan." Lam He turned away and mumbled to ask, "Are you really a picky son-in-law?" On this side, Luktan was concentrating on cultivating, when suddenly there was a continuous knocking on the door. Luke Keen-hoa said, "Brother Luke, go out quickly, there is someone looking for you outside." Luktan replied, "I know, come here. It's really been a long time, I still haven't heard the sound of his older brother. Someone is looking for me, could it be? Stepping outside, Luke Tan saw that Tianj was present here. Luke Tan's mother calmly said, "Little Saint, come here quickly." "This is," Chunakha replied. "Hello, Luke Tan's classmate. I am the president of the Beiha and Chunakha Martial Artist Association. I came here specifically for your inspection." Hearing that, Luke Tan was surprised and thought to himself, the president of the Martial Arts Association, at least a 6th-level qualifier. Luke Tan extended his hand and replied, "Hello President Chu, I am Luke Tan." Looking at his temperament, Chunakha secretly sighed, "Not bad, very calm, just relying on this temperament is already rare." Luke Tan turned to ask again. "This person was," Luke Tan's mother replied, "this person was Miss Tianj of the Hongshuyan Martial Arts Club." Suong smiled and said, "Hello, classmate Luke Tan. We met at the martial arts school before, I don't know if you were impressed or not." Luke Tan replied confusedly, "Hello young lady." Luke Tan said, "But even if we don't work, we still have food, the association gives us so much, I have to reciprocate." "I don't know if President Chu needs us to do anything or not." As soon as he finished speaking, Chunakha replied, "You really opened my eyes. Then I'll say it straight, we hope you can join Dongnin Province's Genius Training Camp." As soon as he finished speaking, Suong quickly stood up and shouted loudly, "President, you said the training camp of Heavenly Evil. It is indeed a training camp that gathers the most gifted martial arts geniuses, but it is also a place that destroys geniuses. Our martial arts school had previously had a senior brother participate in this training camp. After that, he was enthusiastic, but after returning, he became a complete failure and faded in front of many people. Classmate Luke Tan, your future is very open, there is no need to take such risks." Chunakha replied, "Yes, there is indeed a risk. It's just a place to choose a true genius, being the top genius in the entire city, he may also become a rock blocking the path of others, but he's not like that, since he showed it off. From your strength and potential, your future heights are absolutely not limited to this." "But Luke Tan classmate, I respect your choice, what is your answer?" Luke Tan looked at the card in Chunakha's hand and thought for a moment. Then, he replied, "You're right, the president is dead. I also believe, this is not my limit." President Chunakha breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, in 2 days, I will come pick you up, now I won't bother you anymore." 2 days later, we met, classmate Luke Tan. When he stood up to prepare to leave, Luke Tan's family also stood up to see off the guests. The door of the house closed. Tianj was watching when he spoke, then Miss. "Now you should tell me why you came here." Tianj looked at him and blushed. In her heart, she secretly felt that he was much more handsome than in the photo, then she pretended to cough and said, "I'm here this time. I want to invite you to study Luke Tan and become an honorary disciple of our Hongchan Martial Arts School." Luke Tan frowned and wondered what honorary disciple meant. Tianj explained that as a disciple, you normally don't need to come, of course you can come anytime you want, all the lessons and equipment are all free, you can even leave it to your assistant. My body personally teaches and enjoys the highest level of teaching treatment, in fact, it's just a name and no reality, there's no need to shoulder any obligations. Having finished speaking, she also thought to herself, if the label of a second-level or even a third-level martial artist of 18 years old was taken out, our martial artist would be famous in this White River city, right? She didn't dare at all. Imagine how many parents will scramble to bring their children here. Luke Tan flatly refused, "No way." Tianj immediately stood up and persuaded, "This aspect of treatment is negotiable, don't rush to refuse me." Luke Tan said, "It's okay to be an honorary member, you can advertise that I come to the martial arts hall normally, of practitioners, this is indeed the truth. The other things are not okay, I am not your disciple, even if it's in name or in reality, it's not okay, because I don't need it. If you can accept it then that's it, if not then I'm sorry, of course, later I will still go to the place where you do the inspection, after all it is quite close to my house." Tianj listened and hesitated. In the end, she could only sigh and agree, "Okay, but this honorary title was bought out by the Hongshuyan Dojo. Later, I will immediately send you your monthly salary, which will be delivered directly to your home, about 100,000, I won't bother you anymore, goodbye." She bowed her head in greeting, then left. As soon as the door slammed shut, Luke Tan turned to look at his parents. Luke Tan looked towards his parents, the sixth father and sixth mother looked at him with sparkling eyes and asked, "Little Saint, is this a dream? The bonus is 100,000, The monthly salary is 100,000, that is really the president of the Martial Artist Association, even personally came to the door to visit. Little saint, when did you become a second-level martial artist? What exactly are these situations? Luke Tan smiled kindly. He grabbed his mother's hand and replied, this is all true, I have truly become a level 2 martial artist. Mother, from now on you may not need to work at night anymore, staying up late at your age is very dangerous. Can. Dad also doesn't need to do heavy work anymore, how long will his back be strong? Now, I can also make money, everyone doesn't have to work so hard anymore, the whole family is happy. Appendix model smiled contentedly and hugged her son. In the path of good deeds. Hathuta kept biting his nails and muttering, it's been a week, not to mention his appearance, he doesn't even know his name. Recently, I've searched everywhere for the pharmacist's registration documents and can't find them at all. After all, the genius who made the medicine came out here, why can't I find any information? She bit her lip and remembered, the tonic he refined. The more she analyzed the data, the more surprised she became. Not only is it several times stronger than the level 1 and 2 tonics that meet the Pharmacists Association standards, it even surpasses most level 3 tonics. The effectiveness of the accompanying drugs reaches dozens of types, there are almost no side effects, and the effective time of the drug is so long that it is scary, and its price is still less than 3,000 yuan. The price of a third-grade pharmaceutical can reach 100,000, this is a great new medicine that opens a new era. The more he thought about it, the more impatient he was. He pounded the table, hateful. Where was this guy? Was he already fuming in the human world, seeing her so angry? The concubine who was cleaning couldn't help but tremble in fear. Body. Suddenly he saw something and hesitantly spoke up. Hey lady, I found that master. Hathuta immediately stood up and asked, what, where is he? The concubine pointed at the television screen and stuttered, it was him. Hathuta turned to look at it. The TV was broadcasting news about Luke Tan. Yesterday, an extremely outstanding martial arts genius appeared in our city. He was only 18 years old and passed the test, an official level 2 martial artist. His combat strength index even exceeds the standard of a level 3 martial artist. This achievement has far surpassed and broken the record of people of the same age in our city's Martial Artist Association. Wish me, let's celebrate and cheer together. And this genius is Luke Tan's classmate, studying at Baka Academy. Hasusu lost all his strength and fell down on the chair in disbelief, saying, is he just a student? In the city of trees, mountains and lakes. The high mountain is surrounded by green trees on all 4 sides, and deep in the forest there is a clear lake. The bird sitting on a tree branch was suddenly startled. It panicked and flapped its wings to fly away. Suddenly, something passed by in the blink of an eye. He didn't even know what it was, he only saw drops of water shooting up from the stream. It turned out that the shadow that just passed by was Luke Tan. He thought to himself, he didn't expect that the planet's power could also be used on his body. The skill was 4 times that of the star's power plus the absorption of dreams. His body technique had also reached a new level. His speed was 5 times faster than a normal level 2 martial artist. Call it tracing. Using this technique, Luke Tan soon reached the top of the mountain. He opened his eyes and looked at the majestic scene before him. After that, he began to close his eyes, breathe deeply and feel everything. The air and wind seemed to move. Luke Tan raised his hand. He slowly controlled the airflow and then used his internal force to launch forward. The mist was bent to both sides by his attack. Luke Tan slowly opened his eyes and let out a sigh. He happily looked at his hands. He had made a breakthrough. The value of his vitality and blood had clearly increased. His energy was also improved. Perhaps he could increase his strength 6 times. After the work of regulating the body's vitality, Luke Tan began to pick medicine. As he worked, he thought about it. He did not expect that his practice would have a big breakthrough. The medicinal herbs were also consumed immediately. The effectiveness of the medicine became worse as time went on. I needed to start refining the medicine. In this day and age, the value of this medicine has not yet been discovered. Medicine, if the system hadn't told me, it would have been impossible to find this thing. The medicinal herbs have probably already been ordered at the foot of the mountain, and they are probably ready now. You can also test how fast you can go down and trace the steps. Having finished speaking, Luke Tan jumped up. He soon reached the foot of the lake's mountain. He went to the person sitting on the rock engraved with the mountain's name and said, "Hello, I'm the one who just ordered the medicinal herbs, are you ready yet?" The person smiled and replied, "Your little brother is here, don't worry, everything is ready, everyone is here." Luke Tan went over to take a look. Duang Lin Tao, Mo Du Deep. Well, they were all complete, the medicinal ingredients were all very fresh, and the age was just right. Okay, I need 10 of each type of herb, 501 like I said before, this is 5,000. When you gave the money, the seller smiled faintly and put down his pipe. Don't rush. He pointed down at the pile of medicinal herbs that were forced to be bought and sold. It wasn't 500, but 1,000, moreover, all the medicinal herbs here, he had to buy them all. Luke Don's face darkened and he coldly asked what he meant. That guy doubled over and stood up. At this time, behind the cliff a group of tattooed people appeared, they still held knives and sticks in their hands and walked aggressively. The salesman said sinisterly, "Little friend, you are not a native of Thuhai, right? No, when you come to us, you have to follow our rules. Your parents never taught you." He said sinisterly, "When you go out, you have to be afraid when you know fear." Luke Ton curled his mouth and smiled coldly, his whole body radiated a cold aura. "It turned out that you guys were planning to force buy and sell." The other guy smirked and said, "I advise you not to use any tricks, these guys are all decent first-level martial artists, you call the police, there is no brother here, the police will come, you won't trust a single person, we're outsiders like you." They thought they had a lot of strength, so they confidently said, "So. If you're not a little obedient, don't blame these guys for letting you experience some suffering." When they were about to rush in, Luke Ton suddenly hit the nearby cliff. Immediately after, the cliff echoed with cracking sounds. The group of people, who were being aggressive, suddenly stopped and broke out in a cold sweat. When the saint lifted his hand off the cliff, he said, "Let me ask you something." He said coldly, "My current situation, is it time to be afraid?" He stretched out his hand, and even the stone was crushed into pieces. This was enough to make the looters speechless and raise their hands in surrender. They quickly knelt down, bowed their heads and begged, "Sorry, brother, no, father, we are blind, we are truly sorry." Luke Ton calmly walked over to get the medicinal herbs, and sarcastically said, "Why don't you continue, then I'll take the things," the seller said in a loud voice. "Okay, just take it all, you don't need to leave a single penny, again." Before he left, he reminded me that I would also teach you one thing in place of your parents: when doing business, you must be honest and not cheat. They obediently raised their hands and replied, "Thank you for your teachings, we will definitely change completely, become human again from the beginning." Luke Ton left satisfied. I still wanted to pay, it was them I don't want to. This time the materials are all prepared, ready to go to the training camp. After he left, the group of people were still surprised. What kind of world is this? Are all the students these days such perverts, crushing ice into powder with their bare hands? At least a level 3 martial artist, right? It's a bit difficult to envy or not. To be honest, I should still find a new job. Time passed. One day later, Luke Ton stepped down from the car. He is currently in Dongnin province, and is standing outside the Genius training camp. There are now many people waiting in front of the gate. As he walked in, he thought, "This is a training camp, it looks like a military base." Luke Ton looked at everyone around and suddenly discovered something. A martial artist's medal. Is the rule here that you need to wear a medal? My mom put it away and forgot to bring it here. Is it important? While thinking, suddenly a teacher came and asked, "What city are you from? Why are you alone?" Luke Ton replied, "Baka City." There was something to linger, so you came a little late. People around heard it and started whispering, "Baka City, didn't it already go in yesterday? Why is there still one guy left? Maybe it was just stuffed in the back." Even Juan, there is no chapter. Strangely, no one has come to Baja City for so many years. This year there are still 2 people coming here. The teacher checked the list and asked, a person came, "Are you the Luke Ton that the president of the Baka Martial Arts Association mentioned?" The others immediately laughed and mocked. No wonder, it turned out to be the person from the association. The head of the Baja City Martial Arts Association was especially concerned. Powerful, even with the president of the Martial Arts Association, even more powerful than a level 3 martial artist. I don't know how many gifts were given behind. The teacher saw the noise and shouted, "Everyone be quiet for me." Then he pointed behind him and instructed him to go in with the people of Dongwin City. After entering, it was a formality to enter the camp. All luggage had to be placed on the ground. Soon there would be someone special, came to help you collect it. Luke Ton nodded to show he understood. He then followed his grandfather's instructions and walked in, thinking as he walked, does the ceremony of entering the camp still require groups to enter? It seems that this is not a normal ritual. Suddenly, the ground shook, startling him. The sound of jingling chains rang out, followed by the door being pulled up. Most people shouted in panic, "Green beans, what's going on? What are you trying to do? Lock us up, is there a mistake or not?" The teacher calmly explained, "Okay, shut up, listen bowl carefully. Your mission is to go to the exit opposite the hallway. If you succeed, you will be considered to have passed the check-in. If you fail, you will go directly back, so come on." A few people couldn't help but shout in dissatisfaction, "What, isn't that talking about the entry ceremony? Why are you still checking? Hallway, what hallway? Hey, explain clearly." Suddenly, the ground under their feet separated, causing the group of people including Luke Tan to fall unprepared. Silence screams rang out, "Green beans, what the hell is this?" After falling for a while, Luke Tan and a few people landed safely, while others fell face down on the ground. They were confused. "Where is this? It hurts to death. What kind of ancient trap is this?" Luke Tan did not pay attention to them but looked in one direction. In front was a long corridor. He closed his eyes to feel. The structural space of the basement seemed to appear in his mind. Luke Tan seemed to have discovered something. As expected, this was not a normal hallway. What are these dark shadows? The effect of mental force is truly miraculous, almost like a superpower in a novel. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy laughed and said, "I thought it was some special trick. Is that all? How boring." Everyone in blue shirts got angry and pointed their fingers at him and scolded him. "Lin Xiaoyu, you already knew there was a problem with this camp entry protocol. Damn it, if you don't warn everyone, you'll cause me to fall just now." Lam Chiovu sneered sarcastically. He didn't even have this little ability to improvise. He still had the dignity to call himself an official martial artist, not to mention that he was a genius of Tan Win Tham City, going through the training camp. It's a shame. The other person was angry and was about to rush in. Lam Chiovu, "Oh my god," but the girl promptly stopped him. "Okay, stop arguing. Everyone comes from the same city, it's not easy to get into the training camp, we should probably unite together. Right now the most important thing is to quickly think of a way to pass this exam, is correct?" Lam Chiovu agreed, "Well, that's right, our Tanwin city is probably united, losing anyone is not good. This famous genius training camp, check out its camp, definitely not that simple." Then he didn't know whether he was intentionally or unintentionally heading towards the Luke Tan treasure. Now, there just happened to be an extra person here. He didn't know if this person had this kind heart. Could he go in there and explore the way ahead? The girl expressed, "That's not good," and the boy in blue shirt thought of the scene of Luke Tan walking into the trap and burst out laughing. "Good idea." The white mouse tested the trap. "Very interesting." Luke Tan couldn't help but burst out laughing. Luke Tan didn't get angry when he heard that, he just snorted. He raised his hand to push Lam Chiovu away, walked forward and said, "If you don't plan to go there, then give way." He laughed in a low voice, "Oh hey, you know how to move an earthquake, brat, of Baka City, perform well. If you perform well, we might consider taking you away for a while." Luke Tan couldn't help but laugh. He glanced at him and sarcastically said, "Fierce beasts are always alone, only buffaloes and goats form groups." Lam Yanvu immediately changed his expression angrily and blurted out, "What?" Luke Tan smiled faintly as if teasing him. Lam Chiovu angrily pointed his finger and declared, "If you dare say I am a buffalo or a goat, I will castrate you." Luke Tan didn't pay any attention to him, he stepped forward. Immediately afterwards, countless pink circular objects suddenly appeared. Lam Chiovu looked surprised and wondered, "What is this?" The object's body protruded something. In just a few seconds of transformation, it turned into a large robot puppet, its red eyes looking at the crowd. Lin Xiaoyu seemed to understand and explained that the strength of the weakest agency puppets also surpassed the strength of official first-level martial artists. With so many of them, do the people of the training camp want us to die? Everyone began to panic. This place was still so narrow, there was no way to escape. What should we do? Luke Tan looked at the robot puppets and thought, "I heard that these puppets can manipulate all kinds of advanced martial arts sequences. The highest level is on par with a level 4 martial artist. Just the price is much more expensive, compared to training level 4 martial artists. This is the first time I've seen this." Lam Chiovu curled his mouth and said in disdain, "Is this poor guy from the White River City a retard? This puppet system is limited to opening. Once it senses that a living thing is near, it will automatically attack. The level 1 organ is made from a special alloy. Even if the fist is hard, it will die." The guy in the blue shirt was also sarcastic. "That kid wasn't even a level 1 martial artist. One punch would really turn him into an idiot." The girl shouted a reminder, "Be careful." At that moment, the robot puppet swung its fist towards Lupton. Its hand was getting closer and closer to him, but he seemed to have no intention of moving away, just looking at it with cold eyes. A loud crash erupted, accompanied by dust that obscured vision. Along with that, the wind picked up, causing others to raise their hands to cover their faces to reduce wind friction. When the dust dispersed, Lupton was not only unharmed but also held the robot puppet's fist with one hand. Lam Tiovu was surprised, the others turned pale, some exclaimed, but he was able to help. The people behind were also frightened when they witnessed this scene. Lupton grinned and asked, "Is that all?" He used his strength to squeeze the robot's arm, immediately disrupting its power supply. Then, he increased the force, and the hard alloy was crushed. Lupton wasted no effort in lifting the robot high and throwing it into the ceiling. Many people had to cover their mouths and wonder if he was still human or not. What should he do now? He seemed very strong. Lam Tiovu suddenly burst into laughter. He awkwardly scratched his head to hide his embarrassment. He was almost fooled by this person. What is a puppet from a first-level agency? It's just a pile of scrap metal. That combat power is actually probably close to that of a wooden man, but the appearance is just a bit scary. If there weren't so many robot puppets here, how could anyone pass the test? And besides, with just that little bit of strength, this trash can still withstand the attacks of agency puppets based on relationships that don't even exist at the level of a martial artist. Some people are half-trusting, some are skeptical. Below said loudly, "No, this puppet looks like it." Without waiting for that person to finish speaking, Lam Tiovu himself walked up to a robot puppet and said, "Forget it, explaining to you idiots is a waste of effort. If you don't understand, then open your eyes, out, but look how I got through the door." Having finished speaking, he jumped up with his legs and kicked the robot puppet in the face, causing its face to spin around. The others saw that he seemed to be able to solve it quickly and exclaimed, "This puppet is really a piece of cake." After the old young master Lam finished kicking, he turned around, he spread his arms and loudly boasted, "I said it right, right." But he didn't know that, while he was still happy, the robot turned around and swung its fist. Before he could finish his sentence, these animals, Lam Tiovu, were punched by a robot puppet and their faces were distorted. He flew far away, smashing the entire wall. He tried to exclaim in horror, "Hey, this isn't a level 1 agency puppet at all, it's a damn level 2. The robot that had just beaten Lin Xiaoyu scratched his head, not knowing what to do next. After speaking, he lost consciousness, even though others tried to call out, "Lam Tiovu, hey, wake up, are you okay?" The others began to be confused. The secondary agency puppet, what kind of strength did he really have? On the other side, Lupton walked gently. Any puppet that came at him would be crushed by him. He sighed, "Each puppet organ has a central part. If you touch it lightly, you can attack it." Failed, but there were too many. The robots hadn't gone into battle yet, and I saw a few of them in front being beaten to pieces. Lupton coldly said, "It's so boring." As the saint approached the door on the other side of the hallway, it was now gradually opening ajar. On the other side, the robot puppet operator was constantly confused. What happened? All the agency puppets have had problems. Could it be that the new goods arrived here? They are all broken. A bunch of brats who just reached level 1 can destroy a level 2 agency puppet. The puppet's parts were suddenly thrown in front of his feet. Lupton's voice rang out and asked, "The second door has opened, have you finally arrived?" The operator was confused, the whole connection was lost. "When did I become the gatekeeper of the second door?" "When the castle came, behind you was a blazing fire created by piled-up burned robots. You challenged, 'Come here, doorman, I hope you don't disappoint me.'" Having finished speaking, he used his fist, making his strength 10 times stronger. Rushed towards the doorman. He couldn't help but panic, not knowing why he hit him. In the central control room, on all 4 sides are screens observing the progress of the business entry ceremony, along with notifications updating the situation. Number 8 has lost its status. The girl was wearing a military uniform and seemed to be pressing some button. Eyes focused on the screen. At this moment, the door opened, a guy in a yellow floral shirt, green hair holding a glass of water walked in, humming the lyrics. It was truly a day full of happiness. "Oh, why are you here, Crystal Snow?" The girl frowned and adjusted her cuff to remind her, "Don't call me that, Major Tantio Kwan," she said. "If you're free, come read the documents." He sat down on the chair and asked, "Okay, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuit, Then how is the quality of the geniuses of this training camp? She held her head and sighed. Nothing happened. There were only 8 seeds, which seemed to meet our standards. They were all martial artists who had officially awakened their talents. Among them, there are 5 people who are quite normal, all with natural strength type. In addition there are 3 people, speed type, defense type and Tan Qiuquan suddenly sat up straight, mentally. On the screen is showing a girl using mental power to defeat a robot. Tin Tuat turned her eyes to the screen showing a girl saying, "This type of spirit is the best." Ha Lam, 18 years old, has awakened her spiritual talent in less than 2 years, and is now approaching the goal, qualified as a level 1 Nen Master. Martial arts talent is not bad, about to enter level 2. Qin Shoujin said, "Isn't that quite good, a genius like you back then?" Tin Tuat frowned and reminded her, "Don't make trouble, I've included her as a key training target for this training camp." After listening, he smiled wryly trying to lighten the atmosphere. The others were not bad either. He suddenly pressed the control button with one hand. After pressing for a while, the young man said in surprise, "Oh wow." When the screen changed to the scene where Qiuquan was drinking coffee, he stood up in surprise. "Green beans, this is it." Dong Tin Tuat also paid attention. At the same time, at competition ground number 7. The robot puppet was knocked down by someone. Ha Lam panted from fatigue and muttered to himself, "This is the last one, right?" She used her mental power to feel her surroundings, then came to the conclusion that there was a very dangerous feeling there. Her strength was at least above level 3, but she didn't come out to stop her, proving that she wasn't inside. Check, perhaps a supervisor in charge of checking something. Ha Lam then went out. She couldn't help but be surprised. At this time, there were many people here, everyone holding weapons and shields, their faces extremely tense and focused towards one side. She suspiciously looked in the direction of everyone to a door wondering what this was all about. What a big battle, what were they being wary of? Ha Lam wondered, what happened inside? Out of curiosity, she used her mental power to investigate. In the room, 2 silhouettes appeared. Are these 2 people fighting? Why is the opponent human? Aren't your targets all robots? Who is he? As she was probing, she was suddenly seen through the other person's cold eyes and stared back. Ha Lam was startled and his face darkened with fear. A stream of gas emitted, scaring her into rushing back to the room she had just left. The door closed, leaving the people outside confused, not understanding what was happening. Ha Lam shivered. What was that? This feeling of fear, it was so scary. Dong Tin Tuat and Qin Qiuquan came over. Seeing them, those people couldn't help but happily shout their names as greetings. Qin Xiaoquan asked, "What is the situation inside now? Where are the surveillance staff inside?" "Okay, someone reported that several cameras near the door have been sabotaged. It's unclear for now. The supervisor lost contact 3 minutes ago and is still preparing to report to superiors." Young Master Qin immediately issued an order, "Everyone on Street 12, give me a portion of all the documents, immediately," but Dong Tin Tuat spoke up to stop him. "There's no need." The wall in front suddenly cracked. Everyone nervously swallowed their saliva. Luke Tan leisurely walked out from inside. When they saw him, their faces relaxed. "What, just a student?" But the next second, they all turned pale. In Luke Tan's hand at this moment, was the supervisor who lost contact just now. Dong Tin Tuat asked, "Aren't you a student of Tanwin City? Who are you?" Luke Tan threw the supervisor who was knocked unconscious to the ground. Then coldly replied, "Baka City, Luke Tan." Qin Xiaojun exclaimed, "Very good boy, the robot puppet is so expensive, you can just take it apart without saying anything. Even the teacher was beaten, you really did it, right?" He shyly scratched his face and explained, "There was a misunderstanding, I thought this was part of the test, he was very powerful, I still didn't stop." Dong Tin Tuat didn't say anything, just stared at him, then from her body, countless strands of mental force shot out. They headed towards Luke Tan. He calmly stood and let her explore. Snow crystals gathered, after a while of reconnaissance. She closed her eyes to gather her mental strength. Then, she raised her hand in one direction and announced, congratulating him on passing the entrance exam this time, "Classmate Luke Tan, go rest first, the staff will take you to the dormitory." Luke Tan also left as he said. Dong Tin Tuat looked at the report and exclaimed, "This kid is really crazy." Just looking at video again, the secondary agency puppet is like his round toy. So, Qin Qiuquan smiled and said, "The results of the documents showed that the vitality and blood were only 15. The combat power was 10,000 years. Okay, that's really unbelievable. Tin Tuat recounted that just now I used mental power to probe him, but I couldn't feel anything, and he didn't react. Chin Tio Quan immediately asked, "So, how are you going to arrange things with this monster?" She shook her head, still not thinking, but the value of his documents must be inaccurate. Temporarily put them aside, he is listed as a top seed and is like going down to the forest for training. It seems that this competition will become more and more interesting. As for Luke Don, he was remembering, just now, he was peeping at his spiritual power. The Dong Quan Dong's spiritual power must be at least 5 times stronger than mine. I took back all of his spiritual power. No, knowing what he had discovered, suddenly, his stomach growled loudly. The teacher guiding him heard this sound and immediately suggested, "Classmate Luke Don, it's time to eat now. Go to the cafeteria to eat first, then I'll take you to the dormitory." He was embarrassed, shyly replied, "Thank you, I'm sorry, I'll just ask a question. Is the amount of food here enough?" The teacher laughed reassuringly, "Don't worry, there's no limit to the quantity of food for the first time." In the cafeteria, Luke Don held a bowl of rice, his sparkling eyes looking at the table full of delicious dishes in front of him. He finished 2 stacks of plates in one go and excitedly ordered more. "This dish is delicious, give me 5 more plates." "No, 10 plates, this is also needed." This made the other teacher's eyes widen in bewilderment. While eating, suddenly a girl came to his table and asked if he was Luke Ton's classmate. "My name is Duong Dean, I'm also a student participating in this training in Ba Ka City. We once met at the martial artist test. Do you remember? Can I sit next to you?" Luke Ton innocently said, "There is no limit to the quantity of food here, she can go to where they find it." Duong Dean was speechless, angry in her heart. "Who wants to eat your food?" And she said, "No limit, what are you doing?" Luke Ton suddenly remembered something and asked, "I remember the president once said, no one has been here in Ba Ka City for a long time, what is going on here?" Duong Dean smiled faintly and explained, "Maybe he misunderstood, in fact every year Ba Ka City has students coming here, it's just that over the years, there have been few people who can pass the entrance exam. Even if you pass the test, you will soon be kicked out because you don't have enough accumulated points. Going through hardships can only serve as a background for others, no one wants to write this down on their resume." Luke Ton seemed to understand the problem, but had more questions. "It turned out to be like that, then what are accumulated points?" she said. "Accumulated points are the currency here. Want to use the resources of training camp, it is necessary to use accumulated points. Using training machines, asking the teacher about training issues to get supplements, even the dormitory needs to consume accumulated points, that is, the meat of the strange beasts that he eats is also specifically provided for him. Military, only using accumulated points can be obtained. And until now, in the training camp there are only 3 people who own accumulated points." Luke Don was surprised, there were only 3 people, how did they get their accumulated points? Duong Dean replied, "Only through testing and examination can you gain accumulated points. The military cumulative points are earned through the admission test." The second-level talented martial artist of Duong Lam City, Cao Dung, possesses a natural talent for stone skin. The second person is a second-level natural martial artist of Dong Lam City, strong in the river, and possesses natural speed. The last person is even rarer than a talented martial artist, awakening a talented spiritual master. It is said that strength and talent are the strongest in this training camp. The spirit of the master is here. And this person mentioned was also going to the restaurant. Halam was walking when he suddenly saw Luke Ton out of the corner of his eye. She saw Luke Ton holding a whole roasted chicken to chew on. She was immediately startled, her face changed with fear, and the tray in her hand was about to fall. Halam quickly used his mental power to control the bowl to stabilize it, then turned around and ran away from where he was sitting. Luke Ton also saw her, but did not show any attitude, just asked, "Then so it's her?" Duong Dean was surprised. "Do you know him?" He replied, "We met once. But just now you said that there were only 3 people who passed through the door, so you immediately told her that there was a 4th person, but this rumor was a bit exaggerated. Not only was their strength terrifying, they could fight with their bare hands, exploded almost all puppet agencies of the second level. Moreover, this person has an extravagant personality and even lied to the examiner to the point of being hospitalized. He is truly a crazy person who has lost control." Luke Don was drinking water and choked and spit it all out. He smiled wryly and said, "It's too fake, I'm talking too much." Duong Dean thought to himself with a smile, "But this training camp is truly famous, everyone is a genius, even that monster Luke Don. causing a stir in the whole city. Coming here also makes many people fade away. She gave him a handkerchief and reassured him, "Don't worry, Lukton. I believe you. With your strength and talent, just staying for a while in the training camp will not necessarily make you worse than them." Lukton took the napkin and replied, "Thank you," but suddenly, behind Duong Din, a group of people appeared. The man holding the report card looked at it and asked, "Is Lukton's classmate right? During the entrance exam, he damaged 18 agency puppets, and beat the teacher to the point that the teacher had to be hospitalized. Now we will proceed to ask you a few questions in order. Please cooperate with us on a trip." Duong Din opened her mouth, not understanding anything. But the other people in the dining room were also so surprised that their chins dropped. "What?" Lukton put his hands on the table and stood up and said, "I understand. But I still haven't eaten enough. Could you please let me put it in a bag and take it with me?" The man hesitated and thought, then agreed, "Okay." He then waved goodbye to Duong Din. "It was so embarrassing, I was leaving first," but she didn't have time to react. The machine responded like a robot, "Huh, okay." Lukton then followed the other two men and left. When he left, the restaurant was in chaos, so the rumors were true. "Oh my god, there really is this kind of monster." The fourth person in the legend is Lukton of Baka City. Duong Din could only smile wryly. She remembered what she had just said to him: extravagant, exaggerated, too virtual, confusing many people, crazy people. What did I say? Lukton went to the command and control room. When Dong Tin Tuat saw you, he immediately said, "That's quite powerful, classmate Lukton. Just a little bit of your bravery has warmed up our half-year budget. The price of each puppet is over tens of thousands, moreover, none of them can be repaired. That's amazing. However, after discussion, we decided not to pursue this matter for the time being. After all, it was a normal test. The responsibility does not lie with you." Lukton breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the door opened. The monk led 3 other people in. "Oh, you're here already. Well then, the number of people who passed the inspection have all arrived." Lukton glanced at the red-haired man, then turned to look at the big guy next to him. Finally, it was Ha Lam. She was startled when he looked at him again. "They are Monty and Ha, Cao Dung and Ha Lam respectively." Dong Tin Tuat spoke up, "Well, first of all, congratulations everyone, you passed the entrance exam this time, well done. In this training camp, the stronger you are, the more resources you can get. If you pass the admission test, I will give you corresponding rewards in accumulated points. Accumulated points reach a certain value and will be stored using the accumulated points card. This is your accumulated points card." The other 3 people hold the golden card in their hands. Everyone is happy to have their own thoughts. "This is the gold accumulation card I mentioned earlier. Inside there are 100 accumulation points. Great, now I'm in the leading position. 100 accumulated points is enough for the general instructor to summon a legendary high-level spiritual master to personally guide him." Ha Lam looked at Lukton's card and wondered, "Oh, why is his card white?" The 2 people, Tao Brave and Strong Yen Ha, had the same thought and focused their eyes on his hand. Lukton turned the card to the back and asked suspiciously, "Is the cumulative card white? I've never heard of it before. Could it be that the card has no points?" On the back of the card, there are a few lines printed: "Eating strange beasts, eating 1 meal requires 5 points, cultivating room, eating 1 hour requires 10 points, the teacher usually gives instructions, need to spend 30 points, the chief teacher and deputy teacher give instructions at once, need 100 points. Lukton was drinking water and choked and spit it all out. He smiled wryly and said, "It's too fake, I'm talking too much." Chin Shoujin's lips twitched and said, "Hey, kid, what do you mean? Don't take advantage of it and still pretend. You have 1,000 points in your hand, if not the total. Our teachers stopped the superiors, the losses you caused still owe you accumulated points." Man Tianhan and Ha Lam were surprised. "What, 1,000 stars?" Cao Dung suddenly grinned sarcastically. "I also thought that this training camp really only relied on talking strength, but unexpectedly, it also played special tricks. It really disappoints others." Man Tianha also said contemptuously, "How big a deal this is, it's really scary to death." Only Ha Lam timidly asked, "Huh, don't you know what he did during the inspection?" Cao Dung raised his finger and said, "Of course he knows, there are people spreading rumors and bribing classmates and teachers, right?" He walked up regardless, and even raised his hand to tear his shirt, revealing his huge muscles and challenging him. The instructors tested were all at least level 3 martial artists, able to defeat him, at least it must be a level 4 martial artist. Even with the strongest natural power from before, it is still impossible to do it, let alone with such health. There is no trace of it causing any blood or energy. If we say, the purpose of the training camp is the resources that the strong possess the most, then please prove it to me now, strong man. Qin Shoujin was about to stand up and stop him. Hey, everyone. Dong Tintuit reached out to stop him, making him feel confused. Luke Tan laughed and asked, are you sure? Cao Deng used his stone skin talent to make his body stronger and shouted, wasting less words, can you break my stone talisman today, if I take a step back? Before he could finish speaking, he saw Luke Tan's hand raise up and make a snapping motion. With just one blow, the youth version of the ice-covered star had twice the force, sending his hand flying far to the end of the room. It even broke the wall before stopping. The whole room cried out in unison, what? Luke Tan thought calmly, make me fight, don't make me pay compensation, right? Cao Deng fell backwards and showed no signs of waking up. The remaining two people gasped, speechless. Qin Tioquan pretended to whistle and avoid eye contact. Luke Tan made a neck-cracking gesture and asked, then, can I go? While preparing to leave, Dong Tintuit suddenly asked her classmate Luke Tan. Your next plan is how to practice. If you use the accumulated points, you can get personal guidance from me. Luke Tan opened the door and replied, thank you Commander-in-Chief, but there's no need, I have more important things to do. Qin Tioquan asked with interest, do you have something more important than the instructions of the general? He frankly admitted, yes. This also made the two of them unable to hide their surprise. Under everyone's tense gaze, Luke Tan stopped while walking and said, me. He turned his head and slowly spit out the words, I want to go back and sleep. Man Qianha stood still, dumbfounded, what? Dong Tintuit frowned in confusion. Dan Tioquan burst out laughing, this kid. Later, the medical staff came and took Cao Deng, who was knocked unconscious, for treatment. The remaining room was 2 majors and a lieutenant colonel. The observation screen still displayed Luke Tan's status. Qin Tioquan still couldn't stop laughing and talking. This kid really went back to sleep. This is the first time I have seen such an interesting genius. I can do whatever I want. It's hard to ask questions. What is he doing? There are no resources in the dormitory. I don't understand. He is a wonderful whetstone, can stimulate the rapid growth of others. He commented, whetstone. I'm afraid this whetstone is stronger than everyone else. There are also knives here, right? She suddenly repeated, do you remember our key or not, that person, degree class? Young Master Qin touched his chest and said, of course, when I talk about him, my chest starts to hurt. In that department's training camp, pressuring all the geniuses, trampling everyone under his feet, he was the king, completely worthy. Tintuit continued, that's right, people who are naturally gifted with this type of strength have an extremely strong advantage. They can easily deal with tens of thousands of combat powers, and can even overcome enemies. However, skills, speed, observation, judgment, experience, tactics, and strength are not only those who are strong, but in the process of constant growth and accumulation. Martial artists with natural talent can only rely on the power that their natural talent brings, and in the end it is only temporary glory. I'm afraid this is Luke Tan's final path. As for Luke Tan at this time, he returned to the dormitory to sleep, essentially entering the dream to upgrade his strength. Currently, he is fighting the Biodoms. A huge body swung its fist at him. Luke Tan used his hand to block the attack. It continued to use his other hand to strike down, but this time, he used his hand to hold the Dombai's wrist tightly. Then lift up the wooden stick with the sharp tip of the spear, stabbing it straight into the ground under its feet to stop it from moving. Luke Tan curled his fist with one hand to cast the star, the other hand tightly hugged the Dombai and punched it hard on its head. After defeating it, Luke Tan threw its body down and breathed a sigh of regret. Before he was still alive, he was a level 6 quasi-master, equivalent to the level of the head of the Martial Arts Association to Yun Nok Ha. No wonder he is strong as that move was just now. If I don't use all my mental strength to block it, I'm afraid. Black energy streams rose from that Dombai's body, then merged into his body. Luke Tan closed his eyes and began to fuse them. Martial arts skills, combat experience, compared to upgrading blood energy, this is the new thing, are the talents in my dream world. Body Dharma, Fist Dharma, Palm Dharma, Foot Dharma. Then both spear techniques and sword techniques. Human resources are limited, no matter what. One person cannot do everything, but we stand on the backs of countless people. There are no gaps in all aspects. This is my martial arts, the 10 complete martial arts. Luke Tan sat down on the ground and said to himself, there is also mental power. If it wasn't mental power just now, I'm afraid that even a zombie's attack wouldn't be able to block it. Unfortunately, I still have to use it. The most ordinary mental power can only be used against zombies for the time being. If there really is a level 6 powerhouse, there is no telling. It is necessary to further cultivate mental power. His soul entered the world of spiritual power, looking at his huge spiritual form. Luke Tan reminded himself, focusing on observing inside, not thinking about outside thoughts. The spirit enters the cause, condensing the spirit. He raised his hand to repair the crack in his mental force, and a light suddenly shone brightly. His spirit suddenly opened his eyes. Luke Tan was a bit surprised at that moment. Suddenly his body seemed to lose its support and fell. A power seemed to rise in his body. He screamed loudly. At the same time, there was a loud sound of broken glass. Luke Tan woke up in the dream world. He was panting but full of joy. He had made another breakthrough. Next, it's been a long time since I've seen my human background. I don't know what will turn out this time. He opened the watch on his hand. The image of Wormwood appeared. He said, "Hey, give me a look at my personal documents." Dysentery quickly analyzes and displays, "Okay, helping to get information, name, Luke Tan, male gender, lifespan, June 297, martial arts, April 400 years 2 martial arts, strength, 7th level martial artist, usable powers, 3rd level, experienced, became a 2nd level martial artist at the age of 18, making a splash in Baihei City, then under the recommendation of the Martial Arts Association Baihei City, participated in Dongnin Province's Genius Training Camp, won first place in training, the same year, was top 1 in the whole school, top 1 in the whole province, top 3rd in the university entrance exam nationwide. Achievement entered Dongnin Martial Arts University, 3 years later graduated from Dongnin Military Service University, 5 years later he retired from the army as a major general, founded the Holy Martial Arts School of Baihei City, and became a martial artist at the age of 65, 7th month, year 452, Vu's wound recurred, life expectancy was 105 and 6 years old, marital status, married, 2 boys and 1 girl, highest military rank, Major General, assessment of historical, 3 stars. After reading the information, Luke Tan happily exclaimed, 7th level master, I can step into the 7th level master during my remaining years. If set in ancient times, it could be considered a monk. The servant of One Direction is now also a highly influential figure. He then expressed, that's right, if I had become a Grand Master, then my rating and authority would have probably increased, right, constantly refining my taijutsu, natural breathing, and the crystal conjugation method. Li accepted the request and started searching, constantly refining the physical law, progressing, introducing the techniques, created by the 11th level Vuongha powerhouse of the martial arts, the plan to recharge the fire seed, how to breathe freely. Of course, the advanced part was created by the powerhouse of the Yang Niet continent level 11 of the martial arts. The plan was to receive the fire seed in the crystal palm technique. The advanced part was created by the powerhouse of the Yi Feng group, level 11 of the martial arts, invented and created a plan to recharge the fire seed. Looking at the techniques in front of him, Luke Tan said with satisfaction, sure enough, with level 3 powers, I can search for more advanced techniques. Suddenly, his eyes hit something. Oh my, what is this? Luke Tan reached out to touch an exercise book. It immediately opened, the Divine Illumination Vuong Sutara, introducing the technique, created by the powerful group of Yi Feng, the 11th level of martial arts, the plan to charge the fire seed. Luke Tan immediately exclaimed, this is a set of techniques, complete law. Luke Tan opened his eyes wide, unable to hide his surprise and said, this is it. The divine light shines on the king, the heavenly horse flies in the sky, it is truly unbelievable, unbelievable. No wonder this technique is not included in the combat technique report. This is a technique specifically designed for the spirit of mindfulness. Next. Not only does it include the essence of combat and the mental techniques used, but also. Luke Tan closed his eyes and began to feel this technique. Most importantly, this technique is completely different from other spiritual techniques. The important content of the Divine Illumination Vuong Sutra is to take advantage of the spiritual power from the martial artist's body to build another body, which can be said to be the second self. With the level of sophistication of this body, can reach muscle fibers, cells, even the cell membrane, all for the same purpose. That is to increase your happiness in all directions without dead ends. The first stage of the divine projection king is to take advantage of the spiritual organs to strengthen the body, thereby achieving the effect of increasing blood and happiness. This is both my weakest point and my weakest point. I have no way to increase my combat power, but the basic value of my vitality and blood cannot actually be changed. My vitality and blood have always prevented me from progressing. If I can break this point, I can increase my strength. All attribute abilities for yourself. After understanding it, he couldn't help but exclaim, using mental power to influence the martial artist's vitality and blood, it was truly unbelievable. He had truly underestimated the crystallization of 10,000 years of wisdom. Martial arts. This level of martial arts is not invented now. Even if I think about it, I can't think of it. Don Yifeng, I remember this guy. It is difficult for a civilization to give birth to another person with this outstanding talent. I am afraid that in the 11th level fake wall, he is also considered an absolute top existence. He looked outside the window. But even with such a character, he cannot stop the destruction of human civilization. Luke Saint thought about this and secretly felt regretful. But he quickly turned back and reminded himself, there are still a lot of things he needs to do, and a long way to go. Every minute, every second, I have to do my best to become stronger. A month later, in the private training room. Halam is standing in the center of the room. Where she stood was a single light, she closed her eyes to feel it. From all four sides of the room, countless round objects rushed towards her at rapid speed. Halam immediately used his mental power to control the weapon, directly cutting them in half. Every time something flew towards her, she cut it off. After a while, the balls stopped coming, so Halam took back his control. The door opened, Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuat leaned forward and praised, "Not bad, she improved very quickly. Having already mastered manipulating 3-star hammers, wait until she masters manipulating 6. Dong Tin Tuat did not hide it when she said that it meant she had entered the first level of spiritual master level. When Halam saw her, he immediately bowed 90 degrees to express his thanks to the chief instructor. Luckily, he had her guidance. Tin Tuat waved his hand and said, it also had something to do with her talent and her efforts. However, I discovered one thing, there seems to be a huge gap in her mental will. Hearing Dong Tin Tuat say that, Halam suddenly cringed. But Dong Tin Tuat still said frankly, someone left some kind of psychological scar on you, right? Halam's face turned pale. In her mind, the cold eyes of that day appeared again. She trembled and replied, yes, the superintendent, may I ask if there is any way to solve this problem? Tin Tuat said, very simply. Find the person who haunted her, defeat him, or kill him. Of course, there will be no more psychological haunting. These words made Halam even more scared. She trembled until she cried. The chief instructor frowned and asked, what's wrong? You are now in the period of rapid growth in your strength, this little thing shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Halam himself was shocked, hearing that scary guy was still in a state of mental decline during this time, if his strength still stood still in the same place. Maybe, I really can. Dong Tin Tuat left her training room. Outside, the Chintyo Mandarin was waiting. He asked, is it over? She said, her talent was okay, but her personality was a bit weak, so he teased her, do you think everyone is like you, and besides, how can the personality be better than the person I taught? Man Qian Ha, it's already been taught, after all there's still a month or two left, just grit your teeth and it'll be over. That's right, is he still like that? Chin Tioquan recounted, still the same, every day bringing food, when I come in and see him sleeping, I guess he's useless. Remember when the teacher taught the students, did she say anything, as long as you like it, every day in the dormitory, no one will take care of you when you sleep. Dong Tin Tuat held her head in regret, I shouldn't have said that at first. Tan Tioquan had the opportunity to tease him again, so what, do you want to use him as a sharpening stone again? Tin Tuat angrily stamped his feet, grinding the monkey, showing respect and then being arrogant. Ignore him, teach him to be strong in the river, otherwise on the test, Xiaolin will beat him severely. Chin Tioquan stuck out his tongue and replied, who is afraid of whom? Duang Din is currently cleaning the practice room. She stopped to wipe the sweat from her forehead. Suddenly, a girl came up and asked, Duang Din, aren't you done yet, can I come help you? She smiled and replied, thank you, it's nothing, you helped me the same way last time. The girl began to roll up her sleeves and get to work, she sighed and lamented, truly admiring them, those who could get 100 points. These 2 months were enough. Duong Dien Baof, those who poor people like us, having to endure hunger for a meal or two, the accumulated points are barely enough to last, nothing can compare. The girl asked curiously, Duong Dien, Luke Tan of your city, what are you doing during this time, isn't your relationship with him quite good? Duong Dien slightly darkened and shook his head, I don't know. She immediately said, I guess you don't know, what you said about Luke Tan is true, when he first came in so strong, he suppressed the people of the entire camp. What was the result? The next day he collapsed. Luke Tan still closes the door and doesn't go out, perhaps his strength has long been overtaken by others. Duong Dien, you said he was afraid, he already knew that the bonus of talent like strength gradually changed, lost, so it definitely makes the turtle retract its neck, adding to the mysterious feeling. Duong Dien did not answer, just thought, no, Luke Tan is not that kind of person. Then you don't want to continue this topic, just turn around and continue working, you should rest a bit, just leave the rest for me to do. At this moment, there was a group of people outside running in the same direction. Quickly go take a look. Cao Deng seems like he's about to test his gravity 4 times, really. That girl was excited, did you hear that? 4 times the gravity, is it real or fake? That's too perverted. Duong Dien remembered, last time I just went into the double gravity room for 20 minutes and I almost fell, give it away, 4-fold. The girl couldn't wait so she pulled her hand and let's go over there and take a look. While being dragged away, Duong Dien was still a little distracted. Luke Tan, what are you doing right now? Right now there is smoke and dust flying around there. At that time, Luke Tan also woke up and asked about the dream. He was so excited that he left the dorm room. Cao Deng is currently doing the challenge with triple gravity. An unpleasant look appeared on his face. The people outside were eagerly complaining, it was almost 4 minutes, 4 minutes more than last time. Soon, 10 minutes had passed and Cao Deng had finished the challenge. He walked out amid cheers, he was truly amazing, he couldn't stand it for 10 minutes under double my strength, but Cao Deng was able to endure for 4 minutes under 3 times my gravity. Stepping outside, Cao Deng took a deep breath and felt comfortable. Even at this level, I'm already threatened like this, so when I have 4 times the gravity, it's not like that. Suddenly, the man behind him walked up to him with an admiring expression and said, Cao Deng, it seems like you will soon be able to adapt to 4 times the gravity, breaking through to a level 3 pseudo-shell. Then, at that time, I realized the training camp, who is your opponent? Hearing this situation, Cao Deng wondered how he was doing now. He left and replied, Luke Tan. Is he still like that? Every time a student brings him food, they see him sleeping on the bed. He's even dreaming about something else, arrogant and arrogant. Cao Deng smiled smugly and replied, even though at first I was not as good as him. But even if the tortoise is slow, it will still catch up with the sleeping hare. Moreover, this time he has been sleeping for more than a month, wasting 1,000 accumulated points, I am not sure I will lose to him now. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan appeared like a gust of wind passing in front of him and offered to give in a little. Cao Deng exclaimed in surprise, Luke Tan. He calmly asked, is this the gravity training room? It doesn't look bad. You're finally out, what's wrong? After sleeping for more than a month, you finally remember going to the gravity training room. I didn't expect that eating would cost so many accumulated points, done 3 hours in advance. Luke Tan chose 3 hours of level 2 gravity to deduct accumulated points. He replied, it's been a month, so you can test my strength a little. Every day you sleep in the dormitory, you still want to increase your strength, what are you kidding? Hey, you go into the gravity training room, why don't you warm up first? At the same time, the system sends a notification, because of the influence of gravity, please use the entity button, user, level 2 gravity saint. Cao Yuang smiled smugly and mocked, the gravity training room is not a joke, if you don't start according to the rules first, and suddenly suffer from external pressure, you'll be completely unable to move, it is easy to cause internal organs to tear and bleed. Whether he didn't know or was arrogant, this time he was sure to die. Without thinking too much, Luke Tan confidently walked inside under everyone's witness. They were skeptical, the gravity system was already on, right, why didn't he react at all? Inside, Luke Tan didn't pay any attention to anything, he just considered this a small thing. I only saw Luke Tan clenching his fists and throwing out each punch. Cao and another guy stood outside, looking in without blinking. This makes Cao Deng surprised, they trembled before his power. The children were surprised. Wasn't that Luke Tan? Look everyone, Luke Tan can make a cracking sound under gravity. It's fake, right? What's going on? On this side, Luke Tan looked delighted and exclaimed, this feeling was quite new. He walked to the control screen and wondered if he was pressing this button. Cao Deng carefully observed his every move and thought to himself, is this the guy who can't stand it and wants to stop? At the same time, Luke Tan inside had already pressed the button. A shrill sound rang out, causing everyone to quickly cover their ears in fear. The weak man shouted in fear, what happened? Cao Deng gasped and replied, this is. Luke Saint level 4 gravity, opening gravity 4 times. Luke Tan asked himself, after enhancing the feeling of gravity, it turned out to be like that, very good, let me try it. Having finished speaking, he put his hand out to support the ground. Fear appeared on Cao Deng's face. I only saw Luke Tan slowly retracting each finger. They were sweating and guessed that he couldn't take it anymore. At this time, Luke Tan only used 2 fingers to lift himself up. At the same time, the purple-haired girl was complaining, she was so tired, the teacher was so strict. Suddenly there was a scream coming from the other side, startling her. In her mind, she secretly wondered why there were so many people on the other side. When I went to see what the situation was like, everyone looked surprised. She was curious, what was she looking at, was it so interesting? Then, she raised her eyes and looked inside. I only saw Luke Tan using 2 fingers to support his body. The purple-haired girl's eyes widened as she called out her name, Luke Tan. Faced with this situation, thousands of questions appeared in Cao Deng's mind. He angrily wondered why he was so strong. Hasn't he been sleeping for more than a month? Haven't I already surpassed him? Luke Tan secretly exclaimed, 4 times the gravity, this familiar feeling is almost right. Once finished, he immediately stood up and walked back to the control screen. Without any hesitation, he advanced to level 5. This made everyone scream in fright, 5 times louder, oh my god, quickly call someone over here. When the information spread widely, everyone rushed to say, hey, have you heard anything? What? Let's go, in the gravity room, is it true or not, that man, he's back. Duang Din was surrounded in the crowd saying, this isn't it. It's really him, right now, it's getting more and more crowded every day. Cao Deng was tense and attentive to his every move. Soon, the system opened level 5 gravity. Luke Tan slowly lifted his body up. He thought, 5 times the gravity, just suitable for cultivation in his current state, maybe he could barely make the movements in his endlessly refined physical techniques, but to go up, maybe if he moved land is enough. Not enough, absolutely not enough. I need greater pressure, to be able to push my limits. Outside, everyone was curious and finally couldn't stand it anymore, preparing to close the gravity effect, 5 times the gravity, being able to endure for so long is amazing, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to endure it for even a second. Inside, Luke Saint is frantically pounding on the system to raise the gravity even higher. Suddenly, everyone's faces turned pale and they gasped, what? On the other side, Dong Tintuit was sitting and thinking about some things. She wondered, why are there 2 people today? It's only been a few days and there are so many students withdrawing from the camp. Qin Tioquan replied, it's all because the people in the family are used to it. Tian Hao is suffering from resentment here, it's normal if he can't fix it. Can't you just endure this little difficulty, wait until later when they go to the battlefield to fight with real knives and real guns with strange beasts, can they persevere? They've given up too much, you're just too diligent. However, actually the quality of this course of students is not bad, I guess about 80% of them can persevere until the day they close their business. She looked at the gravity room and body technique room, there were people who broke records. Another person set a new record in history in the cultivation room. Historical record, is it Cao Deng? I remember he's almost quadrupled in gravity, Qin Tioquan replied, it's not him, he's an absolute person that you don't think of, it's Luke Tan. On this side, Luke Tan's gravity has increased 8 times. Hearing the name Luke Tan made Dong Tintuit angry and crushed the glass of water in her hand. She shouted loudly, what did you say? You said Luke Tan. Qin Shoujin replied, what level is this kid at right now? I don't know. But the person we were looking for has finally been found. On this side, Luke Tan's body trembled under level 8 pressure. He secretly sighed, level 8 gravity, with his current energy and blood, it was still too much of a burden, He was about to reach his limit. So, come try the new exercise. After that, he immediately used internal energy. His heart rate began to increase. Qi and blood also developed from there. Luke Tan knelt on the ground, leaning back. He was surprised, just after building a part of his cardiovascular system, his blood and vitality increased nearly 10%. This was the king's miracle. He clenched his hand and said, "Good, then." Luke Tan was staring at the space in front of him. He was determined to see where his true limit lay. Without thinking much, he immediately went to control the device. The people standing outside gasped. What did he want to do? The gravity was already 8 times higher. Could it be that he still wanted to? What happened? So. Cao Deng on the outside stared at Luke Tan inside without blinking an eye. Outside the gravity room, is there such a strong gravity? Luke Tan, what are you doing? Luke Tan is now putting himself through a 10-fold gravity challenge. Just entering level 10, Luke Tan's entire body was pinned to the ground. The power it radiated was so great that it caused the ground to crack. He was surprised, it was so heavy, the bones of his whole body were making wailing sounds, his blood felt like it was about to stop. Don't even move a little bit, just staying awake is taking all your strength. This is 10-fold gravity, not something I can endure at all. As he stood, the determination on his face made people's spines chill. Who can change the future, reverse the destructive outcome? A person who practices high-level martial arts, a person with supreme talent, or a person who possesses unlimited resources. Being someone who can be enough to break through limits. The 10-fold force of gravity has made those outside also wary. Duang Din was surprised and wondered at his actions. Inside, Luke Tan was constantly screaming in that oppression. His eyes firmly announced that Luke Tan was back. After achieving his wish, Luke Tan walked out proudly. Everyone was afraid and had to avoid making way for him. Suddenly, there was a beautiful girl affectionately calling, Luke Tan's classmate. Towel, her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Seeing that, Luke Tan gently took it and replied, "Thank you." He secretly sighed to himself, if he had known that it would only take that little time, he would not have deducted the accumulated points of 3 hours, it would have been quite a waste. At the same time, a notification was sent, breaking the record also had a reward for accumulated points. Already broke the cumulative point reward record, the remaining accumulated points are 4,335 points. This surprised everyone. What, the accumulated points of 4 numbers, all of us combined are not half of his. I haven't eaten meat in 3 days. More than 4,000, enough to eat a meal. Next, he was walking in my direction. Wherever Luke Tan went, they gave way. So many admiring eyes followed his every step, they whispered in disgust, Luke Tan. Indeed it's still Luke Tan. Where is he going? Come along and see. Duang Din doubted, Luke Tan. Such a strong feeling of existence, his gravity is 10 times higher than him, he is truly not human, truly terrifying, surpassing many people. She thought to herself, that figure. Only a few words appear in Duang Din's head right now, like a fierce tiger departing. Behind him were hundreds of animals following, the beautiful girl praised, Luke Tan. He is a person with natural strength, he broke the record of Cao Deng's defense style in the gravity room, this is really it, could it be that the value of his vitality and blood has already broken through to level 4? The type of strength, the direction he goes, is a defense technique. On the other side, in a certain cultivation room, Man Qianhai is focusing on training. With many red rays of light, it creates a difficult spiderweb. Finished, he finished his training this time, the completion of the second stage was 87%, congratulations to the martial artist whose number is Lu284363, your body technique has passed, surpassing the trainer by 52%. He thought proudly that every time his achievements in body techniques in the training room would be passed on to the final martial arts class, at any time he would be able to get a world ranking in his body techniques, he would surpass many others, worldwide, this must be at least several hundred million people. Sure enough, there is still a gap between people, having awakened the speed-type talent, and receiving the private teachings of the officials, the gap between myself and others has become incomparable. For other people, just by looking at their training, they can see that they have violated it. Isn't that right? He opened the door and there was no one there. Looking into the opposite room, he wondered what was going on, where had all the people gone? The Eastern teaching official and the frequency teaching official are also here. What are you looking at? The teaching official is still personally observing the law. He quickly ran over and asked in a loud voice, "Hey, what is this situation? What are you guys watching here?" The man replied, "Of course it's Lukton. Who else could it be?" Manhwa laughed, "Lukton, the sleeping god of Baka City, do you think that sleeping god can break my record? Are you crazy?" As soon as he finished speaking, the man angrily shouted, "What? Who the hell are you?" Suddenly, a loud sound came from inside the room. Everyone shouted in panic, "What happened? No, this is it." All machines fired, starting at full power. Lukton is alone in a room with the highest breakthrough productivity. He muttered, "So it's like that, just need to dodge the rays, right? It seems that it is impossible to know in advance which direction the light will shoot from, which is one of the difficulties in physical training. But this difficult point, for me, basically does not exist. When the system is started at full capacity, the rays of light emitted interlacedly, creating a matrix. Lukton easily dodged each ray of light." Manhwa was surprised, "How is that possible? How is that possible? In the practice room there are thousands of dirty rays appearing, no one knows what the next minute will be like, at such a density and frequency, why, maybe. Are you sure this is really your first time going into the body practice room?" He replied in fear, "Yes, we all followed him here." Before arriving, he also broke the historical record in the gravity room. The gravity was 10 times higher. He was skeptical. Isn't he a natural power type, Luke Saint? Hasn't he been sleeping for a month? How could it be? The distance was so great, he collapsed to the ground helplessly. Dong Tintuit secretly wondered, Lukton, is this really his first time training in body techniques? That's not right, even if it's been done a few hundred times, it won't be that easy. His movements, rather than being a reaction, were more like anticipation. At this time, Lukton concentrated highly and observed his surroundings. Gently avoid all dirty rays. Dong Tintuit nodded, sure enough, not cross-eyed. Lukton's eyes lit up, he was still highly concentrated. Lukton was still diligently dodging the laser beams. Dong Tintuit wondered and raised her hand to probe. Tan Xiuquan was curious, "What do you want to do?" "I have nothing." She thought to herself, strange, wasn't it a test last time? He didn't react to his mental power at all, why did he still want to try? Am I stupid? At the same time, the system sent a notification. The second level of body technique completed was 62%, and had passed the second stage of body technique training. Lukton secretly thought, this training is really not bad, I feel movements may become a little faster. Everyone present couldn't hide their surprise, it's only been a few minutes, the second phase has already ended, why doesn't it feel the same as the second phase we've seen before? That's right, Lukton's second stage feels particularly simple. Tan Xiuquan quickly interrupted, what was especially simple? It was just that Lukton performed exceptionally easily, his body was already perfect. Dong Tintuit expressed that I wanted to see what level he could reach. Tan Xiuquan laughed and replied, Tintuit, I'm afraid this is the first time the two of us have the same thoughts. Soon, the third stage of physical training began. At that moment, something shot out. Thousands of balls rushed towards Lukton. Everyone frowned as they observed the situation. Manhwa exclaimed in fear, this is the third stage, it's too difficult, right? Obstacles appear one after another. Lukton remained calm before this highly difficult challenge. The more powerful the machine, the faster it runs. The yellow balls flew like sharp knives towards the Lukton sect. He thought, starting to get more and more difficult, this time he even wanted to try using light to block his escape route. That's right, I also have to use some strength to try. Lukton jumped high, the balls kicked into each other and then exploded. At the same time, he also had to dodge laser beams. Tan Xiuquan was also amazed when he saw it. Mung Bean, this is an entry into the realm. He just directly broke through here. He is also considered a level 4 or 5 veteran of the battlefield. There are not many people. I can train my body to enter the micro realm. At the age of 22, I was able to break through to enter the micro realm. Dong Tintuit replied, I'm 25 years old, that's different. I'm a martial artist with talent like speed. I was born with great support. This kid only just a few years old, 18 years old. At the same time, the system announced that the body method 3 had a completion level of 15%. Lukton's eyes widened. Lukton began to feel difficult before this challenge. The difficulty was starting to increase, just relying on mental strength to predict was a bit tiring. Tan Xiuquan was enthusiastic, Luke Tan did not start so easily. Facing challenges with thousands of threats, he shouted loudly. Then immediately used breathing wind to face the challenge. At that moment, in the room, the green light created by the green city lingered everywhere. With that ability, the completion of the third body Dharma has increased to 62%. Everyone wondered, where is Luke Tan? Has he disappeared? Soon, the completion level had reached 81%. The Chen Tioquan exclaimed in surprise, this kid's speed was too fast, the naked eye could not keep up with it, so it looked like disappeared. After that, the completion of the third body Dharma reached 100%. He said happily, the postbirth is formidable, the postbirth is formidable, today you have shown it all, level 10 gravity and the third stage of body defense. Looking at him, maybe he is tired, let's go back. Dong Tin Tuat firmly replied, no. Luke Tan seemed to still want to continue. As expected, Luke Tan immediately tested his level 4 body technique. The Qin Shujin shouted in horror, no, even I had just started the fourth stage. Dong Tin Tuat stared at Luke Tan inside. Luke Tan inside was pressing something on the control panel. There was a system vibrating under his feet. Immediately after that, a series of those systems flew up, with laser beams on their bodies, causing Luke Tan to jump back in surprise. Small systems quickly find each other to join. A series of nets stretched into the air right above Luke Tan's head. Today he was able to make a breakthrough. Notification system, 4-degree body technique 30% complete. Young Master Chin stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, it has finally reached this intensity, let's see how Luke Tan does this time. At this time, Luke Tan thought thoughtfully, the wind chi's breathing speed was about to reach its limit. He pondered for a moment and then thought, so then. He released his consciousness. Then the Divine Illumination Sutra will be used next by you. Each powerful punch was launched by Luke Tan. From left to right, he didn't miss a single spot. He thought to himself, this feeling of time being prolonged. If I remember correctly, using the professional terminology of spiritual masters to describe it, it's probably called a moment of feeling. This is the mental power that has reached the stage of metamorphosis, and this kind of metamorphosis of command occurs on the body of a level 3 spirit caster, that is to say, now I have finally officially entered the ranks, 3-star spirit of mindfulness. Dong Tin Tuat silently observed the situation. The force inside caused the floor outside to crack. With Luke Tan's current strength, she secretly wondered if he was really a spiritual master, Luke Tan. Young Master Chin looked to the side and couldn't help but be surprised. Without saying much, Dong Tin Tuat immediately used her divine power to test Luke Tan. Dan Tioquan shouted in panic, what do you want to do, are you crazy? Dong Tin Tuat calmly replied, I want to try him again. After that, she immediately controlled her divine power to get closer to him. Inside, Luke Tan is attentively carrying out the challenge. When you feel a danger approaching. He calmly smiled and glanced at her. At this moment, the frozen snow was about to strangle his neck. All it takes is a gentle flick of the hand. Luke Tan was able to make the divine power of the Winter Star disappear. This made her surprised. When she was injured, she raised her hand to her chest and coughed a few times. Dong Tin Tuat said, Luke Tan is indeed mentally reciting things, and his mental power is not inferior to mine. Luke Tan proudly asked himself, if you look at it, you can see it, using your hands to touch it is too much. But I've reached my limit. I didn't expect that the cold just opened would drain so much mental power, and someone would come to bother me. The progress of stage 4 is only halfway, using the breath of the wind and the blood energy of the divine illumination Vuong Qin can only temporarily increase the level of health, so forget it. So he immediately let the laser beam shine on him. At the end of the training achievement of this time, the completion of the fourth stage is 56%. Congratulations martial artist number Ru285632, your physical technique has surpassed others, 97% training. Everyone who witnessed from beginning to end, all gasped in surprise, oh my god, is this achievement really that of a student? Luke Tan in just the physical category alone, surpassed hundreds of millions of people. Man Tianhua burst into tears, I am only 52% enlightened, but he can be 45% taller than me, is he still the type of strength? Looking at the results, Luke Tan thought, it turns out there are still 3% of people who are stronger than me in terms of physical strength, 3% in the whole world must be hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands, right, I'm still very weak, you need to work twice as hard to practice. Dong Tintuit applauded, congratulating you, classmate Luke Tan, for just breaking the historical record of the gravity room, and setting a new record for the body defense technique of this base. Where do you plan to go next, the actual combat training room, or the mental power training room? Luke Tan pondered for a moment and then replied, I'm not going anywhere. It's almost time to eat, today's new dish is steak, I plan to go to the restaurant. Hearing this answer, Chin Teo Kwan laughed mockingly, as expected it was still this brat. After 3 hours passed, Luke Tan arrived at the base in doubt. The head teacher was looking for me, Dong Tintuit calmly replied, come over here quickly. Hello teacher and official, Chin Shejin replied, this time calling you here, mainly to do a simple strength test with you, and then discuss with you a little more. Each dormitory will be distributed needles to take blood. During this time, have you checked your blood pressure yet? Luke Tan replied that he had never checked, and the needle to take blood from his blood could not be pierced. I already said that this kid must have entered high school. Without this physical strength, how can he break the gravity room record? Tintuit, please take out the blood needle. As soon as the words fell, Dong Tintuit immediately took it out of her pocket. This is a blood needle prepared for 5th level martial artists, it's probably enough for you to use. Luke Tan calmly held out his hand for Dong Tintuit to draw blood. Drops of blood began to flow. As a result, the vitality and blood value was 24.6, a level 3 martial artist. Seeing this result, Chin Xiaojun sneered with disdain, this guy, I haven't met such a young 3rd level martial artist in more than 10 years. Let's see how your fighting power is. Luke Tan secretly thought to himself, if I want a test, then I have to give it my all and see how far my limit can be reached. He used the breath of iron and fire to test his combat power, combined with perfect martial arts, and his strength was 8 times greater. A calibration shot lands on the measuring device. The result showed that the combat power index was 271,920, the level of a level 4 martial artist. Chin Xiaojun gasped inwardly, a level 3 martial artist, with combat power close to level 5 martial arts, this little guy is truly a monster. Okay, you have graduated from this training camp, do whatever you want next. Remember to give a report when you return, so that the martial arts tournament registered at the Martial Arts Association can be upgraded, Luke Tan replied, thanking the teacher and officials. Suddenly Dong Tintuit called back, wait a minute, Luke Tan, there is another check. This is called energy crystal, which is a special type of anti-stone crystal discovered more than 100 years ago in the Entray ravine of Shi country. It has the ability to absorb extremely strong mental energy. The attack will turn into a specialized mental force used to test the caster's spirit. Just by touching it with your hands and injecting mental power, you can test the intensity of your mental power. Chin Teo Kwan exclaimed, her strength has increased again, even the purity of her mental power has increased quite a bit. I remember last time she only had more than 3 points, Dong Tintuit replied, you think I'm you, all day I just eat and wait to die. Dong Tintuit, you can insult me, but you can't insult my way of life. At this time, Luke Tan placed his hand on top and began to check his mental strength. Chin Teo Kwan babbled, you have to say Luke Tan has more than half of your strength, I still believe, not weaker than you, I really can't accept it. Dong Tintuit shouted angrily, shut up, don't do this, mind. Luke Tan concentrated intensely and began checking. A flash of light made her admire. After placing his hand on the energy crystal, the results of Luke Tan's spiritual energy quickly appeared. The intensity of the spiritual energy, 113.56, the purity of the spiritual energy, 20.3. Dong Tintuit couldn't help but be surprised, how could this be possible? The purity of mental power was 20.3, 5 times better than hers. Every time the spiritual power of a Nen master tames a little bit, it is extremely difficult, it is equivalent to constantly stacking ordinary towels on top of each other and compressing them, until they become hard compressed towels, big or small. Let alone 5 times this level. After only 2 years of hard practice, I have only improved a little. This year he is only 18 years old, this strength is truly too exaggerated, one word from the sky cannot imagine him, one can only use. Before he could finish his thought, Chin Teo Kwan interrupted, buffalo, very buffalo, extremely buffalo, so buffalo that he was about to go to heaven. Dong Tintuit's face darkened, she directly hit him on the head with a strong hand. He still didn't understand why he was beaten to the point of his head, when she turned to him and said, Luke Tan, do you have a teacher? You have learned the spiritual practice before, right? Luke Tan smiled and replied, "Well, I have a master. My teacher taught me a unique practice of cultivating spiritual energy, along with techniques and methods of using spiritual energy." Dong Tintuit breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, having a master is normal. If Luke Tan did not have a master and relied entirely on his own talent to reach this step, he really could not accept the explosion. Thinking about it, she reminded him that even if he had a teacher, it would be enough to prove that his talent was very strong. Perhaps it hasn't been long since he awakened his talent, right? He confirmed, not yet, up to 3 months. These words directly shocked her and the Qin Shao army. He even had to scratch his head and click his tongue, unable to say a word. As for Dong Tintuit, he had to exclaim, after 3 months of awakening, the intensity of his spiritual power had reached level 3, and it had such a high purity, even in the Spiritual Necromancer Association for several decades, it would be difficult for a monster like him to appear. Luke Tan couldn't help but be surprised. Does the spirit of the Nen Master also have an association? Dong Tintuit explained, well, it is absolutely not the same system as the Martial Arts Association, because the awakening of a spiritual master's talent is too rare. Even though the number of people in our Dragon Nation is basically very large, there are less than 100 people with the talent to awaken the spirit of Nen Master. At this time, Tintuit pulled out his collar and touched his neck. She took out a necklace and said, perhaps his teacher intentionally did not tell him, for fear of affecting his practice. After all, the more things you understand, the more random thoughts you have, and the purity of your spiritual power will decrease. But a genius like you, I still hope you can join the association. The association will provide more resources to help you practice. This is my token. Bring it to the association. They will provide corresponding help to you. Luke Tan reached out to receive her necklace emitting purple light and said, actually, I have never seen the teacher's appearance. Every time I receive his instructions, the method is very mysterious. Dong Tintuit commented that his teacher was probably a very powerful person. An ordinary person with a strong talent like Luke Tan, after exploiting it, would soon be considered a piece of gold. In his mouth, the teacher told him to let him develop it himself. He didn't even want to show up, just only talented people at high levels can have such a style of action. Indeed, in this world there is no such thing as a genius without reason. During this time, Luke Tan was also struggling with his thoughts. Now, continuing to use talent as a reason was very difficult to explain, or just simply admit it. My teacher comes from 10,000 years in the future, his strength has reached level 11, and his name is Doni Fan. Qin Tioquan then coughed and regained his composure and said, although everyone was talking happily, I still wanted to interrupt. I came to you today to discuss something with you, Luke Tan. Without hesitation, please speak. Qin Shoujin took out a card and said, first of all, for you, there are 5 million here. Even though the training camp hasn't ended yet, you're probably the best person in this training camp. This was the reward in addition to his exceptionally outstanding performance. Luke Tan was shocked. 500 stars. Dong Tintuit thought you were criticizing him, so he explained, you shouldn't be dissatisfied. This is the maximum limit we have asked for. The military equipment of the Eastern Military Region has always been very difficult. This time, most of the money to support the training camp was spent on 3 meals a day from you students. Luke Tan held the card and was still frozen. The Qin Shujin laughed and patted his shoulder and added, your kid is the most famous eater in the training camp, plus the amount of food, if you add it all up, it's about the same, 700, 800,000 something. He couldn't help but sweat and think this time, 700, 800,000. It turns out that those foods are so expensive, so doesn't it mean I won't be able to eat them anymore? Tintuit placed her hand on her chest and expressed, classmate Luke Tan, although this amount of money is a bit small, it is enough to prove the sincerity of our Eastern Military Region. This is the second matter. Luke Tan frowned and looked at the card suspiciously and asked, Eastern Military Region, is this considered recruitment? Qin Shoujin snapped his fingers, smart, it can be understood like that. Dong Tintuit said with a serious face, perhaps you understand that a talented martial artist like you, no matter what happens in the future, must go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. In a safe area, it is impossible to raise true dragon shells. Qin Shoujin continued, the country and martial alliance give martial artists so many privileges and support, it is not for martial artists to enjoy. Sooner or later you will reach that step. We hope to wait. When you are faced with the choice of military area, you can prioritize thinking about our Eastern Military Area first. Speaking of this, he put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, moreover, Our eastern region has an advantage. The female soldiers of our military region can be said to be the best in the entire country. That beauty, that body, everyone has big breasts and long legs. Dong Tintuit listened and couldn't help but blush and feel embarrassed. She immediately controlled the chair to bury him and flew away from Lukton. There is one last thing. We have decided to let you represent the genius of Dongnin Province and participate in the selection of the Star of the Eastern Province. Lukton exclaimed in surprise, revealing the stars. She replied, "That's right. Every year all Eastern provinces organize genius training camps. The main purpose is to select one person out of 10,000 to be a true genius, with stellar potential. Maybe you know what the physiognomy represents, right?" You nodded in confirmation. "Yes. That is the master." Tan Tioquan stood up, held his head that had just been beaten and went to him to explain that Kai Min Tin was the future Grand Master, Reserve General Tin. There was only one person like that every year in the entire Eastern Department. And this person was chosen from among all the arrogant people, Lukton. Think about it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lukton immediately replied, "I will go." He thought, if he lived in this era, there were some things that could not be avoided. When he wanted to use his own power to change the fate of the entire human race, he must definitely try to turn it around. The situation is like a burning fire. Chin Tioquan patted his shoulder and expressed that both the Dong and I have great confidence in your abilities. If even you can't do it, then I can't imagine that this class will be from Dongnin Province. Is there anyone else who can do it? I forgot to tell you, the reward for this selection contest is given directly by the Eastern Military Region, and is much more generous than a small training camp like us. Lukton nodded. First, I understand, only by revealing more talents will the resources be obtained more. Dong Tintuit reminded me that there are only a few months left before the selection of Kai Min General Tin. I will wait until all the training experiences of the provinces are over before it can officially begin. At that time, I will be informed, let you know. Anyway, I won't let you miss the university entrance exam. Tan Tioquan agreed. With his strength, it doesn't matter whether he takes the university entrance exam or not. The martial arts college of the entire Eastern Department is up to you to choose. Lukton wondered, can I stay at the training camp? He shrugged and replied, it's up to you. Didn't I tell you to do whatever you want? If you don't want to stay, you can leave at any time. Lukton glanced at the snow star to the east. Then he immediately ran away. Before he left, he said, then I will stay a little longer. If there's nothing else, I'll go home. The army saw him leaving so quickly and affirmed, I dare to bet that this kid is definitely staying for the food. Dong Tintuit also sighed helplessly and said, I didn't expect that Dong Tintuit would one day be jealous of someone because of his talent. He nodded, that's right. But he is not like us. He is not destined to be a normal person, I dare say. The Six Saints will definitely be born, causing earth-shattering changes. White River City, Martial Artist Association. Lukton carried his documents and walked here, looked around and thought to himself, I haven't been here for a while. I remember the president is in the office on the 6th floor. Just thinking about it, a voice said, enough is enough. The room echoed with increasingly louder arguments. Old man, you came here to make me crazy on purpose, right? The little secretary smiled wryly and said, Lukton, you're finally back. He pointed to the room and asked, this is it? Confused, she opened the door and told her to go inside first and then speak. He walked in, she immediately announced, the president said, Lukton is here. The man in the blue jacket saw him and immediately stood up happily. He walked around Lukton and said, hey, old man you, this is the top-level genius you always talk about with me, not bad, truly a talented young man. I told you, old man, don't be too angry, think clearly, not everyone can be as excellent as my precious niece. His words hit the president like being stabbed by many nails, causing him to shrink back. The other man continued to pat Lukton's body repeatedly, even holding up his phone to show off his niece's wallpaper, boasting that there are not many people in our family who are worse than the Xiaolan. There is no shortage of people in the city. Bak ha, yes Lukton. Chu Naka's face was angry. He was angry while drinking tea. He angrily glared at Lukton for a long time. Lukton held the documents in his hand and handed them over. He also gave the document to an association president of the small mint city for approval. Young man, did you make a big mistake in the training camp, letting the person who recommended this old guy bring disaster on you? This is no joke. President Chu angrily went up to keep the file that he had stolen. Then he directly tore it open and pulled out the papers to read. When he read the content, His face turned from frowning to wide-eyed in surprise. Seeing him standing still without moving, the old man thought he had made a mistake and provoked him. "Old Chu, don't get so angry that you faint." But President Chu only shouted, "Luke Don, when did you break through to level 3 martial artist?" He replied, "Maybe about a month ago, in the training camp. The general instructor personally helped me check. She said that the military area has the right to recognize the strength of martial artists, just after it's okay to find him to stamp it." After hearing that, Senior Chu grinned and said, "You have the qualifications." "Of course you have the qualifications. Your chief of staff is the representative of the entire military region of the East. Now I will give you my seal." Old Manhwa didn't seem to believe it, so he directly took the file from his hand to read it and showed it to me. "Is it real or fake?" He looked at the piece of paper, then looked at Luke Don in suspicion. The third-level martial artist was 18 years old and had a combat power of 27,000. Could it be that the documents were forged somewhere? President Chu snatched the paper back and said proudly, "Give it here, give it here. Is it a fake document? Go make a fake one for me to try." The embossed mark of the Eastern Army area is so large, stamped on it, you can't see why. Old Manhwa still stubbornly refused to admit it and shouted, "I don't believe it. A kid like you who was eliminated early in the training camp, how could he have a combat power of 270,000? Luke Don then sighed and said, "I never said I was eliminated from the training camp, he just always assumed that." "Oh right, President Chu, the superintendent told you to call her back. She's afraid you won't believe this document needs to be authenticated in front of you." Chu Hoi was full of excitement, and even deliberately patted the old man's shoulder and replied, "Why can't I believe it? Am I such a suspicious person?" "Right, old man. But this phone call should still be made. I heard that General Officer Dong Tin Tuat is a famous genius in the Eastern Military Region. I just wanted to admire it a bit, so let's call him." The call screen is quickly connected. The image of Dong Tin Snow appeared. She asked, "Luke Don, are you here? This is the President Chu Nakha of Bakha City, right?" Old Manhwa also quickly bowed his head obediently. He was truly the general teacher of the Dong Dong. Hearing his voice, Ha Lam also looked into Video's call and asked, "Oh, it's Grandpa's voice. Grandpa, where are you? Why are you calling Video with Dong Quan Dong?" Dong Tin Tuat was interrupted and angrily scolded, "Ha Lam, have you achieved the goal I set for you? Why are you still so distracted? Today the amount of training increased tenfold." Ha Lam was scolded, then he was afraid and obediently obeyed the orders, obeying the Dong Dong's teachings. On this side, President Yu and Luke Tan looked at him with judgmental eyes. Chu Nakha then pushed the old man aside and said, "Okay, let's talk about the main thing. You two go back and talk slowly. Teacher Dong, the document you told Luke Tan to give me, look, everything will be fine very quickly." She nodded, "That's okay, don't miss the main thing." A month later. After all, Luke Tan also represented the genius training camp of Dong Ninh Province and participated in the selection of the Star of Dong Ninh Province. He is the strongest genius in this training course. There is no need to continue participating in training anymore. Chu Trong was completely stunned by her words, and only later did he react. The old man said tremblingly, "Kaimin General Din, the strongest genius, is again." Old Manha's whole body was shaking and he couldn't stand up and fell down on the sofa. It was so bad, it turned out that his niece had called him out and complained. The monster in the training camp, it turned out to be this Luke Don. The call was still going on. On the other end, Dong Tin Tuat scolded again, "Ha Lam, you crawl up for me, this difficulty is already unbearable, do you still want to win Luke Don again?" Ha Lam replied smoothly, "Teacher Quan Dong, I really don't want to, I can't beat him, in the future I can't watch him run away." After everything was resolved, President Chu expressed, "I know, then I won't bother anymore." But before it could be turned off, the snow star stopped it. "President, please don't turn off the phone first. I would like to say a few words to Luke Don. Luke Don, you asked me to help you find materials to make exclusive weapons. Of the spirit of the Nen Master, I have almost found it. I will make a list and send you a list of specific prices. If you want me to buy anything, just say so. As a final point, please quickly pass the caster spirit test, so you can have as for logging into the Star Network. I bought it myself, so I'm hanging up." Having finished speaking, the cell phone turned off directly. President Chu couldn't help but grab his shoulder and ask, "Luke Don, what did the Dong Quan teacher say just now?" Luke Tan explained that because I was tested for spiritual talent at the training camp, the Dong official wrote a letter of recommendation. telling me to participate in the Metal Master test if I had time, a little bit, that's all." President Chu happily patted his shoulder and praised him. Good, Luke Tan. I really didn't see you wrong. You are the top genius of the White River City that we haven't seen in 100 years, Ta." In one corner, Old Man Xia became more and more autistic the more he listened. 27,000, the spirit of the monk. Chu Na-ka saw Luke Tan out of the door of the Martial Arts Association. He also asked with concern, "Do you really need me to call a car to take you home?" He replied, "No need, I have somewhere to go." He still has. "I regretfully advise, when you have free time, come to my house to eat. I will personally go to the kitchen to cook a few dishes for you to taste. By the way, I will introduce you to some friends for you to get acquainted with. They are probably the same age as you, will probably have the same topic to talk about." When the saint opened the taxi door, waved to him and replied, "I know," in his heart he couldn't help but feel happy. Indeed, in the world of martial arts, being bossy is the happiest, honoring martial arts to be king. The taxi started and drove away. The driver then wondered, "Young man, what are you to the president? Why do I see him being so polite to you?" Luke Tan was surprised. The driver could see that he was in a good mood. It seemed that the President Chu had finally opened his eyes. He replied, "It was nothing, just knowing each other." The President Chu was kind. "Up to now, everyone has been very polite." Suddenly, an object like a sign fell in front of the car. The driver was startled and exclaimed, "Oh, what is that?" He quickly stepped on the brake pedal, but the collision with the sign still happened, but there wasn't too much danger. Luke Tan opened the car door to look. He frowned. The sign of the Hongshuyan Martial Arts School. What happened? At this time, at Hongshuyan Martial Arts Hall, a group of people aggressively came to cause trouble. That big man said arrogantly, "Hongshuyan, today we won't talk about business, we will only talk about martial arts and forestry. Pained me today is special. I would like to request your guidance from the Hongshuyan Martial Arts Hall." Suong angrily pointed his finger and questioned, "In vain, you are truly a fourth-level proletarian. When my father was injured, you came to destroy the Martial Arts Hall, Lam Tiat Mountain. You are truly shameless." Hong Chan hugged his wound and stood up and said, "Lam Tiat son, our Hong Chan Martial Arts School has agreed not to accept any more students for 1 year. What else do you want?" Lam Tiat son looked at him with sharp eyes like a hungry wolf and said, "So what? If your Hongshuyan Martial Arts School hasn't put up the sign, then at any time you should prepare to attack someone else, smash it." At this moment, Hong Chuan stood up straight and confidently admitted that he was right. If he put the sign out, he must be able to keep it. Hong Xuan me 20 years ago, she came to Baka City alone. It was all thanks to this fist that she was able to create such a career. Of course, it's also possible now. Having said that, he curled his fists, prepared to fight. Tianj worriedly called out, "Dad," he reassured me, "it's okay." Lam Tiat's son laughed proudly, "If you don't have the ability, then don't talk so loudly. Look at your appearance now. Now you're being beaten to death by someone else. It's all because of you. You ask yourself, that 18-year-old second-level martial artist, is a student at Hongshuyan. Can you teach?" Tianj waved his hand to explain, "I have already said that Luke Tan is not my father's student. Luke Tan is just a member of our place." Lam Tiat's son didn't pay attention to what she said. He stomped his foot on the ground causing it to sink and shouted, "I don't care about these things. All I know is that you guys borrowed the name of that kid Luke Tan and stole more than half a lifetime of business from our martial arts studios. If you dare to reach into our pockets, don't blame me for being cruel." Tianj went up to stand in front of her father and confront him. "That's also your student who pulled the cart over here. You can't blame us." Lam Tiat's son spread his hands and said defiantly, "I know, that's why I came here today to remove your dojo. Your dojo has been overthrown, the students will have nowhere to go, so won't they become my students?" Tianj frowned. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind to start taking a fighting stance. "I will fight you." Lam Tiat's son showed a perverted and disdainful face. "Hey, then I have to use cruel tricks." Hong Chuan quickly stopped. "I am not his opponent, there is no chance." Lam Tiat's son is practicing all his efforts. His level is not ordinary. He is still a level 4 martial artist. If he is not defeated, injured, at most he can fight on par with him, let alone his son. She reassured him, "Dad, I am also a level 3 martial artist. There is only a level 4 martial artist in Lam Tiat's son. We can go up together. We won't necessarily lose to him." Seeing that the two of you were wasting time, Lin Tiat's son kept waving his hand provocatively. Hey, I said how long do you guys want to negotiate? If you continue this, the Martial Artist Association will be closed. Hurry up, can't you just die? Why don't you make me beat you guys again tomorrow? Tianj announced with determined eyes, I'll beat you to the ground later. I want you to carry the sign of our Hongshuyan dojo and walk around the streets. Lam Tiat's son scratched his head, his whole body emitted a stream of sarcastic black energy. The little girl had a sharp tongue. It really makes others hate him. As he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of her, preparing to strike down a palm, only to see a dull voice ringing out. After that, Hong San didn't know when he stood in front of her, blocking his entire punch. She screamed, "No!" Because of this blow, her father was sent flying backwards and hitting the wall. Lam Tiat's son curled his mouth and smiled disdainfully, "Ni Hong San, you're truly a piece of trash, can't you stand a single palm strike?" Hong San stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Lam Tiat's son, you have broken through to level 5. Sarcastic guy, very surprised, right? Hong Shuyan, he always hides in this martial arts hall to teach children. It's been a long time since I fought with a master like me, right? Now who is there?" He trembled and gritted his teeth in agreement. "That's enough. Don't you want our Hong Shuyan dojo to close? Okay, now I will go to the Martial Artist Association." Hong Sun gritted his teeth and said, "Cancel the martial arts school." Tianj couldn't help but burst into tears. "Dad?" Lam Tiat's son is even more proud, "I still believe in the dignity of the shop owner. If that's the case, then I'll go back first." Having said that, he laughed loudly and was about to leave, but at this moment, a figure appeared at the door. "Wait a minute. Luke Don doesn't know when," he expressed. "The martial arts school is peaceful and healthy, saying if it doesn't open, does it mean it won't open anymore? Where will I go to practice in the future?" Tianj was surprised to see you, Luke Don. He walked over to wave to her. "Long time no see, Miss Tianj," a junior of Luke Tiat's son whispered. "It was he who made our students run over here." Immediately, Lam Tiat's son immediately walked in front of Luke Tan and used pressure to threaten me and shut up, but he didn't frown even once. Seeing that, he couldn't help but laugh and patted his shoulder and praised him. "Not bad, not bad. He really had a strong personality, a talented person, little brother." He was worried that after the Hongshuyan dojo closed, he would don't have a place to practice. "No need to worry, our Iron Mountain Martial Arts Studio welcomes you at any time. You've seen it too, the Hongchan Martial Arts School is all trash, not even one of my moves can block it. This kind of martial arts school, what can I expect to teach you? Come to the Iron Mountain Martial Arts School, mine. I will personally teach you the secret technique of Iron Mountain, absolutely without concealment." Luke Tan pretended to be surprised. "The secret skill of Iron Mountain?" Lam Tiat's son Qian opens his shirt to show off. "That's right, the secret skill of Iron Mountain is the untransmitted technique of her Iron Mountain Martial Arts Club. Once practiced, it will be invincible in practice. It's not like I'm just gossiping, it's not within the same level. There are few people who can beat my defense. Hong can't penetrate, and neither can anyone else." Hong Sun fell silent when he spoke. Luke Tan asked suspiciously, "With such powerful exercises, do you also want to teach me?" He smiled and nodded and said, "Of course I am willing, as long as you join our martial arts school and worship me as your teacher, I will definitely teach you." He asked again curiously, "So how do you plan to teach me?" Lam Tiat's son silently cursed in his heart. Why does this kid talk so much? But on the surface, he still pretended to smile. "If you come, I will." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt something very uncomfortable. As if there were countless monsters baring their teeth and biting at me. He quickly raised his hands to cover his face and braced himself until his shirt tore. Lam Tiat's son's face suddenly changed color. It seemed Luke Tan had just exerted mental force on him. He gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Amazing, it's really hard enough." Having finished speaking, Luke Tan quickly launched a move towards him. Luke Tan's hand hit him hard with a palm. Lam Tiat's son was unable to resist but was thrown back and slammed against the wall, causing a large piece to break. But he was beaten to his knees in the rubble. Luke Tan turned his thumb from above to the ground and said, "Don't you mean teach me? Kneel down, how can you teach me?" He lost consciousness, but Luke Tan warehouse was still standing unharmed. A few of his students were so surprised that their chins dropped. They lost. "Didn't you tell me this is a level 2 martial artist who is only 18 years old? Why are you still standing there? Quickly help your master up and run away." They hurriedly helped people from Lam Tiat's son to leave. Tianj also worriedly looked at his father's injuries. Luke Tan reached out to her and asked if she was still okay. Tianj raised her hand and placed it in his hand, blushing and responding, we're okay. He helped his father up and said, don't let the dojo close, otherwise I'll have to find a place closer to home, that will be very troublesome. Hong Chuan held his hand tightly and expressed, it must be like that, this time I really thank you, just tell me if you need anything, if I can do it, I will definitely do it. Luke Tan smiled and said, no need to be polite, no matter how you say this, it's all because of me, but just this time, if you encounter similar things in the future, you can rely on your strength, but protect yourself, you also know that in this world, martial power is revered. Having finished speaking, he turned and left. Looking at his figure, Hong Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, an N-level half-armed martial artist, with a great success, but was hit by a 6,000er, it was truly terrifying, and he easily destroyed Lam Tiat, mountain like that, isn't it possible for only a top-level 5th-level martial artist to do it? Tianj is also full of doubts, 3 months ago, Luke Tan was only a 2nd-level martial artist, now he is finally the real thing, what force is that? After resolving the matter at the Hongshuyan Martial Arts Hall, Luke Tan returned to his home. As soon as he opened the door, his mother was already waiting. She asked, are you home, little saint, why are you so late, didn't you say you could come home this afternoon? He explained, when on the way home he saw a group of people bullying weak people, he helped a little. When she heard that, she was startled and worried. What, fighting, did she get hurt? Luke's mother stopped scarring on one side and touched the other side to check his condition. Luke's father, sitting at the table drinking tea, had to laugh and say, your son is now an official martial artist, he must be okay. Practicing martial arts should be like that, when encountering grievances on the road, you must help out, the strong who help the weak are the men, the son of the 6 great seas will later have to go to the battlefield to kill strange beasts and protect them, nation. Luke Tan was finally allowed to sit at the table. Luke Keen Hoa then whispered in his ear, brother, what kind of meat is all the meat you sent back? Dad, when he eats, his body feels much better and his blood is better, yours has also increased by 1 point, this meat is better than supplements, could it be that you stole it from the training camp? Luke Tan pinched her cheek and scolded her lightly, why do you think your brother is like that? Don't worry, it's all my own gain. He was constantly being pinched in pain and cried out loudly. Mother Lan placed a bowl full of rice in front of him and warned him, little saint, is it difficult in the training camp? Don't be too reckless, safety is the most important thing. Luke Dai said, what do you understand? He patted his chest proudly and said, holy child, I can see that since childhood, you have always had a temperament in your heart, you will definitely become a powerful person, doing many great things, even if you fail, our whole family will always be your support. Luke Tan emotionally nodded and replied, I know, Dad. During a warm family meal, he thought to himself, yes, so that these normal and warm days can continue to last, I need to constantly become stronger, so strong that I can stop them, received all the disasters, enough to protect all of this. In the dream world, on the ground countless corpses of zombies had been defeated by Luke Tan, their power was heading towards him. The ferocious zombie screamed and attacked. But Luke Tan only used one fist to defeat it. He let out a long breath and talked to himself, now the zombie of the 6th level martial artist only needs one punch to be able to solve it. This is the center of the base, right? He raised his head to look at the palace in front of him and thought, in the past, the powerful zombie was encountered here, he didn't know if it was still its opponent or not. First, he secretly went inside to explore the situation, picture before. Suddenly, Luke Tan saw something, it looked like a human shadow, That person also glared at him, then suddenly rushed down. It hit the place where Luke Tan was standing, luckily he reacted in time and dodged back. Luke Tan couldn't help but be shocked. In front of him was a zombie with powers far different from the previous ones. The density of blood and energy, the flesh body is like stainless steel, a 6th level martial artist cannot have such a feeling of oppression at all, the master realm. In one breath, he absorbed too many memories of battle, and the desire to destroy continued to appear in his mind. Just transporting the crystal Guanxiong Fa can eliminate the excitement, but now, I don't want to lose it, the courage to fight it, just fight. Luke Tan rushed forward, using the 6th level of wind breathing. As soon as he arrived in front of the zombie, he immediately turned around and kicked, attacking the zombie with a powerful move. But it seemed like his feet couldn't touch it. I just saw this zombie grandmaster smirking. Luke Tan quickly retreated backwards. He was secretly surprised. What, even though he didn't use all his strength just now, he still kicked with 6 times more force, combined with perfect kick support. The combat power index was over 100,000 after all. As a result, he couldn't even move his 2 fingers. This was the master. Not giving up, Luke Tan gritted his teeth and his whole body felt like it was on fire. He once again rushed forward, using his breathing 10 times faster, combined with his constant strength. He delivered a strong blow towards the zombie. Fire erupted and enveloped it. But he quickly had to say in surprise, "What?" Around the zombie master's body, a layer of blanket rose up to block his moves. Luke Tan was stunned. The martial arts master himself has the legendary invisible stance. The intensity of bullets cannot penetrate. This is Master Force Field. He then stepped back again. But that zombie didn't seem to have any intention of attacking him. Still standing still in the same place as before, making him quite surprised, he did not pursue, did not intend to attack. Luke Tan sat down, couldn't help but sigh in frustration. No way, absolutely unable to fight back. His full-strength attack hit the thin curtain. The power was directly erased by 99%, until he doesn't even have the qualifications to move a step. This is still the remaining force field that the deceased master left behind outside his body. Luckily, this master-level zombie didn't see me as an opponent at all. When I attacked it, it only passively blocked it and didn't actively attack, otherwise I would have died on the spot. I finally understand why. Between level 6 and level 7 there is only 1 level difference. The status is also a world apart. Level 1 can be called a master, while level 6 can only belong to the category of martial arts. Fake. There really is a big gap between the two. I can't even forcibly remove the blood one by one now. What should I do now? Should I give up? No, there must be a way. Just by killing it, I can contact the master's memories. Luke Tan continuously attacked with force. Each of his blows radiated great power. A look of determination appeared in his sharp eyes. Some force knocked Luke Tan away. He quickly landed on the ground and looked up. His eyes turned to the old man and he thought to himself, I already felt it a while ago, the Grandmaster's stance is not invincible. The stance is a little weakened, even though it's just a little, it's almost impossible to notice, but it's definitely weak. With a bit of rubbing like that, maybe there's still a chance, but I guess I'd have to attack a million times to erase this stance, and my physical strength is about to be exhausted. If he hadn't still been using the natural breathing method to recover and had changed to another level 3 martial artist, he would have been tired and laid down countless times already. What should I do now? My strength has become stronger and I can solve this hard bone problem, but after my mental strength reaches level 3, hunting zombies below level 6 is like cutting grass and sweeping it, large area. Wait, mental power, I haven't tried directly using mental power to attack. Because I still haven't practiced the combat skills of a spirit master, I've always used spirit power as a support method, using the Divine Illumination Vuong Sutra fuel to enhance my vitality and blood. I almost forgot that I was still a level 3 spirit caster. Compared to my strength in martial arts, my strength in the spirit caster field would still be stronger. After that, Luke Tan quickly condensed his divine power. He thought that he still couldn't condense his spiritual power into a sword or stick, but it was enough. When the divine power had condensed to a certain extreme, Luke Tan immediately attacked the master's barrier. Luke Tan immediately attacked the master's barrier. The blow shocked the old man inside. Realizing that situation, Luke Tan exclaimed, "It was effective. But, it's still not enough, use your maximum force." Without thinking more, he continued to condense a second time. Then quickly rushed towards the master in front of him. This blow was more powerful than the previous one. The master calmly looked and observed. The condensed divine power directly crashed into the barrier. Creating a crack but not breaking it, Luke Tan said, "Is not enough." Then without saying much he continued concluding. Luke Tan let out a long scream and rushed down. Another blow fell, overlapping each other. At this time, his barrier cracked bigger and bigger. This surprised the old man. Even though it cracked, it didn't have enough power to break it. Luke Tan doubted that was still not enough. He immediately used his foot to step on the congealed rock. Then, as soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan immediately used his breathing, combined with the power of the perfect star punch technique. The constant star exerts 10 times its power, the internal movement is complete. He screamed, breaking for me. One strike made the old master's barrier unable to withstand it. Immediately, the barrier began to crack even more. Then it broke into small pieces. His surprised eyes could not be hidden on his face. Luke Tan's proud posture exuded heroic beauty as he rushed toward the old master. "At this time," he said, "the immortal heroic spirit, your will." "Because I inherited it." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a kick from Luke Tan. Nin calmly stood up and smiled strangely. The old man pondered about something, his eyes proudly recalling the past. Luke Tan, on one side, could see that incident happening before his eyes. At that time, everyone happily congratulated Mr. Nin, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, starting from today, you are the great master." The situation is getting worse and worse, even though the star realms are always running fast everywhere, they still keep falling at the base. The base numbered before 100 is located in the center of the Martial Alliance, and that's the safest place in the world. I've arranged the canoes, you can leave this afternoon. Dad, won't you go with everyone? You're the master, so you should stay on the front lines, dripping the last blood for humanity. That was a level 9 strange beast. Even if I looked far away, I immediately felt trembling. I am a master, with strong will. There is nothing to fear. Why should I be afraid? Why? The eastern sun is setting in. A single blow from Lord Vuongha's hand is truly too strong. If the human race has an existence as strong as Lord Vuongha, there will definitely be hope. Successful, Lord Vuongha took action and mastered a completely new martial skill. It is not impossible for him to reach the top 8 great masters in this world. So cold, this is the feeling of approaching death. It is said that the Martial Alliance has launched a fire race plan, meaning to use the strength of the entire human race to cultivate a 12th level powerhouse that has never existed before in history. Does humanity still have hope? Unfortunately, I can't continue to see it anymore. Luke Tan saw those memories appear clearly. He breathed heavily. Seeing those memories, Luke Tan wondered, is this the life of that martial arts master? Compared to the amount of memories absorbed any time before, it is very strong. How special is a person's life? How strange. The martial arts master's name was Nin. When he was alive, his main practice was boxing. His boxing skills, the meaning of his boxing, his combat experience. Now I am still integrated into my body. My martial arts skills are still improving like crazy. At this time, Luke Tan was entering the micro realm, entering the high-level micro realm, entering the peak realm. When he was done, he raised his hand to feel the power. The power of controlling the realm was slowly flowing through his body. A light source flashed in his hand, making Luke Tan happily exclaim, "Controlling the scene." This is what martial arts master Nin has learned all his life. Vuongha, in Nin's memories, except for his wife, this name is the most mentioned name. And it turns out that the person who created the constantly refining physical technique was Wang Ha. After 10,000 years in martial arts, Vuongha is obviously a great and bloody person. At that time, Vuongha once fought with monsters. He used the nickname Dong Chu Tu Duong to fight it. Extremely scary monster. Even 7th level martial artist Nin is also an admirer of your majesty, but it seems that Nin was once helped by Vuongha, and has been led by him ever since. Establishing an extremely powerful martial arts sect, why can't I find myself in the king's memories? Going deeper, Luke Tan step by step went deeper inside. Going to a certain corner, he discovered a golden pearl. He curiously picked it up and held it in his hand. Suddenly, some force pulled Luke Tan inside the pearl. Luke Tan thought, this is the enemy Nin has ever encountered. Luke Tan himself took a half step into the master's office. There should have been no fear at all, so why was he still so scared? What is hidden in that darkness? He looked at the familiar back in the distance and said, that back, Nin. From afar, in the tunnel, the figure of old Nin was waiting there. A light flared up. It penetrated even the streaks of clouds. Luke Tan was blinded by the light, so he had to cover it with his arm. But suddenly he seemed to see something very surprising. Not only that, in mythology, the son of the emperor is the sun is responsible for lighting. Each son of the heavenly emperor is a sun. At that time 10 suns also appeared in the sky, rivers dried up, the ground cracked, endless light and heat burned everything. No spirit can exist under these 10 suns. This is the martial arts master who competes in Nin with all his heart and soul, learning all his life. There is even the intention of using it to plot the completion of the 8th level Great Master. The name is Ten Yang Dongjian. Now, it's mine. Grasping the power in his hands, Luke Tan immediately tested a few punches. Return to the dormitory, at the skyscraper. Luke Tan sat sullenly on the chair. He thought, something seemed to have changed in his mental power. Condensed, yet it was done. I can feel that my mental strength has not changed much compared to before, but in essence it is completely different. Even though it's summer. Or freezing snow. The jade in Luke Tan's hand burned brightly. Luke Tan clasped his hand and smiled triumphantly. So he went out to the balcony to test his strength. The building nearby was shaking. He was startled to see that building shaking, then wondered, what is that? Because that building was afraid that Luke Tan's power would cause it to die in a few seconds, that's why it trembled like that. This kind of feeling is unimaginable to ordinary martial artists. I can feel it. In some ways, it is considered to be entering a supernatural level. I'm very sure that if I just use suppressive energy, I can crush to death a level 3 or even level 4 martial art. Not only that, there is also a master level position next to you. Even though it is only a very thin layer, if you emit more energy, you'll be much stronger. However, even if the current strength is enhanced to the extreme, the durability is still not 1% of that master level corpse. Having this position is equivalent to having the original principle of martial will. Even though it's just a seed right now, sooner or later it will one day turn into a giant tree reaching up to the sky. The things that escape from there will belong to you, the true master level martial arts will. At the same time, the ocean banquet began to open, and Luke Tan sat on the chair and calmly took out his phone. There was a conversation up there saying, the banquet in the sea, the room on the top floor. He thought, now that he had left the training camp, without the daily supply of strange beast meat, he really needed supplements to support his training. It was time to come into contact with the people of the good practice hall. Suddenly, Hatuta rushed in with an excited look on his face. When she saw that Luke Tan was the only one present, Hatuta looked amused and thought to himself, I'm just a student, so that's good. Seeing Hatuta appear, Luke Tan politely invited him to sit. He smiled and expressed that he heard that the steak at this restaurant is very delicious. Can we eat and talk at the same time? Hearing this suggestion, she slowly took off her coat and replied, of course. The waiter quickly took the coat and solemnly replied, yes, I will help you hang up your coat. Seemingly confused, question, how should I open my mouth? Without hesitation, Luke Tan called, served, your best quality steak, bring it to me, 40 portions, medium cooked. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter replied, yes sir. Hatuta silently exclaimed, pig, he ate 40 portions of steak in one go. That's right, Luke Tan is a martial arts practitioner. It's normal for him to have a big stomach. But one portion of steak is 1,280 yuan, 40 portions is 51,200 yuan, he alone eats that much, he probably won't have the stomach to let me pay, right? After that, Luke Tan turned to ask, do you want to eat? Hatuta replied, thank you, Mr. Luke, I have already eaten. She did not eat, please give me the dish. In her mind, she thought, what a pig. She shyly smiled and said, this time I'm here. Before she could say anything, her information was already on the table. Ha Lang Tu, 22 years old, hometown in Quanglam City, Hung'an Province. Her father's father Ha Taemin was originally just a small student of Lao Taeon's pharmacy. For several decades, martial arts still flourished, relying on martial arts talent to create talent, medicine, becoming a 5th-level medicine manufacturer, and at the same time opening a charity shop. Chi Kwik is scattered in more than 20 cities of Dongnin Province. The total number is up to 201 shops. Although practicing charity during the first few years, business was still quite good. Hearing these words, Ha Lang Tu showed anger on his face. Ha Lang Tu was about to speak, but Luke Tan quickly spoke again. Luke Tan calmly continued, because the next generation's business was not good. In her father's generation, it quickly failed. After talking about Lan Dai Hai for a while, Luke Tan stared at Ha Lang Factor waiting for her to respond. Ha Lang Tu wondered, Mr. Luke reads information that can be easily seen online. What do you want to say? Is your memory surprising? At the same time, the waiter brought up 40 portions of steak and placed it on the table. He replied while eating, no, I also know that Tran Lam's mother, due to family reasons, has not returned to Dongnin Province for 20 years. Never met a girl like her once. But the good path was already collapsing in her hands so quickly, except for her old-fashioned concept, not being good at business. Her words were like sharp arrows piercing Ha Lingtu's body. She was angry but did nothing. Okay. The most important reason is, in fact, that her mother has been working hand in hand with the Tran family for many years to secretly pressure the church to do good deeds. As soon as he finished speaking, Ha Linghao shouted loudly in surprise, "What, Mr. Luke, what evidence do you have to say these words? You can't say these nonsense." He calmly replied, "Is it real or fake? You should go back and ask your father and it will be clear. This meat is of very good quality, the nutritional content is also high, and it gives you quite a lot of energy." Ha Lingtu remembers, "When I was 2 years old, my mother left my father, and for many years she did not return to visit us once." Too cruel. The failure of Ha family's good deeds actually started when mother left Ha family, father took over. At that time, almost every day the family had a pharmacy that had to close, for several months in a row. Even if dad wasn't good at business, it wasn't that bad. Luke Tan asked, "Is it true that every time a cooperation project has been negotiated, it cannot be implemented for some reason?" As soon as he said this, Ha Lingtu was extremely shocked. "Miss Ha, don't blame me for investigating too deeply and in too much detail." Ha Lingsu thought that the shop was closed, the contract ended. The strange thing was not just that, if it was really like Luke Tan said, her mother was secretly making fun of her. She replied, "What, Mr. Luke said, I'll verify it myself. Now let's talk about the contract." Luke Tan replied with interest, "Yes, I am in charge of providing prescriptions and corresponding technical support. How many people are in charge of production and consumption, the final profit?" "I want 9 parts." Hearing this number, Ha Lingtu was startled. 9, why don't you say you want it all?" He explained, "I want to, but I'm afraid you don't want to." She negotiated, 6 parts, at most giving you 7 parts. "I want more than 2 parts, 1 part is to maintain long-term cooperation. The other part is my reward for helping Miss Ha deal with some troublesome matters." Ha Lingtu wondered, "What do you mean?" He replied, "Ha family has been bullied by Tran family for so long. Could it be that Miss, don't you have any thoughts, for example? Revenge, take back everything that belongs to her." Ha Lingtu looked at the divine powers that Luke Tan radiated. He continued, "Miss, look at this, you will probably understand what this means, right?" Ha Ling was surprised. He was a spirit master. 18-year-old middle school martial artist, master of martial arts, said to be a talented spiritual master, even though he is not a martial arts practitioner. Also understand very clearly the scale of this quality. Luke Tan reminded, "Miss Ha also mentioned it just now, these 2 words, Miss Ha. It seems that Miss Ha also did not think that this remedy was researched by me alone. She doubted, could it be someone else, stand behind him?" Luke Tan replied, "Smart, so the rest, in exchange for me, there is help behind me. Is there any more profitable business in this world than this, lady?" Faced with these arguments, Ha Lingtu thought, if everything is really like Luke Tan said, then sooner or later I will have to confront the people of the Tran family. Even though I have never held a grudge in the past 20 years, and have never had a thought of revenge, the other side will not forgive me, because the prescription to cooperate with Luke Tan is the best excuse to take the plunge and bring the pearl. Guilty. Oh my god, such a brilliant genius. Okay, I agree, you have 9 profits. In addition to the intelligence, heart, and tricks that Luke Tan had shown before, when he received the answer, he happily replied, "In this love and compassion is the medicinal drug of Ling Company to strengthen blood thing." Taking the documents in hand, Ha Lingtu said, hoping that Mr. Luke will keep his word and accomplish everything. Luke Tan replied, "It will definitely be done, the days are long and the months are wide. Luke Tan will eventually grow to the point you should quickly go to the Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Association to register your patent. If you don't understand anything during the manufacturing process, just ask me. As for anything else, I won't care. I trust your ability. There are also recent I want to borrow your pharmacy lab, please arrange a time. I'm full, there's nothing else to do, I'll go first." Cooperating happily, after speaking, he immediately left. Letting Ha Lingtu stay and think, "I thought that Luke Tan was just a student, a few sentences would be enough to negotiate. As a result, it seemed like the person I was facing was not an ordinary high school student, but some great and noble person. In the end even the title, Ha Miss, became you." At the same time, the waiter came in and said, "Hello ma'am, can I pay yet?" Ha Lingtu exclaimed impatiently, It was all he ate, he didn't even pay. Okay, how much is it? 90 parts, a total of 115,200 yuan, minus the odd number for you, leaving 115,000 yuan. Looking at the long bill on the table, Ha Langta wondered, what, there are no 90 parts here, clearly we only ordered 40 parts. The waiter replied, just now you ate here for 40 portions, then packed 50 portions to take home, saying you want to enjoy with your family, cash or swipe card. Ha Ling cried 2 tears and took out her card to pay. Returning to Luke Tan's familiar room, a bell rang. Luke Tan's mother quickly ran to open the door, looking shocked and exclaiming, what is this? He calmly replied, this place is high-quality beef, there's no need to cook dinner tonight mom, eat this, feast on the sea, this isn't that expensive store, is it, this much beef why, if you want to eat beef, tell your mother, going to a restaurant is cheap and expensive, how much does this all cost? Luke Tan replied, it was not me who paid, it was the rich second generation who invited the guests, she has money, I said I don't need it and she's still angry with me. On this side, the name was called, and the card had to be swiped to pay. Okay then, don't be like that in the future, even though people have money, it's not okay to act like that. Oh that's right, the teacher at your school came to our house several times, each time asking about my situation, son, this teacher is really good. Hearing these words, he thought to himself, Mr. Chung, he really hasn't been to school for a long time, he has to leave tomorrow. Early the next morning at Dam Trung Buk Ha. Chung Chan Kwok is sitting in the office. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, causing him to quickly answer, come here. Who is that? Opening the door, seeing Luke Tan appear, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Luke Tan brought the Saibon tree and politely greeted him, General Teacher, long time no see. Last time I broke your pot, so I specially bought one back, I'm glad. Chung Chan Kwok wondered, but it was really unexpected, how long had it been? The feeling you leave behind for others is completely different. Come on, let's go first and then continue. I'm about to leave school, after this meeting, I'll probably only see you on TV. That's right, what are your plans next? Luke Tan replied, I am preparing to participate in the selection of the general, then go to the spiritual association to pass the test. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Zhou Kwok exclaimed in surprise, what, you said that you were talking about the spirit of the spirit, that's right, the teacher at the training camp recommended you, you also discovered spiritual talent, Nen Master in training camp. So, then that's really good. I don't have anything to teach you, do whatever you want to do, go to the sky that belongs to you, I will cheer you on, thank you, teacher. After finishing their conversation, the two had to say goodbye to each other. Looking at the back of Luke Tan leaving, Chung shook the country thinking, I really saw wrong, this kid is not only the pride of the third class, the pride of the white galaxy, but can also become the pride of the whole human race. Walking to the front of the familiar classroom, everything was still as usual. The teacher teaches attentively, perseverance is easy is difficult, the truth is modest but ridiculous, neither strict nor loose, only emptiness is the truth. The teacher inside angrily grabbed the book and said, get up. Wake up, come back to your senses. The teacher told the students, don't underestimate the achievements in culture subjects, I know that many of you have applied for Vu Dai, but don't forget that achievements in culture subjects are also extremely important, they can be just poor, just 1 point and you have to say goodbye to the universe of your dreams. If you change this point to the value of vitality and blood, you will probably have to spend weeks or months practicing, but in the culture class, it's just a few questions, when can you learn, it's so boring, go. Come on, after school, go to the emptiness shop, I'm about to go platinum. Koimin then replied, I'm not going anywhere, you guys go, I'll report to Vu Dai, after school I have to increase my practice. What's wrong with you these days, your efforts aren't like you anymore, Chu Tin Cat, Lu Koimin. What are you whispering about, stand up for the teacher, the teacher screams startled both of them and they quickly stood up and replied, yes. He angrily shouted, you two, take my words as, before I could finish, Luke Tan appeared and interrupted, Teacher Hong, I'm home. The students looked at the familiar figure outside the door and were bewildered for a moment. Luke Tan stood outside the door waving and said, everyone, long time no see. Everyone, long time no see, seeing Luke Tan, everyone cheered in admiration, but it was actually Luke Tan. Did Luke Tan go back to school? Oh my god, I thought I'd never see him again. I heard that Luke Tan was accepted by the president of the Martial Arts Association as a senior disciple. Every day he was in the martial arts training and preparing to attack. When he became a master, I heard that the mayor wanted to marry Miss Tien Kim to him. He said he needed to focus on martial arts, so he refused, signed his name, and it was very difficult to meet Luke Tan once. I'm going to have to find him to sign it and post it on the school. Teacher Hong was so happy that he quickly ran out. His friend, Luke Tan's classmate, me. Luke Tan replied, I want to take the last culture class. Is that possible? Yes, of course I can. Hello everyone. Oh my god, it's really Luke Tan. Teacher Hong spoke loudly. Everyone opened their books. We started studying. During that class, everyone turned to look at Luke Tan. Chu Tin Cat doubted, is it real or fake? Yet I can sit and study with Luke Tan. The aura is so strong. Is he really in the same class as us? I heard he is already a martial artist secondary school already. At this time, Koi Min calmly looked at Luke Tan without taking his eyes off. He silently asked, Luke Tan, he has really changed a lot. Soon, the class ended with the bell ringing. Teacher Hong happily took a breath and said, okay, class is over. Hearing that, Luke Tan immediately stood up. All eyes turned to him with aura of admiration. Luke Tan said hello, goodbye everyone, I will not forget you all. Hearing these words, they exclaimed, for the first time they felt honored to be classmates with someone like that. Yes, me too, I swear I will definitely take the entrance exam, so handsome, I feel proud to be in the same class as Luke Tan. When Luke Tan passed by the dawn, the two of them looked at each other. Luke Tan comfortably put his arm on his shoulder. He said, try your best, if you have time, let's get the highest score. These words made Luke Min emotional and burst into tears. He replied, even if I risked my life. Must also take the entrance exam, definitely. Back in his room, Luke Tan sat in front of the computer. I told Halingta to buy all the ingredients needed, plus Ling Company White Blood Thang and Marrow Nourishing Pill. These two types of tonic have special effects in tempering the tendons and bones, and their value is also of the highest quality. If the quantity is large, it will be enough to feed me up to level 4. The computer's index finger gently moves. Next is the matter of the spiritual master's weapons. Before the official assessment, you cannot log in to buy weapons. Before starting the selection star, you must find time, pass the Nen Master spiritual examination, otherwise you will have to bother Dongtin to it every time. It is easy for your secret to be exposed. See Table of View Values. On the computer screen appeared an image of a knife called Infernal Dao Lun, worth 37.5 million. Looking at this price, Luke Tan thought, Infernal Dao Lun and Silver Kong Phi Dao, this price, it's so unreasonable. I thought that 500,000 prize money was very modest, but I didn't expect it to be really small. Even the Silver Shuttle is already $29,500,000. Luke Tan crossed his arms and let out a frustrated sigh. Just the iron needed to create the Infernal Dao Wheel and the Silver Space Flying Dab already required 9,100 tons. One piece of Dao Wheel would require more than a kilo anyway, so those hundreds of thousands are all gone. Not counting the other supporting materials, I can't just forge one piece of blade wheel. Furthermore, the quality of his spiritual power is far superior to that of ordinary people. Ordinary Dao Lun iron is simply not enough to use. He must use higher quality iron to forge weapons, but the value is nearly 10 times higher. Money, in my pocket, I can't even forge a single part. Luke Tan held his chin and analyzed. There was no way, he had to do it himself. Fortunately, I found a map of the strategic material distribution of martial arts 300 years ago in the Fire Resource Warehouse. This time I had a place to use martial arts. Luke Tan opened the drawer and took out a scroll. Fortunately, I found the strategic material distribution map of martial arts 300 years ago, in the Fire Resource Warehouse. This time I have a place to use martial arts. He picked up the map and thought, this time he can use it. The mysterious untapped ore is here, New Dao Mountain. I'll go dig up some mines that haven't been mined yet, so I can go find a blacksmith to forge weapons. Furthermore, if I find the mysterious tin and silver ores, I can even exchange them for money. A shot, kill two birds with one stone. After arriving at Halingta to distribute enough nourishing marrow pills, you can go to New Dao Mountain to find ingredients. A week later, at Hantian Hall, Halingta walked back and forth in the room. She looked angry as she stared at the phone and shouted, "This bastard Luke Tan. Why hasn't he come yet? What time is it?" Luke Tan walked in, quickly picked up his robe and said, "It's so embarrassing, I've made her wait for so long." Ha Ling-tu looked at the person and shouted, "Your kid, you still know me." Luke Tan put on his shirt and explained, there was some delay in doing something, had he prepared all the necessary ingredients. Looking at Luke Tan's appearance, Ha Ling-tu couldn't help but blush. Yes, as he said, "I'm ready." Luke Tan put on his gloves and walked to the ingredients table to ask how much these ingredients cost. Ha Ling-tu didn't hide it and replied, "About 20,000. Holding the herbs in his hand, Luke Tan assessed, "Well, the quality is not bad, write it down first, then deduct it from the profit later." "Well then, I have to start, can I invite the young lady out first?" Then Luke Tan put on his mask and started work. Ha Ling-tu was a bit speechless, but finally nodded, "Okay." Looking at Luke Tan behind him, Ha Ling-tu thought, I still haven't earned a dime of money, but I've spent hundreds of thousands to find materials for Luke Tan. Fortunately, the documents Luke Tan gave me were very complete. I was able to easily distribute the perfect white blood thing. Is he researching a new medicine? This week Luke Tan has been coming to the treatment room every day. Damn, how many secrets does he have? Ha Ling-tu walked out of the laboratory and closed the door. 3 hours later, Ha Ling Element was sitting outside waiting. At that moment a sound rang out, "Okay lady, it's finished refining." From inside the laboratory, Luke Tan came out and said, "I have to go away in the next 2 days, don't worry, this time I will bring the capital to market for you." The head didn't look at him, but just nodded faintly, "Yes." Luke Tan looked at her appearance and smiled, teasingly saying, "What a strange little girl." Ha Ling-tu was angry and looked at Luke Tan's back as he left. Seeing that Luke Tan had left, Ha Ling-tu immediately stood up and ran quickly into the laboratory. She quickly entered the room. Looking at the test tube filled with solution in front of him, Ha Ling-tu exclaimed in surprise, "There it is, surprisingly it's a new drug with an unknown name." Holding the test tube containing the medicine in his hand, Ha Ling-tu evaluated, "I have tested the effectiveness of this medicine, it is indeed very good. After use it can directly strengthen the bones and joints. The tonic can strengthen the upper bones and joints. The market is at least a few 100,000 for a level 4 or 5 tonic, but Luke Tan can create it with only a few hundreds of thousands of ingredients, so how much profit is there?" Ha Ling-tu remembered the big thing hanging on Luke Tan's shoulder. In his backpack, there was definitely a lot of new medicine, stuffed to the point of swelling. At this moment, the concubine ran in with the phone. "Miss, I did as you told me." Ma Fai brought out the phone to speak, but the whole way I kept looking at the cami, but didn't see anything. The cami looked like it was broken. Waiting for Luke Tan to leave, it was back to normal. Ha Ling-tu depressed, holding his head and sighing in frustration, too, just know that. In front of a spiritual master, these thoughts are truly self-inflicted. Ha Ling-tu looked at the test tube in his hand and said nothing. Ha Ling-tu picked up the test tube and looked at it for a long time. Later, I had to give up, that's all. I still have to honestly follow him, no matter what. Now, he is the hope of revival of the family. At Kalman Mountain, on a tour bus, the tour guide's voice rang out, "Passengers, our destination, Tien Lam Camp is located in the deepest place in this New Dao mountain. The scenery charming, far from where people live, is one of the few 5A-level landscapes in Dongnin Province. Everyone can feel the warm and simple folk customs of the people of Tien Lam Camp, often taste the traditional dishes of Tien Lam Camp, witness with their own eyes the pure and beautiful scenery of New Dao Mountain, and you will even have the opportunity to buy the mysterious and sophisticated traditional handicrafts of Tien Lam Camp." The ladies in the car started to complain, "Traditional handicrafts, this is not a forced purchase, right? It's a remote mountain corner, where are we staying at night? There must be a lot of mosquitoes on the mountain, right?" Hearing that, the flight attendant quickly stood up to explain, "Sister, we are an official travel company, there is absolutely no forced purchase, please rest assured. In the evening we will stay in the village, the conditions are very good, there is air conditioning and TV." Sitting next to the car window, Luke Tan was now focused on thinking, this week, a total of 90 marrow-nourishing pills have been dispensed, which should be enough to last him a while, but this place is really the silver ore there has probably not been discovered yet, so it is possible that it has been monopolized. At this moment, a golden ball rolled to attract Luke Tan's attention. A cute little girl ran over and quickly bent down to pick up the ball. The little girl's name is Nom Nom. She looked up at Luke Tan and smiled sweetly, "Brother, do you want to play with me?" Right at this moment, a beautiful girl came to the boy's side and advised him, "Don't make trouble, don't bother others, okay, sit well." The girl looked at Luke Tan shyly and said, "It's so embarrassing, Luke Tan also politely replied, "It's okay." Suddenly, Luke Tan's eyes widened. Huh? Luke Tan looked over and saw a family of 3 men sitting together, and the spirit of the master was the father. Luke Tan gently smirked, interestingly. At this moment, he secretly thought that on this trip he was not the only spiritual master. Also on the New Dao Mountain tour bus, Trin clasped his hands in his fan and lamented, "Hahoo, it's so boring, and it's also hot. Am I short-circuited somewhere? Why did I agree to go there? This devil will relieve your sadness. There are still 3 days and 2 nights left. How can I sleep?" Sitting opposite, Lam Tu-san held a fan and said, "Trin Bullet Dan, it's not like I'm forcing you to go anywhere, it's because you wanted to go, right?" Lam Tu-san was so embarrassed that he became angry and retorted, "Please, aren't Lam Tu-san still in love? I'm just afraid that you'll come to this ridiculous place and kill yourself." "Huh? Oh, your kindness will be betrayed, consider it a wild animal's heart." Lam Tu-san said lightly, "Don't worry, I'm not that weak, I just haven't traveled for a long time, just take this opportunity to go out and relax. This tour is a bit bad, but the scenery at New Dao Mountain is very beautiful, come once and you won't regret it." Trin Dan Dan heard that and said, "Okay, no regrets." At this moment, a screeching sound rang out from behind the car, attracting Trin Dan Dan's attention. The naughty boy held the ball and threw it forward. "Hey, catch the ball." Luke Tan gently caught the ball with his hand, not forgetting to praise it. It was beautiful. Trin Dan Dan turned back. The whole person was captivated by Luke Tan's eyes. Nom Nom raised his hand to catch the ball and hit the ball forward, but the ball was deflected to Nom Nom's direction. Trin Dan Dan reacted quickly and raised his hand to catch the ball. "Hey, I'll help you catch it." After that, Trin Dan Dan threw the ball towards Luke Tan. Luke Tan received the ball, his mouth smiled sweetly in thanks. Trin Dan Dan froze, quickly stammered, "No, it's nothing." Looking at Trin Dan Dan's appearance, Lam Tu-san smiled teasingly, "Hey, look at his handsome appearance." 2 hours later, we finally arrived at New Dao Mountain. Trin Dan Dan looked at the surrounding scenery and assessed, "This is not an ordinary mountain, but it is also considered a level 5 scenic spot." Lam Tu-san opened the map to look. "It seems that it's not wrong. I heard there is also a big waterfall. You will know when you go into the mountain tomorrow." Trin Dan Dan didn't pay attention and said, "You like it? He's here." Her eyes glanced at Luke Tan, who was getting out of the car. Nom Nom walked to Luke Tan's side and sweetly proposed, "Honey, can you play with me again tomorrow?" Luke Tan sat down, rubbed Nom Nom's head. "Okay, I'll play with you tomorrow when I'm free." Nom Nom smiled excitedly, "That's great." Trin Dan Dan walked to the side and said, "Little sister, tomorrow can I also play with you and my brother?" The male boy clung to Luke Tan's arm, made a bad face and said, "My bad sister always steals the ball from me. I don't want to play with my sister, I just want to play with my brother." "The boy's mother is coming now, come here quickly, we have to go to camp." There is no other way. Nom Nom has to say goodbye to Luke Tan. Bye on. Luke Tan also waves goodbye to Nom Nom. "Well, goodbye." Although Trin Dan Dan was angry, he still forced a smile. "This rotten child, I don't want to play with him." Luke Tan turned around and said to Trin Dan Dan, "Children are carefree, don't pay attention." Trin Dan Dan smiled and took out his phone and said, "Why do I have to calculate with children? That's right, Marshall, can we make friends?" Luke Tan did not refuse and replied, "Yes." Then both sides brought out their phones to make friends and had new friends. Trin Dan Dan asked to be contacted, the whole person became happy. Luke Tan, what a domineering name. After that, Trin Dan Dan to Lam Tu-san left. "That's right, Marshall, see you again." Trin Dan Dan said to his friend, "Don't make friends with that handsome guy." Hi, I thought this free trip was boring, it seems interesting." Lam Tu-san smiled and said, "You're happy." Behind, Luke Tan said goodbye to the two and left. Luke Tan's light lit up, smiling meaningfully and interestingly. This trip not only had a rare second-level Nan Master spirit, but also met 2 second-level martial artists. However, I believe that the Divine Mind Master probably won't discover his identity, at most he will only realize that he has practiced martial arts. After forming the Master's will, I can freely control my energy and condense my spiritual power. As long as I don't actively attack, ordinary people cannot detect my powerful spiritual power. I just don't know how many stronger martial artists will appear in this steep mountain. No matter what other people's purpose of going to New Dao Mountain is, if they get in your way. He suddenly noticed a mosquito buzzing around. Then the only thing I can do is squeeze him to death. Luke Tan just keeps moving forward. At the same time, on the highway several hundred kilometers away, a luxury car was passing by on the road. In the car, a man knelt in front of the mirror. Ngo Tichkeen looks lazy, holding a glass of purple liquid. "How's it going? Have you found the whereabouts of Duong Mao Lam?" The man knelt on the ground and raised his head to report that he had been found, on Nudao Mountain in the city of Kaomin. He took his wife and daughter with him, probably wanting to hide in the mountains. When Ngo Tichkeen heard this, he assessed and said, "Well, Duong Mao Lam also has some brains. If he rushes into the deep forest and mountains without getting out, I really have no way to deal with him." The man said firmly, "Sir, don't worry, we have sent people to follow him. Even if Duong Mao Lam turns into a savage, I can guarantee that we can find which mouse hole he is hiding in." Ngo Tichkeen raised his head and laughed loudly. "Good. Well done, you just need to follow him. Level 4 martial artists like you two are still not his opponent. When I get to Nudao Mountain, I will personally deal with him." "Yes, that subordinate receive response orders." Drinking the entire glass of water in his hand, Ngo Tich thought respectfully, "Duong Mao Lam, don't blame me for being cruel. Offend me, I won't kill you, others will find it easy to bully you. So any dog or cat dares to climb on my head and neck." The glass of water was empty, so he held the glass and held it out to the girl sitting next to him. His hand holding the glass gently shook it. The girl seemed to have received an order, her face slowly raised, revealing red eyes. Then, from the girl's mouth and eyes a lot of liquid gushed out. The liquid just kept falling into the glass of corn. Smell the sweet liquid in the glass filled with satisfaction, this vague taste of love, the breath of youth that only 16 years old can have. So sweet and enchanting like this. Duong Mao Lam, even taking his daughter with him, took out a photo in his hand. And the people on the photo are a family of 3 men. Wu Tich looked at the photo with a despicable smile. It seemed like he had another collectible. Back here, the family of 3 men entered a room. The men looked at the room and ran around excitedly. The boy's mother looked at her daughter and advised her, "Take it slow, the floor is not flat, be careful of falling." At this moment, Duong Mao Lam's eyes lit up, emitting the energy of the spirit of a Nen master. A purple light continued to cover the entire room. Then it covers the entire building. "This room is very clean, no hands or feet are touched, you also need to be very careful." Nom Nom's mother said, "No matter how big that cornucopia is, can it still reach out to this Nuda mountain?" Duong Mao Lam worriedly said, "Not afraid of the worst, just afraid of the worst. Anyway, taking you and your daughter with you, it's okay to be a little careful. Don't forget that we're on the run right now." Ngo Tichkeen has long been a level 3 spiritual master. Because his mind was narrow, he learned revenge. Everyone who offended him is dead. Duong Mao Lam put his hand on his wife's shoulder, "Just hoping that this time we can escape from his pursuit smoothly. We hid at your father's place for about a year and a half and nothing happened. I really thank him." When the chase came, my father and brother, 2 second-level spiritual masters, joined forces. "Maybe I can still compete with him," Nom Nom's mother said with an uneasy face. "I hope so. I haven't seen my father in a long time. I don't know how his health is. My father's martial arts cultivation is not weak, and he is also a top level 2 Nen master." Holding his wife in his arms, Duong Mao Lam comforted her. "Maybe it's already high school now, what disease could there be with a healthy body? Don't worry, I won't let you and your mother die, suffer any damage." At this time, the man's eyes looked through the window. The girl enjoyed observing the scenery here. In another room, Luke Tan looked outside. Activate the spirit of mindfulness, covering the entire area with energy. Even passers-by are no exception. The man using binoculars to look around was also surrounded by the spirit of the Nen master. Luke Tan observed and evaluated the people here. Except for the guy he was watching, there was nothing unusual. "But he didn't stop me, let him go." Luke Tan reached into his shirt and took out a bottle, pouring it out. It was a blue medicinal pill. Putting the medicinal pill into his mouth and chewing, Luke Tan thought, with the help of the pill, the progress of tempering his muscles and bones is actually much faster. According to this progress, in less than 2 months, I will be able to completely complete the first stage of cultivation, the immortal golden body. Born with internal strength, officially entered the ranks of level 4 martial artists. Luke Tan's phone rang with a notification. When I opened it, in the Happy Family chat group, Luke's mother reminded me to be careful when I'm alone outside. pay attention to changing clothes, and don't eat too much frozen food because it's easy to get a stomachache. Looking at the message, Luke Tan's eyes softened and he thought with emotion, I'm not a child. Luke Keen-ho also texted his brother, ran out to play again. Humph, sister Dwang Din-hak also returned to school today, and asked if I wanted to meet him out. She was texting frantically. Tell the truth, are these two people in love, accompanied by a threat from someone like an apple? Looking at the messages on his phone, Luke Tan smiled angrily. Luke Tan was angry, he quickly texted back, concentrate on cultivating your martial arts, take care of other people's matters, remember to take the tonic I left for you every day, if I don't come back yet, the value of your chi IQ point hasn't broken through 1 point or 3, then don't blame me for giving you supplementary education. After texting, Luke Tan placed the phone on the head of the bed. As for myself, I lie down and close my eyes, my body falls asleep, I try the results of my cultivation these few days. As soon as he arrived, Luke Tan threw himself into playing rom ball, as well as feeling his own energy, not bad, after mastering his master's skill of 10,000 times. Behind a few zombies are about to attack Luke Tan. His whole body was surrounded by a layer of light, that is, the elementary master's will was formed. Now, it can be considered that no one can stop him. Luke Tan waved his hand and punched the old rombi. With a sudden sound, the rom ball was blown away with powerful force ejected in all directions. The other balls were blown away just like that. His whole body turned into a blackened piece of coal. Suddenly, a ray of light streaked across the sky. That lightning hit straight to the ground. Seeing this scene, Luke Tan came closer to take a look. Luke Tan's face became tense, it seemed like there was something there. The aura is very strong. A foot stepped out from the ice slab. A high-class marble appeared. The zombie's left cheek was missing a large piece of flesh. It picked up the sword and made a downward slashing motion. It swung its sword once, and the surrounding area completely froze. Luke Tan looked at the rombi in front of him in surprise and shouted, "This is a master-level zombie." The white smoke from the chrome flew to Luke Tan's place. Rombi's image also slowly faded, Luke Tan's mind became hazy, his vision suddenly. After seeing clearly again, he saw the zombie disappear. The spirit of induction causes a series of dangerous red notices to appear. At this moment, Luke Tan could only stare wide-eyed and unable to do anything. There was only one thought in his mind, how dangerous is this kind of snow and ice? Rombi floated in mid-air, holding the sword and stabbing straight towards Luke Tan. He also realized that it was her new attack, a master-level skill. Swoosh, the sword just cut Luke Tan in half. In his mind, a beam of light pierced straight through his mind. After cutting Luke Tan, the zombie stood and stared at him. Her slash hadn't stopped yet and continued to stab straight forward. A scream of pain rang out. Luke Tan sat up from his dream, it was so painful. Luke Tan's face was in pain, his hands were clutching his chest, his body felt like it was being torn apart. Is this the feeling of dying in a dream? Luke Tan quickly woke up from the dream, he gasped and silently sighed, luckily it was just a dream, everything was fake. Otherwise, my destiny will end simply like that. At that time, I used all my mental strength to fight back, but it had absolutely no effect. The power of her attack could not be compared with everything I had encountered before. I originally thought that in my dream my exploration would be relatively smooth, even after entering high-level maps several times, she can flexibly toy with stupid, high-level monsters in the palm of her hand. The dream is not the lost garden I thought, in the wasteland after the collapse of civilization, only blood and fire can create a true savior. That female monk. She is indeed very strong, her fighting power far exceeds that of Deepening, should be a stronger Grandmaster, maybe even an 8th level Great Grandmaster. That shining glacier is probably the will of the female martial god's master, if only I could have it, I don't dare to imagine. If I had reacted right away at that time, in that state, relying on my fist control and master techniques, I might have been able to surround her for a while, or turn around and try again. Having finished speaking, he concentrated intensely on his practice. But then he suddenly screamed. After feeling it for a while, Luke Tan was surprised, now he is completely unable to enter the dream space. Could it be because he died inside, causing him to rewind time to enter? It seems that at night there is no way to enter the space in the dreamscape. At the same time, Trindian Dan sent a message, "Little brother, have you come to the room yet? Little brother is packing your things, do you want to go on a trip together tomorrow?" I am an orthodox martial artist, I can protect you. Little brother, it's time to eat. Do you want to eat together? Why didn't my little brother answer me? Is it because I haven't looked at my phone yet? Reading these messages, Luke Tan looked disgusted and somewhat regretted making friends with her. Seeing that his stomach was also growling loudly, he said, "Okay, let's go out and eat something raw." At this time, at the Western restaurant, while Luke Tan was struggling to find a place, suddenly there was a loud voice calling, "Luke Tan. This side, big brother." Seeing the man waving his hand, he looked shy and waved back. Duong Mao Lam saw that and turned his head to look after him. Luke Tan walked to Trin Dan Dan's place and sat down. She wondered, "Why don't you sit at our place, when many people eat together? It's noisy." Luke Tan coughed a few times and then replied, "You guys haven't eaten yet?" Trin Dan Dan happily replied, "Not yet," Lam Tu San said with an angry face, "Already eaten." These words made Trin Dan Dan glare at her with a cold face. Trin Dan Dan said, "Just now I didn't want to eat, I ordered some food but couldn't swallow it, now I'm hungry again, now sit and eat with you, order some more, I think it's beautiful, the meaning is not in the words, say no." The male child innocently asked, "Dad, can I go find big brother to eat together?" Nom Nom's mother gently replied, "Is there any difference in eating here, but I want to eat with big brother." Duong Mao Lam smiled lightly, "Go, but don't cause trouble for others." Nom Nom replied excitedly, "Thank you, Dad." Nom Nom's mother complained, "Why would she let her go to a stranger's table to eat when she's at peace? What's our current situation? As for saying I'm too cautious, I think you're the one who's too careful." He used his mental power to scan the surroundings, they were all tourists, there was no threat. That boy's personality is not bad, his eyes are very pure, not like a bad person. His footsteps are shaky, his aura is unstable, even if he is a student participating in a martial arts competition, his strength is only normal. In addition, the other two girls are just students, at this age, they are already second-level martial artists, and their talents are not bad. In the scope of your vision, just a thought is already dead, there will be nothing unexpected. Looks like I'm still worrying too much. At the same time, the waiter brought the food. "Your food is ready, please eat." Looking at a pile of food on the table, Trin Dan Dan was scared, "Little brother, you eat that much?" Luke Tan calmly replied, "Recently his stomach has been very big." He was excited when he saw dumplings, the girl exclaimed in surprise, "So cute." Luke Tan smiled gently and asked, "Little sister, can we have a contest to see who can eat it all first?" Without thinking, the boy immediately replied, "Okay," then the girl rushed in to eat it greedily. Luke Tan directly poured the plate of cake into his mouth. Lam Tu San thought with disgust that only people with normal family conditions who had not yet officially become martial artists would eat that much. After normal martial artists enter the level, if they have the means, they rely on supplements to fill their energy during daily cultivation. Those who can afford it will also choose some high-quality food to replace it, just like the dried meat that Trin Dan Dan and I brought with us. It's enough for a level 1 martial artist to eat a few bites a day, otherwise, he would eat so much at every meal and go to the bathroom for half a day. Trin Dan Dan's handsome guy constantly compliments him, "He eats so liberally, and he's so handsome." Lam Tu San whispered in his ear and said, "Trong Dan Dan, don't you really like this Luke Tan?" Trin Dan Dan innocently replied, "Of course, my expression is still unclear. But he's younger than us, and he's just a high school student, you've already seen his unstable aura, perhaps his martial arts skills and family background aren't that great, you are an excellent student of Dong Nin martial arts, an official second-level martial artist. Only 3 or 4 years old, age is not a problem, little girl dog, first you have to be young, I believe this is fate, this time I went to Nudao Mountain with you to meet him, this is it was arranged by God. But if two people date each other, how can they stay together? Long-distance relationship, no matter how deep the feelings are, long-distance relationship for several of years, if you are not an official martial artist, then the minimum salary after graduation is 1,600 in May. What about the house, what about the car? Dan Dan, love is not a temporary thing, it is a matter of food and clothing. In the end, his martial arts strength is getting higher and higher, the gap between the two people is also getting bigger and bigger, conflicts accumulate day by day, in the end, there will be an explosion day. What you said is not a problem, I am a level 2 martial artist, I can guide Luke Tan in martial arts, even if he is not in Dong Nin martial arts, I can still ride in the car to visit him, Every week, he has no house or car, we have it. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Luktan can only be a normal person, then at the very least I can be a normal person with him. If I can be a normal person, then there is no need to be a normal person every day. Practicing martial arts is so much fun. I've noticed that my legs have become stiff from practicing martial arts lately. Besides, who says our Luktan is normal? In my heart, he's always bright and shining like that. I believe Luktan's future will not only be like that. Lam Tu-san angrily replied, "You are really crazy, but for a high school student, you want to give up the martial arts you have persevered for more than 10 years. You look at that weak appearance, I really don't know what you think. Now you're worried if it's too early, haven't started yet, wait until you've chased Luktan and then talk again." Because of his strength, Luktan actually heard the two people's conversation very clearly. He laughed and said, "It was absurd." Nam Nam bewilderedly asked, "Big brother, what is this nonsense?" "Nothing, just complimenting the beautiful sisters." Hearing these words, the male suddenly thought of something. The little girl ran towards Trin Dan Dan and shouted loudly, "Big brother, these two sisters are both very unreasonable." Luktan laughed and nodded, "Yes." Nam Nam's sister's unreasonable words made Lam Tu-san and Trin Dan Dan shy and could only laugh. Early the next morning, getting out of the car, everyone was talking, "This hotel bed is too hard, I can't sleep at all, I won't come to this shabby place again in the future, there are many mosquitoes, I was bitten last night, to the point where I can't sleep at all." The bald old man asked confusedly, why didn't he see a family of 3 anymore today? They were clearly about to depart. The tour guide replied, "Aren't they in the room? Please help me find them, I can't call them on the phone either. There's also that boy who can't be seen anymore, the person who was so good disappeared overnight, strangely. Everyone rest first, I'll go find the search and rescue team." Trin Dan Dan wondered, did those 3 people and Luktan all disappear? Lam Tu-san replied, "Those 3 people don't need to worry, that father is not an ordinary person, Luktan's changes are very strange, that's strange. I don't care if they are normal people, you say." Right now the tour guide is busy finding people for the next trip, I'm afraid it will be cancelled. I have to go into the mountain to find Luktan, don't be in a hurry. Go inside the forest opposite. The squirrels, hearing the strange noise, were startled and ran away. I only saw Luktan rushing forward. As he ran, he thought to himself, after resting all night, the feeling of suffering and death in the dream was much less. Go to an empty lot somewhere. Luktan quickly stopped and jumped up very high. He sat down, put his hands on the ground to feel. The energies are transmitted deep into the ground. Deep below, there are sparkling crystal stones, he silently exclaimed happily, having found them. Then, Luktan gently flicked it with his hand. Caused a large piece of land to rise high. A huge stream of power enveloped the beam below. He gently reached out and touched nothingness. Purple pearls gathered in Luktan's hand. Holding it in his hand, he said, "This is silver honey. Infused with spiritual power." Sure enough, after the secret silver enters the spirit, the power can change shape at will. The bit of honey in my hand is probably 4 or 5 pounds, if the price is the same as in the documents, it's more than 200 million. But this is just newly mined silver ore. If you use it to forge an Endmaster's spirit weapon, it will require dozens of smelting steps. After 4 or 5 years of silver honey, in the end, 1 kilo is good enough. It remains to be seen whether the purity of the silver honey ore here is high or not. This silver molasses ore is too flattering to say, small enough. Just like this, 7 parts have been dug, if someone had come to dig it, it would have been over in less than a week. How should I move such a large pile of silver honey out? It's so big that it will attract attention. I originally wanted to dig a little bit and carry a little bit out, but once I got a little bit of it, I couldn't stop. Okay. Looks like I can only find a carrier to help me. Put it down first. Trampled, perfect, finished, Luktan contemplated how to transport it. Remember that a few kilometers around here there is a village of ethnic minorities, you can go there to help. The villagers live separately from the world and are very kind and honest, giving a little reward is not a big deal. If money moves people's hearts, we will meet again soon. So the only thing you can do is squeeze it to death. Why are we now thinking of even more brutal ways? Nowadays, it's a law-based society, a law-governed society. The village is over there, not far from Luktan. He secretly told himself, we must speak well, we must not use violence, we must obey others with virtue, We must obey others with virtue. After thinking about it, Luke Tan immediately approached the village. On this side, Trindandan was worried. It's too remote here. Will Luke Tan really come here? There are too many insects, Lan Tu-san replied with disgust. He said he wanted to go find it, so he was impatient. Ring again. Wait, what is that? Look what this is. Look at the yellow ball hidden in the grass next to it. Trindandan was surprised. The ball was the plastic ball that little devil used to play with. Could it be they? Suddenly, something happened that frightened Trindandan. What's going on? I can't move. At this time, Trindandan and Lan Tu-san were tied up and captured by the spider monster. In the village, there was a loud call. The village chief, the village head, and the eldest sister had returned. Her whole family went there together. Hearing that, the village head of the village was startled and looked after him. Nom Nom excitedly ran in and called out, "Grandpa, I miss you so much." The village chief's eyes filled with tears and he hugged the man in his arms. Nom Nom laughed loudly. "Grandpa is still fine, is he fine?" Nom Nom's mother whispered, "Dad, we're home." Duong Malam stammered, "Father-in-law." The people standing on one side greeted excitedly, "Eldest sister, brother-in-law, why did everyone come here?" Nom Nom happily replied, "Come visit my old man. What else could there be? Let's go hunt wild animals, grow up a little, everyone will eat and drink together tonight." "Yes sir." "Nom Nom, let's go catch animals together." Nom Nom replied happily, "Okay, wild animals, I want to eat bird soup, just like last time." The village chief asked with a calm face, "Okay, if you don't have anything to do then don't knock on the door. What's the matter this time, just say so." The girl cautiously turned to look at Malam Street. At this moment, he took a deep breath and replied, "Father-in-law, us." Afterwards, the three of them sat together and talked. The village chief coughed a few times and asked, "High school, you guys have provoked the spirit of a high school Nen master. I knew long ago that nothing good would come of your kid's arrival. When you first rushed into the village to take Manhwa away, I knew this day would come." Manhwa quickly responded, "Dad, please help Malam, just consider it helping me." Duong Malam said with a thick face, "Father-in-law, I remember the person who achieved the spirit of a Nen master a long time ago, is that right now?" The village chief calmly replied, "I failed, and suffered internal injuries, and my cultivation level has also retreated a lot. If the spirit of a level 3 Nen master really finds its way to the village, I can only buy a little time." He quickly took his daughter away and went to find someone else to help. Manhwa was stunned and couldn't believe her eyes. Duong Malam angrily shouted, "Help, run out and find someone to help." "Find someone? Of course find local agencies, find the police. Now is the rule of law society, even if he is a level 3 spiritualist, he can still kill people on the main street. If reporting to the police works, do you still need to come here?" Suddenly, from outside, a panicked young man ran in and called out to the village chief. Outside, someone rushed in. These words made everyone look at him in shock. "The mountain is close by outside." Luke Tan looked at the map while entering the village. He wondered, this was the camp on the map marked with a star, it was so desolate. Suddenly an arrow rushed towards Luke Tan. The strong young man coldly asked, "Hey, who are you, how did you find your way here?" Luke Tan glanced at him with sharp eyes. Next to him, the boy recognized someone he knew, and the girl excitedly called out, "Big brother! Big brother, why don't you come to my grandfather's house to find me?" Manhwa saw this scene, she smiled and replied, "It turned out to be that boy, still lucky." The village chief was curious, the two of them knew each other. Duong Malam wondered, "Boy, why did you run here?" As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan replied, "I don't like going with the tour group." Luke went up the mountain on his own, but accidentally lost his way, and in the blink of an eye, he lost his way, coming to this place. "Big brother, are you all lost? This is my wife's hometown. Every year we visit relatives, this time we just conveniently went with that tour group, it turns out that's it." The village chief stood aside and kept praising, "This boy's eyes are pure, I like him very much, welcome to Yen Lam Camp." The village chief's son came closer, put his hand on Luke Tan's shoulder and quickly reconciled. It turned out that it was a very awkward acquaintance. He overreacted a bit, he came at just the right time, he just found out that his eldest sister's family is coming home. "Just wait a moment, I made some rustic dishes that people like you from the city have probably never tasted." "Okay, thank you, Do you want to buy our village's wood carving specialty? No need, thank you. Looking at the people here, Luke Tan thought, this fairy camp is not an ordinary place. It's hard to meet a spirit master once. There are actually 3 people in this camp. This old man is a peak 2nd level spirit master. They are spiritual masters. They definitely know the value of secret silver. How should I speak? Should I show off my strength myself, shocking these people? It's not good. Nom Nom said sadly, Big brother, we can't play together anymore. My shadow is gone. Luke Tan doubted, did I lose it? Please help. At this moment, he also felt that this aura was from Trindandan and Lam Tusan. They had also arrived, weren't they tourists? No, it's not just the 2 of them. Nom Nom pointed his finger forward and shouted loudly, Shadow, that is your shadow. The ball gradually rolled towards them. At the same time, a voice spoke up, but they wanted to run to this deep forest and mountain. Lam Tusan and Trindandan were captured by dark forces as their hearts. Ngo Tichkeen appeared with a proud look on his face with a powerful entourage. He calmly said, it's really a waste of effort for me, the Malam Road. When the village chief saw this situation, he was surprised. This is the trouble for the 2 of them, it's not good. This is not just the spirit of a level 3 caster, but the pinnacle of level 3. Malam, quickly take the child and the villagers away. Having finished speaking, the village chief stayed alone to deal with him. Ngo Tichkeen looked disdainful at his tricks. He used a spider web to protect his body. Wu Tichkeen sneered, it's not just this trick, or, this old man is your support. This kind of frivolous spiritual power truly humiliates the 4 words spiritual master. Just like that, this time I will destroy all your hopes, let you taste what true despair is. Hearing these words, Duong Malam angrily replied, Ngo Tichkeen, I risk my life with you. At this time, Duong Malam concentrated his mental energy to a high degree. Then, a direct attack towards the cornucopia. Faced with this situation, he calmly observed the situation. Ngo Tichkeen gently waved his hand a few times. The ropes broke the formation of Duong Malam. The broken stones fell to the ground. This caused Duong Malam to exclaim in surprise, wow, his powerful pearl cannon actually had no effect at all. Ngo Tichkeen arrogantly said that he even dared to compete with me even with such powerful weapons. Not knowing the height of the sky and the depth of the earth, he was angry and attacked them. Manhwa was scared and reached out to hold and call, Nom Nom. Everyone was easily tied up by the glass cord. Duong Malam's provocation, Ngo Tichkeen, if you have anything, come at me, what kind of bravery is it to bully women? Ngo Tichkeen laughed and replied, he was about to die but still spoke so stubbornly. Having finished speaking, he immediately tightened the rope tightly, making them unable to breathe any longer. Their faces were frowning and uncomfortable. He said, I originally intended to kill the 2 female students behind me to punish you. But I didn't expect this place to be so good, separate from the outside world, suitable for me to take my time. Treat you, you can rest assured, your daughter is a paint girl. I'll leave you a cup. Seeing what was happening, Duong Malam shouted in fear, was it an evil trick to turn people into wine bottles? You beast, Tang Malam tries to break free from the bondage. Ngo Tichkeen's crazy exclamation was this expression. Lam Tusan thought to himself, it's over, he is a peak level 3 spiritual master, I'm afraid this time I really want to bet my life on this new Dao mountain. If I knew that, I wouldn't have come here to solve the problem. This time we all have to die here. Trindandan looked worriedly at Luke Tan. In her mind she silently called, Luke Tan. She silently said, in the next life there is fate, we will meet again. Ngo Tichkeen ordered, go, bring that brat here. Hearing the order, the subordinate immediately dropped the 2 girls and walked towards Nom Nom. At this time, in front of these cruel people, men and women could not help but be afraid. Suddenly, the strings of the cornucopia were broken. He was surprised, why did my silver-stringed honey be severed? It turned out that Luke Tan had removed the rope. Nom Nom was scared and hugged Luke Tan and said, I can move now, big brother, quickly help my father and mother. They ferociously rushed to threaten, you, hand it over here. Without saying much, Luke Tan immediately hit them with a strong blow, causing the 2 fat guys to fly back into the distance. Ngo Tich was shocked, what is going on, you are a 5th level martial artist. No, with this weak appearance, the strong energy is not present, and the internal strength is also absent. It can't be level 5, how the hell did you do it? Could it be that you just broke my silver ring? Duong Mao Lam, this kid is really your support. Without the powerful energy to protect your body, you are just a little monster with a little power. Under my silver honey, your fragile body will be cut into pieces like butter. I can't wait to hear it. I heard your pitiful cries. Luke Tan calmly replied, let you take a look. Ngo Tichkeen was angry and did not know how to control himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attacked. I only saw Luke Tan gently raise one hand and use a martial arts level control palm to defend. Lam Tu-san silently said in surprise, how is it controlled? Just reaching out his hand can control it. Oh my god, I've only heard of that level. It's no different than a mortal suddenly seeing a god. Ngo Tichkeen couldn't believe his eyes. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Luke Tan looked arrogantly and asked if he had finished speaking yet. He forcefully tugged at his penis, making him gasp. How could he even control his own silvery cypress? Damn it, even if I die, I have to drag you along. At this time, Ngo Tichkeen was executed by Luke Tan. The village chief was stunned and died. He wanted to self-explode his spiritual power. Everyone here would die from mental confusion. Trindandan was surprised. Luke Tan, what to do now? Undeterred, Ngo Tichkeen began to transform his body. Luke Tan stood in front of that situation. He said, it has to be said, your mental strength is truly true. Weak and pitiful. Luke Tan didn't say much and quickly overwhelmed him, causing corn to accumulate glass without time to react. With just one hand, crushed the glass corn in an instant. He panicked and shouted, no, in an instant. In just a blink of an eye, he staggered and fell to the ground. Luke Tan is sarcastic, corny, a bad name. But, the furniture isn't too bad. Luke Tan exclaimed while untying everyone. The spirit caster's weapon is made of silver and can be used temporarily. Nom Nom happily shouted, Big brother, you are so awesome. Thank you for saving us. Duong Mao Lam said, the martial arts strength Luke Tan had previously displayed was terrifying enough, his mental power made people's scalp numb. The village chief continued, he's old. How old is this kid? It just looks like a student's body. At the age of 17 or 18. Having a martial arts cultivation level comparable to a level 5 martial artist, mastering martial arts is enough to be evil, and the mental power is even easier to crush level 3 like Wu Tich Jing. It is truly gang, talented people appear in the mountains. Our country is about to have a dragon. Lam Tu-san said, how does Luke Tan have such strong strength? Isn't he the kind of trash that eats and then lies down? Luke Tan is also too handsome and strong. It turns out he is truly a genius. I also want. What should I call him now? Duong Mao Lam said in surprise, Mr. Luke, this time it's really. Luke Tan replied, Big brother Tang, just conveniently crushed to death a pervert who didn't know whether to live or die. There's no need to say thank you. I have something I want you guys to help me with. Don't worry, I will definitely do my best. 3 hours later, returning to the bus. Luke Tan pondered, the main goal of this trip to New Dao Mountain seemed to have been completed. Everything about the real silver is left to Duong Mao Lam. He is a second-level spiritual master who has officially passed the examination. If he has the expertise, he will be able to compromise and deal with this batch of silver. Next, I will also should register as a spiritual master. Moreover, I also unexpectedly had an additional set of secret silver spiritual weapons, worth at least 4 or 5 pounds, which was truly an unexpected joy. I didn't expect Luke Tan's strength to be so strong. If it weren't for him, we probably would have died on New Dao Mountain. Trindandan wondered, Luke Tan, where are you going next? Luke Tan replied, Luong Tan, the Nen Master Spirit Association is there. I'm going there to do something. Luong Tan, what a coincidence, we are in Luong Tan. We just happen to be able to go back together. Aren't you guys students of Dong Nin Vo Dai? Why don't you go back to Dong Nin Province or go to Luong Tan? These words made Trindandan and Tu-san speechless. Lam Tu-san quickly explained that Dandan's house was in Luong Tan. Before going to New Dao Mountain, she told me that this time she had to go home conveniently. That's right, I just wanted to go home. Luke Tan smiled and replied, then let's go together. I don't know where to go to Luong Tan. I can just ask you guys. Trindandan said, no problem. Staying at my house is also no problem. He sighed and thought, what am I doing? Do I really want to fall in love with her? No, I still have too many things to do. I will leave immediately when I get to Luong City. Suddenly the phone rang. Luke Don quickly picked up the phone. "Hello," the other end of the line replied. "Luke Don. I'm Dong Tintuit." "Hello Coach Dong, what are you looking for me?" Kaimin chooses the star ahead of time. "Where are you? I will come pick you up right away." "So early?" "Okay, I will immediately go to Luangtan Passenger Transport Station." "Okay, in about 15 minutes I will come and wait for me." Soon, they arrived at the Liangcheng bus station. Luke Tan quickly said, "I have something to do for the time being, I won't be coming to the city, let's break up here." Trindandan was surprised. "So where are you going?" "Let me send someone to take you away." "Oh my god, look, it's the Imperial Heart of the Kingdom, the newest model." "Oh my god, really, the living tycoon." At this moment, a car parked next to them. Stepping out of the car, was a luxurious woman. She hugged the Dandan and happily said, "I'm home, Van Tue, you two came so quickly." At the same time, a handsome guy greeted Dandan. "Long time no see, it seems like you've become more beautiful again." "That's my friend, why don't we introduce ourselves a bit?" Trindandan looked disgusted and asked, "Why did you come here?" "She is Lam Tu-san, my best friend in Dong Nin martial arts, a level 2 martial artist. He is Luke Tan. We met on a trip to New Dao Mountain." "Good friend, Luke Tan has too many secrets, then again, I don't even understand anything about him." He glanced at Luke Tan and fell into deep thought. Van Tue walked up to Lam Tu-san and praised him, "Level 2 martial artist, so powerful." "Hello, I'm also a good friend of Dan Dan, my name is Tu Van Heap." "Hello, my name is Tao Min Luong, you are Dan Dan's friend now, and in the future you will also be our friend. It must be tiring to travel so far, get in the car first, I'll take you to Luangtan first, then let's go, take everyone for a walk." As soon as he finished speaking, Trindandan said, "Wait a minute, this car of yours only has 4 seats, we can still call the car back ourselves." Luke Tan replied, "No need, my friend will come right away, it's okay." "What's the situation, Dan? He's just a traveling companion, is there a need to take him so seriously? We're friends." "Don't tell me you take him seriously, that kind of thing. Isn't this beauty a big bunch in our world?" Cao Min Luong smiled proudly and said, it's me who doesn't think carefully, even if we know Dan Dan, we can't treat people like that." "This is enough, take this money and drive over." Faced with his contemptuous attitude, Trindandan angrily shouted, "You guys, what are you doing?" Luke Tan gently placed his hand on her shoulder and comforted her, "It's okay, I just said." Suddenly, the pile of money in Tao Min Luong's hand flew everywhere. "Someone came to pick me up." As soon as the words ended, the sky began to darken. From above, a helicopter was parked here. They looked up in surprise and shouted, "What?" Dong Tintuit coldly said, "Go up faster, the inner city can't go down." Hearing these words, Luke Tan immediately flew up. Everyone was surprised by his action. Tu Van Thu gasped, Dong military region, even playing with a helicopter, he flew up." Luke Tan arrogantly replied, "Then everyone, we will see each other again." After settling down, the helicopter immediately left. The people below exclaimed in horror, "Honey, this must be the so-called provincial god, he's like a middle-aged aunt who rode a bicycle for a while and bought an entire subdivision." Cao Min Luong wondered, Dan, this friend of mine, what is his background?" Trindandan angrily glared at him. Then he pulled Lan Tu-san's hand and said, "Let's call a car to Luangtan." The two of them carried their bags under their arms and turned to leave. Only Tu Van Tue and Cao Min Luong remained, looking at each other bewilderedly. High in the clear blue sky, the helicopter was gradually climbing higher. Luke Tan happily said, "This is the first time I've been in a helicopter, underneath it looks like a puzzle toy." Dong Tintuit asked, "Do you like it? If you like it, then join the army when we leave." "I thought she said she was giving me one." "What a great idea. What I mean is that you can sit every day. If in the future you are promoted to the rank of Grand Master and become a Major General of the military region, the army will automatically prepare a private helicopter for you." This kid seems to be a lot stronger, now he really can't see through it at all. "Okay, let's talk." 3 days ago all the genius training camps in the provinces were announced to be finished, the seeded players were all decided. I carefully looked at the records. This group of players is stronger than any previous generation. Qin Shoujin said, "If it weren't for you, I really wanted to go see." More than 8% of talented martial artists. One of them is a genius in the elemental control system, there is another spiritual master who has passed the second level test. There are more than 20 geniuses of level 3 strength and above, and finally there is even a demon of level 4 strength. Hearing these words, Luke Tan replied with a calm face and let it go. Dong Tin Tuat asked, hearing about the strength of these people, don't you feel anything at all? Luke Tan replied, very exaggeratedly, I was very shocked. Hey kid, you're too fake, tell him what other people are like to a monster like you, surely you don't feel anything, tell him about the reward. Hearing about the reward, Luke Tan could not hide his excitement. Dong Tin Tuat laughed, I knew you were interested in this right away, today's selection was very special, the army chief also came to watch, and this selection was not a fight in the ring where both sides drew lots. Both of them said in unison, but through another way, fight strange beasts. Hearing the two strange words beast, he couldn't help but be surprised. In this war, the powerful enemy that this world must face, escapes from the cracks in the ground and in the sky, boundless and powerful strange beasts, although every year countless human strong men fall before them, the latter continued to enter the battlefield. But it is impossible to prevent people's living space from being robbed little by little. I didn't expect the army to let students come into contact with strange beasts so early, it seems that the situation on the front lines is even less optimistic. Dong Tin Tuat replied, that's right. The strong men of every country are looking for ways to disrupt the situation, so above decided, for future geniuses with extremely great abilities like you, there is no need to apply the same moderate gradual policy as before. But we must let you feel the pressure first, thereby turning it into motivation on the path of martial arts. Luke Tan propped his chin up and listened attentively. Dong Tin Tuat continued to say, using the words of a great character, only in blood and fire can a truly top martial arts powerhouse be created. Don't look at the selection being more difficult, but the rewards are richer, Luke Tan grinned and replied, yes. As long as you can get into the top 10, you will get a part of the different blood. The top 3 can directly enter the blood pool, having the title of Enlightenment and Enlightenment. Frozen Snow thought of that laboratory. She said, you can even enter the strange marrow pool. Luke Tan wondered, different blood, different marrow, sounds very interesting. That was a huge energy extractor inside the body of a strange beast, much better than the meat of the strange beast he ate in the training camp, it was just a simple treatment method. Heterogeneous blood is the filtered cell fluid of a foreign animal. The strange marrow is the spinal fluid of strange beasts, this time, the military used rewards from level 4 or higher, this is unprecedented. People in the top 10 may have a portion of the blood difference, perhaps only a few hundred milliliters, but the top 3 can enter the different blood pool, that's a whole treasure trove, it can almost be said to be an unlimited supply. I know your stomach is big, this time you can absorb as much as you can, a portion of level 4 in blood, the lowest price is 5,000. A lake of strange marrow is worth billions. Luke Tan was surprised, such expensive items were provided without limit. Cultivating the immortal golden body of the eternal refining physical technique requires a large amount of energy. If you only use the marrow-nourishing pill and the spiritual thanks-strengthening blood pill, you don't know when you will be able to complete the first stage of cultivation. If you can get a large amount of different blood, you can definitely shorten your cultivation time. This is a very good opportunity, I understand, many spies. Tan Qiuquan looked outside and said, here we are. This is the Eastern Military Region. What, a shock. Luke Tan looked calmly outside and observed. He thought, what a shock, 10,000 years from now, the martial arts base will be much bigger than this, but still being ruthlessly torn apart by alien beasts, perhaps that is the shock. After that, the helicopter landed at the military base. Luke Tan cautiously stepped inside. Dong Tin Tuat said, Luke Tan, I'll come pick you up tomorrow. If you need anything, press the call button on the wall, someone will bring you food, rest well today. Hearing these words, Luke Tan could only nod in agreement. Going into the room, he tiredly lay on the bed. The dream began to appear again. A fierce woman was waiting. Looking at her powerful appearance, Luke Tan exclaimed, I was already scared just by looking at her. But he shook his head vigorously and said, no. He decided that he had to fight again. Without saying much, the blood in his body began to increase. The fire changed violently and billowed out huge waves. Sharp eyes radiate determination. Luke Tan summoned the King of Light to battle. He used 10 times more constant crystals to exert power. One palm hit that woman, the blow was at the level of a Grand Master, 10 times a day to deal with. A fire burned strongly. But that zombie was unharmed. She stood in the ice and snow. At this time, Luke Tan woke up dreamily. He remembered that time. He said, it was still a failure, but, in the situation of full preparation, there was no hope of resistance at all. This fight has improved my martial arts skills. I have learned the 10 martial arts to perfection, and the 10 martial arts will go one step further. The most important thing is that I can overcome my fear of death and my state of mind will be even better, more steadfast and pure. Suddenly, there was a continuous knock on the door. Luke Tan quickly opened the door. Dong Sect Officer, Chin Sect Officer, Luke Tan. How about resting? Luke Tan replied, not bad, just a bit sultry. Dong Tin Tuat explained, there is no way, this eastern region will advance several hundred kilometers, it is the first line of the alien beast battlefield, many alien beasts will release poisonous gas, so stay put, new strict protection against gases. But you, Luke Tan, are curious, what's wrong, is there something on my face? No, I just feel like today, you're not the same as yesterday. As if the feeling of night coming was different for others, Chin Tio Quan continued, yes, I also saw it, yesterday this kid looked like jade was covered with silt, but today the outer layer of mud has disappeared, has been cleaned, like a polished gem. Luke Tan replied, maybe he's more handsome, he matures very quickly at this age, his face has developed, it feels like it's normal. Chin Tio Quan laughed and said, okay, he looks shameless, this is very much my style, I like it very much. After that, the three of them left the room together. Chin Tio Quan asked, hey, tell the truth, what are the chances of winning the championship this time? Luke Tan replied, it doesn't count as much. Suddenly a person appeared blocking the way, isn't this Dong Tin Tuat, Dong Giao Quan, is it a coincidence? It's true that we haven't seen each other for a long time, I still remember the last time we met, it was still the last time. Dong Tin Tuat calmly replied, Tian Quan Lang, you still make others hate you just like before. Luke Tan wondered, there seems to be something wrong between the two of them. Tian Quan Lang smirked, Chin Tio Quan, you say, let's just stop trashing ourselves, it seems like the eyes to find seeds are not very good, only finding like this, how much to embarrass Dongnan province star people. Qin Shoujin responded optimistically, if Shangwen Lang hasn't brushed his teeth in the morning, then stop talking, it'll suffocate others, can't that be meritorious? Or should we say that you people in Dongdik province already have geniuses, it doesn't matter, there's no such thing as a bad person on your resume. Tian Quan Lang was sarcastic, interesting, how about this, let's make a bet on one of your level 5 marrow abnormalities, see whose player gets the higher position, how about it? Dong Tin Tuat replied contemptuously, one part, the three of us, what do you mean by betting one part of the bone marrow? Tian Quan Lang, if you don't have money, don't go out and lose face, if you can't play, then don't bet, let's go. Not having gone far, Tian Quan Lang angrily shouted, hey, wait. Okay, 3 parts is 3 parts, bet 3 parts with a level 5 marrow anomaly. Okay, 3 parts is 3 parts, bet 3 parts with a level 5 marrow anomaly. Faced with the provocation, she did not hesitate to think and quickly replied, okay, I agree. Having achieved his wish, he burst out laughing. Have you seen Zhao Liet? This is a decisive person, 3 parts of level 5 mutant marrow is enough to increase your fire control, why don't you quickly thank the Dongtin Snow teacher? As soon as the words ended, Chao Liet looked proud, of course, then Chao Liet first thanked Dongtin Tuat. Qin Shoujin gasped loudly and asked, what are you talking about, a martial artist with a talent for element control, your mother's mother is on the tomb, you dare to play a trick, the elemental control genius is actually not written on the file. The old man arrogantly replied, who said it had to be written on the file, it's because you're stupid, remember to prepare well in advance, 3 parts of level 5 marrow malformation. Tan Tio Quan was so angry that he trembled. He asked, how was I able to perform just now, do I feel like I have acting skills? Dong Tin Tuat replied, hiding part of his strength in the documents, everyone does that, it's completely wrong, his expression is too exaggerated, his movements are too stiff, not up to standards, that idiot Shangwen Lang I thought it was only him who did it. Controlling the elements is really powerful, I don't know how it compares to the spirit of a level 3 Nen master, the upper and lower house, the second generation of our family have been enemies since ancient times, that guy is a famous foul-mouthed guy, every time we meet, yin and yang monsters say a few words to us, but in our area there are no talented people. From beginning to end, we were crushed until we couldn't raise our heads, so this time we hope for you. Don't pay attention to the bet, it's our own policy. If we lose, I'll give you 3 parts, if you win, my share will go to you. Okay, this is the place, we'll just take you here. After we get down, someone will tell you the selection rules. Okay, thank you, teacher. Dong Tin Tuat suddenly grabbed the door and waited. Luke Don, are you sure about this selection? What I mean is the emergence of bright generals. Luke Tan thought for a moment and then replied, a little, but not much. Chin Tioquan was surprised and asked, what's wrong, how much is it? Luke Tan looked at the expectant attitude of the two of them. Then he teasingly replied, 99%. If I suddenly lost my eligibility to be selected now, then of course I wouldn't be the champion. In the conference room, everyone was chatting and chatting. When Du Fiduk appeared, everyone respectfully greeted and Du Monk sat down. He calmly replied, sit down. Have all the participating representatives from the provinces arrived? Have they all arrived? The selection of strange beasts has been checked. The players will enter the racetrack from different entrances. The player who defeats all the arranged strange beasts and reaches the finish line first will win. The arrangement of strange beasts for each racetrack is, Level 2, 3 beasts. Level 3 Strange Beast, 1, Level 4 Strange Beast, 1. At the final station, they would have to face the standard Level 5 Strange Beast, the Golden Copper Magic Pill. Hearing these words, the students were frightened. The standard 5th level Strange Beast, also the Golden Bronze Magic Stone, has the strongest fighting power among the same level Strange Beasts. Even our school-level officers still need at least a few. Only 2 or more people can resist. Isn't this too difficult for students who are only about 18? Dong Tin Tuat said, this Golden Bronze Magic Pill does not require them to be defeated alone, but rather wants them to rise up Min Tin Tin, to be the leader of the army, to face strong enemies, to unite. Gathering all your strength is the way to win, even if you are a competitor. Du Fiduk replied, the Eastern Military Region protects the second most important place of the Dragon Nation, is also the second most dangerous front line, and has been ranked last for several years in a row in the national rankings. If we can gather all the peak strength of the martial arts geniuses in the Eastern Tribe and still not be able to fight against a standard level 5 strange beast, then our Eastern Tribe, no, the Dragon Nation, has no future at all. These words made them speechless. Du Fiduk ordered, let's go, let's see what geniuses there are this time. Dong Tin Tuat replied, yes. Immediately, a practitioner joined the fight. He thought to himself, this selection is the most special selection in many years. I am the hope of the whole Haitan province. The person who can become the star of enlightenment is yourself. He is arrogant in front of standard level 5 strange beasts. But life is not like a dream. In just a moment, he had to change his face. The angry beast rushed towards him. Faced with that situation, he quickly raised his hand to block it, saying in a trembling voice, hateful beast. Who do you think I am? I'm the strongest genius. An attack from a strange beast caused him to die. Looking at the match, Du Fiduk exclaimed, Koi Min General Tin is the most sparkling rookie of the nation, the one chosen, the hope of the Flower Nation. Just being famous is still far from enough, we need to be special people beyond the ordinary. Tell the teacher in charge of security to pay attention, they are the future of the flower country, don't let them get hurt. Zoom in on the image of the key players with star signs that need attention, look at the genius and how do geniuses express themselves. Representative of Dong Trot Province, Kong Din, 17 years and 8 months old. Martial artists are talented at controlling elements. Element of control, electricity. The level controls the current ability, level 1. The second representative, the genius representing Jiangzhou Province. Fei Kaon Yen, 18 years old and 3 months old, third level martial artist. Martial artists are naturally talented in the spiritual system. Pass the level 2 mental examination. The third person, the representative genius of Shilin Province, Sing Chi. 18 years and 9 months old, level 4 martial artist. One of his moves sent flying a herd of strange beasts. Martial artists are naturally talented at defense. Strong appearance, strong muscles, current talent level. Right when that strange beast was about to bite him, he used level 3 iron skin to scare the strange beast. In front of a level 5 strange beast, he faced it calmly, he smiled smugly and glanced at the strange beast. With just one punch, the strange beast's face was distorted. Instantly, it disappeared into nothingness. Du Fiduk was full of praise. Not bad, really not bad, these young people are really not bad. Being able to easily face second-level strange beasts, even third-level strange beasts can be defeated in the blink of an eye. These types of talents have all been extremely bright in previous selections. So it seems like you guys, at the same time, Zhao Lai is also showing off his talent. Du Feiwing was surprised, controlling the fire element, this is not bad, why doesn't he have an asterisk? Tian Quan Lang proudly shouted loudly, reporting to the monk that the summoning power had not been awakened for long, but there was still no time to edit the file, sorry. Du Fiduk replied, it's okay, use your strength to talk about everything, you did not bad, you nurtured good seeds, yes, this is what subordinates should do. The person sitting next to him said with disdain, deliberately hiding his strength, then took the opportunity to appreciate, who wouldn't know this kind of trick, pretending to be president. The high official glanced cunningly at the snow star to the east. Du Fiduk said, okay, not bad, so fast, to have broken through this stage, it must be very strong. What, this route, this progress? The situation unfolding in front of him made the monk unable to help but be surprised. What's wrong with this racetrack, why isn't there an animal's red dot? Du Fiduk ordered and said, quickly see brother me leave. Dong Tintuit quickly replied, yes, then she began to take out the orange tamarind. Just 3 minutes into the game, not only did it destroy all the strange beasts, but its speed was faster than the 4 elite seeds. Immediately open the camera and tell me who that person is. Dong Tintuit replied, this is Luke Tan's racetrack. The image of Luke Tan appears on the control screen. Go back 3 minutes earlier. When the saint confidently stepped inside. The level 5 strange beast stared at him fiercely. It rushed to attack him, but Luke Tan was not afraid. He said, I used to eat your meat. Then, a fist hit its head hard. Immediately, the beast's head fell down and was severed from its neck. Luke Tan scoffed, is that so weak? Not stopping there, from afar, another strange beast appeared. Huge long horns and sharp eyes are looking towards Luke Tan. It madly rushed towards him and attacked. Faced with this situation, only Luke Tan calmly observed the situation. Luke Tan used his hand to pinch the strange beast's body. Immediately, the strange beast screamed in intense pain. Just one strike sent it flying several dozen meters away. Luke Tan exclaimed, interesting, this ability is a bit like the martial arts control realm, but the level is higher than the air palm realm, and more comprehensive. Condensed strength, bursting out at the right time, clearly knowing the weaknesses, like reaching a state of omniscience. At the same time, the 5th level strange beast woke up again. Nothing is unknown. It ferociously rushed towards Luke Tan. Nothing is impossible. Feeling that situation, Luke Tan gently touched the stone behind his heel, causing the strange beast to be kicked far away. Du Fiduk saw these things, he couldn't stop exclaiming, it was so strange, this player's speed was so fast, he had already reached the final level. That's right, it looks normal, why is the strength of the fist so heavy? All strange beasts are defeated by one punch, no need for a second punch. Do you have any records? Read a little. Dong Tintuit replied, representing the genius of Dongnin Province, Luke Tan, 18 years old and 5 months old, level 3 martial artist, with supernatural martial artist strength. Tian Quanlang shouted in surprise, perhaps she had hidden it. Du Fiduk pondered, there was nothing outstanding, he did not show any special abilities during battle, his qualities in all aspects seemed to be much stronger than those of level 3 martial artists, normal, but obviously not yet level 4, everyone didn't look at it. This boy has probably mastered at least 4 or more types of perfect martial arts, in which his body and boxing techniques have reached perfection, which is why his fighting power is so outstanding. 4 or 5 types of perfect realms, which even include 2 types of entering the micro realm, and he's still only 18 years old, even if he practices from the womb, he can't do that, right? I haven't seen a pure martial arts genius like this in a long time, only 100 years ago when martial arts began to flourish. There were relatively many pure martial arts geniuses like this, if only now. While speaking, Du Fiduk's face suddenly changed. I could only see through the screen that Luke Tan was going deep inside alone. Feeling that there is a strange animal secretly watching from behind. He glanced over to observe the situation. Soon, Luke Tan was surrounded by strange beasts. They ferociously rushed to pounce on him. Without fear, Luke Tan used all martial arts to feel the power. He thought, it seems that the potential of 10 complete martial arts is much more terrifying than he imagined. While thinking, Luke Tan was dealing with strange beasts. He gently used one hand to squeeze its neck. Then throw it hard on the ground with a bang. Once finished, Luke Tan continued to go deeper. Du Fiduk was surprised. Tai Lam reported that the 4th level was just like that. He said the wrong thing. This boy's boxing technique is not to enter the realm, but to control the realm. Tan Qiuquan proudly replied, it turns out the meaning is 99% like that. It's natural to be so confident. These words made the upper official Lang angry. Qin Qiuquan raised his middle finger and scoffed, looking at you, you stupid idiot. Over here, Luke Tan thought, the strange beast just now was the last one on the crazy racetrack. I can feel the aura of an extremely strong strange beast in front of me. Standing in front of the door, Luke Tan was so calm that it was scary. Inside, is a giant strange beast kept in a cage. Luke Tan happily said, it's you. Since it's about to end, then there's no need to hold back. As soon as the words fell, the crazy beast growled terrifyingly. He silently told himself, it's time to let the person in front of the screen tremble because of him. Luke Tan confidently walked closer towards the standard level 5 strange beast, the golden bronze demon ape. Dong Tin Tuat said, the golden copper ape demon at the final gate has not yet been released, waiting until the time comes to gather with the genius representatives. When the time comes, he will release the ape demons restrained. Luke Tan, you really gave me so much joy. I knew he was very strong. I didn't expect him to be this strong. He gave birth to a dream. I didn't expect that once an out-of-reach dream, it was realized on Luke Street. The other teachers kept exclaiming, with the strength of the 6 saints, as long as star-marked geniuses chased them, they would definitely be able to kill the 5th level ape demon. Oh no, perhaps there wouldn't be a need for too many people at all, as long as 1 or 2 people are around to help, you have a chance. Total achievements are calculated based on progress speed and contribution points when killing the last ghost ape. It seems that Luke Tan is the Prime Minister this time. Suddenly, the faces of the teachers were startled by something. Everyone was shocked when they saw this scene. It turned out to be a ferocious golden ape ghost that broke the iron cage. The iron core that it destroyed is like a pile of rubble behind. It stared towards the holy force. Then slowly approached him. In front of the huge body of the strange beast, Luke Tan did not flinch. He calmly said, come here, let me see, what is the difference between a standard level 5 strange beast and a level 5 martial artist? Hurry up, don't let others disturb our battle. Over here, the teachers were surprised. What, this kid is planning to challenge the golden ape demon alone? Is he crazy? This is not confidence, this is arrogance. Wait, don't forget, based on the strength he showed before, his body moves into the micro realm. All kinds of martial arts are perfect. The golden bronze ape demon is good at using force. As long as he doesn't attack directly, it is not necessarily true that there is no chance. At this time, the angry gibbon demon growled and made scary sounds. It frantically raised its large fist to attack Luke Tan. A look that seemed to want to swallow the whole world appeared in its eyes. Luke Tan calmly observed the situation before him. He held out his hands to respond. There was a fierce explosion, and a flash of light blinded the eyes. The other teachers couldn't help but be surprised and even attacked from the front. A small, trembling hand holds the giant strange beast. Luke Tan is trying to use all his strength to block the giant hand of the golden demon ape. Unexpectedly, with that small body, it could withstand the greatness of a strange beast. Seeing that Master Luke Tan was still alive, the angry beast struck another blow. Tian Quanlang proudly said, what an arrogant and ignorant boy. He directly blocked the golden and ape demon's dangerous attack. Even if he had 10 more lives, he still wouldn't be able to live. Over here, Dong Tin Tuat nervously watched every second and every minute. She only wished that Luke Tan would be safe and sound. At the same time, strange beasts frantically attacked repeatedly. A cloud of smoke flew in. Luke Tan quickly raised his fist and stabbed it. He directly blocked each blow. Smoke and dust from the battle swirled up, obscuring vision. The power radiated in the battle surprised everyone. Luke Tan arrogantly said, not bad, taking a palm with 10 times the force of Hang Tin and still not dying. He said, you have the right to make my dinner. The high official gasped at his strength. Sharp eyes stared at the strange beast and announced, this strike. You can rest assured that when you die, Luke Tan uses his final technique. He strongly punched the golden bronze demon gibbon. A bright light soared in the dark space. This made Du Fiduk surprised. Dong Tin Tuat gasped as if she couldn't believe her eyes. On this side, the golden copper demon ape roared loudly with a painful expression. Not stopping there, Luke Tan continued to strike another blow. Immediately, the golden copper demon ape was burned in the golden fire. Du Fiduk exclaimed in horror, "This is the will of the master." After finishing the matter, Luke Tan boldly walked out of that room. Du Fiduk excitedly hit the table and laughed loudly, "Very good, good." Unexpectedly, in this life of my Du Fiduk, I will still be able to see someone at this weak age who has condensed the will of the master. The 7th level path will be opened. In the future I will have another one in the east, master. Chin Tio Quan wondered, young master, now Luke Tan is stronger than him, rotten boy, it really makes living people scared to death. Luke Tan arrogantly said, there is no longer the breath of strange beasts, it seems that this is the final gate, there is no longer the breath of strange beasts anymore, it seems that this is the final gate. If it's tasteless, then I can find some joy. Without thinking much, he immediately sat down on the rubble. Du Fiduk was curious, what is Luke Tan doing? He has already killed the last checkpoint, so what are you doing if you don't leave? This kid, I understand, let him do whatever he wants, as long as it's not deadly, just let him play how he wants to play. Oh my god, the scale of the talent selection match reached the entire eastern region, now in the eyes of the wandering master, it seems that it is not important at all, now he only cares about one person, that is Luke Tan. The what do you mean by not killing everyone? The main idea is that it's okay to cripple 1 or 2 people, I don't dare to imagine specifically. The selection for the Bright General Star has ended, now, it's time for Luke Tan to play, this is the final trial of Luke Tan Martial Artist Level 3 Spiritual Master Level 3. On this side, I thought about it, the strength of the strange beast that had just shed its color was very strong, even if I have iron skin to protect me, I cannot withstand all injuries. If there were nothing unexpected, this would probably pass the test, right? There's no sound up ahead, so I'm the first one. That is the golden copper demon gibbon, the demon gibbon after adulthood, is the dominant figure in the 5th level. Not far away, Luke Tan was sitting in front of the golden copper ghost gibbon. Who is he, who can dominate this level 5 city, could it be him? Heichi walked closer to Luke Tan, he politely greeted, what is the situation now? Am I considered to have passed the selection? Luke Tan sat on the golden gibbon demon's hand, he did not turn back. As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan coldly replied, wait. This left him bewildered, not understanding what was going on. At the same time, the fake and the innocent entered this gate. 2 people appeared at the same time to the surprise of the will. Jia Hao is curious, you are the will of Thatch Lam Province, I have met you before. Is this the destination? What does that thing up there mean? Hearing these words, the princess raised her eyes to look. She replied in surprise, it was a strange beast in the 5th level, the golden copper demon ape. Heichi replied, no, that corpse was probably just to scare us, if it wasn't here, no one would be able to fight against the golden dong ghost gibbon, so why is he sitting on the specimen? I see, this person must be the guard of the final gate, softly, damn it. It's okay, consider it a warm-up. Continue. Just like that, she started the second test. Luke Tan looked at it and sighed slightly, it was a bit interesting. When the concubine got into position, the blue-haired girl asked again to confirm, were you ready for the second test? Begin. Having finished speaking, Teet Phi immediately released her mental control force again. First class, pass. Great, just like that, it passed smoothly. Next, the second class, third class, fourth class, pass. She was happy, there were only 12 seconds left, this time there was hope. Teet Phi controlled the intimate pearl, slowly approaching the 5th layer. There were a few that were passed, but just when it seemed like success was about to happen. One fruit suddenly became unstable. And not beyond possibility, it hit the glass wall causing it to shatter. Teet Phi collapsed and sat down on the floor, sighing that she had failed. The blue-haired girl asked if she wanted to try again. She shook her head and refused, no, I'm still too weak, I can't make it. Luke Tan came over to confirm, no, she could come over. You yourself have more than enough strength to overcome it, just not the right way, use your mind more, don't just worry about the immediate future, look a little more behind. Concubine Teed asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" He explained, the way she just did it was to adjust the position of each small ball in front of the glass, then go through the glass, then adjust the small ball corresponding to the next glass hole. Although this method is not wrong, it is too time-consuming and requires very high mental strength. This test, the assessment, also includes the mental calculation ability, starting with determining how many small holes the iron pearl must pass through. Then, take each small hole as a point, then string each point, point by point, to create a complete path. What you have to do is control 15 pearls to complete 15 different routes. It's like waking up. Seeing her like that, Luke Tan knew she understood and asked, "Wouldn't that be much simpler?" She nodded and replied, "It seemed like this was the argument. The girl who took the exam was full of praise for you, but you have to add that you are very smart. It's just not that easy to practice. There are not a dozen people who could, in such a short time, determine 15 routes, and measure the distance between each small hole, the speed of passage, etc." Luke Tan retorted, "You are wrong. For ordinary people, this amount of calculation may be very large, but for the spirit of the Nen Master, it is not worth mentioning. Look here." He raised his hand and unleashed his spiritual power. "Let me show you." Luke Tan headed towards the boxes containing secret pearls. Immediately after that, all the pearls were controlled by him to fly up. The girl looked at the scene in surprise. This was controlling all the pearls. Luke Tan's pupils glowed with the green light of spiritual power. He ordered, "Go." The pearls are arranged into a giant cube. Below, each string passes line by line through holes in the glass plate. When they pass through all the plates, they separate. Just like that, Luke Tan didn't have to spend much effort to move them through the holes. As many pearls go in, as many beads go out, and the glass wall remains intact and undamaged. The scene made viewers hold their heads in disbelief. When he had brought them all through, Luke Tan collected all the pearls. He even came back to confirm that it was actually very simple, just need to follow the order to pass. "Please ask the examiner how many seconds it is." She then suddenly looked at the notification clock. 11. No, 10 seconds. He said with satisfaction that this was the first time he controlled it like that and it was okay. "How is it, do you see clearly?" Deepening was startled and replied, "That's amazing, the skill of the gods." She wondered, it was obvious, but, how the hell did this happen? I really don't understand. It was as if a magician was standing in front of me, performing a magic trick. Even though I could clearly see every move he made, it wasn't clear why it was so magical. The girl in charge of the examination was still in shock. Within 10 seconds, she controlled the iron pearl through dozens of layers of glass and more than 1,000 small holes. This was a huge amount of calculation, and how complicated it was, I don't know how can it be done. Quickly invite President Gang here, something big has happened." The guy wearing the phone immediately agreed, "Okay." In the president's office, President Gang was bored playing cards on the computer. However, it seemed that because he lost, he was criticized by his teammates. He played cards so well, being a teammate with someone like him is really unlucky. He touched his shining head and cursed, with level 4 spiritual power, how could he turn into a divine card? At this moment, that guy ran over and opened the door and shouted, "President, it's urgent, please look at the computer information." When he saw that, he asked why he was so panicked. He quickly recounted everything, and after listening, President Jiang still doubted whether it was true or false. He set up the computer screen to confirm. "Why lie to you? Luke Tan Kid is about to start checking his mental strength, look at that." On the other side, Luke Tan placed his hand on the stone to check, and immediately a dazzling golden light emitted. President Gang bit his nails and wondered what was going on with this bright light. The screen displays the results: intensity, 435.87, purity 126.02. Both girls widened their eyes in surprise. Fight pointed her finger and stammered, "Was the machine broken? This number is so terrible." The female examiner was also surprised, thinking in her heart, the association's purity standard for level 2 spirit masters was 1, even if it was level 4, it was only 10. Our president is also a level 4 spiritual master. This young man looks like a student in front of him, his purity is 12 times that of a normal 4th level spirit caster. What does this represent? Is this possible? At that time, the President Gang hurriedly ran over to call, "Little Chancellor. Little Chief, please check to see if the device is broken or if anything needs to be repaired." She also picked it up to check, but then shook her head and replied, "President, This testing device is not broken, just now it was accurately tested for the two of you. If you don't believe me, then see for yourself." Luke Tan saw this and was curious, "Is there any problem with this number?" President Jiang's sweat dropped and explained, "Mr. Luke, we don't mean anything, it's just that your achievements are too amazing, it's hard to make people believe. May I ask, are you the next generation? Is this the descendant of a great 7th or 8th level Nan master?" Luke Tan smiled and replied, "I don't have such a terrible background, I'm just a child in a normal family. You're the president of Gang, right? Let's start the remaining exam." He wiped his sweat and said, "Mr. Luke, you already have this strength, do you still need to take the final exam? Is it too troublesome?" He raised his hand to control the iron pearls and said, "It's okay, just a convenient test." The little palm pressed the clock and started counting the time. This time, Luke Tan let them connect into a long chain through the glass plate. When halfway through, the clock stopped at just 2 seconds, not 2 ticks. Luke Tan concentrates, he can still go faster. Until the 4th second, the last segments of the pearl chain also passed through the hole. Until they were completely out, he separated them again. Luke Tan asked with satisfaction, the second time he did it, he was a bit more skilled, the time should have been less than 5 seconds, right? The little palmist said with shaking hands, 4.5 seconds, no more than 5 seconds. Concubine Teed also gasped in admiration, this operation was twice as difficult as before, yet the time could still be shortened. Moreover, the reason was just that the second time the operation was a little more skillful. Looking at his relaxed appearance, it was obvious that this was not Luke Tan's limit. President Jiang said in his mind, "This is at least close to the level of a master, the power of mental control, just like being hit in the face by 100 slices of rock. The next wave of the long river pushes the previous wave, the next wave." Before he died on the sandy shore, his mother was too cruel. Having finished speaking, he rubbed his hands again and said, "Mr. Luke, your strength has been recognized by our association. I will personally make a certificate for you later and issue a medal. But we here can only grant level 4 spirit masters at the highest level. You need to go to the high-level association in the capital to be able to certify level 4 or higher. Is that okay?" Luke Tan happily agreed. He also added, "Okay, that's right, President Gang, I'm just a high school student preparing for the university entrance exam, don't be so nervous." Concubine Teed hesitantly asked, "Little, Mr. Luke, may I ask how old are you this year?" Luke Tan replied, 18 years old, no. Thinking that I am this type, at first glance I am a high school student, in reality I wonder how long the old monster has lived. Teed blushed and asked in surprise, "How do you know what I think?" He looked at her with searching eyes, making a circular motion with his hand in front of his temple, telling her to read less fantasy novels. "In 2 months, I will take the university entrance exam. If it weren't for the spiritual master certificate that could help me take the high school graduation exam, I wouldn't have enough free time to run to the city to take the exam." Concubine Teet then blushed and hesitantly asked, "Luke Tan, I still have a chance to take the test, should I try again or not?" He said, "If there is a chance, of course you should try, she can still pass, relax." Luke Tan suddenly took her hand and raised it, startling her. He began to give instructions, "You see, first you have to feel the pearl." Deetfi's face became redder and redder, her eyes couldn't help but glance at the hand that was holding her wrist up. After Luke Tan's enthusiastic instructions, the concubine finally succeeded in putting the iron pearl through the hole. She excitedly shouted, "Great, I've also succeeded." Luke Tan smiled and said, "It's actually not that difficult," Deepi said gratefully, "it's still because you taught me well." Over here, President Yang congratulated and said, "Congratulations to both of you, successfully passed the test, let's gather together to eat and drink tonight. Congratulations to the second level 4 spirit master of the Spirit Nen chapter, Dong Nin Love Teacher was born." Luke Tan extended his hand to shake hands, politely said, thank you, but there is no need to gather to eat and drink." But the eyes of President Yang and Deepi were staring at him, looking at him expectantly. Unable to refuse, Luke Tan sighed and said, "Okay, I'll go." President Jiang listened to Luke Tan's agreement and said, "Mr. Luke, our association has a special hotel for you, please rest a bit, we will come pick you up tonight." Deepi enthusiastically raised her hand, "I have a car, pick up Luke Tan and leave it to me." She patted her chest proudly. Arriving outside the association, Deepi politely opened the car door and said to Luke Tan, "Please." Luke Tan also unceremoniously got into the car. Outside the car, President Yang waved his hand and said, "Then we will meet again tonight." Luke Tan also replied, "Yes, goodbye President Yang." President Yang stood still, watching the car completely leave before going inside. On the highway, the red car sped away. Through the rearview mirror, Teet Fai looked at Luke Tan behind her. Her face couldn't help but turn red. She kept evaluating in her heart, looking like an ordinary little fresh meat. Who would have thought that she was actually a fourth-level genius spirit caster? Even the president of the Provincial Spirit Caster Association, security must be respected. He's young and handsome, his body is perfect, and his talent is so terrifying. Normally when I encounter a few rich second generations who think they are elite, they are really scum, a bunch of shit. Thinking like that, Yu Fai covered her face with her hands. At this moment, Teet Fai's eyes widened, staring at Luke Tan. In her heart, she kept screaming, "Ha ha, Luke Tan." Luke Tan is still looking at her. As if discovering a secret, Yu Fai shyly looked straight in front of her, not daring to look at Luke Tan anymore. What did he mean by this? Could it be? No way, how long have I known him? An idea suddenly appeared in Phi Teet's mind. Wait, but normally a young man is like that. Everyone likes these types of sisters. I don't even look at them very well. They have a beautiful body, and they're also the concubine type. No problem, the concubine and the concubine are a classic combination that can be matched, can steal you. It's not wrong, it's not wrong, you have to seize the opportunity. Chu Fai, then Tiu Fai directly stepped on the gas pedal. Just like that, Deet Casey's car sped along the road. With a screeching sound, the wheel rubbed against the road surface, emitting a cloud of white smoke. Concubine Teet said with a red face, "I'm here, Luke Tan." Luke Tan nodded and replied, Thank you, it's been hard work." Concubine Teet shyly scratched her face, then, "We're next." At this moment, Luke Tan directly said, "Okay, you quickly run away." Hearing this, the whole person suddenly woke up and raised her head, full of doubts and asked, "Huh, run, why do you have to run?" Luke Tan stepped out of the car, not forgetting to remind the concubine that she was speeding just now and went through 5 red lights, and there were 2 police cars chasing behind her. In the panicked eyes of the concubine, Luke Tan faintly said, "Even though you are a spirit master, you still have to drive safely." Teet Fai immediately drove away. Before leaving, she said, "Mr. Luke, I will come to pick you up today." Returning to the hotel, Luke Tan sat on the bed watching the news. On the TV, Ha-Lang Factor's press conference was being shown. Luke Tan let out a small laugh. The movement Ha-Lang Factor caused was not small. During the press conference, Ha-Lang Thu announced to everyone that starting today, Ha-Lang Duong of Baka City officially changed its name to Ling Tan Pharmaceutical Limited Liability Company, and at the same time issued a statement, a new type of medicine, Linguini Cocoa Blood Thang. This is a medicine that can change the era. It is an existence that redefines tonics. The progress of the martial arts world will enter a completely new phase. Hearing the announcement, Luke Tan was a little dissatisfied, changing the name and bringing a new drug to the market without even informing me. After all, I am the largest shareholder accounting for 90%, oh well. But when I opened my phone, there were a bunch of missed calls from Ha-Lang Factor. Luke Tan felt a bit apologetic. Okay, it seems I was wrong. Lying down on the bed, Luke Tan sighed, "Let it go. Tomorrow I will return to Baka City, go into the dream world to search, see if this holy medicine will develop to its fullest level, which degree." In the dream, Luke Tan opened the information of Ha-Lang Factor. That's right, Ha-Lang Factor also has some ability. This is a powerful spiritual machine. The company's scale is worth millions, tens of billions of dong, still a famous figure in one direction in the pharmaceutical world. How powerful? What? Luke Tan's eyes suddenly widened when looking at the information stream. Personal documents. Husband is Lieutenant General Luke Tan of the Eastern Military Region. Luke Tan fell backwards in panic. What is this situation? You immediately ask the doctor, "Hey, to investigate my personal documents." Looking at the information board, his wife is Lieutenant Colonel Dong Tin Tuat of the Eastern Military Region, Ha-Lang Tu, the chief colleague of Lang Tan Medicine Maker, highest military rank, Lieutenant General. Luke Tan immediately swore and froze. Dong Tin Tuat and Ha-Lang Element, 2 wives. In his imagination, in the future his arms held 2 wives. In the end, reflect on what kind of person you are. After the unexpected moment, Luke Tan immediately rubbed his chest to stabilize his mood. Calm down, The future is illusory, everything can happen, soon I will continue to change. Luke Tan asked Dr. I. That's right, I'm looking for the spirit to grow blood thing. Dr. Ngai shook his head and refused to answer. Your authority is not enough and you can't get the medicine combination above level 5. Hearing this, Luke Tan nodded. Sure enough, my thoughts are still okay. I have been practicing martial arts for 100 years, and published the powerful spiritual engine, after experiencing 10,000 years of development, directly, from an ordinary tonic, it degenerates into a precious medicine above grade 5. If that's the case, as long as I continue to take what I got from 10,000 years later and publish it now, human civilization can study it. This project, which will be equivalent to 10,000 years of development time, can completely push to new heights. So when will it be possible to destroy the future, whether that will change or not? Luke Tan ordered. Hey, to investigate the history of the world. Looking at the events that happened, Luke Tan assessed that there had indeed been changes. The time of destruction lasted more than 10 years compared to the first investigation. That is to say, a part of the bloody spiritual plane went through 10,000 years of development will give the entire human civilization more than 10 years of survival time. So what if there were 3 books of Supreme Level 11 exercises? Would publishing them outside be able to change the fate of the human race being destroyed? Luke Tan's eyes sank. No, let's not talk about the 300 years of martial arts publishing these techniques, can save the future of human civilization or not. Once announced, it will definitely cause turmoil in the world, the existing order will be broken in the blink of an eye, and society will definitely be in chaos. But I and my family immediately became the center of the storm, God only knows what the outcome will be. Looking at his hands, Luke Tan thought, moreover, if that were the case, it still wouldn't be possible to save the future of the human race. His hands were clenched tightly with determination. 10,000 years of martial arts had left behind a final fire on his body that would be completely extinguished, and the future of the human race would no longer have any hope. The best way is still to wait until you have a certain strength and can completely grasp the whole situation, and gradually publish these techniques. For 300 years, the martial arts of the human race have needed the most accurate guide, this guide. That evening, Luke Tan wore a handsome suit and stood in front of the mirror. He rolled up his sleeves, as if remembering something. That's right, I still haven't replied to Ha-Lang Factor's message. When I go back tomorrow, I'll have to let her prepare some more medicinal herbs. Thinking about doing it, Luke Tan picked up the phone and sent it. I'll come back tomorrow and prepare 3 more orders for me. The response was a thoughtful person. Ha-Ling Su over here looked angrily at the message. He finally responded to the message. He opened his mouth and asked to prepare medicinal ingredients, not caring at all about this company. Do you know that I threw away the message, and how much or not? She immediately texted a long list, 6 envelopes, evil things, guardians of wealth, furry eaters with only money in their eyes, sinister, an evil belly, all in their heads, make money, greedy pig-headed, dishonest, evil person, stingy and greedy to the point of being hateful, only knows how to eat until you're stupid. But when he was about to press the send button, Ha-Ling hesitated. He had no choice. Who told him to run into this devil? In the end, she could only cry inside, delete all her messages, and text back one word. After solving the problem, Luke Tan walked out of the room. As soon as the door opened, a beautiful concubine stood outside waiting. Mr. Luke, I'll come pick you up. Fight smiled sweetly and said, the party is ready. Luke Tan stepped out and said, call me Luke Tan. The 2 words sir don't sound very familiar to me. Let's go. Look at Luke Tan in front of me, his eyes are shining, he's so handsome. Soon the 2 of them went to a party to celebrate the birth of the spiritual master of the spirit of the city of Dongnan. Luke Tan looked at everyone around and asked suspiciously, isn't it just one dinner, why are there so many people? Fight explained, don't look at Yang Lao as an old man, in fact, in Liang City, he is also a first-class, second-class character, this is already an extremely oppressive party for Yang Lao. Luke Tan held a glass of wine in his hand and nodded to show that he understood. Okay, the old man wants to be noisy, let him be noisy tonight, anyway tomorrow I have to leave the city. On this side, President Jiang is standing and talking to a group of people. A girl smiled and said, is it true or not? It's hard to believe what President Jiang said. Old Jiang sighed and said, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. It's true that talented people appear in this era. Right at this moment, 2 girls appeared at the door of the party. Dan Yuan introduced to Trin Dan Dan next to him, today's party is not simple, you look over there, There is the leader of Luangtan City, the president of the Martial Arts Association. The people here are almost all famous figures of Luangtan City, even Dong Ninh Province. If it weren't for our luck, we really wouldn't have been able to come here. The main thing is that the person who started this party has a very big background, that is the president of the Spiritual Master Association, Liangcheng City, Gang Tainin, Gang Lao Tu. Do you know how much more valuable a Nen Master's spirit is than an ordinary martial artist? Hearing that it was Spirit Nen Master, Trin Dan Dan immediately thought, Spirit Nen Master, I remember Luke Tan once said, if I wanted to go to the Spirit Nen Master Association. She immediately asked for help. Dan Uwen, you can help me ask in the association, is there anyone named Luke Tan? Dan Uwen immediately turned on detective mode and questioned, Luke Tan. I heard Ventrit say, recently it seems like you have a crush on a high school student, is it true that you met him while traveling? Trin Dan Dan waved his hand, deny, no, don't listen to Ventrit talking nonsense. Dan Uwen of course knows his friend, angrily said, are you still pretending with me? All this time you have been staying in Luang City and not coming back to study, just to wait for that kid, right? I heard that he is quite handsome, has some background in the house, and also has connections with the Eastern Military Region. Dan Dan, you tell me what I should say, even if you find a big boy with no background in love in college, I won't object, after all, I'm still young. It's okay to love a few more people, sooner or later they will break up. But if you want it like a high school student, will your mind be damaged? Having finished speaking, Dan Uwen also rubbed Trin Dan Dan's head. Trin Dan Dan immediately objected, Luke Tan is not an ordinary high school student. When he saw that his friend still didn't understand, he angrily turned away, so he's still not a high school student, so leave him alone and don't care about him. Trin Dan Dan tucked her hair behind her ear, her expression full of thought. Since the last time after breaking up with Luke Tan, I have always stayed in Luangtan. Because Luke Tan once said that sooner or later I would go to Luangtan, I sent countless messages. Trin Dan Dan texted, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, can we go to the movies together now? But in response, Luke Tan did not reply, even all of them were unread. Could it be that in his heart, he really doesn't have me even a little bit? Seeing Trin Dan Dan standing still, Dan Uwen Yen patted her shoulder, Dan Dan, why are you stunned again? You are my good sister, I just told you. Dan Uwen was full of mystery, leaning into Trin Dan Dan's ear and whispering, the purpose of tonight's party was to congratulate the birth of a level 4 spirit master, the same level as old Yang. We should all be trembling with such a big person in Dong Ninh Province. You say if we have the opportunity to be looked at by such a big person, wouldn't we and the family behind us be in luck? Trin Dan Dan's eyes lit up, turned around and asked, is that level 4 spirit master very young? Dan Uwen looked around, shook his head and replied, I don't know, but Gang Lao was only in 4th grade at that age. I think even though he's not very old, he's not too young either. You see a lot tonight, there are girls like that, even 40 years old. In front there is a lady standing and smiling. With a disappointed look on his face, Trin San San sighed in frustration, that's right, it's not necessarily him. Dan Uwen immediately admonished and said, Dan Dan, why are you still thinking about that high school student? Forget him. Tonight we have to cherish this opportunity, because in the world except for you and me, the others don't have enough levels to come in here on their own. Seeing Trin Dan Dan not concentrating, Dan Uwen reminded, Dan Bullet I'm talking to you. At this moment, Jung Dan Dan's eyes looked straight into the distance, that was Luke Tan. In Trin Dan Dan's eyes, Luke Tan was standing to the side, concentrating on processing food. While Luke Tan put the piece of meat into his mouth, he suddenly stopped moving. Seeing Trin Dan Dan, Luke Tan raised his hand to greet him. Trin Dan Dan thought excitedly, it's really Luke Tan. She immediately left the new garden and ran over there. The new gardener went for a walk alone first. I saw a friend. The new gardener didn't understand what was going on, shouted, hey Dan Dan, where are you going? Looking at Luke Tan standing alone. Trin Dan Dan ho big, green. But before she could finish her sentence, she saw the concubine come forward and put her arms around Luke Tan. The two of them were still laughing and talking, looking very happy. At this moment, everything around Trin Dan Dan was dark, the only thing glowing was the image of Teet Phi and Luke Tan side by side. Her face was dark, her heart was extremely confused, who was that woman? Trin Dan Dan speculated, who is she, could she be Luke Tan's girlfriend? Trin Dan Dan pursed his lips tightly. After calming down, she smiled and waved goodbye to the two Luke Saints, long time no see." Seeing that the person coming was an acquaintance, Luke Tan also turned to say hello. What a coincidence, he didn't expect that she was still in Luangtan. Looking at Luke Tan, Trin Dan Dan assessed in his heart. Luke Tan had only seen Luke Tan for a short period of time, and the feeling had become deeper and more unpredictable. The distance between me and him is like a distance of 10,000 miles, impossible to touch. Deetfi looked at Trin Dan Dan and asked, "Who is this?" Luke Tan introduced and said, "This is Trin Dan Dan, a friend I met last month when I went to Udao Mountain to travel." Hearing this, Chufi also said hello. "It turns out it's Miss Trin." "Hello." Dan Nguyen also came forward at this time. "Dan Dan, who is this? Why don't you introduce yourself a bit?" Trin Dan Dan introduced to the two of them. "Luke Tan. This is my best friend Dan Nguyen. This person is Luke Tan that I mentioned before." Hearing this, Dan Nguyen's eyes widened and he exclaimed in his heart, "Is he Luke Tan? So he's so handsome, no wonder he makes me fall in love with him." Dan Nguyen looked at the girl next to Luke Tan. Next to him was the Teet family's concubine. Dan Nguyen's eyes were a bit mocking. "Ha, so that's how it is, no wonder high school students can come in here. It turns out it's a man relying on beauty, a white-faced guy relying on a woman to get ahead." Dan Nguyen looked at Luke Tan to say hello. "It turns out that you are Luke, Mr. Luke. He often hears about you from Dan Dan. Today, I met him and he is indeed a person from Dragon and Phoenix." Looking at Dan Nguyen's lack of sincerity, Luke Tan couldn't help but narrow his eyes and say hello. Dan Nguyen still asked in a contemptuous manner, taking the liberty to ask, not knowing where Mr. Luke was from. Luke Tan replied faintly, "A person from Bakha City." Before Chin Yuan could continue, Luke Tan directly preempted him. "Next, he wanted to ask about my parents, learn about my family background, and visit me at the same time." "What happened? But you can get into the dinner party here, right? Just like you thought, I am a student from a normal family, not at the same level as you guys. It was just a coincidence that I was able to attend this dinner party." "Okay, don't play these old plots anymore, we'll talk again when we have time. I'll go first." After saying this, Luke Tan turned around and left. Luke Tan let out a sigh, feeling depressed. As expected, he really hates parties like that. From the outside looking in, it seems a bit sensitive. But family is the most precious thing in your life, no matter how humiliated and hurt it is. "I absolutely do not allow it," Luke Tan thought. Concubine Teet was extremely panicked and shouted, Luke Tan." Deetfi's face was angry and she turned to glare at Dan Nguyen. After that, she chased after Luke Tan as he left. "Luke Tan waited for me." Trin Dan Dan on the side also shouted, "Wait a minute." Chin Yuan crossed his arms, wishing that iron wouldn't become steel and said, "Wait, stop knitting bullets, this kind of person is not worthy of your liking at all." Dan Nguyen's face was full of fierce analysis. I still hadn't said anything, his reaction was already so big. What did this prove? It showed that in his heart, he was extremely concerned about the points just now. As he himself said just now, he has no skills but his self-esteem is so strong. Saying something nice is arrogant, saying something harsh is inferiority. Dan Nguyen looked at the backs of the two people in front and said, "I've seen this type of person a lot, he's not worthy of you at all. Maybe you're paying attention to the girl next to him, right? Her name is Deetfi. Perhaps you already know the Teet family, right? I heard that she has already passed the second-level Divine Mind Master test. In the Tycoon Circle of Luangtan City, she absolutely can be considered a first-rate, second-rate character. Look at the closeness of the two of them. I see that this Luke Saint must have relied on his appearance or some trick to seduce his concubine to have the opportunity to come to this party." Dan Nguyen put his hand on Trin Dan Dan's shoulder and said, "Wake up, Dan Dan, he is a woman's stalker, open your eyes and see his true face clearly." Trin Dan Dan pushed Tan Vuong away and objected, "What are you talking about, Luke Tan? How is that possible?" Dan Nguyen helplessly sighed, "Too, I know that sometimes the truth is so cruel, but this is also something that every person must face. I've said this, the rest is up to you, think." Trin Dan Dan was confused, constantly thinking in his heart, "It's not true. Luke Tan him." The two sides of the virgin pill suddenly flashed. He is the light of 10,000 feet, as bright as the sun. He is the hero, rescuing me. Trin Dan clasped his hands and patted his face continuously. Her eyes were full of determination, thinking, "I'm really crazy," and there was a moment when I suspected Luke Tan was a white-faced guy. She looked towards the new garden, her tone was serious and new. Luke Tan, he is absolutely not the type of person you said. Dan Yuan panicked. Dan, what's wrong with you? At this moment, there was a big noise over there. Look quickly, the president has gone out. President Gang stepped out. Dan Yuan looked over with an excited face. Dan Bullet, don't think about that white-faced guy anymore. The hall will probably immediately introduce the 4th level boss Kappa Iota Alpha. You should also prepare a little. At this time, President Gang slowly walked towards Luke Tan. Looking at this scene, Chen Yuan shouted in panic, what was the hall looking for on that white face? Could it be? President Jiang approached with a satisfied face. Mr. Luke, I'm really shy. I don't know if you like a party with so many people or not. Luke Tan replied politely, it's okay, the president has a heavy responsibility, I can help a little, which is the right thing to do. Thank you for your support. President Gang breathed a sigh of relief, activated his spiritual power, and rushed towards everyone in the hall. Everyone, please listen to me. President Gang pointed to Luke Tan and announced that this person is the newly born genius, in this Dong Nin Spirit Master Association, the 4th level Spirit Master, Luke Tan. Luke, holy sir. President Gang smiled and said, Mr. Luke is only 18 years old this year. Compared to him, an old man like me is really embarrassed. Hearing the shocking news, everyone in the auditorium was extremely surprised. A level 4 Nen Master, oh my god, huh? 18 years old, it's inevitable that he's too surprised, right? He hasn't even participated yet. Take the university exam. The Dragon of the Human Heart, absolutely the Dragon of the Human Heart. Everyone's eyes looked at Luke Tan with admiration. As for Tan Yuan, at this moment he fell straight back in surprise, stammering speechless. What, him? Trin Dan next to him said, Dan Yuan, have you seen it? Such an excellent character, such a shining character, this is him. This is Luke Tan. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Luke Tan. The girl fell to the ground in fear, looked up at Luke Tan and silently exclaimed, how could it be him? No, I have to at least change my attitude just now. He looked at the group of people walking, stretching his neck to send a business card, but Luke Tan pretended not to see. He basically doesn't care about these things. So many people wanted to show their names to Luke Tan, but he coldly refused them all. Trin Dan replied, even though it was me, I was just being sentimental. He's too far away from us. This love story, it hasn't even begun yet, it's already over. Coming out of the party, Luke Tan quickly took a taxi. Sit in your seat, Luke Tan said, driver, going to Bakha City. I really don't like this high society group at all. Showing your face is also considered respecting President Gang's face. It's time to go home, family and martial arts together, that's the life I want. It seems that in the end, I'm still just a normal high school student from a normal family. After seeing Luke Tan return, the mother happily shouted, is your holy child back? Quickly go to the table and sit down, let me get you some bowls and chopsticks. Luke Keen Hoa excitedly asked, when did you come back? The little saint has finally returned. Luke Keen Hoa reached out to measure his height and kept exclaiming, how could he have grown so tall after just going out? Luke Tan replied, I'm shorter, right? You've been absent from school recently, right? I'll go check on your ability later. Don't forget the message I sent you before, if you don't improve. It's not easy to take the martial arts medicine sponsored by Luke Tan. The mother took out a large plate of mantu and gave it to Luke Tan and said, please sit down and eat. Luke Tan happily quickly replied, yes, Dad, I previously kept the medicine and meat in the refrigerator. Normally, do you eat it? You ate it, but what kind of tonic are the things that little saint I put in the refrigerator? The father explained that every day, he felt better when he drank water instead of water. He didn't know how much, but it was like he was 20 years younger. It must be very expensive, right? It's not expensive, a friend who opened a pharmacy sent it to me, especially research for middle-aged people like you too. Mom and Dad both remember to drink it, I still have a lot left. The mother nodded, the saint's child was about to take the university entrance exam. Next, there was no need to go out and run anymore, right? He said, don't go out anymore, stay home and wait for the university entrance exam, give me another cup. Brother, why did you steal the food from my bowl? Just eat slowly, there's still a lot left. It's because my hands are slow, who's to blame? Just in case today everyone is right, this house is a bit small, let's go see the house. As soon as he finished speaking, all three of them gasped in surprise. The sky today is beautiful, clear blue and sparkling with sunlight. The overwhelmed mother couldn't stop exclaiming that this was too expensive, right? Lukton replied, "This is a new house and I asked someone to buy it." The father replied with a sad face, "Isn't the old house quite good? This house looks very expensive, we can't afford it." "It's okay, these past few months I've been outside participating in all kinds of activities, training matches or something and got a lot of prize money. This is just a part, there is still a little bit that has not yet reached the account, about 1 million or so." "What, how much money? Oh my god, little saint, stop joking. Did you really win that much money in 2 months? Otherwise, would you still rob banks? Okay, this new house now belongs to us, your parents should find time to move in." The father burst into happiness and replied, "This holy child is truly making our ancestors shine, God truly blesses us." Lukton raised his hand to pat his sister's head and smiled and said, "Please follow me lightly, there is also a training ground behind here, let me see your current strength." As soon as he finished speaking, Lukton Hoa replied, "Oh my brother. It hurts, don't pull me." After that, both brothers went to the training field together. Lukton thoughtfully advised, "Don't pose like that anymore, quickly make a move." Having finished speaking, Lukton Hoa immediately made a move. She strongly jumped up high towards Lukton. "Use your most accurate blow to attack him." But just one move made Lukton Hoa cry out in pain. Lukton said, "Stand up for me, is such a trash worthy of being Lukton's sister?" Hey Hoa replied lightly, "I grabbed your leg, how do I get up? I'm already a level martial artist, you're only a level, you haven't reached an official martial artist level yet. I only know how to bully you, I'm not trash. You stand up first, I will teach you some bravery, a few small practical techniques that I have figured out myself." "What's wrong? Is it the secret book of martial arts?" Seeing his sister's unusual attitude, he couldn't help but be surprised. This time he didn't cry anymore, it was like he had changed a sister. "You can just consider it a martial arts secret book. Next, you can do whatever I teach you, but you absolutely must not pass it on to the outside world." Without hesitation, Lukton Hoa immediately agreed. "Oh brother." Everyone felt curious and suspicious about his brother's rise in recent months. Moreover, if it weren't for the past few months, I would have seen him from a normal high school student growing step by step to the shining appearance like now. I really can't believe it. Even though everyone felt like he suddenly understood, I felt like he was definitely hiding some secret. My martial arts talent is probably better than my brother. If I also grasped this secret, relying on Lukton's intelligence, surpassing him in the future will not be easy. Suddenly, Lukton hit her hard on the head, making her scream in pain. She hit her head again and was about to become dwarfed again. After that, Lukton Hoa studied diligently little by little. After a period of intense study, she used her internal energy and breathed a sigh of relief. After finishing, Lukton Hoa lay tiredly on the ground. Seeing this, Lukton thoughtfully asked, "How is it, can you feel the effect?" Lukton Hoa contemplated for a long time. Then she sat up, happy and full of praise, "You are really amazing, what movements did you teach me? The inevitable effect is so good, I feel like practicing it once can be equivalent to doing it dozens of times, compared to before." These words made him hesitate and think, what should he say to make this stupid girl not dare to spread it outside? Yes. He replied, "Just like you normally practice, just the latest version," mildly surprised. What does latest version mean?" "Like the computer phone I use now, it's the 2.0 version, and the 3.0 version isn't advanced, it's a civil phone, a military satellite phone, but in reality it's the company's lab. I have long researched a version of 9.0 or even 10.0, 2.0 is just a civilian version, it's just that this move is still in the testing stage, not yet officially available on the internet market, so don't talk about it outside." Lukton Hoa angrily asked, "What, then don't you see me as a guinea pig, specializing in choosing family members to trick?" Lukton replied, "With such good things, ordinary people don't even have the qualifications to think of being guinea pigs. This body practice has just not yet spread outside, the content in it is quite familiar, belong. But there are still risks. What if I'm not careful enough to practice and become disabled? I'm your older brother, born to the same parents, our physiques are the same, I've trained for so long, even if I'm disabled before you. That's a mess. If our family has 2 disabled people, who takes care of their elderly parents? The disabled brother must first let me take care of him. Come over here, I'll teach you how to do it." "Just kidding, Don't take it for granted, brother, your aura is truly intimidating, isn't it? Brother, if this physical technique is so powerful, how did you get it? Could it be that you did something illegal? Of course not, my brother is not the one who did anything illegal. Then quickly let me go, I'm about to murder my own sister and still say I didn't do anything illegal. After that, Luke Tan let go of the light. She wondered, if you practice such secret physical techniques, I'll pass it on to you, there won't be any trouble, right? Luke Tan replied, yes, the body practitioner told me that this set of body techniques should absolutely not be passed on to anyone, otherwise, not just me, our whole family will be in big trouble. What, then why did you pass this physical technique training set on to me? That's not right. Luke Tan calmly replied that there was no way. Who said you were my sister? These words touched the little heart of the piece. He added, as long as you keep this secret and don't let anyone find out, I probably won't have any problems. Remember, it's anyone, a teacher or a close friend, even if it's your future husband, it won't work. This concerns you and even the lives of the whole family. He replied lightly and confidently, don't worry, I will absolutely not let anyone find out. Okay, I'll teach you to practice a few more times, get used to it, and then you can go back to your room to practice. Keen Ho looked at his brother passionately and thought, so he's always been hiding in his room to practice this. My talent is much stronger than his, it's not impossible to surpass him in the future, shouldn't this performance be given to me? After training, Luke Tan left, I have to go out this afternoon, you yourself should practice well at home, come back and teach me how to fight realistically. At some fancy restaurant. Good Haling was already sitting there waiting. Luke Tan came over and said, I'm so embarrassed, I've been waiting for so long. Haling Su replied that he knew you liked to eat steak, so he specially called you a lot. He politely replied, satisfied, thank you. How has the company's business been lately? He asked while cutting the steak. The first time the bloodthirsty spirit appeared on the market, the price was 49,888. This price is not considered too high, but it is not something that ordinary people can afford. My positioning with it is that it is a high-end customer with a certain economic strength. The sales situation is not bad. After being on the market for less than a week, the first 20,000 pieces of blood tang-coated rice wine have been sold, clean. Moreover, the purchase rate is also extremely high. I believe that after a period of time, it can definitely become a star product in the martial arts tonic world in Baka City and even Tindongnan. Well done, I can rest assured when I leave it to you. So in terms of capital, is there enough capital? It can be managed for the time being, but wait until the sales area expands, then we will definitely open a branch. At that time, we will need to borrow money from the bank, there's not much left on my hand. After this period of time, I will give you some more money, you don't have to worry about your previous capital. Blonde-haired guy's neck been in Luke Tan's palm, he growled, you let me go now. But of course Luke Tan didn't do what he wanted, he was crushed to the ground by Luke Tan. Everyone was shocked at this scene. The Nam Dinh Phan level strongman, the small city, was destroyed like this, in just a moment. Luke Tan quickly removed his hand and brushed away the dust on his shirt. Lam Trot trembled in fear. Could Conchi be beaten to pieces like that with a meat palm? Looks like the person inside is about to strike. The guy with long hair and a high bun just came over now. He frowned and looked at Luke Tan. Luke Tan spoke, I can go now. Squeezing the glass of water in his hand, the long-haired guy was cold. Okay. Luke Tan slowly walked inside. He reached for his number 1 room card and then looked up at the other room numbers on the board. The blocked person can't get the room card, so help him get it too. Luke Tan reached for another card for room number 17. Fat, let's go inside together. Let room number 17 fly to Lam Trot's hands. Luke Tan's call rang out from inside. Fat man, let's go inside together. Happily, come here now. Thank you brother, I also have to hug your big leg. Hee, let me help you carry your backpack. The people around saw that and couldn't help but be surprised. Could they just get through like that? Hoek Dong frowned. That long-haired guy didn't attack anymore. Could it be that he felt he couldn't deal with him? As soon as the two of them entered the dormitory gate, the long-haired guy called someone. Hello, Brother Tran, I'm afraid someone powerful has entered here this year. In the dormitory area. Standing in front of the high-rise building, Luke Tan was a little surprised. Was this dormitory area was even better than imagined. It turns out that I still monopolize a large building. This house is not as small as a new house. The key is that everything is free for me. Luke Tan nervously pointed forward and said, "That building is Dang Long Vo Trang Nguyen's house, brother, could it be that you are that Luke Tan?" Speaking of this, Lam Trot himself also looked at Luke Tan with admiring eyes. Luke Tan saw that and immediately replied, "Why, I don't look very similar." Lam Trot nodded, "Similar, really very similar. Before, when I got lost, I looked at you and knew you were not immortal, didn't expect it to be so beneficial." Lam Trot was a bit choked up. "Originally I was thinking about myself, good or bad, I was the martial arts champion of a province, but as soon as I entered I met you. Actually, in order to avoid touching evil people like you, I specially registered at this 7th Martial Arts University. I thought you guys would go to Martial Arts University first. I didn't expect that the most powerful guy would also study at this first Martial Arts University." Luke Tan did not understand why the 7th Martial Saint University was so weak. Lam Trot replied, "I heard my family members say so, otherwise why would they be called the 7th brother?" This time, Dang Long Vo Trang Nguyen all went to the top martial arts universities. "I have investigated the National Martial Arts Student Conference every year. 7th Martial Arts University often serves as a basis. This is probably considered weak, right?" Luke Tan smiled and replied, "Whether it is weak or not weak, it is the martial system inherited by the martial saint. Enough for you to practice." "Okay, I still have things to do, let's talk next time." Luke Tan entered the guild room and closed the door, leaving Lam Trot behind the door. Call out, "Hey brother, can you drown out the guys' chat?" Luke Tan walked tiredly to the sofa. He looked up at the room and assessed. The equipment inside was not bad, even the sofas were made from the skin of strange beasts, everything was there. "This is..." Luke Tan curiously pressed the remote on the table. The TV screen turned on. The voice on the TV spoke, "Let's talk about the secret to passing the 13th gate of the Votan Tower." Man Nam used his hands to tear apart the 5th-level strange beast. "Cowards need to be careful." Let's take a closer look at this month's famous characters from the 7 Saints. Huh? First class. Looking at the comments, these two people seem to be the two strongest middle-aged people at the 7th Martial Saint University but have not yet graduated. Let's see what their level is. Above the screen are two people preparing to fight. The great historian fought fiercely against the immortal Phoenix. The 15-second preview has ended. Please, after registering an account, you can pay with accumulated points and continue watching. Luke Tan's face turned pale. Sure enough, all the goop video sites in this world have such qualities. Now I don't even know what the student code is. It's basically impossible, but you can register. Forget it, I'll think about it later. While I have nothing to do now, I'll practice the great sun reflection dharma a bit. After that, going out into the open air isn't bad. Luke Tan found his backpack and took out a syringe. Before coming here, he had refined 30 syringes of Kim Long Dean. Perhaps that was enough for practice. The effect is indeed bad fem. Let me try my luck. Bang bang bang. The pounding sound of the door interrupted Luke Tan's thoughts. He was a bit angry. Who is that? In response to his words, there was only the sound of the door pounding more and more intensely. Luke Tan went to open the door. Who was it? A young man with brown hair aggressively pointed his finger at his face and replied, "I did it, you are Luke Tan." Just as he had time to say this, Luke Tan threw him back. There was a shocking sound. Several people around looked at Luke Tan and smiled crookedly. Luke Tan was cold. "After you return, learn how to knock politely and then come find me." He was sent flying several meters back. His whole body was scratched and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Hasn't this Luke Saint just entered school? Why is he so strong? Luke Tan coldly asked, "Then, what is your purpose? Do you want to cause trouble again? Who is next?" As soon as the crowd witnessed the scene of the other person being beaten, they suddenly stopped, quickly changed their expressions. Each of them brought things to flatter them. "Misunderstanding, we are the student association. This is your student wife. Okay, help him connect with the room card of this villa. There is also a large gift bag, life items for new students. Based on this card, you can use all the equipment in the school, the first Martial Saint University. You can also get a bottle of level 4 blood every month." Luke Tan received the card and thought to himself, every month he can also receive a 4-star level different blood. The benefits of Martial Saint University are truly extraordinary. However, if you say that you came to give a special gift, I wouldn't believe it. With such a heavy aura, I'm afraid it's just a trick for the school's department staff, wanting to establish prestige in front of newcomers. Seeing that they had no intention of leaving, he immediately emitted a threatening murderous aura. "What's wrong? Are you still waiting for me to apologize to you, huh? The three of them were startled and stammered in refusal. "No need, we'll leave right away." Luke Tan slammed the door, but still spoke loudly. "I have already received my things. I ran a hard trip, walked leisurely and did not waste anything." The other two came forward to help the young senior stand up. They kept saying, "As an old student, he was beaten like that by a new student. What's wrong? Do you want revenge? I don't want to play with you, we're with you." He was so angry that he couldn't breathe and shouted, "Taking revenge for the fart. The last time I went on a mission to fight a level 6 alien beast, I wasn't that seriously injured, but this matter couldn't be ignored like that. Next time." Before he could finish speaking, Luke Tan opened the door slightly. His sharp eyes looked at them and spoke, making all three startled. "They still haven't left yet. Are you forgetting something else, senior?" The three of them sweated and quickly explained, "Huh, it's nothing. Oh right, I forgot to fix your broken door. Hello, Department of Education, urgent situation, quickly send someone over." In the room, Luke Tan sat in front of the big screen doing his own research. There was this card, maybe he could see it, right? He turned on the screen to watch the match again and began to evaluate. Okay, is this person currently ranked number 1 at the First Marshall Saint University, fighting while wearing a Western suit and tie? This is Tulan. These two people represent the highest level of martial arts geniuses, the highest martial arts hall in the Dragon Country. I don't know what the actual strength is. The screen changed scene. Now two people rushed to fight. If Tulan used his sword to slash down, the first-class person would not be inferior, so he would jump up high and strike back. The two fought fiercely, neither one giving way. The sword in his hand made a shrill sound when he rubbed it, and the person named Tulan smiled proudly. Luke Tan looked at it and exclaimed, "With such strength, it is very strong. If you did not have the will of the master, I am afraid that it took 60%, no, 50% to kill them. This is already too exaggerated. With my current small city's fighting strength, my fighting power is probably over 2 million, 50% of my strength, and I will definitely break the discipline, 10,000s. That's why, these two people have not yet reached the Grandmaster level, but they are real geniuses who possess Grandmaster level combat power." On the screen, it seems that the winner is still the first place in the school, waving his hand, "Hello audience." Luke Tan finished watching and thought to himself, this is still the number 1 Marshall Saint University. There is also that 7 saints, so that said, there are still many geniuses in this world. We need to try our best, just try. Suddenly new information appeared on the screen. The strongest new student in the history of the 7th Marshall Saint University, on the first day of joining, he beat the top 300 of the senior class. Looking at it, Luke Tan said somewhat familiarly, "Was this the dormitory area before? Was someone else filming it?" At that time, Luke Tan grabbed the other person's head and pushed it hard on the ground, causing the stone floor to break. He had to admit, it seemed a bit violent. The messenger showed up on the notification screen, followed by the monster moment. It turned out to be the scene of Luke Tan repeatedly hitting people's hair with one hand. Interesting comments were also posted. Indeed, it could be a dragon, not easy to provoke, so sad. This new student is really strong. Luke Tan rubbed his face and thought to himself, here, it seems like that person was in the school garden for a long time without being able to raise his head, feeling a bit guilty. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled. He touched his stomach and mumbled, "I'm hungry, let's go eat." Open your eyes to the food of Marshall Saint University and see what it's like. In the school cafeteria, there were many students coming to eat lunch. Lamtrot held a pile of food and laughed, "Honey, don't laugh at me, I just ate so much. If I didn't practice martial arts, I wouldn't be in such shape." But when he looked towards Luke Tan, he was immediately choked by the sight of him stacking burgers in his mouth. Lamtrot sat down at the table and expressed, "That's a great hymn, that's great, but the person in question still doesn't understand what's going on." At the nearby table, a few female students looked at him and whispered, "That person is the strongest new student Luke Tan." "Right, but he also looks quite handsome and polite. His actions are a bit rough, but I really like it. KY Tan was beaten by this kid." Contrary to them, the male students glared at Luke Tan like a thorn in their eyes and said, "He is someone who is about to reach level 6. Really careless. I wanted to see his strongest strength. Hey, I also want to try it." Lamtrot looked at the situation around him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Have you heard anything about the chant? It's only the first day of school. You've already become a famous figure in the school. Well, if only I were strong, like you, how good it would be." Luke Don picked up the glass of water to drink and said, "It's not a good thing." While eating, someone suddenly knocked on his table, disturbing him a bit. That person smiled and opened his hand and asked, "Are you Luke Don? Let's get acquainted. My name is Ngo Feng, I am the martial artist of Tin Du Hoi this year, ranked 17th in the National University Entrance Exam." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by you. "So, did you specifically come here to report your university entrance exam results to me?" The bald guy following Ngo Feng saw this and cursed angrily. Just as he was about to rush forward, he raised his hand to stop him. "Hey! Luke Don, I know your strength is very strong, I am not necessarily your opponent, but this is not in school, the relationship between people is the most important thing." "So you..." Once again, Luke Don interrupted, "If you already know that you are not my opponent, then why do you come to tease me? Obviously knowing some things you shouldn't do, some people don't dare to provoke you, but you still have to do it," he said. Was he not smart enough? Luke Don suddenly stood up, causing them to step back in surprise. Ngo Fan H was so angry that his eyes turned red and his face turned dark. Without saying a word, he curled his fist and swung it towards him. But right after that, he was oppressed by Luke Don's power, his whole body seemed to be pressed against by a giant hand. His pale face was squeezed tightly by his hand, he panicked, it was dangerous, this scene seemed like he had seen it somewhere before. That's right, it was on that sidewalk. As soon as he thought about it, he grabbed his head and slammed it to the ground. Luke Don did not show any mercy and continued to press his head down, emphasizing, "I said it already. Don't come and bother me." Ngo Fan was in so much pain that he cried, and the other group of people were shaking all over. Lam Trot's eyes lit up and cheered, the song was so cool. A few other people immediately held up their phones to record, their mouths opened in surprise. "You devil, it's true." After beating Ngo Fan unconscious, Luke Don, full of disgust, used paper to wipe his hands. He angrily wiped his hands clean. After beating Ngo Fan unconscious, Luke Don, full of disgust, used paper to wipe his hands. 1. Don't come and bother me while I'm cultivating. 2nd, when I was eating I saw flies, so remember next time don't choose these 2 times to bother me. He said coldly, "Do you understand?" Ngo Feng's group of people trembled, quickly bowed down and begged repeatedly, "Understood, understood, will not appear in front of him again." Luke Don is satisfied, "Very good, wait for him to wake up, remember to tell him pay for the table." Lam Trot, "Let's go," he heard the call and immediately followed, "Yes, holy song." Coming outside, Lam Trot was so excited that he trembled and exclaimed, "Holy song, you were really cool just now, men should be like that, if you don't like it then hit them." Passing through a section of the schoolyard, countless eyes focused on Luke Don. But he still walked indifferently. Martial arts is inherently a path of fighting, not to mention here is also the first martial arts university, gathering top martial arts geniuses nationwide. The most important thing is that iron-headed idiot just now. The annoying flies are constantly annoying. Mainly they are still not scared enough. If a master in front of them would do that or not, no, so what we need to do is to scare them enough, the annoying flies will automatically disappear. We must find an opportunity to beat their hearts and bones to soften them. Now he just wanted to stomp that guy under his feet. Respect yourself like you respect a devil, fear yourself like you fear a god. At this moment, from behind, someone boldly stepped forward and called, "Luke Don." He immediately sensed that this person was very strong. The man smiled and said, "Luke Don, right, I'm Vice Principal Cheu, Tai Kong, I'm looking for you for something. Tomorrow you'll be on the podium as the new student's representative to give a speech." Luke Don asked doubtfully, "Did he come up to the podium to speak?" He explained, "Actually just saying a few simple sentences was fine, nothing special." He didn't think too much so he agreed, "Yes, Vice Principal, I will prepare." Lam Trot expressed with admiration, "This is truly amazing, this is an opportunity to appear in front of all new students, Saint, hey, please perform well." Luke Don smiled and said, "Appearing in front of all the new students, you're right, you really have to perform well." The next day, the welcoming ceremony was held, students moved to the hall. In the middle of the stage is a large line of letters, the admission ceremony for new students of the 17th class, the first Martial Saint University. All eyes suddenly turned to one person. Luke Don was here. Was he the one who beat Ngo Fan into a coma yesterday? Luke Tan did not pay any attention to their eyes and continued to leisurely walk forward. The boy in the blue shirt said to the person next to him, "Huo Dong, Luke Tan is here. I heard that Luke Tan will represent the new students today and go up on stage to give a speech." The crowd seemed to be preparing to cause trouble, want to overthrow Luke Tan. "What do you think?" Huek Dong rubbed his chin and thought, Tu Kien Phi, the national ranking I remember seemed to be in the top 20. At this time, Tu Kien Phi was crossing her arms and looking at Luke Tan's head provocatively. After overthrowing Luke Tan, he became a great demon king in the eyes of all the new students, right? But that Luke Sang is not so easily overthrown. My martial arts intuition tells me that I must stay away from this person, as far away as possible. Luke Tan passed by someone. He suddenly stopped and glanced at that person. The ceremony quickly began. The vice principal stood on the podium and delivered a familiar speech, welcoming everyone to the 7th Martial Arts University. In the fall weather, it's hard for students. The long speech made the students nod their heads while listening. Luke Tan also had to cover his ears in boredom. No matter what world he was in, the leader's explanations were the same. After a long time, Cheu Taikong finally introduced, "Next we would like to invite this year's new student representative, Dang Long Vo Poinsettia, classmate Luke Tan, representing the new students to come to the stage to speak." Everyone applauded together. When Luke Tan stepped up, below seemed to be shouting involuntarily. He immediately glanced towards the person who was most dissatisfied with him. Vice Principal Cheu spoke up to remind him, "Be quiet, Luke Tan. Are you ready?" He replied, "Prepare for a day, it's probably not a problem." Cheu Taikon was full of surprise. He had been preparing for a day, but he didn't expect Luke Tan to pay such attention to this matter. He really respected himself. It seems that he is not the arrogant type of genius, except for martial arts, don't care about anything. Luke Tan was silent for a few seconds. Then suddenly smiled. Some people began to wonder, what is this kid trying to say? Tu Kien Phi coldly snorted, "No matter what he says, we will soon interrupt and make him lose face." Luke Tan began to speak, "I am Luke Tan. I know, there are many people here who do not agree with me. So, today I will give everyone a chance." The other people began to panic. "A chance? You raised your voice, now, immediately, challenge me. I give special permission to everyone. Rush together. Don't make me wait too long, you flies." When the people who hated him heard his provocation, they immediately cracked their knuckles in anger and gritted their teeth. Cheu Taikong was so shocked that her hair flew off her whole body and she stuttered, "What is that?" He pushed his glasses open and gasped, "What, is this the manuscript that was prepared one day? That's all, 4 sentences, in the end you still need to do something." Lam Trot shook his hands and raised his thumb in exclamation, "As expected of my him, it is powerful." Luke Tan laughed coldly and provocatively, "What's wrong? Don't you dare go up together, are you all trash?" Immediately, the whole hall immediately decided to stand up. At this moment, Tu Kien Dong couldn't help but slam his hand on the chair and scream, "You are truly irresponsible, Luke Tan." He slapped his chest and challenged me, "Let me come and deal with you. Do you really think you are invincible in the world?" The people next to him agreed, "That's right, it's been a long time since anyone dared to brag like that in front of me." A girl stood up, flipped her hair and said, "That's interesting, I also want to open my eyes a little. What exactly is the strength of Dang Long's martial arts?" Wu Dong tensed and struggled mentally, "It's dangerous, this atmosphere. My intuition tells me this is not a wise choice, but if I don't come up now, everyone will think that I am afraid of Luke Tan." In the end, he decided to stand up, so he invited the Dragon Poinsettia to teach him. After that, many people, both men and women, stood up. Almost the entire hall simultaneously looked towards Luke Tan. Their strength seemed to unite, condensing into shape like a large dragon speaking in unison, inviting and advising. The teacher looked at this scene and asked in panic, "What is the situation, Vice Principal?" Cheu Taikong raised his hand to stop, "Don't rush, just look first and then move on." Lam Trot couldn't help but angrily defend, "Rely on many people to bully few people, right? Come here, let's fight, at most you will be beaten once, can you still be beaten to death? Even if the him is strong, it can't be done, fighting against so many people cannot bring shame on the him." Luke Tan now stepped forward and sarcastically said, "It turns out, piled up trash can also bring a bit of pressure to people. It's so good, I also want to try it." "You bunch of trash, on what basis do you have the right to sit with me?" As he finished speaking, a terrifying internal energy radiated from Luke Tan's body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the stage. Then he appeared, swung his fist and hit the crowd of ants. He was the first. A group suddenly attacked. Tu Qiandong quickly raised his hand to block, but the strength was too great, his arm bones were broken. Luke Tan's blow sent him flying to the end of the hall, under the surprised looks of the others. A guy decided to take this opportunity and kick towards him. Luke Tan used only one hand to grab his leg, disdainfully saying, "Weak, but strong." Then he just swung his hand and threw that person's entire body onto the ground. Behind Luke Tan suddenly a stream of fire flew. This move is performed by the person wearing the headband. He smiled proudly and said, "Even if you are strong, can you still resist my fire?" As soon as he finished speaking, from within the fire, a hand appeared. Grabbed his head directly. Luke Tan commented, "Yes, the gas was not completely covered, the clothes were already burned." Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and he glanced to the side to look. A line of light flashed across the distance between the two. Luke Tan released his hand from the other guy's face. The stream of light not only flew straight but then curved, separating the two people, and the attacker was the blonde girl from before. She used speed, holding the short knife to attack, thinking to herself, "Great strength, strong defense, right, then I will use speed to slowly cut your flesh." But just thinking about that, Luke Tan used wind to breathe, and in the blink of an eye, he came behind her, grabbed her ankle and pulled her away. The girl was startled, her eyes wide open as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. "What?" He bent down and threw her hard in one direction. Another person with a purple aura shouted, "I can't control my power." "Don't blame me." Then you unleashed your inner strength and released countless knives flying towards Luke Tan. His back was stabbed by knives, and his shirt was also torn in many places because of the knives. At that time, the other person thought he had hit him and shouted, "Success, I have dealt with him, I have dealt with Luke Tan." But before he could be happy, when he looked closely, although Luke Tan's back was torn in a large piece, the daggers did not seem to pierce, but were stopped by a controlling force. Turns out, Luke Tan used his mental force to force it to stop. He instead controlled those knives, changed direction and said, "Who gave you permission to scratch my itch?" The other person gasped and exclaimed, "No way, you are a spiritual master." The knives controlled by Luke Tan flew towards the person who had just attacked, pinning his body to the wall. Although they did not stab him, they were enough to scare his soul away. Seeing this, Huekdong immediately mobilized everyone to rush forward. Each person held a weapon and advanced towards him. Luke Tan just indifferently turned around. His eyes suddenly turned blue, his hands froze. The hall soon had a loud explosion, accompanied by bright light, sending those people flying away. Taking down all of them, Luke Tan stood tall, looking down at them and said, "Sure enough, trash is still trash in the end, gathered together in a pile is still trash. It's because I have too high expectations for you." The teacher gasped in admiration, "This is really it." Cheu Taikong smiled and thought, "It is worth looking forward to the day when the people of the 6 Martial Saint Universities see Luke Tan." After Luke Tan finished dealing with the shrimps, he stood and brushed the dust from his hands. Huekdong was scared. How could this happen? I was still thinking about whether I should take action or not, but it's already over. I only saw Luke Tan violently stomping on his opponent's head. He was confused, the warrior's conquest had failed. The darkness of the world belongs to the Demon King, but it is also a long-lasting rule. At this moment, his mind was constantly spinning. Luke Tan raised his hand and waved loudly, "Hey, you, why are you so stunned? Should you say a familiar line from a comic book, then this world will come to you. You also stood up just now, right?" Huekdong quickly shook his head and repeatedly denied it. Suddenly he was startled and looked towards his seat. Realizing the situation was wrong, he quickly sat down and replied, "I'm not, absolutely not, am I not sitting?" Luke Tan looked disgusted and said, "Forget it, I don't need you. I gave everyone the opportunity, but unfortunately they didn't take it. After these guys wake up, tell them not to run in front of me and jump around next time, have you understood yet?" As soon as the words ended, they quickly nodded to show their agreement. Luke Tan further advised that the vice principal has already finished speaking on behalf of the students. The vice principal excitedly replied, "Good good." A few students stayed behind to clean the hall, those who needed to be taken to the infirmary were brought there, the others dispersed, The admission ceremony for the new students of the 50th class, the 7 of the Marshall St. University, declared a consummate end. Supernatural editor, the strongest neophyte in history, alone dominating the entire neophyte table. The true strength of the martial artist Luke Tan is revealed. The second day of admission is on the senior board. If you're still lazy, you should try harder. A 6th level martial artist plus a 3rd level Nen Master's spirit, the strength of the martial artist Luke Tan is fully analyzed. The strongest new student of the 7th Martial Arts University has been born. Luke Tan's behavior is like a rock thrown into a quiet lake causing waves. Luke Tan exclaimed, "These headlines say I look like I'm a high-level person who mistakenly entered a novice village. Am I that kind of person? But lately I've really become more and more violent. It seems like I've gotten into the habit of using force to solve everything. Is it because my strength has grown too quickly? Maybe that's part of the reason. The most important reason is that those guys are really too weak. When fighting with those new students, there's no pressure at all. It feels like mowing the lawn. Weakness is not the original sin, but being weak and not knowing it clearly is wrong, both weak and troublesome, wrong and even more wrong. Although violence cannot solve all problems, it can solve the vast majority of problems, but it can solve the vast majority of problems. Natural breathing method. I was originally able to quickly increase the power of the chemical resource store through the sainthood. Powers are intertwined with each other. Originally, perhaps he was showing off his talent, perhaps because he had thought this through, Dai Yet's mind suddenly began to feel a little loose, and his martial arts will had a breakthrough again. Now, I can send that person on his way. Right now, Luke Tan continued to fall into a dream. The battle with the saint begins again. His eyes were determined to conquer this war. Luke Tan used an iron technique to attack the saint. The blow caused the saint's shield to shatter. Not to be outdone, the saint used the Holy Spear to stab him directly. Realizing that situation, Luke Tan quickly used wind and breathing to cope. Combined with the spiritual tenfold increase, along with the crystal visualization Dharma, the divine illumination King Sutara, a fierce attack left the saint unable to withstand it. Dang Tai. At this moment, the saint fell to the ground in pain. But unexpectedly, she began to transform. Making Luke Tan surprised, could it still be like that? She ferociously made her final move. A large iron hand was placed on the ground, causing it to crack. The saint powerfully lifted up the huge ice mountain. With just one hand you can do something extraordinary. This made Luke Tan surprised. He cursed silently. He said in fear, "Damn, I've never seen her use this move. Could it be the form of the final move after the bloodline drops to a certain level?" Looking down from above, it looks really scary. Luke Tan could only stand still. At this time, Luke Tan used his master's will. Combined with Dian Gudaolan to block that attack. The infernal net was also activated right after that. The war began to become intense and intense. The female master smiled. Luke Tan gritted his teeth and endured it. Luke Tan collapsed to the ground, coughing in discomfort for a few times. He looked at his hands and exclaimed, "Have I lost again? Martial arts magic, this is true martial arts magic." The female master still pointed her weapon at Luke Tan. "In the end, I still couldn't beat her." These words made the saint thoughtful. She used sympathetic eyes to stare at Luke Tan. Just like that, the girl's silhouette began to disappear, even the iron hand gradually disappeared into smoke. A mysterious force pushed Luke Saint to her memories. The image shows the weak girl being brought by a man, the teacher, who has already brought her. Her name is Zhao Lin Toan. Seeing the little girl, the old man kept exclaiming that her qualifications were not bad. "From now on, you are a retreat disciple of my Ice Age martial arts." The next days, Che Ulin sat alone and cried alone. Her master said sternly, "Tell me what you want to learn." Che Ulin Toan hesitantly replied, "Love, I want to learn love from the teacher." Because the strongest teacher is the spear technique, the teacher is the only strong man who has mastered the 5 realms of spear technique of base number 1 3 years 9. Grandmaster, Zhao Lin Toan has broken through to Grandmaster. Grandmaster is 17 years old, she has the hope of being level 10 in her whole life. My number 1 base in the 3rd year of 9th year has another sect level martial arts genius, sir. At that time, Zhao Lin Toan excitedly called out, "Master." The old master shook his head sadly and said, "She is still far behind. Your cold spirit bird has not been found yet." Suddenly one evening, someone opened the door to Che Lin Toan's room. startled her. She quickly turned around to look and asked who it was. A man said weakly, "Zhao Lengtoan, the base's walls have been destroyed. Are you still here practicing hard? Your heart and your blood are all made of ice." Hearing this, she panicked and asked, "What? Where is the teacher?" He laughed loudly and replied, "The teacher is dead. He is also a crazy person. Before he left he said not to bother her." "So what? The teacher is dead. Then I will die too. Unfortunately, I haven't let the teacher know yet. My cold spirit bird has just been found." Seeing these memories gave Luke Tan a splitting headache. He said, "The spear technique has never absorbed such pure memories, most of them are memories related to spears. Zhao Lingtoan's martial arts treasure is really too big for his leveling up, his spearmanship has already entered the micro realm, but absorbing pure martial arts memories like ice, has surpassed his martial arts skills, control the realm, come to a completely new and higher realm, the four realms of spearmanship. There is also a distance between the master and the master. If Titin Nin's memory is said to be a clay ball full of impurities, then her memory is a transparent snowflake. Although Cheyu Cold to Death is only level 7, but she is absolutely a martial arts genius that is not inferior, can even pass the level 8 challenge, much stronger than Titin Nin. Even Titin Nin has the remnants of the core master technique. Zhao Lingtoan is more than 10 times stronger than Titin Nin, his martial arts will is also more than 10 times stronger. Impossible, which one doesn't leave behind core master techniques? Found, this is the central memory of Zhao Lingtoan, the remaining part of the master's will. Luke Tan reached out and touched the stone in front of him. Suddenly a tornado appeared and swept him up. Luke Tan suddenly realized that it was like that. This is the cold spirit bird star. He boldly held the cold spirit bird in his hand, making several punches. Luke Tan asked himself, this spear has a name. Cold attack stripped prison spear, this spear can cut down the great master. The second day in the dream, Luke Tan focused on finding information about his master Zhao Lingtoan. Tich Ling Hao, level 10 martial artist, the spear path is profound, created the cold spear title of the prison spear, died in the base's destruction battle 1/3 year 9, summoned level 7 martial artists, a genius in martial arts, disciple of President Ling Hao, died in the destructive battle of the base 1/3 years 9. That old man turns out to be a level 10 powerhouse, and the cold halberd is so strong, yet he still hasn't loaded it into the fire seed plan. So how strong is the spear path of the fire seed plan really? That's not right. Practicing 3 level 11 martial arts at the same time, my energy is almost at its limit. After all, my martial arts talent is not that strong from the bottom up, it all depends on the accumulation of 10,000 years can only reach the current height. Of course, you have to go through each step personally, but martial skills do not need to be like that. In the dream space, for you, it is an extremely vast treasure. What I need to do is to hunt and kill these powerful zombies to perfectly inherit their technology, just like Zhao Lingtoan. Then the next goal is to hunt and kill the president. No, it's too difficult. Although his martial arts memories can be said to be of a very high level of power, I can feel it in the main center of the base. There is a lot of scary news there that makes me tremble. The difficulty is too great, I need to go a very long way. Suddenly he felt a big change in his body. This is my master's will still conflicting with each other. This is ultimately the star, crystal visualization method. Cheyu Lingtoan's will, her will is ice, Titin Nin's eternal master's will is fire. Water and fire don't mix. If I can't handle it, I'm afraid my body will collapse. What should I do now? At this time, Luke Tan calmly closed his eyes and thought. He felt 2 different streams of power. The shape of the golden stone in the records of the crystal official physiognomy. Yet being able to absorb the will of the Grand Master, this is truly a lifesaver. If I can completely build a perfect golden and magical human form, so how much of the Master's will can be accommodated in the body, perhaps the more the better. Wait, my Master's will. It's not about using a bunch of powerful people's wills to fuse to become the ultimate Grand Master's will, the 10 complete martial arts, express layer by layer, to become the 10 complete. On the street, Lam Trot called out, "Holy Song, now you seem to be completely famous, the old students all propose to put you in the senior list, just fighting for fun. It's nothing to the saints, and today is about choosing a cold weapon to cultivate. What weapon does Saint He plan to choose? When the time comes, I will also choose according to you." The 2 of them walked and laughed and talked happily. Luke Tan replied, "Maybe I will choose the spear." "Really, this is the first time I also choose the spear, A sword or something feels light and light, it is still the coolest spear, looks more masculine. You really want to choose with me, that's fine, but maybe you don't see me often, what does that mean? Martial arts classroom, all students are here. Suddenly, Luke Tan boldly walked in. Everyone looked scared. Since that day, Huectong has been wary of Luke Tan. Feeling hopeless and powerless to resist even a little bit is not enough, it's made me dream even these past few nights that I'm still in water, everywhere the water is constantly rising. You can't do anything, you can only be overwhelmed by the cold and despair little by little, then wake up. Repeating it over and over again. Is Danglong really that scary? No, the basis of terror is not Danglong martial arts. It's him, it's Luke Tan. At the same time, Tutuat Dam walked in and said loudly, I am a professor specializing in the study of strange beasts. Before you guys are about to start your 4-year college martial arts practice, today I will teach the first lesson, first for everyone. First I want to explain one thing, why do we have to cultivate cold weapons in martial arts, instead of having a certain basic science and technology of hot weapons early on? Please look at this, Tutuat Dam held a stick and pointed at the board. Images of fierce battles are recreated. Looking at the war, Tutuat's heart constantly exclaimed. Because humans' inherently hot weapons are useless against strange beasts, their effectiveness is also very poor. The students wondered, what is this? Lamtrot replied, since I was young, my father taught me that only people who practice martial arts can fight strange beasts. I have never mentioned this, why is it like this? Luke Tan secretly thought, because of the rules. Because of rules. Because of rules, humans have been fighting strange beasts for more than 300 years, and until now have never stopped researching and searching for the source of strange beasts. Although we cannot get the answer, there is a certain point that can be confirmed that these are strange beasts coming from another world. So it's not that we chose martial arts, it's that martial arts chose us. If you need the invasion of strange beasts, you can only rely on the power of martial arts. Professor 2, if our hot weapons have been affected by the rules of the world's strange beasts, then are the strange beasts still so strong after entering our world? They have no influence. Enjoy. Very good question. Unfortunately I can't answer your question. I also really want to know this answer, or should I say this answer is right in front of us, we just don't want to face it. What do you mean? Because those strange beasts were affected by the rules, they were originally like that. Even stronger, Luke Tan confidently said loudly. Hearing these words, Tutuat's heart stopped and looked at Luke Tan. She said, you've already thought about this, classmate, very good, but I'm just guessing. As soon as he finished speaking, the students replied, no way, this is not fair. Tutuat Dam said, yes, it is indeed unfair. But in this world, there are many things that are fundamentally unfair. This is the lesson I want to teach everyone today, thank you, class is over. Lamtrot said confusedly, this is truly absurd, these strange beasts were originally extremely strong, and were once weak, so isn't the future of our species ruined? Luke Tan secretly thought that in the next 10,000 years, humanity might be destroyed. Even if I had a treasure trove of fire resources, I would not be able to deal with strange beasts in the martial arts for 300 years now. The road ahead can be said to be without any hope. What I can do is constantly strengthen myself, step by step, looking for hope of survival. Outside the classroom, 3 days later, we agreed to return the understanding sheet to me. Now you can go back to the classroom to practice different cold weapons based on your own preferences. Luke Tan urged, let's go to the commercial room. Lamtrot heard this and happily replied, okay boss. I heard it, the path of the merchant. Luke Tan chose the path of the merchant. Pay attention, absolutely do not choose the path of the merchant as your main practice, absolutely do not choose. I have to quickly change martial arts, I don't want to stand in the arena with Luke Tan. At this time, in the spear practice room, Luke Tan and Lamtrot arrived. Seeing him, they exclaimed in surprise, it was Luke Tan. They didn't expect him to choose spear. Who is Luke Tan? Isn't he on the school's 4M page? Danglong martial artist this year, the strongest new student. Okay, everyone can finish school now. If you want to stay and practice more, you can do it later. Suddenly Luke Tan came and broke the atmosphere here. Willow is calling like a star, you two come up here. My name is Reckless, I teach everyone cold weapons lessons from first year to third year, but today there are only 2 of you here. Forget it, you guys just choose to hurt and then attack me, let me see what your basic qualities are. Luke Tan looked at Willow Nutin, He thought deeply. This female professor was full of blood, still a top-level 6 martial arts expert. Is he the Luke Saint who has become very famous recently? Without saying much, Will Electrin ferociously attacked Luke Don. Faced with tell me to be careful, even though I haven't been to a Grandmaster yet, but after studying the way of commerce for decades, even when facing a Grandmaster, I'm not inferior. It's just a new student who hasn't entered school for a few days and still tells me to be careful. At this time, Luke Don quickly launched an attack. Willow froze for a few seconds. Then she silently said in surprise, "This feeling is..." Luke Don swung his spear forward. Willow tried her best to block it. Luke Don's pressure was indeed strong. She gritted her teeth in doubt, wondering why she had such a sharp spear technique. In the end, her hand no longer had the strength to hold her spear, and the spear in her hand was blown away by Luke Don's move. Everyone around them was shocked. This girl was simply attacked like that, really strong. The tip of the spear pressed against the neck. Willow is like a cold sweat. Having offended, Luke Don withdrew his spear. Willow like a star noticing the halo around him, her heart jumped, entering a microcosm. His spearmanship is a form of magic. I haven't even finished using the 3 supers yet, but I've already lost my weapon. No, looking at his relaxed appearance, it's definitely not just entering the realm. Could it be that he is already the leader of the empty realm? Lu let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that he was still so skilled at trading. At this age, he really had such skill. In the cold weapon training class, you can already graduate. Everyone around heard that and was even more scared. They were already graduating on their first day of school. I have no more words to say, someone shouted happily. I'm back just now, posted on the Goop page. The school can definitely scare a bunch of people. I cannot accept it. Damoe, that's really unreasonable, isn't it? Willow smiled like a star. His spearmanship was great, just lacking in actual combat. I can smell it. There is no bloody smell on your body, so, go to the mission center of the module to receive the mission. There is also the Marshal Saint Tower in the cold weapon training room that you can also go there. Stick the spearworm's nose into the ground. Luke Don clasped his hands and thanked Teacher Lu for her guidance. Willow liked in depth, except for these, I have nothing else to say. She felt a little dissatisfied in her heart. It was just the first day and she could already announce her graduation. I've been a spear instructor for so many years. This is the first time I've encountered such a cruel demon. Compared to him, I've really spent half my life cultivating above a dog's body. Lamtrot ran over, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Luke Don and Saint Ca. He said he didn't get to see him often, so it turned out to be like that. It's truly top-notch. Luke Don patted Lamtrot's shoulder in encouragement. If that's the case, I'll go to the mission center first. You just stay here and practice first. If I have free time, I will come and see you. Lamtrot was surprised. This is really a godlike character. At the mission center, it's also quite bustling here. Everyone is enthusiastically accepting their missions. There is also a couple here who are discussing accepting missions. The boy with brown eyes spoke up. Bandages, hemostatic medicine, wound medicine, dry food and other prepared items, guaranteed to be used at some point. The girl next to her shook her head. No need, this time the mission is not to go out. The young man immediately replied, what if that guy randomly found a deep mountain forest and crawled into it? Until then, don't scream that you're hungry. Entering the mission center, Luke Don was excited. It wasn't bad. I came to see what the mission was. He stood in front of a large screen, with many different mission levels written on the screen. A level mission, to capture a level 5 martial artist who is on the run, has a murder case, has weapons, and can be beaten to death when necessary. Mission requirements: above level 5 martial artist, rich practical combat experience, excellent achievements in cold weaponry. It is recommended to form a team of more than 2 people to carry out. Mission reward: 1 million coins needle, 50 course points. B-level mission, to capture a level 4 martial artist who is on the run, has accomplices, has committed a murder, has weapons, can be beaten to death when necessary. Mission requirements: above level 4 martial artist, rich actual combat experience. Mission reward: 200,000 gold, 20 course points. See the number of criminals killed and decide. C-level mission, to capture level 3 martial artist who is on the run, has a murder case, and can be beaten to death when necessary. Mission requirements: above level 3 martial artist, rich actual combat experience. Mission reward: 500,000 gold, 5 course points. Luke Don frowned. Why is it all a mission to catch escaped criminals? What about strange beasts? The man sitting in the office heard that and smiled and said, "It's your first time here, right? This morning it's all wanted orders. The strange beast quests were just announced this afternoon. The other quests are all in the evening. Freshmen just got here, right?" Luke Tan nodded. "So that's it. Then I'll take this first." He pointed at the screen, and a piece of paper automatically flew into his hand. The man was surprised. "The purple mission, this is a double-level mission, are you sure?" Seeing no response from Luke Tan, the man pouted, his eyes full of judgment, wondering if he understood the difficulty of this task or not. "If you know anything, please quickly say sorry, I took it by mistake." Luke Tan looked at it for a moment and replied, "Well, maybe this mission is not very suitable." The man smiled with satisfaction, as expected. But he gasped when he saw more purple mission papers falling down. Luke Tan looked at him dissatisfiedly. Didn't he have a more advanced mission than Song A? The other man was angry. He hit the table. "Stand up, classmate. I warn you, if you still intentionally come to tease me, I can notify the school to deduct points from your course." Luke Tan was puzzled. "What's wrong? Isn't your place the mission reception window?" The man impatiently told you, "The requirements of the mission above A level. You need to take part in the cold weapons course to practice spraying points, and the actual combat ability must also be strong. Will a newly enrolled student like you satisfy the requirements?" Luke Tan immediately threw the starry medal towards the man's table. He caught it in surprise. His eyes were full of doubt and fear. This was the medal of a level 6 martial artist. He was sweating coldly while smiling crookedly. "Is this yours?" Luke Tan clenched his palms. "Maybe you should let me hit you with a punch to see if it's real or fake." The man quickly looked dizzy. He did not dare to look directly at Luke Tan. The task also required the master's course to cultivate the cold spray weapon. Luke Tan was a little impatient and replied, "Just an hour ago, my spearmanship instructor, Willow Newton, had just admitted that I had graduated. I think the statistics will be posted up very quickly, you can go ask." The man trembled in fear. You give me your student card here, let me register a bit." He trembled with fear but still forced himself to smile at Luke Tan. "Tasks above level A require approval from school leaders, you can't accept them if you want them." Took the student card, the man's personality returned. He sat down on the ground, terrified. "Are you Luke Tan?" Luke Tan coldly replied, "How long are you going to delay? Do you believe I will sue you directly?" "Why does he have such strong breath?" The man tiptoed, tears began to flow. "I will inform you of the results of the investigation first. Invite student ID card and medal." He bent down to meet the person who gave Luke Tan his student card. Luke Tan took it and quickly turned away, looking at the man warmly waving his hand, expressing hope that he could come here again next time. Luke Tan couldn't help but judge, slowly, "It's time to eat, this afternoon, go to Votan Waterfall to see what it's like." At the same time, in a large room, Dong was practicing very hard. An instructor came over and couldn't help but praise him. Never before had anyone practiced swordplay, yet in 2 hours they were able to master the basic use of swordplay like that. Huodong humbly, "Thank you so much for your compliments." There were a few people around him who were jealous of him, whispering loudly that he must have practiced secretly and had a tutor. The person next to me replied, "I still can't tell whether there is a teacher who has guided me through the practice or not. I don't have even a little bit of waste on my hand." The other person saw that it made sense and said, "That's really great." Huekdong felt a bit complacent in his heart. These people probably still didn't know that Tianfu's control element palm type like him was metal. Nature is close to cold weapons. Every metal control type Tianfu fake shell is a genius in cold weapons. No one is an exception. I can even feel the knife in my hand still breathing. So what about Luke Tan? He's not here either. I don't believe he can be stronger than me. A thud interrupted Huekdong's thoughts. He turned around and saw the group of people just pointing at the phone. One of them shouted, "This is really too unnatural. You guys should quickly watch the lesson on the school." "What, Destiny? Luke Tan, this guy is no longer human." On the school's forum, it was reported that the strongest demon in history graduated in 20 minutes, setting a new record for the first martial arts university. 3 moves can destroy the instructor. Luke Tan's cold weapons and real spears. How strong is it? The spear technique of entering the Vi realm. The spear technique of wielding the control realm. Luke Tan's strength is analyzed in a 2.0 version. When Huekdong heard this, he immediately fell to the floor as if he was about to lose it. The lecturer immediately ran over to ask him, "Huekdong, what's wrong with you?" Tears welled up in Huekdong's eyes. "Teacher, I want to change my major." At a hospital, There was a man who was enthusiastically exercising. In the blink of an eye, all the rocks in front were broken into pieces. He quickly took his sword back. The sound of applause rang out nearby. The girl praised, "Wonderful, mysterious, your superpower to slash Tantu is much greater than before. If that demon Lan had come to challenge you, maybe you would have defeated him within 100 million. Wei Wuyan took a sip of the beverage and replied, Tu Lan was just a defeated general, it's no longer within the scope of my thinking. My target is the people in front of the top 10 of the Seven Saints, only they are qualified to be my opponents." The girl smiled and replied, "With your current strength, you already have the strength to enter the top 10 of the Seven Saints, right?" Wei Wuyan immediately replied, "No way, if I can't condense a little bit of the martial spirit that belongs to me, I won't have a chance." The girl frowned. The heavenly sword from level 6 to level 7 had trapped countless people, even if they were top martial arts geniuses. Here we also have to spend a lot of time looking for the ego. What can the master do so easily? Instead of saying it's looking at talent, on the contrary, it's better to say it's looking at luck. Wei Wuyan nodded, "You're right, maybe Koduan hasn't arrived yet." "That's right." The girl dropped the phone and continued, "Today I discovered a very interesting student week, let you check it out. His name is Luke Don. He just entered school a few days ago. It is said that this year's poinsettia has been posted. In the first lesson, he chose to cultivate cold weapons and directly defeated Kolu. Lu was also really careless." Wei Wuyan was tense. Kolu was in the realm of spearmanship and had entered the middle stage of the air realm. Strength is also considered the strongest among the masters of weapons. Even if it is unintentional, the result will not change at all. This new student named Luke Don is very strong. The realm of spearmanship has at least reached the high level of entry, even reaching the peak level, maybe, even touching the threshold of the empty scene. The girl next to her sneered, and the first-class senior said he saw his junior being so strong. Is there any feeling of danger and tension in my heart? Throwing the phone back to the girl, Wei Wuyan smiled and replied, "Do you think my 4 years at the First Martial Saint University were in vain? A realm is a realm. Real combat is real combat. Not everyone is qualified to become Tran Wei Wuyan's opponent." Even though he said so, he was still a little tense in his heart. This Luke Saint was indeed a bit cruel. Maybe we can meet him very soon. On the way back to the room, Luke Don was called back. "Mr. Luke Don, right. We are people from Ha Province sent to give gifts, please sign to receive them." It was a very large gift box that could be carried by 2 people. Luke Don happily replied, "I am locked on. It's been hard for everyone." Sipho saw Luke Don and was a little surprised. This was Ha Bin Nam's Danglong ceremony. Finished speaking, the package exploded, a spear emitting a brilliant red light appeared. Luke Don happily accepted it. The delivery person smiled and said, "This spear of Tan Tianzlong used a large amount of silver honey to forge it, also add some extremely rare golden honey. The spear uses fire crystals to create, using a special diamond mixture mixed with large amounts of honey and silver. There is also a little bit of honey used for crafting. Cold weapon at Grandmaster level, long spear at standard 7th level, sitting long Vantiange." Luke Don admired the spear. The special effect was so random, like +12 weapons. Luke Don spoke up, "This gift from Provincial Governor Ha is truly too great. Thank you for sharing your words, I really like it." The delivery man bowed his head, "Then we will take our leave in advance." He watched the delivery guys leave. Luke Don looked at the Red Star Dragon Spear again, feeling happy. With this Red Star Dragon Spear, his combat power growth rate would reach at least 30%. The most important thing is to combine with the natural breathing method of the elemental type Kong. I am confident that I can fight a head-to-head battle with the Grand Master. The next thing I need to do is to quickly get acquainted with this Red Star Long Vantiange. In Cheu Toan's memory, build relationships between people and loved ones, fostering loving souls. This is 100 times stronger than the cold weapon. The way to foster it is also very simple. Practice a lot and use Kafeng blood. Not ordinary blood, but the blood of strong enemies, only real life and death combat. Mixed with blood and flesh, other people's souls and wills are used as food, only then can we nurture the heavenly soldiers. Jia Wei Mong. Huh, line up. Luke Don's face turned pale, the excitement just now was extinguished. Students of Martial Saint University entering Martial Saint Waterfall also need to register and wait in line for later announcement. The caretaker of the martial arts tower heard that and immediately said, wasting his words, "Do you know how many people want to enter the martial arts tower every day? There must be at least 10,000 people." She painted her nails while saying, 7 Saint Martial Arts has a total of 30 rooms, only 30 people can enter at a time. You're a student at Martial Saint University, which already means you have privileges. Martial artists outside have to go to the Martial Arts Association before waiting in line. It's fun to have your turn once a year. Luke Tan immediately asked, so I can come in after waiting, right? The woman smiled and said, then we have to see how long the person inside can persist. In front of you, there are more than 200 students still applying. 3 to 5 days is enough time. Luke Tan sighed, okay, then please let me know until then. The other woman smiled and replied, Mom was looking for such a handsome boy. I will inform you sooner, but it's best to come immediately after receiving the notification within 10 minutes. If you don't have to wait for 3 to 5 people, it will be your turn. Luke Tan looked at the towering Votan waterfall. No wonder there were so many people. The martial arts spirit in the martial arts tower is truly extraordinary. I can feel great power like never before. If sword finishing Tue has a strong and strong will, the will of the master in his head, compared to this will, is like a firefly to the bright moonlight. Its light is incomparable. Is the gap between level 7 and level 9 masters really that big? Leave, not in a hurry. The rarer the resources, the more people there are, which is also normal. So today I will go to the cold weapon training room and get used to the new weapon a bit. But it was not as expected. Everyone had already sprayed the room. Luke Tan's face turned pale. It is true that the law of Mu-Fi, unlucky enough to drink cold water and stuff your teeth. Since when did Martial Saint Din that universities still have so many students? Didn't we say that people occupy an area as high as 100 acres? Luke Tan sadly left. Okay, see why you shouldn't go out today. The receptionist there immediately reminded, classmate, next time remember to come to me at 7 a.m. But very quickly she ran over and pulled Luke Tan back. Wait, Luke Tan's classmate, just now someone left here. I'll quickly get you in there, just get over there quickly. Luke Tan frowned. Oh, have you forgotten me? The receptionist smiled and replied, who doesn't know you now? Your video on the school's Go IP page is very hot. Luke Tan took the card and thanked her. The receptionist smiled in a friendly manner. Small talk, go quickly, come on. Cultivation room number 8 is the 4th room on the left. Watching Luke Tan leave, the receptionist was happy. On the internet, Luke Tan also said that Luke Tan was like a ferocious devil king. It also looks polite. I don't know if his strength is a bit exaggerated or not. What a curiosity. I wonder how far he can complete the training in the next chapter when he first comes to the training room. Firmly grasp the red star dragon cloud spear in your hand. Luke Tan is extremely looking forward to this training session. It's here, right? Luke Tan walked towards the door of practice room number 8. The door opens automatically. He walked in and took a look, very similar to the Dharma practice room in the Genius training camp. It seems that training is similar. Looking up, I saw a landline phone on the wall. Luke Tan randomly clicked on a number. The surrounding space seemed to move. A voice rang out, cold weapon training. The first phase of training is about to begin. Please prepare. Luke Tan firmly holds the spear. The aura around him gradually moved. The holes in the wall began to shoot out marbles. They rushed straight towards Luke Tan's men. His eyes quickly observed. The spear in his hand also moved quickly. The marbles were cut in half, they scattered on the floor. It's as simple as that. The room seemed to respond to his question. The training had ended. Luke Tan was bewildered. Achievement and completion of the first training phase 20%. Luke Tan was confused. This idea seemed to have failed. What happened? A notice appears in the room. During the training process, it is forbidden to use any tricks except your own physical power, including energy, elemental power, etc. Therefore, that's right, if you can use the watch chi combined with the cold weapon to sweep a large area, then the meaning of training will be completely lost. To practice skills, of course you can only use physical strength. One more time. Hearing Luke Tan shout, the marbles on the wall began to claw towards him again. Luke Tan used his muscular strength. Spear forward. Continue like this for one more time. No different from his previous result, the marbles still broke and fell to the ground. Luke Tan wiped the sweat from his forehead, but he didn't expect that just using the strength of his flesh would make him sweat. This time it seems to be the end. But no, the ejection of marbles continued. Luke Tan gritted his teeth, still the same as before. He quickly used his spear to block it, but discovered something was wrong. This is not the iron ball just now, it was easily flicked out by wind pressure like that. The feeling is that the speed of the marble is not right, it is time slowing down, it is a wooden marble. Sure enough, the cold weapon training room is to train the martial artist's skills, the challenge is to apply the grasp to weapons. About to turn into wood, it looks like the damage and speed will both become weaker, and the difficulty will decrease. In fact, it's quite the opposite. The lighter the shot, the easier it will be affected by the airflow. If you haven't hit it yet, you can be blown away by the wind of the blade, the wind of the sword, or the wind of the spear. Even if you don't blow away, the trajectory of movement will become irregular. This time it was just like the description in the martial arts novels of my previous life. Cut off Hoa Phi Deep, cut off water. The wooden balls continued to be slashed in half by him. What's next? Plastic balls, popcorn. Luke Tan continues to complete. Until a new challenge. This time it's feathers. Feathers are very sensitive to wind, they easily change movement. Therefore, it requires very high precision and speed. It turns out that's the case. Luke Tan threw his spear forward, then he moved with the spear, caught it and slashed the feather hard. His improvisation skills are getting higher and higher. He rushed forward. Luke Tan pointed his spear forward. Dragons and smoke flew everywhere. Then he stood with great confidence. Luke Tan looked at the spear in his hand, practicing cold weapons in the room for only a few short hours. The agreement between me and the Red Star along Van Tianj is increasing to the level of Bok Fat. If this progress is continued, the body can immediately complete the training of compassion and smoothly enter the stage between soul and knife. Interviewing this command really opened my eyes. Iron balls to wooden balls, plastic balls, water sports, popcorn, bubbles from the beginning, even to the last feather, it is indeed very beneficial. It's no longer so simple to control cold weapons. Not only is it impossible to reveal some martial arts power, but at the same time it is necessary to accurately grasp the power of the physical body, in all aspects. Without decades of hard work, it is simply impossible. Even though it was truly painful for me to possess the four realms, I counted the memories of two great martial arts masters. In the middle of the road a few times, I almost failed. This practice is equivalent to taking part of the unreal and unstable things in your body to make them stronger. The foundation of martial Tao has become 3 points more solid, and the feeling of entering the micro-realm has begun to widen. The second form of top toe in martial arts was still waving at me. Thinking engrossed for a while, Luke Tan realized why he hadn't started training for the next stage yet. A notification appeared in the room again. The 5 training stages of this training room had been completely completed. Luke Tan was stunned by this. Okay, can only end here. He closed the weapon box, then turned and left. From now on, I'll scan once a day, scan until it's completely ineffective for me, then move on. Outside the cold weapon training room, a short-haired girl came to register for training but there was no room. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Had she sprayed again? I've been coming here continuously for 3 days now, is it a mistake or not? Yes, the receptionist immediately replied that it would have no effect on me. There are only these few cultivation rooms in total, you two go find the leader to give your opinion and create a few more rooms. The girl then snorted and said, if I had this ability, would I still need to come here? A door to the practice room moved and Luke Tan walked out. The girl immediately climbed up, and someone went out there. The receptionist happily replied, your luck is not bad, someone just went out, please come in quickly, it's practice room number 8. Oh. The girl was happy but picked up the gold. She happily ran to practice room number 8, it was so fun. It was so fun and so big. She quickly entered the room. Her pupils suddenly shrank. Oh my god, this. A pile of crushed marbles was scattered in the middle of the room. Is this a garbage dump? Oh my god, what's the difference with a landfill? She punched the wall hard, her head deflated. That guy, looked clean. Unexpectedly, he was a trash king. But accidentally, her hand punched the landline phone. Suddenly, a small door opened in the corner of the room, and a robot inside began rolling out. The liquidation process begins. The robot holds a vacuum cleaner in its mouth and slowly vacuums up all the trash outside the room. The girl frowned and huffed a few times. It's truly a smoke for him to be able to create so much trash in the training room in just 1 hour. What is this? Popcorn, and also feathers. What is this? Is he still camping to watch the circus? And by the way, a barbecue meal. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of the image of Luke Tan eating a ball while grilling chicken, but very quickly she had doubts. Wait, how could he create so much trash in just a few hours? In the practice room, You are basically not allowed to bring anything other than cold weapons, and not even water. Just during the training process, trash was produced, so to speak. She quickly asked the landline phone, the system, which displayed the progress of the training just now. She shouted in surprise, "What, the 5th stage?" On the phone screen, Luke Tan's information was displayed. First year, 5th stage of training, progress completed 100%, still everything is completed. She was scared. How could this be possible? All the martial arts universities from history to the present, all the candidates, at the highest level only reach the 3rd stage. Stage 3 is the level of reaching the field of entering the new environment that can be contacted. Stage 5, isn't that the chief of control even located up there? That's not right. Am I stupid? That guy doesn't look like he's older than me. How could he be related to the Grand Master, the Great Grand Master? Let me look again. She quickly hit the screen, causing the screen to become distorted. Hey, what is it? She jumped back in panic. It was bad. She looked over at the clean room, wondering if she was still daydreaming just now. After drinking the pill in one gulp, Luke Tan breathed a sigh of relief. After training, he drank another bottle of Golden Dragon pill, and the absorption was much better than before. He held his hand tightly. He tried his luck in planetary practice. When he finished, he let out a sigh. It was truly amazing. This time the cultivation effect of the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body was twice as much as usual. I can clearly feel that there are many detailed places in my body that have not been cultivated before. During this time of cultivation, I was also gradually inspired, awakened, and participated in it. If based on this speed, completing the 2nd phase of the immortal golden body will probably shorten the time by more than a year and a half compared to what I expected. Perhaps before being officially promoted to Grand Master, it can be completely completed. The following days were extremely simple and regular. Every morning, practice the Master's way of refining physical techniques, Dai Nyet Kwang Tuong Dharma. Then go to school, mainly studying animal science. After lunch, we went to see the progress of lining up to enter the martial arts tower. Then run directly to the cold weapon training room, then review the 5th training section from beginning to end. At night, after returning, practice the planetary body technique, natural breathing method and Tweet in Quan visualization method, practice to the point of fatigue and then enter the dream space of fighting. A week has passed. Cold weapon training, the 5th stage of training has been completely completed. Luke Tan walked out of the cold weapon training room. He confidently looked at his hands. In a week's time, the value of my blood energy has increased more than 3 times in the past few days. A simple blow can already produce the effect of combat power above level 5. The details can be seen accurately. If it weren't for the hint provided by the cold weapon training room, I didn't even know that the foundation of martial arts itself had so many flaws. Although these small things are not worth mentioning, the whole back becomes even more obvious. If I wait until I reach level 7 or 8 and then come back to make up for it, then it's impossible. Just as Luke Tan left, the girl from the other day stuck her head out to Tuong as if she was watching him. She turned to look at the group of friends behind her and waved. "He's gone. Quickly follow." Everyone entered Luke Tan's cultivation room from earlier. Everyone was surprised. The girl said, "Whether I lied or not, see for yourself." Another pile of trash appeared in the room, and a notification was still appearing inside the room. The 5th stage of cold weapon training had been completely completed. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. "Oh my god, it's really the 5th stage." Someone looked back at the phone screen, then scolded him. "Damn, it is really going against heaven." 5th stage training. Cold weapon cultivation also has a 5th stage. Someone came to the pile of trash, surprised at the things mixed in there. Popcorn, feathers. How could this thing hit? Damn. Quickly take a photo and post it on the school's website. This could definitely cause a level 15 concussion. The girl laughed and said, "It won't work. I'll go down. It's already been posted." Everyone said it was photo editing. I said a few more words but all comments were closed. I already said that Luke Tan has completed the 5th stage of the cold weapon training room. You guys still have not believe. Moreover, it's not just once, but every day you come or pass through the door. A male friend picked up the feather and spoke the words, "The strength of the holy force, has it ever surpassed Tranny Wian, the top of the old student?" The girl smiled and replied, "The community completely did not understand what the 5th stage meant. I'm afraid his cold weapon level is already that of a control realm master. Challenging a challenge under a master is like eating rice and drinking water. I'm afraid that the 4 words are invincible. These 4 words can all be shouldered. Don't say it's ahead of the top 10 of Old Man Bang. Even in front of the top 10 of the 7 Saints ranking, White is not his opponent. Hearing that, everyone couldn't help but complain, "My God, what should we do now? It's been a useless trip," knowing that has no meaning. Another girl next to her scratched her head, discovering this earth-shattering secret, feeling like she couldn't tell the truth, it was so suffocating. The short-haired girl then pondered, pretending that she didn't know anything. With Luke Don's past behavior, his true strength probably cannot be hidden for too long. "I have a feeling he's holding back a lot." Looking at the phone in his hand, Luke Don sweated and breathed a sigh of relief. Waited for a whole week, finally got in line. It's a text message notifying Luke Don that he can go to Voton Waterfall. "Please come quickly within 10 minutes, otherwise, the queue number will be extended." 10 minutes, let me go back to shower and change, check the new flag of the page and then move on. But very quickly, a second message was sent to Luke Don. "Classmate Luke Don, your A-level mission has been passed. Because the mission is quite urgent, so immediately go to the mission center." Luke Don couldn't help but roll his eyes, his jaw dropped. What was that? Why didn't he come when he needed to? The exam came again. There's no other way. Escaping the Marshall Saint has the privileges of a Marshall Saint University student, and can wait in line for a week, but the course tasks of the A-level are not available every day. In return, a roadmap that is approved slowly is still not guaranteed to be approved. This time you should still choose the mission and go to the mission center. He quickly opened his toolbox, took out his spear and quickly put on his coat. 7 martial arts universities. Each school owns a martial arts tower. Students of Marshall Saint University who use their school's Marshall Saint Tower can enjoy various privileges. This is the privilege of Marshall Saint University and also the pride. However, students from other Voton University can challenge other schools' Marshall Saint Towers, as long as the challenger breaks into the tower and breaks the record of the top floor. If one side fails to keep the tower, they will lose the right to use the martial arts tower for 1 year. At the reception of Voton Tower, the receptionist had a person approaching her. She asked, "Is it an appointment for Marshall Saint Tower? Show me your name tag." She was quickly surprised when she saw the name tag. 4th Marshall Saint University, is Kat Nyan Hung. The superhero has a muscular body and broad, muscular shoulders. There was a mark on his face above his right eye. He smiled smugly, "Ha ha, that's right, it was the cat hero ranked 6th on the 7 Saints ranking, coming to storm the tower." At Dean Harai's shop. Bite into a big, multi-layered burger. Luke Don thought as he ate, before leaving, "Eat simply, Mr. Luong is very important." Then this hamburger is so simple. Taking the letter, Luke Don remembered the receptionist smiling at him and saying, "In the letter are documents related to this mission. After reading, remember to cancel it, and finally remember to come back safely. The mission may fail but you only have one. Good luck." Luke Don frowned. It was a group of dark forces. A group of ferocious Guangdao committed many crimes. The total amount of crime collected was as high as 2 billion, carrying more than 50 lives on their shoulders, including 30 police officers. They are a group of extremely cruel people. If you capture or kill a ferocious Guangdao, the reward is 1 million VND, 10 course points. The reward for the code leader will be 10 times higher. If you continuously complete these tasks, the course points can quickly be regraded. A small piece of paper fell out from the letter. Luke Don frowned. There were teammates. Okay. His teammates had 2 people. One was from Meng Dao, a 4th-year student at 3rd Tan Martial Arts University. Level 6 martial artists are good at cold weapons, and their dual swords have a 67% mission completion rate. The second person is Mon Qianfei, a 4th-year student at 3rd Martial Saint University. Level 6 martial artist specializes in cold weapons. Average mission completion time is 70%. Luke Don's pupils turned cold, and after reading the letter, it was burned. "I hope they don't involve me in this mission." In the lobby of a high-rise building, a girl's voice rang out angrily. "When did that guy come?" Tu Meng eagerly looked at the clock. "Really? There is no concept of time," she asked while covering her nose with her hand. The smell of cigarettes was lingering around. Lit cigarette butts on the ground. Mon Antfi let out a breath. "It's almost time. Maybe it's almost here." From the knife carrying his shirt collar, he shouted loudly, "Can you smoke less? It makes people choke. Can't you see I'm choking?" Mon Qianfei smiled bitterly. Waiting too long was boring. The lung weight of a level 6 martial artist took a puff of a cigarette. Tu Meng Dao crossed his arms and said, "If not, we will go directly there. Anyway, he can't help with anything." Strong Ants replied, "It's not so good. After all, they are our comrades. You can't travel from far away to come here in vain." From Meng Dao while biting his nails, "Comrade, I think it's more accurate to say that he's a burden. Haven't you looked at the documents? Just a new student, task completion is 0%. Obviously this is my first time on a mission. A guy jumped in and didn't even see blood. I really don't understand how the people of the Marshall Saint Disciple University could think through his mission invitation and intentionally come here to cause trouble for us. Star." Man Qianfei smiled and replied, "After all, he is a level 6 person. I have heard his name is Luke Tan. This year's Dang Long Bo Trang Win. At this age, with such strength, the Emperor is very scary." Hearing this, Tu Meng Dao was angry. No wonder, it turned out that he came to gain fame. The people of the 7th Martial Arts University were very interesting. If you want to bring your school's genius into the mission, why don't you come here and throw people at us? The old lady doesn't have time to take care of a brat. This mission could be deadly. Let's go. Strong Ed Phi hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute, look, isn't it already here? Put down the weapon box. Luke Tan spoke up. Good evening. Very quickly, the three people quickly sat in the car and drove to the mission location. Luke Tan looked blankly through the car window. Tu Meng Dao said somewhat annoyedly, "Are the weapons ready yet?" "Ah." Luke Tan clapped his hands next to the weapon box placed next to him. Tu Meng Dao continued, "Now the three of us are also considered temporary teammates. The plan is probably like that, based on the reliable clues shown. The suspect is Ma Van Van, hiding there. He was originally a level 6 peak martial artist. The situation of his subordinates is currently unknown. Our main purpose today is to find out their strength. If possible, today would be their death anniversary." The vehicle stops at the assigned mission location. Tu Meng Dao quickly spoke to Luke Tan. Trin Trong told him that this was the real mission to destroy the Guang Dao. It wasn't the family games he had participated in before. It'll be deadly. There's still time to regret it now. If something happens later, don't blame me for not being polite to you. Luke Tan replied, "I understand. I hope you really understand and reply from your dreams." Three people got out of the car. Everyone used leaves to cover the car. That's it, the car is hidden here. Let's go. Three pairs of legs began to move quickly, low body. People try to gently jump over tall buildings. Then stay in an observation corner. Above the building, under the moonlight, three people were discussing something. Man Qianfei lowered his voice, being careful above. Three people stood in the distance to observe. Man Qianfei whispered, "They were too far away. It was impossible to find out what kind of strength they actually had." Tu Meng Dao replied, "Then we can only get a little closer." She whispered, "Luke Tan, have you heard?" Luke Tan was motionless next to him, a purple light emitted around him. He closed his eyes and activated his spiritual power. It turned out that there were more than 10 people in this building. We had to check more closely to find out. Poking his shoulder, "I lost my patience, Luke Tan. Why did you come out so early?" Luke Tan seemed to wake up. He realized that the girl next to him was sweating from stress. Luke Tan spoke up, "You guys go." He thought secretly, "I should come alone to do the mission, it's so troublesome." "Forget about it, there's no shortage of this." From Meng Dao there was some doubt. What happened? The feeling of Huang Meng just now, could it be that because it was the first time I received a AA level mission, plus bringing a new person along, my nerves were a bit too tense? Man Jianfei, let's go. Ah yes, Luke Tan's two teammates left. Luke Tan's two teammates left. They gently climbed up the tall building. Tu Meng Dao said, "If you secretly climb nearby, you can find out their strength." Seeing Man Qianfei's legs stop, Tu Meng Dao asked, "What's wrong?" Man Jianfei replied, "There are many martial artists in the house." There was a group of people in there, both men and women. A guy holding a knife sat next to a person lying on the ground. A guy with a big beard slammed his fist on the table. "Damn it, it's too shabby." "What do you mean? With so many people working with you, you alone can monopolize 30%, depending on whether you are a level 6 martial artist, or whether your subordinates are not afraid of death." Ma Kuei Van put the cup of tea to his mouth and stopped. He curled his lips. "I do the work ahead, the plan and the people are also my responsibility. You only killed a few people, you tell me if I get 30% or not." The bearded guy snapped, 30% is too much, at most 20%, the others belong to us, if not, we won't do it anymore." The people around chanted, "Yes, yes, without our efforts, what are you, as a person, don't be too greedy." Hearing the shots inside, Tu Meng Dao trembled a bit. There are at least 8 level 6 people here, And there are a bunch of level 4 and level 5 people, we can't catch them at all. Looking at the tense situation inside, Mon Qianfei whispered, I'm afraid this has reached S level, we have to go back and report quickly. At a nearby container truck accident. From Meng Dao and Mon Qianfei sat in a corner looking out to observe, there are 3 people outside, one of them cursed, damn, these bastards. The boss gave them the opportunity to participate, even so, do you still want to finish the lyrics, why don't you pat them to death? Another guy threw an unreleased grenade in his hand, haha, relax, they can't dance for more than a few days. The bald head shot the gun and said, once we steal this strategic materials transport, the boss can be promoted to Grand Master. At that time, no matter how much they eat, they will have to tear out their intestines and vomit it out, ha ha ha. 2 people sat in the corner, listening to them talk and panicking. One of those 3 numbers continued, saying it very correctly. Mon Qianfei nodded to signal to Meng Dao, retreat quickly. The 2 people tried to quickly run away from there. Mon Qianfei gritted his teeth, crazy, their target is a vehicle transporting strategic supplies. To Meng Dao replied, don't forget to be able to gather so many people, it's no wonder this Fen has no reserve, no fear of having his whereabouts discovered. 8 level 6 martial snakes plus the hot weapons in their hands are enough to level the entire Duan Ha city. A fanatic monk who is outside the law, I really can't imagine it. This is getting out of control, we have to hurry up. Before he could finish his sentence, Mon Qianfei looked at Meng Dao in fear, damn it, I forgot to bring that kid back. Bringing along an obstructionist is really troublesome, let's just turn around, I pray to God that that kid is a bit smart, he must be hiding properly, don't let them find out. Otherwise, no one can stand him. There were supplies on the 3 people's side, they were sitting when they noticed someone approaching. The guy with the scar on his forehead smiled disdainfully, huh, where did this kid come from? Before he finished speaking, a light flashed past him, he quickly hugged his tuber and coughed, then quickly fell down. The remaining 2 immediately defended, damn it, what is the situation? This motherfucker wants to die, right? The other guys, holding swords and guns, rushed towards Luke Tan. Luke Tan held the spear firmly in his hand, several lines of the spear rushed quickly. Several people around fell down. He calmly turned back, 8 level 6 guys, including 2 level 6 peak, a few level 5 and level 4, he already knew that the double A level mission was this simple, why did he have to sneak around like that? The bald man hugged Luke Tan's leg, trembling and said, boss, will help us, tell me, he said while coughing. A foot stepped on him right away. Luke Tan is cold, if he dies, and he still talks so much trash. He breathed a sigh of relief, looking back at the battlefield, was this murder? The rest of the group of people were also lying on the ground. The desire for destruction and destruction that has always stagnated in my heart has disappeared a lot. In addition, there is no great psychological excitement. Is it because I killed too many people in my dream? It's also possible that it's because of inheriting too many bloody images and memories. Or because the identities of the people he killed were all cruel people with heinous crimes, so when killing them, there is no psychological burden, it's just the time of extermination. Chinia may arrive late but will absolutely not be absent. So, please accept the punishment that comes from justice. 5 minutes ago, in the other building, the woman with the scar on her face slammed her hand on the table and shouted loudly, fuck you, this lady has already said it, this lady must have those 2 parts. The guy with the shaggy beard let out a sigh and said, what do you say, that's who you think you are, if you really want it, I can give you something else. The other woman shouted, fuck you want to die, don't you? 2. A sigh rose. Ma and Van stand up, everyone, the bearded man's pupils shrank. He was quickly punched hard in the stomach. He also got down on the floor, clutching his stomach and coughing, you motherfucker, you're too much Van. Ma Van glanced at him from above. Van's code was cold, I told you, the plan was my idea, and that side was also captured by me, the person with the strongest fist here is also me, I say that's how much you get. Whoever has an opinion, say it now, I won't stop you. The guy around couldn't do anything so he gritted his teeth and endured it. One of them spoke up, the code brother was right. Everyone wants to seek fortune, taxis are losing momentum because of this small benefit, right? Oh you're right, it's too Van Weenda. Tin had half a face and half a cunning smile. Another guy spoke up, demon-faced vulture, the strategic resource vehicle of an entire team is not a small benefit. The ghost-faced vulture replied, For a level 6 martial artist, it is indeed not a small number. But for the Grand Master, that is nothing. He said as he pointed his finger at Van. Everyone around shouted, "What, promoted to master level, ha ha, so the agate fish was looking for us to steal the vehicle's resource strategy to attack the master. Why didn't you say it earlier? So what else do we have to fight about? We've already given most of it to you, one of them is also yours." "That's right, Big Brother Ma can divide it as he pleases, even if there is no benefit, this time from Mr. Damn I will still do it. Among our group of criminals, it is rare to see a master and brother who is truly talented." The ghost-faced vulture came to the horse's side, gave him a cigarette, and said with a smile, "Then I hope the Iron Lock Code will be successful and be promoted to Grand Master." Ma Lock Van took a cigarette, "So did I." The demon-faced vulture smiled, "But you want to become a Grand Master, but I also want to, so I also have to get 3 points." Ma Tu Van Chow, "Okay." He thought to himself, the demon-faced vulture is the only existence that is qualified to be equal to his strength. Not only is he level 6 peak, but he is also a martial artist with a rare elemental control talent. It is said that he was originally a good student of martial arts, but a fire took away his entire family. From then on, his personality changed and he followed the path of robbery. His favorite thing is to use fire to burn people to death. He is also considered a ruthless person in the robbery world. Mako Van spoke up, "If everyone has no opinion, then I will simply divide it equally as follows." The sound of knocking on the door interrupted his words. Everyone in the bush held up their swords. There was movement. Who was it? Mako Van waved his hand, "Kill him, let's move to another place to continue talking." One guy licked the knife blade in his hand. He was right, there are so many of us at level 6, are we afraid of the policemen? I was just holding an upset stomach, just letting it out. He boldly walked towards the door. But quickly the whole person was knocked back. He was hit by the cargo box behind him, his body flashed past Ma and Van, plugging the flying dragon Van spear to the ground. Several martial artists around them looked at Luke Tan with their mouths open in fear. The smoke and dust of the world came out. Luke Tan gently entered. A few other guys immediately shouted loudly, "What the hell, a child kidnapper with a mouth full of milk, are the police out of people?" Someone said, "Don't be angry, perhaps intentionally giving us a hint to make us relax our guard." Luke Tan raised 2 fingers and said, 2 minutes. At first the group did not understand what was going on. Luke Tan spoke up, "Whoever wants to save their lives can start running now." Suddenly, from outside there was the sound of rapid footsteps. "Makes a noisy atmosphere quiet." A bitter voice rang out, "Who are you?" "A brat who hasn't grown enough hair yet. Isn't there anyone else on the police side?" Ma Tu Van thoughtfully thought, "No matter how you look at it, he is just a brat." At this moment, the red-haired girl angrily shouted, "Brat, die!" She fiercely swung a knife towards Luke Tan. But with just one move, Luke Tan defeated her. Making everyone gasp in surprise, a 6th-level martial artist was stabbed to death by this kid in the blink of an eye. "There's something wrong with this kid, he's definitely weird." Ma Kuei Van was scared and quickly ordered, "It's not simple, don't fight him head-on." In his hand, this boy held a master-level weapon, and a few more people rushed forward together. At this time, Luke Tan was in a ready position. Hearing that, the group of people replied greedily, "Grandmaster-level weapons, so that's how it is, such a good thing can be worth hundreds of millions if sold casually. Boy, is it foolish to rely on having good weapons, let me teach you what it is." Luke Tan's eyes now only had coldness. They gathered together and rushed forward to attack Luke Tan. Faced with that situation, Luke Tan was unusually calm. He used his spear to take down those people one by one. In just a blink of an eye, they were completely defeated. Seeing that scene, everyone was shocked and exclaimed, "Monster, this kid is a monster, too strange, a 6th-level martial artist is dead, unbelievable." Luke Tan's eyes were fierce and he asked loudly, "Why don't the rest of you come up? If you don't come up, then leave it to me." Having finished speaking, Luke Tan immediately used wind breathing. An attack left them unable to react in time. Even a ghost-faced vulture is scared. "Master, this kid is a half-hearted master, this is dust." After that, he quickly ran away to save his life. Seeing that, Luke Tan quickly chased after him and ran away. Hearing the noise, the demon-faced vulture glanced at it. The old man smiled triumphantly and replied, "Who ran? Grandfather, please die for me." The arrogant demon-faced vulture used fire to burn Luke Tan. Looking at the burning fire getting bigger and bigger, he happily laughed, Not even the ashes were left, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Luke Tan replied, "Is this what you call fire?" Hearing a familiar voice, he exclaimed in horror, "What is that?" A figure appeared in the fire, causing the demon-faced monk to panic. Luke Tan snapped his fingers and said coldly, "This is mine." A snap of his fingers caused the demon-faced vulture to fall over in pain. The old man screamed in a sea of suffering, his body gradually dissolving. Ma Kuei-van stood to the side and witnessed everything that had just happened. He was surprised. The 6th-level martial artist, his tendons and bones were as hard as steel, the steel's cost was 2,750 degrees. "It seems my fire is a bit stronger than his." At this time, Luke Tan smiled kindly and looked at the horse and asked, "Have you thought carefully about how to die?" "Over here," Tu Meng Dao carefully warned, "Be careful, don't let others find out." Strong reply, "Okay." The two of them saw the corpses piled up, looking confused. What was the situation? Man Qianfei said, "It's all a one-hit kill, that kid's strength is not bad." Tu Meng Dao replied, "Actually only close to Ba Kuang Chuan's. He is first, I am second. Luke Tan hasn't even launched half a move yet. If I go there, it will be like surrendering my life." The female student was angry, clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, scolding her, deserving of death. "Originally, I also intended to follow Tanbo's teachings and become a master, but, where did the Demon King Luke Tan come from? As soon as he started the game, he was already in the ruling class. I'll be graduating in a few months, can't he be a little late?" Heaved a sigh, looked out the window from the porch, and said in a bored tone, "Let it go. Right now, this is Luke Tan. On the street, people read the newspaper, compete with each other and talk excitedly, look quickly, that's hot news, oh my god, it's so cool. Perhaps he is the next strong martial saint of our dragon nation." In the newspaper it is Luke Tan, with an extremely eye-catching headline, "Luke Tan, the strongest newcomer, the last of the masters, destroy 7 towers in a row in one day, climbing to the top of the list." Luke Tan closed his eyes and sank into the dream, where the rom-coms were flying around. Sitting in the car is securely protected. Luke Tan called for the wormwood doctor to appear. In front of Luke Tan, a series of notice boards appeared in front of him. Luke Tan took a look and then gave the order, "Mr. Doctor, please hide the documents about my life." Luke Tan pondered, not knowing if he could become a saint by doing this. His reputation in society or so has little effect. Every day he only eats, sleeps, cultivates and shows off. Luke Tan scratched his head in embarrassment. "Oh, it's not boasting at all, it's just a forced situation." But they also did not understand the feeling of satisfaction, when they easily crushed a strong opponent. In their extreme jealousy, Luke Tan could not help but smile complacently. On the board, Luke Tan's information appeared. He exclaimed, "Level 9 martial artist, I finally became a martial saint." Full name, Luke Tan. Male gender, lifespan, June of the year 297, July of the year 838. No way, strength no way, level 6 no fake. Luke Tan is happy, although he is still quite far from his goal of level 12. Let me review the results in my life. Luke Tan, martial arts genius. Broke the record of 7 holy martial arts trial towers in the ancient capital of the Dragon Kingdom, becoming the first Grand Master. In the same year, he won first place at the Unholy Conference, surpassed the students nationwide, killed an invaluable master of the theory of non-governance, and became famous throughout the capital. Luke Tan was surprised, I also killed people in battle, and even killed the master of the martial arts hall. They had the support of martial saints. After all, why did I risk offending a martial saint and killing a master? Luke Tan thought suspiciously. Luke Tan quickly performed the operation on the screen, forgot it, thinking too much was useless, thinking about that later, what's next? At the age of 19, he became a disciple of Tantrung Nok in Martial City, becoming the 3rd disciple of Tantrung Nok. At the age of 32, he became a great master. At the age of 70, he entered the Holy Void, founded the Holy Void shop, was honored as an omnipotent. In the year 457 martial arts, passed away due to old age and weak health, at the age of 161 years old. Character history rating, 6 stars, fire type resource warehouse powers, level 6. Luke Tan laughed proudly, the martial saint was done complete, the founding of the Holy Martial Army was also considered a glorious achievement. The lifespan is shorter than the achievement of being a great master, perhaps because of the mental exhaustion of Matan. Martial arts 10 is truly as difficult as going to heaven. Keep trying. To continue, let's see what's left. Luke Tan's eyes focused on the text about the marital status below. He was a bit hesitant when pressing it. Luke Tan was extremely curious at this time, marriage. In the end, Luke Tan didn't have the courage to press it. Okay, forget it, don't look anymore, these things can easily mess up my moral heart. The computer screen suddenly turned red, a large message appeared, insufficient permissions. Luke Tan put his chin in his hand and thought, oh, don't you have enough authority, let's find out what's related to the origin of the strange beast. Looking at a series of screens appearing, Luke Tan panicked, wow. Did I kill so many people? It seems like a few sentences can't explain it all. We'll have to review it carefully, quickly look at the investigation documents to see if the sex-refined physical techniques, natural breathing methods, and crystal visualization methods monk. So that's it, the 3 stages of cultivating the immortal golden body. Now I haven't even completed the second stage, but if possible, like last time in the Eastern Military Region, there is an infinite supply of heterogeneous marrow. Luke Tan thought of the scene of someone hugging someone and not letting go, crying, don't come here, so he clicked, forgot, let's see something else. Luke Tan chose the natural breathing method. Looking at the practice in front of him, Luke Tan analyzed, the content is truly magical, pursuing the union between heaven and humans. Humans are related to cosmic space, the concept is truly abstract, incomprehensible. Currently, the benefits that the natural breathing method brings to me are quick recovery, increasing my level and improving my cultivation efficiency. I can only wait to spend time researching it later, and next is observing the method. He suddenly noticed something. Suddenly, Luke Tan's eyes widened. This is a master-level shadow with the ability to use will. Use mental force to simulate the martial will of others. The idea of a genius, or indeed, only a crazy person could come up with this method. Luke Tan speculated that perhaps his position in this dream branch space was also created by the shadow's will. Therefore, I have to kill those rom-coms in my dreams to fully inherit their will. It feels like I'm about to reach some truth, but there's still a thick layer of fog that can't be dispelled, nor can I see through it. Forget it, maybe I'm just thinking too much. It's time to go back, doctor, save the data, then exit. After saying these words, Luke Tan immediately escaped from the dream. At this time, only the wormwood robe remained in front of Luke Tan's information board. The wormwood's eyes immediately glowed and the data was collected. Building, the image of the spirit of Rambai immediately appeared. Luke Tan was beaten and screamed. Luke Tan stepped back, no way, still unable to use mental force to build a projection. Could it be that there was no mental force feedback? Perhaps building the will projection of the crystal visualization method. It's not that simple, it's certainly not that easy. And if compared to the Marshall Saint Tower, here it is more like a world, a complete world, except for the feeling of hunger and thirst and the feeling of excretion, everything is closer to the most perfect reality. If these two things are really too superficial compared to the Marshall Saint Tower game, players still need to participate in writing the program, My Marshall Saint Tower. But the space in the Dreamport resembles a high-class work, making it difficult for others to distinguish. Forget it, this is not something that can be accomplished overnight. The purpose of this evening is harvest. Luke Tan held his spear and rushed forward. Having gone through many trials at the Marshall Saint Tower, the crystal visualization method's cultivation process has greatly improved. I can feel that my body can accommodate the third type of master's will. If you haven't reaped the benefits yet, with the growth rate of your strength, your martial arts will at the Grandmaster level may not be able to keep up. You have to wait for the will of the Great Grandmaster to succeed. Anyway, the goal now is already the Great Master. Facing the Great Master, the effect is not ordinary. Luke Tan has already fallen, he still needs to upgrade his strength a little more to be able to overcome it. Luke Tan quickly found his target. He found you, the third will that I saw. In front of Luke Tan was a huge Rambai, with a muscular body and strong muscles carrying a rock. Looking at Luke Tan, Ramtre's eyes lit up and his mouth emitted a grey dust. Without wasting any more time, Luke Tan burst out with energy, the second stage of 10 complete martial arts, the breath of fire, so intelligent. Going, from Luke Tan's hand, a dazzling golden light shot out. He threw the spear towards his son. A blinding light flashed past. Leading the beam of light was a sharp spear, but it was blocked by the ball in front of it with one hand. Faced with a powerful force, Rambai was hit and lost his balance, his whole body falling backwards. His hand was still trying to defend against Luke Tan's spear. With a bang, the ball was hit straight into the mountain behind. The dust and smoke dispersed, his whole body was pinned straight to the mountain. In front of him was a large hole. Luke Tan looked at the defeated Roman tragedy in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, under two overlapping pens, the effect produced was truly terrifying. His defense is extremely strong. If he was in full state, I'm afraid even the Master Realm's Jade Stone wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Luke Tan closed his eyes and muttered, "Heroic spirit is immortal, let me inherit your master's way." In Luke Tan's mind, the scene of Shi Wei being scolded appeared in his mind. Shi Wei, his talent was really too poor, he was always one step slower than others, he was simply not suitable to practice martial arts. Faced with the insult, Shi Wei's face was determined to affirm, "Teacher, then I will do one step more than others, do it one step early, is that okay?" The teacher was stiffened by Shi Wei's words, he then sighed, hi. At this time, an elder came with an axe and apologized, "Your qualifications are too much lower than the requirements of our guard team, I'm afraid." "There is no other way," Shi Wei had to bow his head, "I understand, then I will go somewhere else to take a look." The hand slammed on the table. "What, are you crazy?" The woman shouted worriedly, "You join the hunter team, the hunter team has to go to the base, you know, you don't need your life anymore." Thatch Wei smiled foolishly and scratched his head, "Mom, don't worry, I will definitely be able to come back alive." The other disciples looked at Shi Wei and laughed mockingly, you idiot, you don't have much strength yourself, but you still want to save others. In order to steal a few more corpses, I almost threw away my own life, what a stupidity. Perhaps the next time he dies in the mouth of a strange beast, it will be him himself." The stone puppet's hand is clutching tighter and tighter. After a while, the disciples were arguing among themselves, "What are you talking about? That idiot stone puppet has been promoted to level 6, is it real or fake? Don't lie to me," the other person said firmly, "spending every day in the wilderness, giving birth to death, coming back from training like he was crazy, could it be that he couldn't level up quickly? That guy still couldn't accept the truth, but, his people the hunter team has all died in groups, so how can that idiot stone puppet still be alive?" That person's tone was cold. Who knows, maybe he just looks stupid, but, in reality, very smart. On this side, Shi Wei is constantly trying, determined, "I have to become a little stronger, a little stronger. Only then can many people have a chance to survive." Scene change at the hospital. Shi Wei ran into the room excitedly and shouted, Doctor, how's it going?" The doctor with a smiling face pulled open the curtain and congratulated him. It was a baby girl. Mother and child are safe. In front of them are mother and child lying together. Thatch Wei's eyes were filled with tears, so happy that he couldn't speak. Shi Wei's finger reached out and gently touched his child's little hand. He was extremely moved. I must become stronger, so strong that I can protect the two of us forever." That day, the idiot Stone Wei entered the master's office, when he was 72 years old. In the year 11,024, base 1359 encountered a strange beast attack. The strange beast screamed loudly. The great master stone holding number 72 was constantly attacked by the beast tide. Shi Wei stood up, used his own strength to block it, and did not retreat even to the point of death. Luke Tan's eyes sank. This stupid stone puppet. If compared to Tantrong Nok, Shi Dang is the one who represents talent, but he was really late to achieve success. Since childhood he was called a fool. On the contrary, after the age of 60, he became a martial artist at the top, but can enter the master realm at the age of 70. Before he died, his strength stepped on the threshold of the great master. Looking at the source of energy in his heart, Luke Tan assessed that Stone Puppet, his master's path, was the 9th level of martial arts questioning, and Stone Puppet's path, from beginning to end, was to protect, from the beginning to the end. In a certain sense, this is also my path, ever since I harvested the dream space. What I need to do is to protect my family, protect the future of humanity, protect everything I value. The corner of Luke Tan's mouth gently raised. Thatch Wei is knowledgeable about chapter Dharma and boxing techniques, both in the realm of chapter control. 10 years of research and consideration, like wine that is brewed for longer, the more precious it becomes. The energy source in front of Luke Tan suddenly radiated light. Luke Tan suddenly discovered something, He turned around, pumping his fist. I just saw that the small creature was completely blocked. They were thrown away. Luke Tan looked at the energy ball and exclaimed, The skill is good, even a tiny animal can do that much. What is the center of the martial Dao flower of the stone puppet? This is, Luke Tan exclaimed in surprise. Feel the energy emitted from the ball, the martial will is so strong. I only saw Shi Wei gently lifting up the mountain with one hand. Shi Wei's other hand was extended forward, and it shone intensely. The move is still related to my thoughts. This move is called Ming Tan Tren Nok. Ming learns that the outside is not bright, cannot be destroyed, and cannot move the heart. From greatness, nothing can change it. Yes, there is also great wisdom in the world. When the Supreme Being is angry, heaven and earth change color and evil spirits interfere, sentient beings retreat in fear. At the bottom of the foot, an endless source of power seemed to appear, as motionless as a king. Luke Tan clasped his hands together and moved like Min Vu Wang. The power hidden in Luke Tan's body exploded. Such a strong potential is the force that Thong Trung Nok cannot unleash in the realm of sect work. This small, unattractive stone is the will of Shi Wei's master. It's very simple, but as solid as a mountain. Luke Tan clenched his fist, slowly feeling the flow surrounding his body, the stability of the golden stone. When the dangerous stone became the cause, it was to the extreme. I originally thought it could contain two different types, but unexpectedly discovered that it couldn't be more than one type. If you choose to do so without refining your physical techniques, the balance in your body will immediately be disrupted. The most likely thing that will happen is the thing mentioned above. This is very easy to happen, unless it is a great master. The will has also been absorbed and can now chase people away. But for me, this is very important. It won't work if it can't be used completely. No matter whose wishes, I can't do it. Luke Tan raised his head and looked at the sky. What should I do now? Before I become a monk, I must find a solution. Or, find your own path that truly belongs to you. Early morning the next day, in the urban area. Luke Tan walked on the streets of the surrounding district, no matter what he thought, but went out for a walk. When she breathed, under Luke Saint's feet, a blue teleportation circle appeared. Luke Tan rushed forward. I had not yet properly walked to the capital. While walking, a voice stopped Luke Tan. Luke Tan stood and observed the two old men playing Chinese chess together. The old man over here proudly said, "Old man Lu should hurry up and eat dinner." Looking at the current chess position, Luke Tan assessed that the chess pieces of different colors attacking on the chessboard were very similar to the appearance of me absorbing the will of the masters, which were difficult to use. Slowly, this is round chess. The old man's hand holding the chess piece grabbed the chess piece on the other side of the old man's, overlapping. General, after going this step, the old man smiled complacently. Luke Tan looked at the two chess pieces placed on top of each other, his whole body concentrating on thinking. It was so troublesome, there was not even a single clue. In the end, it was just those brothers. At this moment, Luke Tan's stomach growled loudly in protest. Having no other choice, Luke Tan went to the restaurant and ordered a bowl of noodles mixed with black bean sauce. The boss was in the kitchen, his whole body was hot and he happily replied, "Okay, I'll be there right away." Walking into the shop, Luke Tan's eyes caught sight of a mother admonishing her two children, "Sit a little further away, otherwise your eyes will hurt." Looking at this scene, Luke Tan did not remember his family. After going to all 7 holy towers, his life at Marshall Saint University was almost over. It was really fast. Let's take advantage of the time to go home, huh? Hurry up, kid. A large bowl of noodles is placed on the table. Luke Tan looked at the bowl of noodles in front of him. Well, that's how it is. Although everyone else's martial arts have their own strengths, but all sects like mine will learn from the strengths of others and synthesize them, all and even make them perfect, without any errors or omissions. Luke Tan was full of joy, but he didn't expect that there would still be a small harvest. Aha, he checked it. He continued to slurp noodles into his mouth, although he still hadn't figured out how to fuse so many great masters' wills. Yes, but everything is good or bad, there is a direction. Before we eat, Luke Tan immediately raised his hand. "Boss, give me 5 more bowls of noodles." The boss always smiled and said, "Okay, boy, you're a martial arts practitioner, aren't you? You are so talented. Don't look down on my little place. There are not many guests coming here. There are 3 or 4 dignitaries. The martial arts master often came to my place to eat, eating more than 20 bowls each time." Luke Tan praised and said that it was truly delicious. "If I have free time in the future, I will come often." The boss brought out 5 bowls of fragrant noodles and smiled and said, "Okay, next time remember to bring your girlfriend there, give you an extra poached egg." In the middle of the bowl of golden noodles is a round fried egg. The yolk is also placed in the middle of the bowl of noodles. Luke Tan immediately picked up the bowl of noodles, not forgetting to praise the shop owner's skills. This circle is so perfect, although it is still unresolved, but maybe after a few more bowls there will be a way. Superhero special combat, transformation, angry form. A loud sound attracted the attention of Luke Tan, who was concentrating on eating. Looking up, the TV screen was showing scenes of superheroes fighting. The child below shouted excitedly, "Bala Bala Immortal Demon Hand is finished, Special Combat Superman Rage Form is the strongest." The little girl next to her immediately objected, "Who said that? Special Combat Superhero Frozen Form is the strongest." On the TV screen, Superman evolved into a Rage Form, then an Ice Form, defeating the monster. Luke Tan's eyes glowed like stars, angry, frozen, and in shape. TV is still showing heroes defeating monsters. The restaurant continued to have people coming in. The young man sat at the table and shouted to the boss, "Boss, give me 4 bowls of noodles." After that, the man turned around and said to the girl sitting opposite, "Don't look at this old noodle shop, the taste is really not bad, I've been here several times before." The girl sitting opposite clicked on the phone and nodded and said, The young man opposite explained that since I promoted to level 2 martial artist, I have consumed a lot of energy and have eaten more. The girl looked around the shop, her eyes showing surprise. The girl pointed at Luke Tan and asked the young man next to her, "Look, that person's stomach is bigger than yours, perhaps his martial arts strength is not weak." I only saw Luke Tan's mouth constantly chewing and swallowing. He took a spoonful of noodles and eagerly ate the noodles. Luke Tan was eating and thinking about his Den Master path and how he would progress next. The TV screen sounded again, followed by move. Looking at my sure kill technique, Luke Tan also raised his head to watch. On the television, the super stool emitted a circular circle of light, a fiery flame. Luke Tan's bowl of noodles fell on the table. He stood up, staring at the screen in surprise. Luke Tan muttered and nodded, "Yes. Circle. In the physical sense, the most perfect shape is the outline of the 10 complete masters." Luke Tan's eyes narrowed, "So what about the color? What color can represent my martial arts?" The distinction between ice and fire represents Chi Alpha Nu 8 and red. In addition to the yellow color of the previously absorbed stone puppet, what method can be used to remove them? Gray. Luke Thatch suddenly widened his eyes, "That's right, that gray color represents the mysterious and unknown, and all possibilities, the 10 complete martial arts, the command of all paths, the vastness of all things." But the code, commanding the paths, does not represent the control of the paths. I am just a level 6 pseudo-shell, creating a type of martial arts that is greater than the 11th level hyperarmor, which is not realistic. In the end, how can we bring you people? He was still wondering. A beam of light suddenly hit Luke Tan's mind. He clenched his fists, shouted loudly with excitement, "I had already thought of it." Looking at Luke Tan's appearance, the young man said to the girl next to him, "This kid not only likes to watch children's cartoons, but is still so childish." The girl next to him also nodded in agreement, "Yes, position." At this moment, the young man seemed to discover something. Right on the wall of the restaurant was a newspaper with Luke Tan's picture printed on it, but the girl next to him kept talking, feeling that he was indeed a bit stupid. On the newspaper, the words "Luke Tan, the strongest newcomer," caught the young man's eyes. Looking at the young man's stiff appearance, the girl next to him thought or asked, "What's wrong with you?" The young man stammered, "That person is." Luke Tan's loud scream echoed throughout the neighborhood. On this side, Luke Tan has returned to his home, mobilizing his mental strength and energy. Blood energy, head put into it, the light was absorbed by Luke Tan. I felt this hot breath surrounding my whole body. The energy of cold ice cleans flesh and blood, bones, warm power, and penetrates deeper organs. A large amount of impurities in the body have been washed away. The second stage of the immortal golden body has immediately been reached. The spirit, energy and blood are becoming brighter and more sparkling. I can feel it. The deeper level of emptiness, I have immersed myself in, the wandering energy in the universe of heaven and earth. With a bang, Luke Tan, who was floating in mid-air, suddenly fell straight into a puddle. Luke Tan's whole body was drenched. He didn't have the heart to scream, it was clearly space consciousness. Why did he really feel like he was choking on water? Luke Tan's face was blank. In front of Luke Tan is the scene of 2 people fighting fiercely. Is that female monk? And the first one too. I only saw 3 people fighting fiercely, no one willing to give in. Luke Tan was surprised. In his head there were 3 different types of will, and these 3 types of will were fighting with each other. No one would believe it when he said it out loud. Regardless, if this continues, perhaps sooner or later there will be chaos, and the spirit will die under the conflict of these 3 wills. Luke Tan's expression became serious. He clasped his hands and said, "Okay, brothers, everyone's sights are on me. I, Luke Tan, used my weak body to create the 10 complete sect master path, the 12th level sword. The power that people can control, I can control. Strong kicks that people can't control, I can still control." Luke Tan extended his hand forward, releasing a large source of energy. The people Luke Tan defeated in the dream were spreading their arms to cover them. Can become the foundation of the perfect martial arts. This is your supreme honor, why don't you accept it, based on what you don't believe in, collect it for me. Immediately after that, the 3 people stopped fighting and spewed energy from their mouths. Luke Tan tried his best to collect the 3 sources of energy, squeezing these 3 sources of energy into one. With a boom, water waves surged, rainbow-colored light shot out in all directions. Luke Tan said faintly, "Just based on the slogan in a few sentences, I scared the extremely strong will of the Grand Master." The dust and smoke dispersed, a circular formation appeared. Luke Tan laughed loudly, "Successful, this is it. The will of martial arts truly belongs to you, the pure will." In the vice principal's office, Cheu Taikong focuses on working. While holding the paper in his hand, suddenly a stream of energy appeared right behind him. Cheu Taikong was startled, immediately turned back and shouted, "Who is it?" Hearing the movement inside, the assistant next to him immediately rushed in and the vice principal called. Cheu Taikong waved his hand and said to the assistant, "It's okay, you go out." "Oh yeah, help me call Luke Tan to the office, I have something important to find him." The assistant accepted and went out. Outside, yes, Vice Principal Zhao, in her mind, since the last time Vice Principal Zhao broke the window and flew out, he seems to have become more and more sensitive. In the room, Cheu Taikong also calmed down, his face was a bit tense. In the blink of an eye, he felt the spirit of a level 7 Nen Master. Was it an illusion? At this time, the whole house where Cheu Taikong was staying was covered by a stream of spiritual force. Not only was Zhao Taikong's building controlled, but almost every building in the city was, and this spirit master was Luke Tan. After condensing his own master's will, my mental power can reach such a level. Previously, I could only roughly know the things of the outside world, but now I can clearly observe the mental power that can be contacted. It is powerful. I have definitely broken through level 6, and even surpassed it. I've passed quite a bit, I just don't know if I can reach level 7 or not. But the most important thing is, we should still test the effectiveness of the 10 complete Master's Way a little bit. First, immobility is clear. Luke Tan clasped his hands together, his whole body emitting energy. Iron exchange, the earth's limbs breathe, the energy constantly spreads, flowing from Luke Tan's body down. Luke Tan raised his hand all the way up. Following Luke Saint's command, the rock in front of him also rose from the ground, floating in mid-air. Luke Tan put his hand forward again, coldly slashed the prison stick, and breathed ice. Accordingly, a snow flower grew from his hand. Luke Tan extended his hand forward, shooting ice forward, following which the rock was immediately covered with a thick layer of ice. With the breath of ice, you can condense your own strength, just like water condensing into ice, and you can also hit condensed objects. Your breathing is truly magical. Not stopping there, Luke Tan's whole body burned, and in the end, he completely degenerated. With constant will, Luke Tan's entire body emitted burning flames. Luke Tan looked at his fist. The pure version of his will was truly 10 times stronger than the will of Grandmaster Titan Nin. Now I will use Constant Star to attack 10 Days of Caves. I don't know if I can defeat the Great Master of the Martial Saint Tower or not, but I really want to try. Luke Tan sighed, brushed off the dust on his body. This power was unavoidably too overbearing and too arrogant. In such a state, he was really laughing at himself with his halo. Perhaps he was a bit. Even if you have real strength, you won't be able to bear it and want to attack yourself. At this moment, what caught Luke Tan's eyes was the scene of 2 people arguing outside the gate. The 2 pushed each other and said, "Hey, hurry up and knock on the door." "Don't, if you want to go then go yourself, this is the Devil's Citadel." But at this moment, Luke Tan appeared in front of the 2 people. They were startled and screamed in fear. Luke Tan looked coldly at the two of them and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with me?" The two of them immediately stood up straight, their faces extremely serious. They reported to the Devil King. "No, Luke Tan. It was the vice principal of our school who came here. The vice principal of the school told him to come over there, saying it was something important." Luke Tan replied faintly, "Is that so?" "I know." The other two were tense, immediately bowed 90 degrees to say hello. "Good, then let's retreat first." Without letting Luke Tan say another word, the two people immediately trembled and ran away from this place. It was too scary. The aura he exuded was too scary, both hot and cold. He was good or bad, a 5th level martial artist wouldn't even dare to worship in front of Luke Tan. "Next time, whoever wants to come can come. If he beats me to death, he won't come again." Facing the vice principal of the school, "He won't be so crazy, Luke Tan won't." Maybe he was, Luke Tan. Maybe he did. At the vice principal's office, Cheu Tai-kong poured tea and said, "Classmate Luke Tan, this time I called you here. There are two things I want to tell you. The first thing, the reward for the module you swept up the historical records of the 7 Martial Saint Towers already exist. In total, 75,000 courses." Hearing this information, 6 months said nothing. The atmosphere between the two immediately fell silent. Seeing that the person opposite didn't say anything, Luke Tan asked, "Is it over?" Cheu Tai-kong hurriedly shouted, 75,000 credits, enough for you to graduate 150 times. "What else do you want?" Luke Tan asked dumbly. "I have no business graduating so many times. What to do? Where are the tonics? Where is the marrow fluid? Where are the cold weapons?" Cheu Tai-kong covered his face. That's right, he had only been in school for more than 2 months. He opened the school's website. Luke Tan also took out his phone to look. In addition to the coursework required for graduation, there are extra courses, and you can exchange things. It's really not bad. A level 4 blood mutant only needs 5 points to study. Level 4 level 5 cold weapons, only a few dozen to 100 points, just 10 points per week from the master level guru. Level 6 strange liquid, 1000 points per part. Luke Tan nodded. It was okay, there was no 7-star level marrow fluid. Hearing this, Cheu Tai-kong immediately spat out the sip of tea he was drinking. He stood up and said, "Level 7 strange liquid, you need to use level 7 stuff. You're about to be promoted to master level. Your master's will has completely condensed into shape." Luke Tan nodded. "Well, just missing a little blood value. The blood energy of the Grandmaster and the average martial artist are worlds apart. Because the 7th level Grandmaster's blood energy has been tempered, martial arts will, so I want to wait until the second stage of the immortal golden body is completely completed, then use the martial arts will to proceed with the deterioration of the physical body and blood." Tran Tai-kong was surprised. Just lacking vitality and blood, the sect did not only rely on resources to be able to enter level 6 to level 7, I don't know how many people were trapped and died at this level of martial arts will. Okay, and he is only 18 years old. The will of the patriarch has already completely taken shape. The young master is truly. Taking a long breath, Zhao Tai-kong said, "Not to mention the Martial Saint University, even the military region is very difficult to buy level 7 marrow fluid. The procedure is also super complicated, and the strength needs to be tested." After experiencing it, Luke Tan wondered why this was the case. Zhao Tai-kong explained that because the blood and flesh cells of level 7 alien beasts contain huge negative factors, it is simply not possible for the current level of science and technology to completely eliminate them. So normally even a master rarely uses level 7, it not only hurts the mind but also hurts the body. Luke Tan still held the phone in his hand and pressed the button. "Okay, level 6 is level 6, the days of gathering enough can pass, 74 tubes, a bit less," but in his heart he was extremely unhappy. This is really making people angry. When I was a master, I only used 10 tubes of 6th grade strange drugs. Cheu Tai-kong took out 2 sets of documents. "This is the second thing I want to tell you today. Master Trung Nok Martial Arts has learned about your situation and has agreed to accept you as his student. Well, as for whether or not you can become a true disciple of the Martial Saint, you still need to go through this test." Receiving the documents, Luke Tan was curious and challenged. Opening the document, inside were the words, "First place at the National Martial Arts Student Conference." Luke Tan wondered, is this considered a challenge? Cheu Tai-kong pushed up his glasses and explained, "I know what you are thinking, Martial Saint University really has no one who is your opponent, but this martial arts conference is not like that. Students of this entire country, in addition to students from national martial arts universities, also includes students from martial arts schools under 30 years old nationwide. For example, Extreme Path and Transcendence. Luke Tan asked with a dark face, the successor of the martial saint. Cheu Taikong replied, that's right, in the Extreme Dao Martial Arts School and the Transcendent Martial Arts School, there are all 9th level martial saints who have been accepted as students since childhood. The geniuses who have been instructed, they are much more terrifying. Compared to for a genius in a martial arts school, the age range of 3 years is not small. Even if he wants to get first place, it is very difficult. It can be said to be extremely difficult. Luke Tan thought about it. It turned out that killing the great master was the person at this conference. Luke Tan looked at the file next to him. There was also a letter. Zhao Taikong immediately said, that's right, even though the color test is only ones, you can choose two to complete the task, already. Luke Tan immediately opened the file with a surprised look on his face. On the piece of paper was a mission of level et. Completing the level of et. The difficulty was extremely dangerous. Luke Tan shouted, mission level et. Holding the mission paper in hand to evaluate, it sounds like a comic book, right? On the paper is mission information, killing a level 5 martial artist, murder, weapon, new character, cruel attack, mission request, no, normal mission, no. Luke Tan silently assessed in his heart, there was no reward, and the target was only a 5th level martial artist. It was not difficult to defeat this person, but he was beaten to a level of combat. On the mission paper, there were also things to note, and the results of investigating the target family's background. Luke Tan suddenly thought, so that's it. Linda was cruel and inhumane, and her husband died. Aneda Tao Alpha's father, Daebok, was a 7th level envoy under the martial arts army. Many of Lin Dao's cases had this father participate or indirectly participate. At the same time, Linda and the founder of martial arts, Zhao Ji, had a very good relationship. His sister is known as a once-in-a-lifetime silver beauty, and Khan is the 5th wife of martial saint Zhao Qi. This background creates Lin Dao's unique position in the martial arts academy, almost at the same level, with the great apostle of martial arts. Luke Tan turned around and asked, the most awkward thing was not killing him, but the consequences after killing a new Eta Tau Alpha, killing the brother-in-law of a martial saint, right? This person really doesn't do any evil things, the evil deeds are written on the back of the document, he doesn't even bother to hide them. I'm sure everyone knows, just with these things, that's enough for him, they died dozens of times. Cheu Taikong nodded, yes, this is the first ed level mission since the establishment of the 7th Martial Arts University. The reason is that an ordinary worker of a garment and chemical factory, his 2 daughters were humiliated and harmed by their father and daughter, and did not know who to ask for help. So we spent a whole month before a martial saint tower, and finally the martial saint master couldn't bear it. Decided to consider beating Linda to death as a module task, ranked in the task list of Tan Martial University normal part of the mission. Luke Tan asked, then why doesn't martial saint take action directly, or let the teachers who are level 7 masters like you take action, making it a part of the task for the students to do? It's no different than just leaving it alone. Cheu Taikong frowned and said in a serious voice, Luke Tan, speak carefully, you don't understand how scared the saint party level powerhouse is. If 2 saint-level martial artists clashed, it would create a huge stir in the country. Luke Tan Yan said, this mission has too many consequences, even involving another martial saint. As long as you kill the target, you will be 100% retaliated against, not just a level 7 mission, but also the power of the entire martial army. Even angering a martial saint, and not getting any benefit. Tell me, what is your real purpose? Hearing this, Cheu Taikong turned around and said, be smart, Luke Tan. Behind you and Linda, there is the Extreme Dao Martial Arts Academy and the Ultimate Martial Arts Saint Martial Arts Academy, but to support you, there is only Saint Martial Arts University No. 7 and Martial Saint Talk Master. Cheu Taikong knocked on the table and proposed a condition, if you only become a disciple of the martial saint, do you understand the meaning of this? Luke Tan also knows the benefits of this, the future is wide open, whether it is resources or instructors, even if they want to take revenge, the opponent will still be afraid. Luke Tan then stood up straight and said directly, I understand, give me the worker's address, I've been kneeling in front of the Martial Saint Tower for a month now, tell me, if there's nothing else, I'd like to ask, back before. You, Cheu Taikong were surprised, finally nodded, okay, I will send it to you later via the school's exact address. Looking at Luke Tan's leaving back, He kept saying, "Luke Tan, these two options are just a test for you, Master Martial Saint. Just think carefully, no need to rush to make a decision. Definitely, my talent is very good. The ability you have shown now has surpassed me, and has surpassed most martial artists in the world. Hope you can understand what I said." Outside the door, a masked man spoke up, "Sir, you've talked a lot today." Cheu Taikon leisurely replied, "I know, it's just me, I don't want to miss out on such good seeds." The cloaked man walked up to him and said, "If you can pass the true test of the martial saint, then you are a good seed, otherwise, you are just an incompetent person. Even if you are a young master, no matter how talented you are, it is useless." Back here, Luke Tan analyzed the current situation. He just said a whole bunch of things. It sounded like there were two options, but in fact, Cheu Khan also said it frankly. The second choice is the correct choice. Choosing the second option shows that, with such an obvious way of speaking, I don't understand for sure. The first option is to defeat all the masters under the age of 30 across the country. Zhao Kongtai feels that with his current strength, he cannot do it, but in fact, by learning about the future through the system, it's completely doable. But the second choice is extremely simple. Killing a 5th-level martial artist is as simple as drinking water, and then you can force yourself to join the front line of Tantrong Nok, because if you kill Lian Yi, you will definitely you will offend against the extreme path of martial saints. The best way to avoid being retaliated by the martial saint's extreme path is to ask for protection from another martial saint. Either be a bitch for him, or get out of here. This is truly a conspiracy. I'm still starting to doubt it. Is it possible that Trung Nok Lagoon can see him, appear in the Martial Saint Tower, and strangle his will clone? Yet, damn, Trung Nok outlined a clear path for his future. Even though he didn't want to be a hero, father and son were in contact. They deserve to die. Even if I kill them, I will not join the faction of damn Trung Nok, if I cannot face even the threat of a martial saint. As long as I need others to protect me, what can I say about transcending the king? I not only want to kill my father and son, but also defeat all the sects across the country. Luke Tan is full of determination and affirms that he will be able to do these two difficult problems. In the suburban neighborhood of Nam Bin, the scene is extremely desolate. Below the building, the commanding voice rang out, "The movement was too fast, blockaded the surrounding area, concentrated heavily on me, prepared to respond to the front hall, and everyone went out at any time, when." The person who spoke was Chun Yan Yen, Deputy Director of the Nunping City Police Department. She continued to give orders into the radio. "The snipers were in position. Can they investigate the specific situation inside, quickly, report back to me." At this moment, a soldier walked next to Chun Yan Yen, Deputy Director. "Why are you so tense?" The few masters who came from the guild in the capital were all around level 6 or higher. There were even masters in the top 300 of the hunter list, and there was also a front hall, probably level 7 strange beasts as well. Can it be solved? Chun Yan Yen nodded. "Yes, what you said is right. Inside is just a level 6 beast. The prerequisite to become one of the top 300 hunters is to kill 10 level 6 monsters alone. Maybe it's because I think too much. If nothing unexpected happens, before the sun goes down the mountain, maybe this strange beast invasion will be resolved smoothly." Suddenly, a yellow taxi came. Chun Yan Yen was a little surprised. "Huh?" The car stopped. The driver turned around and said, "It's here, brother." Luke Tan said thank you and immediately opened the door to go out. The driver looked at the surrounding scene in fear and said, "This place is a deserted forest and mountains. Why are there still police cars?" Chun Yan looked at the approaching person and shouted, "Stop, don't continue moving forward, the front is blocked, go back quickly." Luke Tan put his hands in his pockets, stepped forward and said, "I'm coming. This is because of the quest. This place is the quest confirmation location." Chun Yan received the paper in surprise. "Mission, huh? Martial Saint University number 7, first-year student." Chun Yan Yen asked in a somewhat unconvinced tone, "Are St. Martial University's current requirements for students so harsh, and they dare to go out and accept a mission like this after just a first year?" Luke Tan received the mission paper and said lightly, "A special case." Chun Yao was surprised to see the piece of paper slip from her hand. Her eyes widened as she thought, "No matter how good or bad I am a level 4 martial artist. When did he take it from me? I couldn't figure it out at all. This person is not supple at all." Chun Yan spoke to chase people away. Maybe he wasn't needed anymore. Someone had already come in. 4 6th level masters, All of them were top 6th level masters, and there was one person who was an expert in the top 300 of the rankings, Hunter. If nothing unexpected happens, this case will be resolved soon. Luke Tan still doesn't pay attention to what she said. Really, what is the Hunter rankings? Chunyan explained that it was a ranking table in the Holy Martial Association, specializing in valuing rewards for hunters. The higher the quest rank and difficulty of completion, the higher the ranking. Luke Tan put his hands in his pockets and looked towards the building. Is that so? But it's okay, you don't have to go in and the rice will get burned. Looking at Luke Tan's indifferent appearance, Chunyan's subordinate next to him shouted angrily, "Hey kid, don't you understand? I told you, I don't need you." But before he could finish speaking, the building in front erupted in an explosion. Chunyan quickly picked up the radio to give orders, prepare the units. From the explosion, a series of people jumped out and ran away from the building. But before they could land, they were quickly wrapped tightly by a tentacle. The captured person was extremely frightened, screaming miserably, "Don't, help me, save me." The two people were equally startled, but they couldn't do anything, they could only watch helplessly as the other person was grabbed. On this side, receiving orders from the deputy chief, the police officer fired continuously towards the building, opened fire, and simultaneously opened fire. Looking at the person falling to the ground, Chunyan worriedly ran over and asked, "Are you okay?" She shouted towards the subordinates behind her, the recovery team, but before she could finish her sentence, a hand grabbed her collar. The man shouted at her in question, "You guys, what kind of news are you spreading? The strange beast inside isn't level 6 at all, it's a genuine level 7. Chunyan shouted in extreme surprise, "What, level 7? This is not a problem that a city's armed forces can solve, you must quickly contact the army." Just when Chunyan was about to call for help, a hand stopped him. "No, there's no need for now." Luke Tan confidently stood up and said, "Just let me go in and take a look, please wait until I finish and then adjust the mission level." He told everyone to drink a glass of water and rest a bit. 5 minutes is the end, Luke Tan faintly announced, his whole body radiating energy. A stream of energy is released. Luke Tan immediately jumped up on the building. The crowd suddenly shouted in panic, "Oh my god, I've seen a ghost, what kind of speed is this, who is that guy?" Luke Tan leisurely walked forward. As soon as he got there, Luke Tan immediately covered his mouth, it was so stinky, it smelled like cattle and had to die in the sun for a few days. When I participated in the selection of Kaim in Tuongten, I also smelled it, but the scent was not as strong as this. It seems that when participating in the selection, those strange beasts were all washed first. Luke Tan gradually jumped up the stairs. His hand pulled the door open. The first thing you see is your eyes bulging. Red veins surround the eyes, creating an extremely scary feeling. Looking more closely, it was a person completely swallowed by the monster, leaving only the head in the monster's mouth, with eyes staring at Luke Tan. The monster with many limbs bit down in one blow, its head and neck were broken off, rolling to the corner. Luke Tan looked at the monster, his expression extremely angry. It turned out to be you. With its flesh-eyed demonic breath, it stared at Luke Tan, stretched out its long tongue and darted past, but Luke Tan avoided it. Luke Tan looked at the rest of the other person, with some sympathy he said, "Sorry, it's because I'm late." But, Luke Tan closed his eyes, and his whole body burst into a huge fire. "I assure you, I won't let it die that easily." The ruined apartment building made a loud noise. It's Luke Tan exploring the strange beast. The common strength of this strange beast ranges from level 5 to level 6. It is not normal for it to appear here. Moreover, before that, it had clearly reached level 7 strength. Luke Tan suddenly frowned. The flesh-eyed demon roared angrily, then lunged its claws towards Luke Tan. It aimed straight towards Luke Tan. Its claws scratched the cement blocks. Yellow light flashed through its hand. Mashi's hand was severed. Scary green fresh blood splattered. What a one! The insect was noisy. Luke Tan blamed the monster. Luke Tan brushed the dust off his collar. The flesh-eyed demon roared angrily, baring its terrifyingly sharp teeth. The strange beast continued to attack Luke Tan. But very quickly, Luke Tan suddenly dodged to the side. Its fist descended into the void. Luke Tan curled his lips. Could he aim a little more accurately? The strange beast was furious. It spat out a disgusting green liquid from its mouth. But that liquid could not touch Luke Tan. Luke Tan has disappeared without a trace of light. The strange beast looked up and down, looking for him. Where did Luke Tan jump from behind it? Okay, he said coldly. Now he could start to tremble. Outside, the situation is still tense. The scar-faced man was surprised. What are you talking about? That's just a first-year student, also the number 7 Holy Martial Arts University. Chunya nodded. Yes, I had seen his student card and mission certificate before. The man replied, with a speed just now, don't say it's a first year, even if it's a graduate student, it's still hard to believe. At that speed, even as a level 6 peak like me, I couldn't see any traces at all. What is his background? Let's go and report to the martial arts team to destroy the army first. Even though that kid was very powerful, what if he angered the strange beast and ran out? The blonde man was worried. Not letting the strange beasts run out and invade the city area would be a big problem. Moreover, it can also swallow humans to become strong. She casually nodded. Okay, I can go now. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud scream of shock came from outside. Everyone was pushed back. Someone said, "Here. What happened in your building?" The strange beast growled. It rushed forward madly. But in front there was no Luke Tan. It hit the ground again, then fell to the floor. Luke Tan gently approached and held one of its fingers. As soon as the strange beast was discovered, Luke Tan knocked it away. It was slammed against the wall. Luke Tan frowned. Is that so? Is it already dead? This one is too weak. People outside the apartment building suddenly saw the silhouette of a strange beast. The blond man shouted. The strange beast ran out, preparing to provide cover. The beast's entire body flew out in front of the crowd. Finding that it wasn't moving, the scarred man was surprised. The humiliated man was furious. Chu was also frightened. He hadn't been in there for 5 minutes. Before she finished speaking, Luke Tan appeared next to her. She was startled. Luke Tan said gently, "The mission has been completed. Remember to adjust the difficulty level." The blond man bowed his head to Luke Tan and said, "After the body of the demon eye is processed, the benefits will be transferred to your account immediately. Thank you for your support." The man was a little scared in his heart, so scary. Looking at his calm appearance, he was ready to deal with such a powerful beast. It was truly unbelievable. Luke Tan shook his head. "No need, the benefits should be divided among the families of the deceased. A level 7 beast anomaly is enough to make families lose the breadwinner who can survive for the rest of their lives." Luke Tan is so expensive. Nya smiled and said, "Can you call me a bus? I still have to get on the next high-speed train." Chu casually pointed to the police car and said, "No problem, I'll personally drive you there." Luke Tan is happy. "Thank you, then I'm sorry." Luke Tan's smile made Nya flutter. Her heart trembled, not only strongly, but also. She imagined Luke Tan's handsome face leaning close to hers. Imagine him gently touching your small chin, his voice cooing, "Stray cat, I want you tonight." She replied like a kitten, "Please, please be gentle, she is passionate about the beauty of humanity." Then later, he said to himself, "Don't, that's not the right place." Luke Tan was confused by her expression. What was wrong with this girl? He turned back to look at the corpse of the strange beast behind him, a bit puzzled, but it was strange to say the least, a level 7 strange beast that was at peace. How could it have fallen through the hole in the front line, and run to this small city like Nambin? Although this has happened before, most of them are not too strong. Furthermore, if you run into the national border, you will be beaten to death by people from the military and martial arts. This time it almost landed in Nunping City without any warning points. It was really strange. Could it be that there is some kind of evil plot behind it? At the end of the day, Luke Tan was personally welcomed by Junyan Yen. Luke Tan took the time to scroll through his phone to see information. Another scene of human infighting. That's enough. Luke Tan is viewing news related to strange beasts, he thought to himself, thinking about humanity's tattered martial arts civilization 10,000 years later. This is truly a group of fellow pigs trying to find ways to destroy society from the inside. Shikwak ek. Cheers rang out, 60 Yen Hoa Thang. The opponent trembled, admitting defeat. Luke Tien Hoa stood in the middle of a group of people gathered in a circle. The trainer standing in the middle spoke up, "Your actual combat level is very high, better than everyone's main strength. If there is any problem, please ask your Luke Kien Hoa classmate for more advice." The girls around admired him. "Kien Hoa, you are too strong. If you continue like this, you will truly become Botrang Win. Kien Hoa, you are so awesome." Luke Kien Hoa still did not have much fun. She continued to wipe the sweat from her forehead. The girl next to her immediately grabbed her shoulder and shook her. Oh my, even though he was already so powerful, why was his husband still so unhappy? Luke Keenhoa replied, if you had a brother who was a national dragon, you wouldn't be happy if you compared the two. The short-haired girl next to her looked full of admiration. After all, she was Luke Tan. That's right, Contempt Hoa, when will your brother be free? He said before that he wanted to invite us to dinner. The girl next to me was also looking forward. Yes, that's right, we can invite him, he can come. Seeing these two handsome faces, Luke Keenhoa was confused. Did they all take the amnesiac charm or not? I don't know, don't ask me, the other two girls immediately said. Oh my god, help me, just make an appointment once. Luke Keenhoa immediately ran away on all fours. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Hurry up and go somewhere else, I can't stand you two ignorant people anymore. Hey, gentle, her two friends called back. Luke Keenhoa ran straight out of the field. She bumped into a tall figure. Oh, who is that? Blind, oh my god. But she quickly discovered that it was Luke Tan. Him. Luke Tan smiled and said, so careless, are you okay? Lightly. Seeing his brother, Luke Keenhoa happily hugged him. That Mwastar has returned here, it's not even winter break yet, maybe he misses you, Luke Tan replied. After completing the mission, it's time to come back to visit. Tell me, did you bring me any gifts? Luke Keenhoa spoke while carefully checking to see if he had any food or gifts on him. Luke Tan pulled out his backpack. Of course he had it. Keenhoa Luit was curious. Wow, what is that? Expecting things from the big city. Luke Tan brought out a pile of bottles and said, the best martial arts tonic. I hope your strength goes one step further. Luke Contempt Hoa 3 points. There's nothing left to say. The ant turned to stone. Brother, I discovered that you don't understand anything about girls. Huh? Luke Tan is puzzled. A volleyball flew from nowhere. Luke Tan didn't have time to react. The ball hit him hard in the face. Oh, Luke Keenhoa panicked, but very quickly, Luke Tan's hand caught the ball without realizing it. Luke Keenhoa asked, are you okay? No problem. A young man wearing a basketball shirt walked over. His face seemed a bit angry. Keenhoa, have you finished class? Luke Keen looked annoyed. Why was it you again? That young man walked up to Luke Tan. Who is this brat? Luke Keenhoa replied, it has nothing to do with you. After speaking, she immediately grabbed her brother's hand and pulled him away, ignoring him. Let's go. The young man's face darkened. He has grown up, Luke Keenhoa. Both of them turned around in shock. The young man gritted his teeth. It's okay if you don't like me. But you don't need to find an old guy like that to trample yourself on. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Luke Tan. Luke Tan stared at Luke Keenhoa. Luke Keenhoa panicked. This guy is saying something nonsense. Luke Tan pointed his finger at himself. Wait a moment, you say I'm an old guy. That's really a huge blow. Luke Keenhoa angrily kicked towards his lower body, from side to side. Are you tired of living? From pain to earth-shattering, oh my. He hugged his lower body, trembling in pain. Luke Tan cried out, brother, are you okay? Tears flowed down his face in 2 lines. He could only whisper to himself, I'm so angry, but you're still touching me. Hey old guy, you wait for me, I'll teach you a lesson, he whispered and ran away. Luke Tan immediately turned around and asked, are you pursuing me? That's right, always clinging to you, annoying me to death. If you want to make me take you seriously, you have to at least beat me. I see Baka High School no. One, do you have any male friends like that? Luke Tan thought about it. Well, when you say that, it seems uncertain. In the future, if I meet someone who suddenly transferred schools here, I'll still be mysterious after that, and I don't know what I'll be thinking about all day. The most important thing is the last name, Lam Chadeep. You must definitely stay away from these last names. Seeing the sincere look on Luke Tan's face, Luke Keenhoa reminded, brother, are you in the wrong comic series? I'm a martial artist. She suddenly smiled evilly. That's right, brother, how are you and your senior Dwang progressing separately? As she spoke, she poked and teased Luke Tan. Luke Tan replied, there's nothing wrong with you, we're just normal friends. Really, so what's the point of holding hands to watch a movie? Luke Tan immediately pinched her mouth. Are you crazy? Think about it a little more normally, Luke Keenhoa shouted majestically and painfully. Luke contemptuously continued, that's right, there's one more thing, do you have a classmate named Luke Kaimin? That's right, what's wrong? Apparently he didn't pass the official Holy Martial Arts University entrance exam. So he joined the army. When I was about to leave, I wanted to say goodbye to you, but unfortunately you had already gone to the capital. Really?" Luke Han pulled out his phone and glanced at the message. There are many messages from Luke Min. Luke Tan. Are they there? Luke Tan clicked to see all the messages. He was surprised that Luke Ming actually came to the Eastern Military Region. At the new army training camp of the Eastern Military Region. Busy doing laundry. Luke Min. A guy kicked a basin of water and splashed him in the face. Hey, fat guy. A guy with an overbearing look on his face, he smiled disdainfully at Luke Min. You don't know how to do things. Basically you have to say the order first. It's your turn to wash my socks today, right? It's not about washing for the old man. Luke Ming gritted his teeth and endured. That guy continues to be bossy, haven't you heard? Why don't you hurry up and get to work? Luke Min noticed that there was an incoming message on his phone. It's a message from Luke Tan. Have you gone to the Eastern Military Region? I'm almost there, waiting for me, accompanied by a cute cat. Luke Min picked up the phone and rang. Holy boy. Luke Tan is almost here, the time to endure here is finally over. That bossy guy whistled and walked away saying, oh yes, I quite like the smell of Ho and Aguyat Luong's washing powder, remember not to use it wrongly. Luke Min couldn't bear it anymore, someone was about to back him up, he immediately stood up, now he punched the person bullying him. Motherfucker, washing your head, what's wrong? The guy who was attacked suddenly shouted in panic. Damn away, he used his hand to block in front of his face. Green beans, I respect you but don't accept it, right? He punched Luke Ming hard in the face. Luke Min fell to the ground. That bossy guy sat on Luke Min, he quat, that damn fat pig wants to rebel, right? Arrogance, let me see, you scoundrel is not even a real martial artist. He continuously attacked Luke Min. After he was tired of fighting, he left. Damn, he even left me sweating profusely. Listen, from now on I will beat you once a day. A guy wearing glasses hid behind the wall and looked worriedly at Luke Min. After the bully left, he immediately ran to help save Luke Min, worriedly asking, Min, are you okay? There you are, why do you say you're confronting him? He's been in the army for 2 years now, isn't he just washing socks? Luke Min sang Xu Yan's face but still tried to smile. You don't understand, my brother is the national poinsettia of Odang Long, who will later be a general. If I bow my head today, someone will make fun of him later, I can't let him lose face. The guy wearing glasses didn't understand, thinking to himself, I'm afraid this person has been beaten until his brain is damaged and has started talking nonsense. In the future world, Luke Tan is sitting and reading documents. He spoke up, put on wormwood, looking for personal documents. The words, 300 years of martial arts, began to appear on the screen. Luke Min is a student of the 3rd and 25th class, Bokha School No. 3 of Bokha City, Kulon Country. Sure enough, it's completely different from what I've seen before, because of his own reasons. Luke Ming's life trajectory has also changed. Previously, I studied at a normal university of literature and lived a normal life. Now Luke Min is going to make a vase again. This is not the era of peace of the past life, where you can return after being a soldier and joining the army for 2 years of training. The death rate is quite high, am I harming him? He continued reading, this kid can come back safely again. Also achieved second-class achievements, honorable discharge. After going out to open a materials company, at the age of 50, he had more than 10 million assets, gave birth to 2 daughters and a son, although the remaining half of his life continued to fail. But it is also considered a family of harmony, happiness, and many descendants. 90 years old, passed away at home. This future is quite good, really very good. Maybe the current me trying to stay away from him, not affecting his future, is the best thing for him. The next day, at Lincoln Drug Manufacturing Branch, come inside in the morning, Ha Lingthu spoke up to now, in Dongnan Province, Tian Wang's branch has opened more than 500 stores. Luke Tan replied, is that so? What will come. He conveniently opened the letter he had just said, but if staying away from the capital province really had a certain strength and status, then they might also know clearly. Poking fun at her is equivalent to messing with me, but teasing me is such a stupid act. Luke Tan tore up the letter and said, don't worry, as long as I'm still here, nothing will happen to you. Ha Ling was surprised. After only 2 months of not seeing each other, Luke Tan has become completely different from before. The type of absolute confidence reveals ease and dominion, like a real big character. It was said to be the solitary self. Luke Tan returned to the room, He put in a little more mental energy. Here, precious medicinal herbs are refined. Luke Tan thought to himself, this time is not the second stage of the immortal golden body, even if it is the sun, it must be watered. 2 days later, in Bihai City, the world's largest hotel. Luke Tan went into the lobby and met the receptionist. Hello, please help me get a better room. Warm receptionist, Vent Yen Sinch, please wait a moment. Luke Tan thought to himself, 120 bottles of Kim Yen had been prepared, I can also begin to attack the perfect second stage of the immortal sword body. Because to avoid people in the house being disturbed by others, definitely go to the hotel and rent a room. At the same time, the sound of high heels passed through him. Going to the reception desk, a woman's voice rang out, adding a presidential room. Very quickly, the woman attracted Luke Tan's eyes. He probed this woman's aura, her blood was like a fire, her essence seemed to be alert, this was the Grand Master. She took off her glasses and glanced at Luke Tan. The receptionist asked again, Ma'am, are you sure you booked a presidential room? The corner of the woman's sharp eyes curled up. That's right, the woman said as she handed the ID card to the receptionist. The receptionist gave you the room card. Yes, please get the room card back, we will arrange a special person to take you upstairs, and your luggage will also help you. The woman handed out a hand, no need. Glancing at the woman leaving, Luke Tan aesthetically, Bakha City had another master come, however, the intensity of her vitality and blood is a bit weaker compared to Zhao Kongtai and Ha Bin Nam, but she is still a true Grand Master. Luke Tan then boldly probed. If I use all my strength, I can probably kill her at will, if she isn't a threatening existence, there's no need to worry too much about it. Luke Tan frowned, it seemed like the woman was smirking at him. She called someone and said, everything went well, we reached the target location, but when I entered, I met a rather interesting guy. Who is that? She replied as she applied lipstick, I don't know, I feel like he's quite powerful, maybe he's from a dark star, maybe not, why bother with him? Anyway, this time I came here to vacation, by the way, to complete a small task, if someone wants to ruin my vacation and happiness, I can only eat him, hee hee. Opening the room door, Luke Tan commented, the room is not bad. He quickly ran to the bathroom. He took off his clothes and jumped into the bathtub, thinking, the bathtub is big enough to fit all the golden dragons. Above is a golden dragon appearing. Then he soaked himself to practice. All over Luke Tan's body are yellow streams of water, this feeling is very good, next is the time for a breakthrough. On the other side, the woman was wiping her feet and said, the little mouse who brought the gold mine seems to have discovered him and dares to sneak away. She took off her robe, and on her back were tattoos of Roman numerals, unfortunately, you can't escape, let's go, the vacation belongs to me. Luke Tan has reached the second stage of perfection in his immortal golden body. He suddenly stood up holding his spear. Then quickly cut the spear into his hand. Seeing that he wasn't bleeding, he said, very good, even if it's a cold weapon master, don't easily break through my defense. I walked out of the bathroom and put my clothes back on, the next realm is the realm of great masters' energy and blood, the path I'm taking is completely different from that of the martial artists of this era, perhaps also completely different from that of the martial artists of this era, the martial artist of the future is in a dream. This is a path that belongs only to me, the normal level outlined is no longer suitable for me. Luke Tan at this time can be considered truly standing at the threshold of level 7 master, just need to move forward, one step ahead, you can achieve level 7 master level right on the spot. He leaned against the window and said, no, now is not the time yet, if I were to achieve the Grand Master level, the movement would definitely shock people's hearts, even the great Grand Master would be afraid, so I still know, otherwise, some villain will scare you and make you run away. Quickly, Luke Tan rushed out. You should still use your favorite method to get out, by the way, find a place without people to test your strength. On the main road, a father and son were picking up a taxi. As soon as he got in the car, his father said, driver, please go to the western suburbs of the city, the driver replied. The car seemed to fly on the road. The father looked out at the street and said, can you hide, don't be afraid. The father quickly turned around and said to the driver, use it here. I will give you 3 times the amount. The driver replied, if you meet someone who asks you if you have seen 2 people with a child, don't speak. He raised his hand to his face and said, 3 times, maybe that's not enough. The father asked in panic, what do you mean? She took off the mask and it turned out to be the girl from before. She said, "I caught you, the little mouse brought a gold mine." The father said in fear, "It's you, the ninth sect of the Y seal, white western clothes." On this side, a wind passes quickly. Luke Tonfi seemed to be flying on the road thinking, this speed is even faster than before, based on the explosive speed, perhaps even the military's cameras cannot catch it. He happened to stop at a factory. This area was originally a chemical factory, then because of environmental protection issues, it was stopped. It was appropriate to check the power, otherwise in the city, causing too much noise is also troublesome. Suddenly there was a very loud noise. He realized that this was, strong breathing, a master. In a chemical factory, a man tried to hug a little girl, blocking the impact from behind. White clothes are chasing behind. Looking at his seriously injured daughter in his arms, he shouted, "Save her life, save her life." Bok Tae-fu smiled and said, "Run away, let's see how far we can run." Luke Tan looked up from afar and said, "What a coincidence, the middle-aged uncle took a child with him late at night in a remote deserted area and was chased. Of course you want to be a hero, you can't just stand by and watch." Then Luke Tan stopped in front of him in white clothes. She flashed a mysterious smile. Luke Tan snapped his fingers and said that destroying the master in the blink of an eye was not a rare thing, but if you use any of the master's will, don't use the spirit, just rely on physical strength. Is it possible to directly kill a level 7 master? The man spit out a little blood. Both people fell down, the man coughed and choked, the little girl crawled out from the man's chest, crying, "Baba." The man tried to sit up but his whole body trembled with exhaustion. Silhouette of blonde-haired person spewed out behind the two people, that person kicked straight into the legs of the man lying on the ground. "She's the girl who booked the presidential suite in the morning." The man was in great pain. The brave little girl stood up and cried, "Not to bully my dad." The man tried to put his arm around the girl, "Don't." The little girl tried to run and punch the woman as hard as she could, tears streaming down her face, "You're evil." The woman used her big hand to grab the girl's head, she smiled a terrible smile, "Her leg is broken, you still have your arms, crawling and running again, this time I will give you 10 minutes. The man stood up and shouted, "You let my daughter go first. That thing is written in my head, no one except me knows it, don't try to force me to confess, I have poison in my mouth, I can commit suicide at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the woman's hand poked him in the mouth. Very quickly she figured out which tooth the poison was from the teacher. She quickly broke the man's teeth, the man screamed in pain. The woman held his daughter's neck and laughed, wondering if there was a chance she could commit suicide. Please obediently tell me, otherwise don't blame me." The man begged, I said, begged him to spare my daughter. From somewhere, a foot gently landed. Luke Tan stole the girl from the other woman's hands. That woman was angry. I had already guessed that this kid must be a monster. Luke Tan replied that even a little girl like that wouldn't let him go. "Are you also worthy of being a master?" The woman frowned, "You are a member of the Dark Star." She looked at Luke Tan and silently assessed that this brat did not have the Grand Master's stance all over him, moreover, at this age, it cannot cause any trouble. Luke Tan's voice was cold, "What kind of dark crystals?" He quickly appeared behind her and said, "I am Tai Duang." She panicked, "What?" Luke Tan threw his hand towards her. She didn't have time to dodge, Luke Tan's hand was already looking at her face. Luke Tan pushed the woman down. His hands pinned the woman's head to the ground, "Ta!" She cried out. Without waiting for the woman to finish speaking, Luke Tan continued to use his strong force to push the woman underground. The surroundings created a huge earthquake. The smoke and dust cleared, Luke Tan frowned, was he already dead like that? Truly too weak, the woman lay motionless in the deep hole. The man shouted in panic, and the girl quickly ran behind her father. The man said worriedly, I said, "Now I will tell you the specific location, please spare us, the specific location coordinates of a Kim Honey mine, where it is located." Luke Tan interrupted him, "I basically don't care what he said." The man was surprised, "Huh? So why did you save us and kill Huayan's assassin?" Luke Tan replied, "I was just passing by, using Nia Ra's staff, if the trouble has been resolved, I'll leave now." As he walked, he thought, in the system of the dream space, there are mines located all over the world, I don't need to bother looking for them. That man caressed his daughter's hair, "Little Autumn, that little brother, although very strange, is also a good person, we're saved." The girl happily replied that that brother was very powerful. The man suddenly coughed and vomited blood from his mouth. He told his daughter, "Chuthu, I don't know how many ribs I have broken, I probably won't be able to walk anymore, go quickly, you must protect yourself well." As soon as the words ended, the man was suddenly pulled up. Why, it was Luke Tonda who took him. "Happy girl, he's back." Luke Tonda immediately said, "It's really troublesome, just do what has already been done, take the Buddha to the west." Luke Tonda takes both father and son towards the hotel. The man sat down on the sofa, bowed his head to Luke Tonda, and deeply thanked him for his help. Luke Tonda gave him a glass bottle, "Drink this." The man wondered, "This is..." Luke Tonda replied, "Don't think about it anymore, after drinking it, get some sleep, tomorrow may be better." The man patted his daughter's head and instructed, "Chuthu, you go into the bedroom first, I'll talk to this brother for a bit." "Yes." As soon as the girl left, Luke Tonda spoke up, "This was the token on the body of the female assassin just now. What is the origin of this Honan organization? This ring is Kim Honey, there is also a dark star in her mouth, let's explain." Luke Tonda placed the ring on the table. The man immediately explained that the dark stars are all mysterious international organizations, their purpose is unclear, but countries around the world have their shadow operating. It is said that the Y seal is the Grand Master level, above which there is a stronger King seal, even the Divine seal. As you know, this time it came because of the platinum mine. Luke Tonda spoke up, "Hawaiian is the Grand Master, so isn't that the Great Grand Master, the martial saint above?" The other man replied, "I don't know these secrets." Luke Tonda thought to himself, returning to the system to check the era of brightness and strength of Suingvin martial arts, the dark power, of course it is not small, in the ambition of those who develop martial arts, there will also be a part of them who are delusional against the mainstream power in the world. Luke Tonda continued asking, "So what do you plan to do next?" The other man replied, "Take one step and then count another step, you are already Daidoku saved us, I don't dare cause trouble for you anymore." Luke Tonda curled his lips. He came up with an idea, I on the other hand had a way that could be a healthy badge for life.